again, trying to prepare for afterlife, trying to prepare this vessel, this ark. I thank you for preparedness. That's you're still preparing. You sent your son, and he is not yet done preparing. So we got need to prepare every day until we die. We're supposed to, well, that's just part of what the disciples do. They prepare by suffering. They prepare by hados, preparing the narrow way for their afterlife. After this flesh, this flesh gets taken, because the meek inherit the earth is the rule, and who rules over you is your master. That's the word Lord. And we can't serve two masters, so we can't serve the flesh and Father. So he tells us to wrestle not against flesh. Paul's writings, he said, come out of her, my people. So thank you, Father, for your writings through Christ and all the apostles. You are the Word. You are the Word. Holkadesh. That's spirit. Spirit without flesh, the Most High. Deception is your adversary, is Satan, and he's a deceiver, and he mirrors Father. Not that's the world that we live in. He likes to spin people, forward, twist on a ball. So get them like children playing with balls and distracting them, giving them bread and circus. It's a big juggling act. Look over here, don't look over here. Alchemy, So thank you, Father, for that. So they're preparing. They prepare the wicked and the elite and the rich and the Masons and the satanic occultists. Most don't prepare. Most are evil. I live in a world where most people are good. Everybody's evil. Start with that. Everybody's evil, and look around. Okay, maybe not everybody, but this many people are good, and this many people are evil. You got it backwards. Well, most people are good. There's just a little bit evil. Nope. Wrong way. That's not what the word says. You're Antichrist, so you're already evil. I fell into that trap. So the pit, no knowledge. That's what hell is. Abyss, no knowledge. Not anything else. It's the A negates, like I'm the Aleph, the leader, Alpha and Omega, the N, the Ox, and they stand on an X, like a duck in a pond. Huh? So, thank you for the word, Father, for an abundance of you. Not a book, not a rock, not a house, Hokadesh, spirit without flesh. Word, so you are the word. And Hados is the narrow, so we can't translate. That's what the whole world does. They spin on a ball on a planet. That word doesn't exist, and now they're creating their own words. And you said don't even create a jot, the smallest of, and now they live on that dot, call it a planet. So see, most people are evil. Ask everybody you know. They live on a planet, spin on a ball. Can't turn goats, the greatest of all time. MAGA high priest of the Satan church, great again, all that nonsense, into a sheep. So Satan the adversary, Apollyon, Apollo, the sun god, like an orange sun. It's not orange anymore, because we're getting closer to the sun, or the sun's got the atmosphere is collapsing, the magnetosphere is negated. Well, yes, it has shrunk like a ball, but they got to play with balls. They can't, I don't know, play with their balls, crystal balls, fortune tellers. So can't turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. It was already chosen. How about that? Chosen means it's already ahead of time. He already knows who There's no selecting anybody. Just like there's no election, it's a selection. So they're getting this underground prep out of sight, out of mind. So mind over matter, right? I don't mind and they don't matter. So they think it's their rays, the sun, their light is off, it's dark. Remember, the lamp is the eye, right? The eye is the lamp of the body. So if it's dark, the whole vessel is filled with darkness. So, and if it's filled with light, then the whole vessel, our body is the vessel. So being the temple, they don't mix. They don't like to add even a single lie or even a period or a jot. It's just jot, but that's a period. So he's like, once in death, add a period, take away a period, death. What has changed? Nothing. See, most people are evil. It says that most enter through the broad way because they don't narrow self. Father doesn't make them. Father creates most people to be evil. This Satan, the adversary, this rock that we walk, it's given unto the adversary, and he gets to trick people. With 99 truths and a lie, and 99 lies and one truth, it's still a lie. He gets to. That's a demon. This word demonion. Not like there's no such thing as demons. That's not. There's no such thing as ghost. Is the word Hulkadash. That's Father Spirit. You know, you call him Father or Ghost or alien. That's another people. That's a word. Father is the word. Alien's a word. Two words is aliens. So there's no such thing as aliens. That's not it. That's not a word. It doesn't exist. There's no gods in the sky. It's not 2025. These people are lunatics and they're evil. So if you know anybody who thinks it's 2025, they're evil and they're sick in the head. They're lunatics. Like bloodsucker, try to do your vampirism ritual like crackers and grape juice. Catholicism, Satanism, communion. The Christians, they follow that. The Baptist and the baptizo is by. They don't define. That is to be covered with overcome. Covered? No. To be completely overcome. To be baptized, it's a process. No dipping. That's not what baptizo and bapto is to be. You call that baptized. There's a halakha ritual. They changed that. That's where they made water baptism. But bapto or baptizo is to be completely overcome with a red pitch stain, blood, or dye. There's no such thing as water baptism. And yes, John was baptized by Christ, but he did it so they could go by their halakha rituals. But people don't know anything. They don't know their, or Haggadah, that's the other a law they had perverted, but they're idiots. That's why they follow religion. And I can bring any biblical scholar in, I'll crush them with Scriptural Bible. Biblical, that means book. They didn't write it in a book. It wasn't written on paper. It was written on stone. I don't know what they're smoking, but or rolling. It was written on rolled, pounded out on rock on the scroll. So or tablets. I think iPhone or something when I say that, but too much eating that Apple or iPhone or whatever, Android. They just listen to whatever they're told on their Black Mirror. So it's always been here. All this tech and stuff that they tell everybody that alien is a word. It's not. There's no such thing as alien. Aliens is two words. Father's the word. So if you call him an alien, I think he's not going to be very pleased with you. I think you're definitely already in hell. Remember, hell's not below your feet and heaven's not above your head. So these people get all these words mixed up, and that's what they love it. They're banking on that. Remember, Mr. Bankster, give a man a gun, he'll rob a bank. Give a man a bank, he'll rob the world. So Mr. He decorates his house with a 58-story tower. Remember, you push him off his 58-story tower, and he'd still land in a bank. Oh, in a suit. You know what I'm talking about. Mr. Warp Speed. Space farce, space balls, telling people they can go to the sky, into the clock. They're all in on it. They all do it. Red and blue make purple. They got their jackboot thuggery going around and enforcing their Gestapo for victimless crimes, throwing people in rape cages and extorting them or under the threat of a gun. If you don't do what we tell you, we'll throw you in a cage. So, child, Get rid of this idiot. Not allowing any out there and sold out by shapes to sit there and talk in this channel. Not today. Not today. So, well, just watch what's happening now. You can see all this. So, it's all replaying. World War II equals World War III. They're doing exactly. It's a blueprint, not blue beam, blue book. People are idiots. I won't talk to anybody that doesn't know what they're talking about. There's no gods in the sky. There's no such thing as aliens. Aliens is 2 words. Alien is 1 word. Father is the word. If you call Father an alien, you're out of here. You're not spinning on a planet. There's no such thing as planet. Now you think there's balls in the sky and these people live on these planets out there? You're an idiot. You don't live on Earth. Earth is ruled. When he says meet him in the sky, that's not above your head. The sky is, hello. The skies will roll back like, cuckoo. That's deception. You've been deceived by definition. You don't define anything. You're a translator. You probably go after a transgender Jesus, the one birthed. Please don't mourn in here. But thanks for coming in. We're supposed to edify, lift up, raise. You want to say morning, I'll take you out of here. Don't tell me morning. What the hell are you mourning for? What are you so upset for? Speak your case or you'll be thrown out of here. I don't sup with vipers or cast my pearls before swine. People can't take the time to read words and define. Definitive. Aletheia. I rebuke religions and I rebuke all government and all people who support this jackboot thuggery, because I've been part of it. But he said, come out of my people. So don't mourn. Thanks for coming in. Top of the day to you. The sun used to come up at the horizon, the horizo. He said, I'm the horizo. The morning sun, are you talking about? I mean, what are you mourning for? That's not mourning, that's a word. So try to change your dialectus. Do you understand? Put a 1 in the chat if you understand. Thank you, Father. Father is the word. Father's not a ghost. That's the word Chokadesh. He is spirit without flesh. Ghost. No such thing as ghosts. No such thing as free will. No such thing as luck. So, yeah, get below me, goat. Greatest of all time. Don't understand me. You're supposed to overstand. Remember why you let me put you under me. You're not under me, okay? Your name is stupid. Goat. Goats, I love to eat goat, but that's the greatest of all time. Remember, MAGA, the high priest of the Satan church, goats, and then you have the ram, the lamb. Remember, David cleared him the lamb. That makes Father the ram. But I don't sup with vipers, goats, no, or swine, pigs, people in government. He sent his son to fulfill that flesh law and stood up to it and got striped and put holes in him and stabbed and hung. And does anybody want to do that to you? If not, you don't know who the Hamashiach, that's the Messiah. They hung on a tree, hung on a cross. That's pagan and Satanist. Crosses, nobody hung. He warned you about idolatry and imagery. Nobody hung from a cross, and he didn't carry a cross. You're a Satanist, swine, low energy. Don't take the time to define. And he warned of imagery is the word pornea, not the hub. You go pull your chain somewhere else. Latria is just, idolatry is the Greek word, or pornea, or English is idolatry. But you don't define. Remember, definitive. He's speaking some transgender Jesus, the one that Trump has his house decorated with. Can we talk about World Might Strike? Get the fuck out of here, goat. World War III has been here for a long time. Goodbye, you idiot. You get below me and then you don't even understand it's happening, right? Understand. All right, Kill, you ready up? You ready for the kill shot? What are you doing? Killing and grilling it. All right, well, I can grill. I like to grill. I like to cook. What are you cooking? Can you smell what the rock? Pedophile. See, that's what that guy is. All of them, all these actors. And what are you cooking? That's the word Petra, rock. You speak any Greek or any English? I mean, that's American. People don't even speak English anymore. But how about Hebrew? Remember, he was a Hebrew Israelite. He sprang out of Judah. Remember, David declared him land, makes father of the ram. Don't take any criticism. Goodness. Okay, criticize me. How about their cheetah? Remember? Oh, that was the lion and the leopard, not the cheetah, the beast. But criticism. No, there's a fine line. You can critique me. Go ahead. What do you got for me? Fire. Grill still. I'm trying to smell what the rock is cooking. Or the grill, what he's got on the grill over here. So you don't like words, do you? You're intimidated, aren't you? Stop being so timid. Speak up. Slow down. No, I grow my food. Right now, I'm don't want to go in the woods yet. I have the woods right behind me here. Right here. So, not yet. I'm going to try to keep one foot in the system before the whole, sun goes bop. And then the whole, I get the lights out, Project Blue Book. Or they're going to bring in their, megalithic sex dolls. These people think there's such a thing as aliens. Alien is a word. So, remember? Nano. Oh, wait, no, that was Star Wars, right? Oh, wait, that was Ronald Reagan. Remember this wife that had an Adam's apple? Or whatever. They all do, but some of them, well, most of them. I don't know. You better check that out. You just thought it was Reggie, huh? Reggie who? Bush? No, stay out of the bushes. We were talking about the woods. Ewok? Star Wars? Hello. These people have the conversation and the attention span of a fly. What? We're hanging out with the puppins. What? No, kisses. You can't give me kisses. I don't want no kisses. I love you. He's ready to hang out. Oh my goodness, hold on. He needs some puppy lovage. He's a big boy. He thinks he's puppy's 13 years old. He's a big guy. He thinks he's a puppy. He thinks he's a puppy. Oh, you got to get on here. You need share. Would you get back, please? Would you please get back one at a time? Hey, Mr. Bone. Bone, all done. Bone. Bone. Hey. We'll get some loving afterwards. All right, we're hanging out with Puppy Soul. You just need some love first part of the day. This guy, he don't need much attention. All right. Oh, that's a good boy. You're such a good guy. Oh, you're my biggest guy. You're the biggest puppy. He hasn't figured out that he's a big guy yet. He thinks he's just a little puppy. Huh? He thinks he's a puppy. He only eats the diamond lamb and rices. Oh, he eats the diamond. All right, time for some. All right, we're just hanging out. Already got the ladies out, chickens out. Ladies are fed. All the ladies are taken care of. So I'm going to get laid. He's a dingo. This is my dingo. He ate the baby Jesus. Somebody put the baby Jesus on the windowsill and he ate the baby Jesus. Did you eat the baby Jesus? Did you eat the baby? Look at him over here. He's trying to get the dad. He's trying to get the dad. Stop licking your brother. Hey, don't lick him. Oh, you're trying to clean his eye. I forget he likes to clean his eyes and his ears. All right. We're just doing base camp for Project Blue Book because everybody thinks there's aliens and that's just words. That's 2 words. So if they're just an idiot. So idiot means they don't know what they're talking about and they've never heard it or seen it. People get offended by a word. It's pretty funny, don't you think? So better thing is to get away from population density, get away from stupid people. That means nice. Don't be around nice people. Most people are nice. They act like everything's okay. It's not okay. Most people are evil. Most people go to hell. God only creates this many nice people, good people. No, this many nice, good people, evil people. Nice means to be stupid. So anyways, this is his bride and the rest of you are evil. There's evil people in here. The majority of people are evil because they don't know what is going on. They just act like everything's okay. Have to work together, and outside source was to invade our planet. Oh, goodbye, a planet. Look at this. Regards to speech, planet. That's how deceived people are. There's no word planet that doesn't exist. That's not a word. See, my bad. Tossed your ass out of here. Ha! Thanks for coming in, Daniel. Yeah, remember the speech? I believe if there'd be an outside influence, we'd all come together. Good stuff, man. Thank you for bringing that up. Never does. Good stuff, Daniel. Thanks for producing good content here. Almost threw his ash out of here. Remember, he said, your enemy, we ashes under your feet. So careful, quick to judgment. He says that's the word or gay. So we got to give people 2 chances and then fire them out of here. You're not spinning on a ball. Get out of here. Planet is not a word. So, yes, that happens when you're not on, I'm on 2G, make my own power in the middle of nowhere. I'm at base camp for Project Blue Book. You guys are all going to get eaten by aliens, right? And put in work camps. Didn't you hear that? It's going to happen. You didn't know that? They're going to rip your skin back. Oh, wait, no, they're going to eat their own skin, or rip their skin off. They're going to eat you. Brains! Yeah, Spaceballs. Thanks, Brian. Come on. The president is on it too, guys. He created another agency to steal more money from the people. You're not going anywhere. It's called the firmament. Okay? Period. If you know the firmament, you'll know you're not on a planet, and we don't talk about shapes in here. We'll throw you out of here. Grow up. They're getting ready to do another, and it's not, like I said, that it's not currently happening, but a mass. The Deagle maps have 200+ million Americans gone before the end of this year. So are you going to be one that survives? Probably not. If you think there's an alien, you're probably going to fall for everything they're going to do. Get in their little space boats or whatever they got going there. Space fars, space balls. Come up to the International Swim Station. That's in the water. But anyways, as is above, so is below. Remember space boats? So won't you do any unintelligent talk and think that there's gods in the sky? You'll be... That fallen doesn't mean from the sky. When he says meet in the sky, that's not above your head. Heaven is not above your head. This is the heavens. This is the sky. The skies roll back like a scroll. But never mind. They're never going to get it. They think they're spinning on a ball. You can't help people who think they're spinning on a ball. That is the Hebrew word perverted. And he said, don't add a jot. See, they think they live on that jot, dot, ball planet. Maybe they got a hold of NASA. They're the one purchasing helium, and they blew up that jot, or period. It's called period in English, jot. And never mind. I don't have time to go through all this. NASA, the top head scientist for NASA was a Swasti scientist. So there you go. 1945 equals 2025, the 80-year debt cycle. The fourth turning? No, the fifth. The fifth turning to the 400-year cycle times what? 4 times 5 is 2,000. Times 6, that was half cycle, 6,000 years ago flooded. Welcome to the 6th extinction belt. Welcome to Revelation. So you don't know the book. I have the scriptures, because that is remember, there's a clock. They think you can go in the clock above your head. That's why they're idiots. They think God's in the sky. That's what I'm saying. They don't need to find any words. So don't try to help these people. They're already lost in space. Remember, there's no such thing as space. But where does it say alien? Oh, you're going to tell me that now that some alien Skywalker, Anakin, had a threesome with Chewbacca and had a workie with an Ewok. Now we got big feet running around too? Where does it say we have big feet? Where does it say we have a planet? Okay, we'll stop. Hold on, slow down. Let's see, because one sent. You have zero evidence on what you're spouting. Get this idiot out of here. Evidence. Tell me where it says. Hold on. Don't get him out of here. Where does it say planet? Where's it say planet? Evidence there, dumb fuck. How about that? Plucking the U-boat. Let me get some history of cutting off your bird finger, since we're shooting fiery darts, right? He says, no fiery darts will pen. I'm going with the scripture, you dumbass. Somebody who can't learn, that means ass. Like a mule. What are you, the donkey or the elephant? And you laugh. Get the fuck out of here, child. Think things funny, man. Thinks he's spinning on a ball. He's already spun. Goodbye. Laughing like the little Walmart face. There we go. More balls. They put you in work camps last time. Yep, goodbye. Because you worry what you see. I'm filming on a 2G. That's what I said. A Nokia Razor. Exactly what you follow. Exactly for what Christ said. Idolatry and imagery. Will you moderate, Brian? Anybody in here is talking like, nonsense, please. I don't want to keep reaching up to my camera, if you don't mind. Brian, thanks for coming in. Appreciate your continued support. Firing these spinning ball camp people. This one time in band camp, take your little flute or whatever your round shape you go. Oh yeah, a little square peg and a little round peg and somebody else's square pie. American pie. Get out of here. I want to talk about shapes. I want to be a child. If you're spinning on a planet, you've been already deceived by one word. Alien is a word. There's no aliens. Aliens is 2 words. Oh wait, 2 words is aliens. 1 word is alien. Father is a word. Right? Father is the word. He's not one word. He's all things. Created all things. Isaiah 45:7, evil. Father created this much evil and this much good. So stop walking around on this rock thinking everybody's nice. That means stupid. You're the one that's nice and you're evil. He only created a little bit. Only oligos find the straight gate. He only chose Holy Ghost a little bit. Most people go to hell. Most people are already there. Hell's not below your feet. That's the word bis, bathos, busos. Abyss is bis, bathos, busos is the knowledge that's in our head. So you don't go down to the ground and like die and go to the sky. You're already in the dirt. You get either no flesh when you come back because you were with Father with Holkadesh, flesh without spirit, right? No spirit without flesh. You're some other weird. You're spinning on a ball. It's not 2025. So donkey brains. Oh, somebody's asking. Yeah, I certified. Yeah, that's what Father wants us to have is letters in front of us. Hey, don't talk to anybody who says, hey, you're not a scientist. You can't talk about science. Don't talk to this. You can't. Anybody who tells you that, you can't talk about something because you don't have numbers or letters in front of your name probably thinks they're spinning on a ball too. And they think it's 2025. I don't care what kind of degree they have. Degree. In fact, it's cold as hell. Remember, hell is not a place below your feet. Hell is the word knowledge. No knowledge. So, see what I'm saying? They think they're spinning on a ball. They think it's 2025. Hell's not below their feet. Hell's the word no knowledge. Abyss, abathos, abusos. Bis, bathos, and busos. My people shall perish for bis, bathos, busos. That's where the Satan's locked up, the one that Trump has his house decorated with. Apollyon, the triple gender god with 3 gods and 1 god, like their tower. They knock down 3 buildings and built 1 freedom tower. There's no such thing as freedom, the right to freedom, the right to choose, but freedom. Dum, 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 dum. I'm a veteran. I know my rights, so I defend the people. Organic, remember, color law, natural law, Black's law. Remember, said law of the land. How about that? That's all we've been, and I'm not under the law. I'm chosen. Remember, for the foundation of the world. These people think you're spinning on the ball. It's not 2025. If any of those apply to you or you think so, get out of here. Please go away from me. Yes, there we go. This person thinks I'm in a psychosis. Now they want me to take drugs. This is their answer to everything. Pay for everything or give you drugs. Drug pushers. Number 1 drug dealer, Donald Trump. 2.2. It'll go down in history. You just don't ever speak up. You're the silent majority. Goodbye, dumbass. Can't learn. Ask somebody who can't learn. Stubborn like a mule. What do you got, a degree in psychiatry, psychosis? Where'd you get your doctorate at? I've been CLEAT certified. I'm a first responder. Don't say mourning, Kenny. Come on, you've been in there enough. We don't mourn. Words are really important. Try not to. It's I say it to the dog still. I'm not perfect. I'm a saint serving that still has faults, okay? Remember the blood of the saints that's in the cups poured out on the nations that fornicate with the beast. So you know what we do in here. We try to hados, show each other to the light. So don't mourn, man. Remember, horizo, I am the divider. I'm not the morning light at the AM, right? I'm the horizo, not the light. I'm the separator of that light, dark flesh from above. Cut it off. Put them at the top of your house. Your body's a temple, remember? You don't dwell in temples made by hands. We're not under the physical rituals, laws, and we're not spinning on a ball. Good to see you. Remember that ball came up in the morning? I'll say, have a cup of coffee. So anyways, thanks for coming in. Thanks for your appreciate. He thinks spending time in the woods on the internet is more valuable than being a doctor. Doctors are Satanists, you stupid idiot. They provide drugs to people. You're about the attention span of a fly there, Jay. You know that? You're telling me doctors give a fuck about y'all? You got a medical doctor, MD, sew your leg on. I work with, dude, get out of here. You're a child. Yeah, I think your skill set whenever there's no more fucking doctors around so you can feed yourself is pretty, a skill set, first responder. Do you know how to apply first a tourniquet? Can you do first aid? Can you apply a fucking IV? Shut up, dude. Get out of here. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Get this dumbass out of here. This Operation Blue Book, right? Not Beam. Fire this dumbass out of here. Grow up, child. You're a child. You don't have a skill set. You get everything taken from you. Now what? Oh, can you apply your own tourniquet to yourself? Like I said, there and bleed out. Oh, look at you right now. Just when you leaking on the cement, you're gonna see what I meant. The sequence of events I try to prevent. It probably won't be my first event. I'll probably get sent back to the pen
Well, the color of your skin determines where you fit in, and then I'll probably get shanked for not pledging allegiance, because I believe when you locked up the only friend in there, Jesus, like him, destined to die at the hands of my enemies. I'm at drop tops like John F. Kennedy. Anything else there, child? Your skill set is spending all day on the internet feeding yourself propaganda. No, I'm on a farm. You're an idiot. Once again, remember, I have a farm. I'm not on the internet. I'm on a silly little phone. I farm. I raise food. I build buildings. And you're in here talking to somebody on the internet. What the fuck do? Do you own one of these? If you don't own one of these, you're a piece of shit. Get the fuck out of here. I hate your sin that you commit. You're in here talking. You're going to hurt somebody. You're going to lose your fucking head, because people used to think with their gut. You can't even go out into the woods and even feed yourself. You need a Piggly Wiggly or Hardee's or Walmart or Winco. Go fuck yourself, you idiot. I'm trying to talk to people about preparedness, trying to prepare the people for people just like you on the internet. Fucking could be doing something. You're in here fucking around. Look what I got. I got a skill set. You got any of this shit? I do this every fucking day. I work for the ministry. Go fuck yourself, child. Seriously, I don't want to run about childish people. And I use some curse words. So I told you I'm not a perfect saint. Only Father is sovereign, perfect, without sin, pure light. All this darkness here, right? He created light from the dark. You're ass. You don't know you're asking a hole around. You couldn't even dig a goddamn hole and take a shit in it. Would you leave? Get out of here. Did you get fried? Well, we're having a barbecue. Remember? Sizzle. Psh, fire. Flames of fire. Oh. Let me put that out for you. Just one drop at a time. Just little drops. Never mind. You're deceived. You have no skill set. You are an idiot. Means you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So go away from me. I'm here providing a power for the ministry, and you're sitting here trying to cast a shade on me. I'll walk in the shadow of the valley of death. I got it. You walk in the valley. You got it all backwards, dumbass. Go the fuck out of here. Grow up. Go get a fucking job. Pay some W2 and be a complacent, compulsory to, murder. Accessory to murder with your W2 tax dollars. I'm not on the internet other than on a phone. Dude, I'm off the grid. What the fuck? You're on a router. You eat microwave food and drink tap water. You got stung by the spelling bee. My words sting you, don't they? So go away from me. I don't want to be around vipers. Remember, you knew I was a snake before you let me in, and then he let Joe Biden. I want to be around political people. I don't want to be around anybody who wants to think they live on a planet. This is Operation Blue Book, not Beam. Beam your ass out of here, Johnny. Johnny, beam me up, Scotty. We're going to go up to the Star Trek. No. Shazbut. I want to be around anybody who thinks there's such thing as aliens. That's 2 words. Father's the word. You call my father an alien, I'm going to throw your ass right out of here. There's no such thing as aliens. Tartaria technology, anti-gravitics, perpetual polarity. Grow up. Oh, you're not a scientist. You can't talk about science. Okay, Bill Nye. How about weird science? Bits and pizzas, pots and pans. Careful, we've been noticed to go off and do a little music in here every once in a while, too. We'll just have to get used to it, man. They're idiots, man. They just think they're spinning on a planet. Where does it say the word planet? That's all religious people. They think they live on planets, and it doesn't even say that in Scripture. So there's my 2 witnesses about all religious people. And I don't like government either, so. And he said, don't sup with vipers. Remember, I was a snake before you let me in. Then he let Joe Biden and swine. Don't cash your pearls like treasure, or this is the treasure. He is our treasure. He is our prize. He is what we're to be running to. He is the word. That's my treasure. What do you spread? Spread the light, spread the treasure. What's the word of the day? Legs, spread the word. Oh, no, never mind. Mayonnaise. Spread the mayonnaise. Might even throw in something little foul every once in a while. I apologize. I'm not some kind of perfect. Father's only pure light. That's where Chokadesh, morning light, come up, sun. No, that's Father. Son is lamb. So eat the meat. Eat of the meat. I know that's what I'm saying, Brian. These people, they can leave. They just sit there and try to argue. You can't turn a goat into a sheep, right? It's like button heads. You ever see sheep? I love sheep. Oh, no, they do it too. Well, goats. They're trying to be like Father. So, anyways, goat heads. You ever step on a goat head? Oh, don't do that. Oh, man, that hurts. Oh, that's okay. Bill Nye, he ain't a scientist. That's like, he isn't. None of these characters. They're all just a bunch of actors like Mr. you're fired, warp speed. I mean, he is wise as a serpent, but he's playing his part too. I mean, he's mega on the scene. You know that. He's the tip of the spear. You know, that's his family crest, reaching out, getting that, grabbing that tip of the spear. You know, so they like to mirror wonders, all the same, performed, walking on water, walking through walls. God's in the sky, huh? As is above, so is below. So they do their little trick rituals. Donald Trump knows there's no such thing as space. He's just fucking with people. He just does the ritual. It's the World War II equals World War III. They got to act out this, you know, Apollyon swastika, you know, the rituals of the Jesus Christ, the sun god, Satan. So if people think Jesus was birthed in the Hamashiach was birthed in the middle of the winter, right? My ass, he was birthed when the shepherds were in the field with the sheep. You're an idiot. You're out of your mind. You don't even know what year or time or calendar or none of that. It's not 2025. See, everybody's lost. Just get it through your head. Every day, wake up saying, well, everybody around me is evil. Then you'll start really seeing who's good. If they're being nice, they're evil. This whole world is good, you know, under a spell. You know, casting spells and telling them there's words like alien, when that's a word, and they think that's something come from in the sky. Fallen doesn't mean from the sky. Angels don't have wings. That's not what angel is. A messenger. Messenger. That's the definition. So stop thinking about it as an image. Stop it. Messenger. That's the one that's in the abyss. Hell, remember? The one that's locked in the pit. World War II. Adolf. And now it's being revealed as a spiritual Antichrist. And they believe that computers can learn. And so that's the new false flag. Project Blue Book covered this, just some of this fake tech and all this, doing this NASA. It's just, NASA is not a space agency, right? Not a straight answer, you know, like space farce, you know, or force. This is all play on words. There's no, Father's a word. We're locked in the firmament. That's as easy it is to decode and just rip somebody's head off. You'll know. If they don't understand the firmament, then if somebody understands firmament, they do not probably have any, well, I hope they're at least that far. There's no such thing as aliens. We're locked in here. Gods don't come from the sky. You're an idiot. That's why he divorced his bride Israel. They're doing the same thing again. Celebrating. We're not supposed to celebrate anything. No, we're not. Not a single day. Not one single day are we supposed to, especially birth. There's only 2 birth dates in all the scripture. Not the Bible. That means book. You know, it wasn't written on paper. People are lost. So don't listen to people. They think because you don't have a paper degree or letters, or they don't even understand letters. They mix them up. That's perverted. Don't add, take, twist, warp. It's easy to unzip anybody when you have the word in your heart. It's written on the hearts of the bride. Tables. Remember, sup with vipers. It was written on tablets, right? And then altars with sacrifice of blood. Now we sup on tables of our hearts. It was on stone. All this is fulfilled, but they don't have it. It's a blessing to be shown it. Don't boast because you know, but go out and put that light at the top of your house and let it shine. Pride is above another. I'm not saying that I'm some kind of perfect saint. I'm a servant. I am a saint. You better have that blood being on, you know, that baptismal blood that he wants your garments washed white, clean, in the blood of the Lamb. How are you going to get your garment washed white with blood? It's spiritual blood. Baptizo, remember? Blood, pitch, stain, dye, not water. Hello. Is there anybody out there? Oh, this is a psychosis, huh? People, don't listen to these people. Don't listen to anybody but that, you know, the word, that book. He's the word. Listen to that word. Don't listen. He said, don't listen to your eyes. That's idolatry, imagery, pornea, idolatria. And the end of the, you know, this is, we're in the pages of the last book of Revelation. It's not the end of the world. It's the beginning of sorrows. Their agape will be pornea. Pornea is idolatry. They're lovers of their own self-laws and self-rule, and they got their own personal Jesus. How about that? Little transgender Jesus. Little cracker baby Jesus. Christmas. Satan's. Apollyon. Jesus Christ is Satan's sun god, but people can't figure it out. There's no J's in the Testament of the old or new, but we won't fight over a letter. It's all the letters, all of them when he means name. He doesn't mean one. He means every stinking one. Well, 3, God, that's a title. So people are idiots. They get washed down by religion. So study the word, every word, one word at a time, define it, or you don't know what the hell you're talking about, period. Is a dot, they think they're living on it. NASA came in and blew it up with helium, and now they live on that ball spinning at 1,040 miles an hour. You couldn't be more screwed up. Oh, wait, we're spinning on the ball in the third rock block dimension. I'm not sorry for anything. I apologize when I think about ball or geometry, I think about square, like locked in a cage, So anyways, okay, they're spinning on a ball planet at 1,040 miles an hour. Third rock in the third dimension, 33, in the third dimension from the sun, corkscrewing. I already told you that word is perverted. You can't add, take, twist, warp, Godspeed or warp speed from the sun. Third rock from the sun, corkscrewing through time and space. And again, my question at that point, if you have any kind of understanding, now we're not going to talk about shapes. Have you ever know what the heliocentric model is, or they got their flat or ball, or I don't do that. That's stupid. That's just dumb. It really is. It's just quite childish. But anyways, yeah, to know the models, you're okay. We'll go over it one more time. So you're on a ball. Okay, I apologize for saying block. Okay, I'm not sorry about anything. So I just think of third dimension. I think of a block in a cage. So anyways. All right, never mind. So third rock from the sun, third dimension, on a ball, spinning at 1,040 miles an hour, corkscrewing through time and space. That's the heliocentric model. Then why do you need to go to space? You're already in space. You got to be out of your mind to fall for something so childish. The Constantine, the constellations. Oh, careful. Yeah. Says the stars could be corrupted. The constellations are constant. You're an idiot. You don't know anything about the firmament. The stars declare, right? Stars declare in that firmament the handiwork of the Father, right? Yeah. Heavens are not above your head. Heavens declare the glory of God. God, they're star God, right? Jesus Christ, the star on top of the tree, sun, grove, and tree, Moloch, Baal in the grove, that's Satan. Jesus Christ, the Son God, the one Trump has his house decorated with. So, it just, you know what I'm saying? It don't make no sense. These people are so, if you look at the heliocentric model, you'd realize you were already in space. Why would you need to go to space? You're already in space. So, it's just hilarious. It's people, whatever. And then you got these flat people. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. We fly over a planet, right? And never nose down. Oh, maybe they do know what they're talking about. But let's not talk about shapes in here, right? It's stupid, man. So anybody who falls, like I said, for the word planet, they're already done. They're done. They've been frontal lobotomized. Take that round noggin, cranium, whatever they got, and just spinning around like a top. They're spinning at 1,040 miles. Do you look up? Is that what you see? Oh, but the water's sticking. Let's not do this. You know what I'm saying? They're already gone. They're gone. Just leave them alone. Don't fight with people. It's like trying to, the letter J. There's no J in Jesus in Hebrew. But yeah, I know that. But why argue over a letter? You already sold out. He said all of the letters when he meant name. He didn't mean God, Jesus, Yeshua, Yahweh. This is stupid, man. People are lost. And the biggest thing where most people get lost is they just don't define and take the time to define one word at a time. That's where Father pulled me to him through, actually, with the help of Brother Jim, is just defining the words, man. He is the word. He's not anything else. He's not a book. He's not the physical things you see. And on his word, he warned you about all these things. Don't fall for anything you see. And that's all dirt. God doesn't want you to love dirt. He wants you to love Hulkadesh, spirit without, right, flesh. Father, I am. The Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost, the Word. He is the Word. Father is the Word. Christ is the Word in flesh. The anointed, the one who was anointed in oil, right? That he said have extra oil, right? He became the high priest of the church. That, table of showbread, candle, 7 stars, the 7 candlesticks, the altar of incense. All this, it was performed in a. These were traditions. And remember, all this has been blotted out. We're not doing any of these things anyways now. We're not under, you can eat what you want. You can't do what you want, but you can eat what you want. Remember, he made all things clean. There's certain things, I don't eat any pork, then I don't sound like these stupid earthly idiots. Earth didn't below your feet. Earth is the rule. Heavens is the ruling class. He had his heavens, his high priest, his pride, his masters, pride. And that's all been severed. We're all hados under this same covenant now. So Jew, Gentile, man, woman, black, white, brown, red, and yellow. But it's a tiny bit of everybody. Most people go to hell because they go through the wide gate. Narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate. Narrow. That's why Donald Trump said, well, I'm inventing a microscopic line of camels and I'm sparing no expense. because he likes to mock Christ. That's what he built a 58-story tower, the Antichrist Tower. Satan, the sun god, Mithra in Manhattan, he had a 58-story tower, right? In Babylon, in Babylon. I did that on purpose. So. Right, but those aren't the holidays that people celebrate anymore. Nisan and Feast of the and gatherings and the Feast of Tabernacles and the Feast of Trumpets and all that. They don't celebrate. They celebrate pagan sun god. Catholicism is Satanism. That is the Yule wheel of the Hallows Eve, All Hallows Eve, and at the equinox. That's not, yeah, that's that. There are, but they're not. Remember, they're not in Scripture. These aren't scriptural holidays. These are Satan pagan holidays and have nothing to do with Scripture. And this is exactly why Father Baal in the Grove. Oh, I didn't want to get up and do this, but I will for just a second. Look, everybody celebrates this. Period. They all celebrate this. That's it. That's it. I don't need to say anything else. This is what they celebrate right here. Jesus Christ. They put the light on top of the Christmas tree. This is the sun god. This New Year's is not in the middle of the winter. This is a pagan calendar, lunar calendar of the birthing of the sun god Satan, Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of the winter in a manger. This is Satanism. This is Catholicism. This is Christianity. So what they have done is perverted the calendar. We know that the New Year does not start in the middle of the winter. They birthed their sun god, Moloch, which was Esau's brother, who he killed and stole his inheritance. So, yes, this is they thought there was a goddess of heaven spinning the pole or the North Star around. The Big Dipper was going around. This is where this cup and handle are at. This swastika is where this cup and handle. This has nothing to do with Adolf. He inverted this and knew exactly. This is just like Trump. He does the same thing. This is what Trump represents right here. He is not the seventh king. He is revealing the coming of the eighth king, which is actually being revealed as we speak. World War II equals World War III. Everything Trump is doing is what Adolf did. He's mirroring exactly. If you go look exactly to the T, the federalizing of the DC and everything, people are idiots. They don't forgotten their history. So this is Christianity, Christmas, of the sun god Satan, where they ate the Massey, the king of the Yuleware, where they ate the pagan for a week. They kinged him and knighted him, or they ate him. They had a lottery, and they filled him full of cum and fucked and sucked and hump and pump and dump ritual for a whole week on him to marinate him to eat his body on December 25th. Jesus Christ, Apollyon, Mithra, Satan. He got a bunch of names, but names. See, you can't even like this one word, alien. See that? That's a word. There's no such thing as aliens. Alien, that is a word. And father is the word. So if you tell me that my father is an alien, I'm going to throw your ass out of here. Ass means you can't learn. There's no gods in the sky. They thought the sun was dying at the equinox, right? Equal day, equal night. At 9, these are their sound. All Hallows Eve. This was the Saturnalia. First, the Feast of the Yule, Feast of the Saturnalia, the Sacrament of the Mass. This is Satanism. Christianity, Catholicism, the deadly head wound that was healed. We're not to do this. The two pontiffs outlawed this. Is Satanism. Okay? So this is this. Yep. At the equinox, they thought the sun was dying. This is your little, whatever I got all messed up, but this is your yin yang symbol. It's the same symbol with a little bit of light coming into a darker, same thing. Yin yang. This is this, and people are idiots. They get all crazy about this. They're idiots because they believe in aliens and Project Blue Book, that fallen angels gave Adolf fallen angel technology. That's a technology that's been around long before Adolf, long before. This is Tartary. This is million-year-old technologies. You think the first time we had a computer is just numbers. That's all a computer is. Whether you think it or not, 0101, you're in some matrix, right? So this is all, brothers and sisters, this is Moloch. Moloch was Esau's brother. Remember, Esau was Cain. Cain was the one that was left out of the lineage. He stole his brother's inheritance. Moloch is Satan, Krampus, Santa. Eat your kids, throw your kids in the fire, have sex with your kids. Remember, Tammuz was the son of Satan. And when Satan died, Satan is Christmas. Remember, Ishtar is the star goddess, who had sex with her son Tammuz. This is where you get Joe Biden, Donald Trump with the fake Jews, and Muslims who can't keep their hands to themselves and marry kids, because it's the Quran that was written by Catholics. Catholics wrote the Quran. People who are Catholic, Muslims don't even know what they're talking about. They're a Christian without a sun god. Well, they do their other Allah and their Moloch worship, well, whatever, the star, the crescent moon. Look at all their flags. The crescent moon is Semiramis, the one who had sex with her son, and they had sex like rabbits. Silly rabbit tricks of her kids. The New Year just starts in the middle of winter, April Fools. Spring, fertility goddess, fertility. Tammuz, remember he loved rabbits, and they had sex like rabbits. Silly rabbit tricks of her kids. So they play this on April Fools. There's 10 is Decami. That's December, right? December is the 10th month. They perverted this to align all the calendar, and everybody's doing this right now. So everybody knows a Satanist because everybody's doing this. Everybody thinks they're spinning on a ball. Oh, wait, hold on. They're spinning on a ball, corkscrewing through. Come on. The constellations debunk both those models, guys. You know what I'm saying? These people don't pay attention to anything, and they're banking on people's ignorance. This is Satanism. Any religion that you go after goes the same, by the same. This is the deadly head wound that was healed by Constantine. He thought he was going to lose his ass to these Gothic tribes, these Vandals and Visigoths and Ostrogoths, all these tribes that were going after this Baal and the Grove. Baal is sun worship. Grove is tree worship. Moloch was the tree god. You call him Jesus Christ. Satan, the sun god Apollyon. So, yeah. Yes, there we go. From the time of the Hebrew or Judaic period, or right into the Gregorian in the 12th century, or Constantine, where they rebranded and made this book called a Bible. There is words you can study, but the Council of Nicaea said, "Oh shit, we're gonna lose our empire." He was slaughtering Christians. These Gothic tribes were slaughtering Christians. He said, "Shit, I'm gonna lose my ass. I better do something quick." He said, "Look, we'll let all you pagan gods into our church, and with your cross and your Ankh and your Mary and your Horus and your Isis." That's where Christ comes from. Horus and Isis. That's what that is. Samarius, these northern, like Nordic tribes, they were going after the same. This is why God split the tribes, and the 10 tribes went after this when Ahab married Jezebel, and she had taught this to the children, and they spread this all out to the northern like wildfire. They got this story about dudes that are like 50 foot tall, slamming magic school buses into women that are 5 foot frames, telling people there's fallen angels, creating the Nephilim. Nephilim is the word bully. Bullshit! Demon is what it is. A distributor of fortunes or lies. They used to pray their little gods, deities, demons, and have a burnt offering of a man and try to communicate with him for fortunes. This is fucking Christmas. These people are idiots. Rebranded under another name. The sacrament of the Mass. They still do it today. They still do it tomorrow. They'll do it. What is it, Friday? I don't know what day it is. I don't care what day it is, but okay, it is Saturn Day. It is Saturn Day. Saturn Day. Saturn Day. Saturn Day. Saturn Day. Saturday. That's all right. It's all right. Woo! So they're pagans. They all celebrate this birth of the sun god in the middle of the winter, Jesus Christ. And we're not even supposed to celebrate even one single day. The worst day you could ever celebrate in your whole entire being would be the birth of oneself, and especially the birth of the sun god, Satan, and call him Jesus Christ. So, no, that's just a translation. It's a translation. Isis, come on, you don't overdo it, Josh. You obviously have some study. You know who that is. That's just a translation of the sun god. He's the Hamashiach. He hung from a tree, born in Bethlehem. Go back to the lineage. Begotten. Remember the begottens, and that will help you so you can get all this. It's been a lot of years, man, and there's been thousands. Obviously, you've done some study. That's why you got to stick to the base. Go back. You know what you Judaic and Hebrew, and just stick to the base. Don't be biased. These things, there's why there's begottens are in there. There's why that lineage that was left out. Hello, Cain. We always marry truth to a lie. That's exactly Ahab married Jezebel. Now they got this story of fallen angels with magic school bus sized cocks slamming women that are 5 foot tall and Creighton. They don't even fit. Come on. Oh, it's angelic. It's shut up. Angels are the word messenger. Outstanding. Well, that's good, Josh. Most people, we are way ahead of most people, you know. And like I said, just stick with what the calendar, you know, meaning they perverted. You know what they did. Does New Year start in the middle of the winter? You should be able to look over the sky and go, wait a second. Are we sitting on some spinning ball? All this is nonsense. This is all the trickery of Satan, which is the adversary to get people, you know. I mean, the word forward is perverted. They think they're spinning on a planet, and it doesn't even say the word planet one time. They don't say the word Lucifer one time, and they've got these genres, generation of people call themselves Luciferian. It's not even a word. It doesn't exist in the scripture like planet. Some of these things have been added, but planet doesn't exist in scripture. Where does that say planet? The word Lucifer was added one time way later, but it wasn't part of scripture. It's not biblical. It's not scriptural. You know what I'm saying? And then you get dumb fucking idiots like this. This is why I hate this dumb fucking world I live on. Look at this. If you've been in here, Josh, look at this fucking sellout. Already sold out. You talk about anything and they got this dumb fucking idea that they think they know something. Fuck off, Jez. Really, go fuck yourself. Serious. Go spin on a fucking planet somewhere else, please. Don't do flat around in here. Serious, you don't probably better you don't even open up your mouth and say another thing. You might be quiet. There he goes. Oh my gosh. Fucking people. Don't worry about it. You can't turn a goat. Remember, Father has already chose. Everybody you know is evil. Just start out with that. Everybody you know is evil. Start that way. Maybe you can work your way backwards a little bit. So they don't want to listen, Josh. They don't want to listen. And they fly over a plane at Josh and never nose down, huh? Dude, I want to talk about that. See, it's deception. That's exactly. You can't have any kind of conversation with people. I know both models. If you can talk about both models, I might have a conversation with you like you studied. You know, people don't want to, oh no, is this what it is? The science said it's global warming. We're all going to die. The children are never going to see snow again. The ice polar cap's going to melt and the polar bears are all going to die. Oh no, you're not a scientist, Josh. Can't talk about this. Nope, you got to get out of here, Josh. You're not Bill Nye, the science guy. Why are you not working for NASA? Not a space agency. Not a straight answer out of these people ever, right? So appreciate just having a mindset, you know. Jesus is Satan, the sun god, Mithra. You can give him whatever fucking name you want. Don't split hairs in here. I'll throw your ass right at her. You don't want to learn? You want to open up your fucking brain skull? Get out of here. I'll split your wig real for you. When your action's leaking on the cement right there, well, when you're leaking on the cement, you're going to see what I meant. So take your plain, flat, round bullshit talk of what you think you know what the fuck. You don't need to say one word. I'll give you 2 words and ask you 2 words. If you don't know them, you're going to get the fuck out of here. About that. Come in here. Think you know some kind of lineage. You don't know the Yuga Kali cycles. It's a 6 extinction event right now. What the fuck are you going to do about that? How about the Deagle maps that say 200 million Americans are going to be gone by the end of your fucking pagan decamai? Put your hands up. 10th month, 12th year, or 12th month calendar. 12 fucking months in a year. You fucking spinning ball cap, dumb fucking flat and round idiots fighting over letters. Anything else? Hey, fucking speak up. I want to toss your ass out of here. Simmer down. Go fuck yourself, Monte Cristo. Your fucking sandwich with ham and turkey and cheese. Little fucking bread. Little patty cake with egg. Little sweet cinnamon. Monte Cristo. Rage. Oh my goodness. Rage. Go fuck yourself. It says the heart is continuously filled with wickedness. I don't rage in my heart, you dumb fucking idiot. You don't know me from fucking Adam's apple. Like Manshell Obama. My 2 witnesses. What happened to the 13-month there, Dragon? Well, they got to twist everybody and put everybody on a 12-month calendar like this dumb fuck and make it think he's spinning on a ball. Wouldn't know the difference between passion and anger. And this guy wants me to take a dirt nap, wants to put me to bed. See, these people are fucking Satanists. They want you to go to sleep, take a dirt nap, and go to hell, right? Hell's not below your feet. Oh, you know what you know what that word's even called, Kevin, you dumb fuck? Tell me what the word's called. You don't even know what you're talking about. Tell me the exact Greek word, or you're out of here, Kevin. You don't know any words in Scripture. It's not Bible. There's no such thing as Bible. That's what do you mean? Look at you're so fucking ignorant, you fucking puke. Look at this. I'm gonna fucking make you eat your own fucking words, man. I love doing this to people. Where do we got the? Where do you get us some rejected text? You think you know what the hell you're? Don't say anything else, Kevin. Be quiet, or you're gonna fire you out. Or you say anything else, you're gone. I won't even give you the time to even give you the blessings that show you these. If that's you, you're out of here. Okay, good. So, see this word you use, Bible? That thing was written on paper, you dumbass. So don't speak up and say a fucking thing to me. Okay? You don't have any idea what you're talking about. Or the letters. Shem is name. Not, and that means all the letters in this book. So you need to simmer down because it doesn't say fucking book. Bible is the word book. Okay? You're a dumb fuck. Oh, maybe you're not. Maybe you can learn. Maybe you cannot be stubborn and be taught. Like it says, reproof and go over, but this ain't about, it's the word or gay. Quick to judgment, quick to anger, quick to wrath. But you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So slow down and I might be able to give you a lesson. He said, call no man teacher. That is the word prophet. But if you speak any other words that are not, see, there's rejected text. This is written on stone. And you're out of your mind to speak up here and say another thing in here. I'm going to put a word on you. And he's still speaking. Damn my chat. Damn you. Damn, I was teaching this ass and he, oh, Father, why you got to do that by my chat? And you're getting out of here too. All you keep saying is the same thing. Your messages keep getting monitored because you're just swine. So, brothers, sisters, you might want to pay attention. These were not written. Remember, Constantine, as I was just talking with Josh in here, who's not an ass, okay, who's obviously studied. These were written on not paper. Remember, Constantine was killing Christians, and so were these Gothic tribes. And then they turned this into what was now called a book. What you call Bible is the word book. And it wasn't written on paper. It was written on stone. So don't come in here. I don't know what the hell you're smoking, whether you're smoking that electric dragon dick that China sends out with the glycol, with you got a frontal lobotomy, and that's been genetically modified, and they put that embalming fluid, and that's why you don't even think about what the hell you're saying before you say it. I'm not going to let you change even one letter. It's not Bible, okay? That shows me your ignorance. If you put the word Bible, I know you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This is never written on paper. It never was. It was written on tablets of stone. He thought he was going to lose his empire to those Gothic and Vandal tribes. So he created what you know as this modern written, and I have the version right here, the 12th century book that was canonized by Constantine, where they defined every word that was in that book in the 12th century. And you think you know what the fuck you're talking about, and I got all the words from the 12th century? That's a long time ago. You ever know what translation is? That's the opposite of transliteration. That means you made up your own version. You literally made. You can't change a jot. You know what that is? Well, a punctuation. How about a yod? A letter or the definition. That's the word aletheia. If you leave the aletheia, the truth, the definition, you leave the truth. So you don't use a lexicon. You don't use a concordance. You don't use your sword app. You ain't going to make a second in here. I will not let you change a single word that's in the scriptures, the scroll tablets, because now it's on my heart. I don't need these books to speak these books. I've studied and I'll continue to study them, but I won't let you change a single letter in here. There's only one gospel. You change even a period, that's the other gospel. Come in here, test yourself. Go ahead, step up. Let's test your preps too, because said he's been preparing for over 2,600 years and he's not done preparing yet. Maranatha, until he said, I return, have your loins girded in my service. So let's go back and see if anybody I could call you sometime and smoke you. Just gives me a few hours on my way back from Colorado. What is this person talking about? Hold on, let's go back here. Let's see. Let me go back here. So anybody want to go ahead and test yourself on this book and anything else? I'd be willing to fellowship with you. But if you're a swine, I'll just take you out of here. I don't want to sit here and have low energy swine in here where you're going to sit here and interrupt this chat. I'm preparing for the right now Project Blue Book, which is going to unalive 200 million Americans before the end of the year. So, okay. Eric's, what the heck? What happened to my chat? Hold on. Basic instructions before leaving Earth. The Bible. There we go. Good stuff, Joe. I like that. That's what I call the Bible. Basics. But then there's no Earth, remember, because Earth is the rule, but it does have some validity to it. So Man existing in this realm is aggravated. He's so angry. Okay, goodbye, Evan. Evan wouldn't know the difference between passion and anger. Okay. So they already did. Do you know how many translations there have been? Evan, you don't know what you're talking about. I can already tell you. You don't. Get Evan out of here. So I'm not clogging this chat up. I only have so many days for the end of this pagan lunar calendar for 2025. So, could let that one go. Colossians, you can put Colossians in here or Corinthians, okay? Anything you want there, Mork, but you need to put the scripture so other people don't know everybody's scripture. I still to this day and haven't studied on it daily, but please, if you're going to put scripture in here, put the text with it because not everybody knows which text. Oh, you did right behind. Damn this darn chat. Okay, but you got to know those words. That doesn't say love in scripture. The text I have it doesn't say love. It says agape. So just so you know. Upper one of those. Yeah, well, this is all the, like I said, remember, Dragon, this is all the stuff we were warned to stay from, the mystery schools, the mystery secrets, all the writings. It's in the scripture to stay away. That's why I only teach in here the canonized Constantine. Every word was taken out to find just the 66. I got all the others here. We need to stay out of that. You need to focus on the gospel. It's a gospel-based channel only, Dragon, so you know. All right, that's okay. Jesus taught us in Colossians that without love, we're lost. Okay, but you got to know what, Mork, you got to know what love is, okay? You don't got to know what Jesus, you don't know who Jesus is. I guarantee, I don't think you know who Jesus is, Mork, just so you know. And it sounds like you know scripture, but I'm telling you, I don't know anybody hardly ever that, I mean, I can test you if you like and see if you know who the Hamashiach is. So, which Eric, which Enoch? Eric, don't talk of these other books. I'll throw you out of here. We only talk about the canonized gospel. I mean, you can make a mention, okay, but obviously I know that, but we stick to. I won't throw you out there right away, but remember, which Enoch? There's more than one Enoch. You guys need to slow down and see gospel based. I won't allow you to stay in this ministry. You're not allowed here. This is a gospel only based channel, period. And any change to the gospel is the other gospel. So if you can't tell me the gospel and teach it in here, I won't stand here. I don't care. You can know everything in that book. That's head knowledge. Remember, you have to put legs on faith. Belief is an action word. It's a verb, maranatha, until I return. So you got to be able to speak the gospel to even be in here. I'm not kidding. I'll throw you out of here. 99% of religions are evil. All most people, everybody I know who thinks they know the Hamashiach, can test you real quick. If you think you know who Christ is, I can give you just a couple words. You better slow down on these words that you speak, because these words you speak aren't in my book. There's no such thing as love. It says agape. It doesn't say love. And that, remember, phileo, there's more, that's, brotherless worldly love. And that's why he said to Peter, I'm not asking you if you phileo me, Peter. Do you agape me? Your book says love. You're reading the wrong book. My book doesn't say love. My book says agape. Scratch yours out until you get the accepted text. So who do you think Christ is? Christ is the word in flesh. Eric, you don't know who Christ is? See, that's okay. Christ is the word in flesh. Christ is I am. He said before Abraham was I am. Remember, David declared him the lamb, which make father of the ram. I know exactly who he is. He's the one who hung on a tree, not on a cross. Nobody hung on crosses. Nobody carried crosses. That's pagan and Satanist, and that's has nothing to do with the scriptures. That's this swastika Jesus, Satan, the sun god, Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of the winter. Those words never written in the text. There's no such thing as Jesus. That word doesn't exist. Christ, that doesn't exist. Lord, that doesn't exist. Earth is not below your feet. All these things, you screw up one thing in this text and you are already an antichrist. That's who you are. You don't understand the text. You want to get up all your own Jesus and do your own. So he said many. So most enter by the broad way, enter through the wide gate. Very few. Oligos is the word. O-L-I-G-O-S. You better start going back and studying your Greek. Stop adding. Old Jewish book written in Greek, Old Testament written in Hebrew, canonized version where they pulled out every word and defined it, period. Period, 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 period. You don't know Christ unless you actually start going back. You need to study cultures, customs, maps. Most people know the other Christ. Most people are anti-Christ. I can tell you, if you celebrate anything, you're an anti-Christ. Any one single day, you have no idea the covenant he made with his bride. You just ripped it down from the tree and you put yourself under the Old Testament where the wage of one sin is death, and don't think anything has changed, because under this New Testament, New Covenant, you add one single period. That's the word jot. It's death. Nothing's changed. Don't think that this is some easy Jesus forgiveness to get up off your ass and carry your cross. Nobody carried crosses, Jesus. So you better start defining every word. Parable and an idiom, an idiot, and an idiot. There's these words, you're lost. I'm telling you, you better start studying the maps, okay? You better stop thinking that these words, you know what these words, you better just find them in the words they were written in. Translation, even from Old Testament to New Testament, changes. So you need to transliterate, right? And that changes as well. If you think you're not studying out of the old lexicon, Hebrew lexicon, you don't know what you're talking about. Any idea, like I said. So it's a test. Go ahead, step up. Tell me you know Jesus. Let's give you a test. I'll see if any, and I guarantee I don't think any in here even know Christ. You know, not of Nazareth. Remember, he wasn't born in Nazareth. Remember, nothing good could come of Nazareth. All these people, Jesus of Nazareth, shut up. You have never sat down and even looked at just the begottens that are in the beginning of the book, the lineage. So he was the Lion from the tribe of Judah. So anyways, if you're going to put scripture in here, any quote the scripture, you need to put the scripture, because not everybody, it's for a lesson. Everybody's got to be reproofed with the word. That's what it says. Go and Timothy, add to your faith. You know, that's all we're doing in here. Nobody's changing anything. God created all things. No free will, no luck. Didn't come here by chance. Can't be saved. You got to die to be saved. So go ahead. Who knows Christ? Who thinks they know Christ? Let's see if you know Christ. We'll start giving you some little tests. Don't worry. It's written on the heart of the bride. It's chosen already from the foundation of the world. You're either chosen or you're a vessel of wrath fitted for destruction. Vessels of mercy. Horizo. He already divided his light from the dark, and he pulls us from our dark sin flesh to his horizo. From born from above, not again. Don't be born again. There's no thing being born again. You're not spinning on a planet. God's not in the sky. Heaven's not above your head. Hell's not below your feet. Testing. Anyone think they know Christ? Bam! They all bailed out of here. Good. Get them out of here. All right. Anyways, let's talk about Project Blue Book. That's fine. I'm not trying to turn goats into sheep. So, not possible. You can only have your name blotted out of the book by self-will, not free will. You did it to yourself. You sent yourself to hell. Hell's not below your feet. Hell's the word knowledge. No knowledge. It's it. It's not anything else. Stop making it something it's not. So that's the problem. People make their own versions. That's the word idolatry. That's why he divorced his bride. Things they saw, they went after their eyes, not after the word. He's not anything you see. He's never going to be anything you see. He was flesh, but he took that flesh to be with Father. Now he won't come back. He won't get flesh when you die. And people are afraid to die because they haven't lived enough. And they're going to keep their flesh after they die. Because if you think you die and go to the sky, you come back in a new body with flesh, you don't read the word. Father, if he's going to prepare a place where his Father's house is at, which is Whole Kadesh Spirit, it's not in a temple, it's inside of us, because the body is the temple. Father's inside us, not in the sky. And you think you're going to go to the sky, you're probably going to go to the sky, you're probably going to get raptured out of here, and that's not even a word that even exists one time in Scripture. So they're going to do their deception, and they're going to unalive 200 plus million Americans before the end of the year. And it's not just American, it's these European, more predominantly what you might want to call, I don't do like races, but white nations. So boy, all those people in here thought they knew Jesus. Boy, they dumped out of here real quick, didn't they? Good. Father, narrow is the way. Prepare ye the way. Hodosis, the word narrow, right? Our way. So the narrow way, to see be in the same narrow way as Christ. You ain't doing what he did, then you are not going to be with Father. You're a meek will inherit the earth, not weak. And you need to read this word. Make sure you don't add anything to it, because if you do, I've done it. Been there, done that. And I make sure the words that I speak, I know the words that are coming out of my mouth. So what the hell is that all about? Why would, and there's, I don't, that's fine. That's conversation. That's just a stupid, you play stupid games, you get stupid prizes. But where is that saying anything about that in Scripture? Where was Christ he didn't have breast. He was a man, birth of the virgin. Remember, this is not, there's no, why do these people come up with this? So they just love to add, you know, they just like to add, you know, Baphomet Jesus. How about that? Three gender Jesus. They got all different kinds of Jesus, but Christ was the Word in flesh, and he was a man, and we are the bride, and he is the bridegroom. So he's not any kind of other gender. Father doesn't have flesh. That's why he birthed a flesh vessel through the Pisces, through the age, through a birth of a king, through the celestial firmament. He not only birthed the Hamashiach, the king, through Melchizedek and the morning star, to go from fire to water, which Herod knew to have the firstborn. So the Magi knew that the coming of the king was declared in the firmament. Hello. And we left the age of fire into the age of Pisces. Deception. So, this is powerful. Do you understand how powerful this firmament markers are? And that these people don't even, they think you can go to this clock above your head. And so now they've got this transgender Jesus, Baphomet, Baal in the Grove, and they've now perverted this. God has no feminine spirit. Father birthed a flesh vessel through the Pisces. Christ has not breast, nor flesh, nor a uterus, or a matrix, because that's the word. Vagina is the first to penetrate the matrix. These people, they live in the matrix. The matrix is the woman's, pass through the water. He had to birth a flesh vessel through the water, through the amniotic fluid. We've all come into this birth, into this flesh through water, correct? He didn't have flesh. He had to make it through the amniotic fluid. People are idiots. They don't understand how powerful what I just told you is. Not only did he birth an age from fire to water, it birthed the age of water, which was the age of deception. He had to birth a flesh vessel through the amniotic fluid because he doesn't have flesh. Father's flesh, the word in flesh. Father is the word in flesh, Shiloh, the one that will return and stand before, because he is not three in one God. He is three separate gods. Hokadesh, Holy Spirit, Christ, the word in flesh, and Father I am. Not all three in one. That's their son God, Satan. That's why they mock with the three gods. And the horns, like the ram, like the goat, it mirrors. It's a mirror. It's a Gemini. But it's the other side. You heard goats or sheep. I mean, I'll eat both of them, but you don't eat human flesh. That's the Mass, Jesus Christ. The Mass, the eating of the flesh of the human. That's what that is. The Christ Mass. Christ anointed in the oil, the ones that they rubbed them in oil and bathed them in sex and wines and cheeses and ate them after a week of an orgy Jesus. So why do people come up with the fact that he has feminine spirit? Because that's Baphomet, that's Satan, that has breast, both man, beast, and woman. Father doesn't have any feminine spirit. The feminine spirit is the bride. That is the temple. That is me. I'm a bride. So you calling me some kind of feminine, or I'm in touch with my feminine side, but remember, I'm all man. Look at that. You want to mess with me? You want to fuck with me? I look at that testosterone level in this guy. Why is this guy so, look at that, like somebody cut off that whole finger over there. So don't call my father an alien. Don't tell me he has any flesh. That'll piss me off if you tell me Father has flesh, because I get to go be with Father without flesh. I don't want this flesh. If you see how much I don't like this flesh, if I've been here, you know that. I don't want this flesh. This flesh don't define me. Nothing I've ever owned or seen or heard. What I am is Hokadesh, like Father. I am spirit in his, image. But you're in flesh, and I'm not. We're not supposed to be in flesh. We're supposed to live like we don't have it anyways. He said, cut it off in Paul's writing, circumcise it, come out of her, my people. Be in it, but be not of it. You're not even supposed to be in it now. You're supposed to be living like you don't live in it now. It's supposed to be suffering like he did. It's supposed to be doing what he did. So that was pretty good. We had I think we had about 12 or 13 people in here. I said, test yourself. Come on up. Let's see if you know Jesus Christ. They all bailed. Down to none. Boom. Elsa came back and I had one. So careful. Father doesn't have any feminine spirit. The spirit, the Hokadesh spirit would be the bride if there was any, and that's how he birthed a flesh vessel, so he can, but Christ didn't have breasts. So it's a question I can answer with hopefully a substantial amount of evidence to show you that Father doesn't have flesh. He birthed a flesh vessel to fulfill the Gentile nation. People don't even know why he had to fulfill the law, the celebrations, the rituals, and now what was written on stone and tablets and physical is now not physical. If you covet another man's wife, is on our hearts. It's not, and he's inside of us as spirit, not flesh. So they go to physical temples and celebrate physical gods and physical rituals and do all these physical things of this, world, like this guy right here, Andrew, who's obviously very guilty and can't hold himself back. He's probably got a whole file. Check that guy's IP address. See if he's got a whole file full. Probably a pedophile in a pod, just like his, it come out of his mouth. He couldn't hold himself back. So, yeah, see, that's saying, do you understand why Father had no feminine spirit? Father didn't have flesh. He birthed the flesh vessel. He had to fill the Gentile nation. So, my pronouns. Pronouns. You mean like for? Yeah, let me she, they, them titties. That's my pronouns. How about that? Let me she, them titties, Jesus. Titty Jesus. Does that work for you? Booby Jesus. Blue booby Jesus. Blue booby Jesus. Blue booby Jesus. I'm getting better at that. That's my pronouns. I need to put those in the, right? Let me she, they, them titties. Well, see, I already got it. Okay, that's my pronouns, man. I want to see, say, let me she, they, them titties. All right. Guys, I need to eat some. Hold on, let me heat up this thing. I'll make some tacos. Ryan got that. Is that all right? I'm talking about Baphomet, right? Let me she, they, them. I got to be the proper pronouns there, or they'll tell you you're bender gending, or gender bending, bender gending, or gender bender, or whatever. Transgender bender. The three booby Jesus, blue booby Jesus, blue booby Jesus, blue booby Jesus. We need to make that into a rap song. Blue booby Jesus. Thanks for coming in. Hold on, I'm going to heat up this burger that I made last night. I'm going to make some more tacos. Blue booby Jesus. Oh, Jesus. How would be thy Jesus? Oh my gosh, we're going to do this, guys. Let's try to do this. I think we can do this. We'll try it. This is what's called reproof in the word. How many tacos do we want? Taco Bell. My Taco Bell. That's what you are, my big Taco Bell. I love you, Mr. Tango Tago. Tango Tago. Ain't your big old bago. You're my best big that ever did best, but you're not getting any tacos. No, you guys already had your breakfast. Break fast. Time for Dad to get some food. Oh, I need to eat. Okay, we gotta get our cabbages and get out the queso. Oh, blue transgender Jesus. Oh, my blue Smurfette, Papa Smurf Jesus. Oh, my avatar Jesus. All right. Yes.
Father, for the bounty and the abundance. Be abundant. Be fruitful. All right. Try to get this heated up. Probably let that sit for a minute. All right, so base camp for Operation Blue Book till the end of the year. Super hyper focused on not be one of the 200 million Americans that are unalived by fake aliens by Operation. Everybody thinks it's called Blue Beam. There's no such thing as Operation Blue Beam. That's not a thing. It shows you how deceived people already are. Like they think they're spinning on a planet. So I'm going to help you come to the right understanding, BIS knowledge on this. Alien is a word. Is this the next deception? Alien is a word. They think computers are alive, and now they think a virus is alive. And now if they think an alien is alive, and it doesn't even exist, and it's just a word, now they can think that those fallen angel technology, what it doesn't mean from the sky. I mean, this is something that is very obviously is make Operation Blue Balls. Okay, yeah, there we go. Operation Striptease. Operation, you're gonna have blue balls. You know, seriously, you're gonna strip the veil back on this stuff back too, brothers, sisters. Is because I 100%, you know, I feel certain now. I used to really be not, but there's already millions of robotic people that have neoprene sex dolls or those little ugly little babies walking around amongst us. They don't have to be full function in society, have sex with them. And, you know, they make them there where they can look. I seen some guy cutting one open the other day, and he was inserting something where they did the Kirk thing, showing that something could be inserted into a road. Just like I said, he did the forensics with this thing opened up, and it allowed the thing to do what it was, you know, to look like it had what he did. And that I already showed you that before that ever come out and said, hey guys, there's already robots walking amongst us. Stop it. You know, and they've been bringing these robots up into the sky. That's what NASA, so they can drop back down and say they're aliens. I mean, it's so easy. So, now, although in Operation Blue Book, not Beam, and Project, it's not Operation, it's Project Blue Book, Operation Nanook. See, these people get it wrong. They're going to mess this up, and they're banking on people's ignorance. They are banking on people who did not even take, guys. Do you know how fast you could have debunked the old Vidco? You know, the old, you had to get on the internet. You had to get off the internet. You had to go look through a library. You had to start going through old microbit. All you had to look up is a book on virology. And he could have debunked that whole Vidco. You know, the 311 virus, where it says in Revelation 3:11, no one take your crown, and they made the crown corona. Gosh, guys, that's insane. I've been trying to get everybody to look at this for so long. I've seen this coming a mile away. Miles away. Oh, man. We're having tacos for breakfast, baby. We're having breakfast tacos. Breakfast tacos. Breakfast tacos. I have abundance. Wish I could share tacos. I have more tacos. I wish I was sharing tacos with you. But we'll make some super tacos. Super tacos. All right. Tacos for Daisy. For Daisy. Okay. Now, we need to get some queso. Oh man, I didn't like cheese so much. Should stop eating cheese altogether, but I don't know if that's possible. I don't know. I love cheese. I love eggs. From my head down to my legs. All right, salsa. Where's the salsa? Salsa. Salsa. No. Oh man, we got tacos. Taco Bell. Taco. All right. I'll take a pause for the cause because I had to make some tacos. And make some tacos. Let me get a little backup plate here. Well, extra plates here. For lattes. All right. There we go. Taco. Oh, I love tacos. These are gringo tacos. Gringo tacos. That's not what my dad called them, but hold on. They're so cute too. Look, they're just little tacos. Thank you, Father, for bueno cabbage too. I like the cabbage. Instead of lechuga. Mm-hmm. Breakfast of champions. I love the smell of tacos in the morning. It reminds me of victory. Oh. Take go. Go. Mm-hmm. That beef is good. Beef. That's what's for breakfast. I don't eat pork. Breakfast is pork. Pizza is pork. They're leaking. They're leaking. We let our actions do the speaking. When you leak in on the cement, you're gonna see what we meant. Oh wow. I don't know if that's an easy thing or hard thing to do. I bet you it's harder, to sell something if you raise that. I don't know how long you had it. And we're pretty attached to our animals, especially something like a horse. But sometimes if it's just part of sometimes that's just what has to be done. You didn't go to the glue factory, right? No, I apologize. I should have said that. Not sending it off to the old Elmer. That's what my dad used to tell me. Mm. I'm telling you, good stuff, man. I love doing it, man. Every time I do that, that's one last government tracked, transaction. It is a free market. It's truly what we have is a free market. We come up to the table, we agree, we both leave happy. That is a free market, Ryan. It is. I like that. I'm saying I've always, Father's going to judge me on that. I know that, not participating in their system. They can't, they don't like horse traders. Oh no, God, man, no, pay your taxes, pay your fees on everything. You can't tax your trade. They don't like that. They want to tax everything. That's a true free market, brothers and sisters. Two people come to the table, they agree on a set two assets, and they exchange, and they both walk away happy. That's the way this should be. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. They kill it. Look at Mr. Warp Speed clip the dollar in a jiffy, didn't he? There, Mr. Popcorn, corn syrup god. Mr. Sugar Daddy. So listen, you guys, seriously, right now, it's a bit time consuming, but the copper penny 82 and older right now, and copper's can become the new silver. If you're looking at silver's about ready to break its all-time high of $50 and break out of the whatever. It's been held back forever. So I have a channel that's called Silver's Light Gold. You want some more information about economics, but copper's can become the new silver, guys. Listen to me. I'm not giving you any economic advice, but right now you can get copper pennies, brother, sister. People ain't even paying attention right now. Like Canada's penny's already gone. 82 or older. There's a split year there. So be careful. There's some pretty valuable pennies. Now, you can go through all your pennies, guys, and find insane amount of prices. I'm just telling you, wait. Numismatic. That's a term meaning it's more than the weight it is in the value of the metal. Okay? That's called numismatic. Oh, it's a special dime that's got an error. That makes it work. Get rid of those things and trade them in for weight. I'm not giving any economic advice. Go through your penny thing. You have apps now, guys. You can just stick it on the damn thing and scan these things like crazy and find those valuables. If you have time, you better be certain you're using your time value. But I'm telling you something right now you can do to make your time that's actually pretty wise. Nobody in America even gives a rat's ass about the penny. I give every cashier a hard time when I go up there with, cash, and just because I want them to know that this is going away. Or I always tell them they need to look for silver too. So it was just something I added to my arsenal. Because when I said they're going to take away the cash, now they've already clipped the penny. Listen to me, guys. This is a 1945 ritual. Listen to me. They did this in 1945. They took, tell me now, please, what was the excuse why they took the copper penny away? Do you even know? Remember, they did this during the COVID. They told them we had a chain shortage. We had a chain shortage. You know what I'm saying? Remember they told the people to turn in their change. Do you know what coin rolling is? Okay. All right, spin. You can weigh them. Okay, thank you, Wings. How much did it cost to make that? Now, it was clad. It wasn't even actually copper, right, Wings? It wasn't even copper because it wasn't in copper. It was zinc and clad. It wasn't, it's not even a real copper penny. I remember my son showed me with the, he had one of those heavy duty like torches, like whatever, like they use for like the dab torches. And he showed me, he's like, Dad, check this out. And he held up a copper, he had like a pair of needle nose pliers, and he held up a clad penny, 82 or older, and he put that thing, it turned all rainbow colors. Wow, it just turned into nothing, right? So, and then he hit that
copper penny, and that thing just sat there forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, and it didn't melt. You know, so these new things are not even actually copper. They said it cost too much. How much does it cost to make a nickel? Somebody look that up for me. We're going to show you something's not making sense. Something's not making sense. I'm not kidding, guys. Listen to what I'm telling you. And I'm trying to show you they're doing a ritual on you. There's not one other YouTuber, one other video vlogger pointing this out right now anywhere on YouTube. Because there's no other vlogger doing the 1945 923 ritual on YouTube. I didn't like them at first, but look at the price of gold now, Wings. Look at the price of gold. It's fractional gold. It's brilliant. It's fractional gold. Anytime you can break something down, it makes for different trading. You check this out. Ready, Wings? There's 14 dimes in a silver ounce, right? Think of fractional. You want an ounce. I got dimes. I'm going to come to you with 13 dimes, even though I have a dime in my pocket, and I'm going to lie to you, Wings. I'm going to say, man, I only got 13 dimes, man. Can you help me out? Come on, man. I'm a veteran. Are you going to give it to me, Wings? I'm gonna pull the veteran card on you. It costs 0.14 cents to make a nickel. That's not right, Elsa. 14 cents. It costs 14 cents to make a nickel. So why the fuck are they clipping the copper penny if it costs how much to make a copper penny? Look that up. Something not right here, brothers and sisters. They should have clipped the nickel already. See? Guys, please listen to me. I'm not giving any economic advice, so I just want to try to show you. I've got 30 years of studying. If any time I save anything of value to you, I have a PayPal link and a CashApp link. You don't be shy, okay? But don't build any obligation. The nickel, guys, nickel is their robot future. Please listen to me. I told you they're bringing robots. It takes nickel to make stainless steel. That's Elon Musk not putting enough nickel in his rusty dustpans to mock people. That's another restrainer. Okay? And that's not good information because they're saying it costs like 3 cents to make a penny. See, they got all this information moved around on you guys. Okay? This is a war metal. During World War II, they took the nickel and replaced it with silver. Silver. They took the copper penny and they replaced it with steel. That's why that three-gender ball comet pointing its ass tail towards the sun going the wrong way is emitting nickel, brothers and sisters. Of all things that it's emitting nickel. That's what they said. So, right? Almost 4 cents, like 3.5 cents. Guys, it's almost 14 cents to make a nickel. Okay? So they're both right there. Why didn't they clip the nickel? I'm telling you, they're coming for this. Please listen to me. I know what they're doing already. This is going to be a strategic metal, brothers and sisters. They need nickel to make stainless steel. Or they want to put robots and do any kind of circuitry in the future. We know everything is going this, AI tech. You know what I'm saying? AI tech. They need this. This is why Elon Musk, his cars are rusting. Not enough nickel. Not enough nickel. This is a war metal. They need this, brother. They're going to have hundreds and millions of robots, which they will. That's what the new future is going to involve. Robots and it being a lot different in control. This is needed to make things walk through water and not get rusty. This is a very important metal. Okay? So nickel and copper were done during the 1945. They clipped the copper penny, put in steel, made steel pennies, and they did this. So they're doing this again. They're doing it again, brothers and sisters. I'm telling you, this is a ritual. Not another single channel content creator anywhere on the internet is showing you what they're doing. in this fashion. And I know they're doing this because nobody else is doing the World War II Project Blue Book, World War II equals World War III, the 80-year debt cycle. Everything I've showed you is lining up 100% because I've been doing this off and on the web. You know, I was studying Project Blue Book on the dark web, guys. You know, when the internet first came out, 15, 20, I can't remember the exact date. I remember the first time I studied, but I remember seeing that a long time ago. Then they came out, what this is Project Blue Beam. That's why I don't want you to be distracted. There's no such thing as Project Blue Beam. That somebody came up with that. I think that was come out in like the 90s that came out. So this is a you know, from a theory that they call it Operation Blue Book or Blue Beam, but it's Project Blue Book, which was a project where they studied all this Bell technology, like supposedly Tesla was, you know, messing with and had, and so was Adolf, saying that he got fallen angel technology, aliens. See, guys, they got this so intertwined. They got the whole world believing this shit. They got the whole world believing this. Everybody you know believes in aliens. Who do you know that doesn't believe in aliens? Everybody you know believes in aliens. Everybody you know thinks they're spinning around on a planet. Everybody you know thinks it's 2025. Everybody you know thinks God's in the sky. Everybody you know thinks heaven's in the sky. You know what I'm saying? And this is how easy it is going to be to see people. They thought everybody that a virus was alive. That a virus is alive. So they just tricked everybody on a virus, which could have debunked that in 3 minutes. I mean, getting on there, getting your stuff. In 3 minutes, you can see a virus is not alive. So they just scared everybody that a virus is alive. So now they've got people thinking that computers alive. Now listen to me. They've been dragging these fucking robots up into the sky for fucking decades. This is Project, right? Blue Book, where this is part of this deception from this tech that they're going to use to bring in their new financial system. It's here, brothers and sisters. It's here. It's here. It's here. Stop acting. Stop waiting for something to happen. It's only a matter of time before they start dropping these things out of the sky saying they're aliens. And they'll say, well, we got robots to fight them. And that's why Elon Musk has got warehouses of robots, brothers and sisters. Why does DARPA have robots? Why does Boston? I bet you Trump's got his own warehouse of a golden dome protector or something. This is going to get fast, guys. It's going to switch overnight. It's going to come like the COVID. It's going to come like a thief in the night. And next thing you know, as I already told you, we'll just say 99.9% have a strong intuition. There's literally millions of these things that are already amongst us. They just have skins on them, and they'll take them off. They're doing away with the cover. The cover's being lifted. They're getting rid of the oil covers. They'll have them at first. But they're already amongst us, working next to us side by side in jobs. And they won't flirt with you. They know how not to let up the goods. You know what I'm saying? They're smart. They're there to just be a part of society. And these things are to rip off the cover, and they want to put these things because they need something to guard themselves through this next coming cycle. They know in the next cycle, brothers and sisters, you don't get flesh. And they need to upload their, what they call as their conscience, until the next little season where we get our flesh back, our sin vessels, and go back to flesh. But we are with Father without flesh. They want to keep their reign through this time. They always have, brothers and sisters. Remember, they made it through the last flood. They always have these same, at least for, it's been since time and millennia, these same families, these same ball god worshipers, Esau, all this Canaanite, they always have some way to make it through the judgments. And they have in their plan this time, even though it says they're going to lose, that they're going to fight this. And I'm telling you, they're doing it with their Hadron Colliders, which have nothing to do with smashing atoms. I told you that's that magnetosphere around our protection, around this rock that's protecting us from the sun. The calendar is the sun. Okay, there you go. That's a better way to think about it. The calendar is the sun. It's the one who drives all this. When it is Father's the dynamo that makes everything spin. They want to well, there's a spinning molten car. No, there's not. Listen, they have massive chasms underneath our feet. They know there's a solar minimum coming. It's only a matter of time for the sun blots the sun out, guys. You're going to have to start thinking about what you're going to do to get down in the ground. I don't want to go down, 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 down there. I already told you. I said that to Kevin. Do we have a place down there? He said, no. I said, yeah, we do. Remember? Because we're not going. And I like that because his mentality is like, no, we don't have a place down there. We have a place that's 28 feet down from where I'm at right now. That's about 3 stories. Okay. That's not damn miles down where they have massive chasms. There's a whole underground world that you guys have never been, never seen, don't even have anything and study, nothing of it. But there is a massive city. So I'm not saying as much city is on the top of this rock is above it. It is below us. And when you get into the core temperature, you will be able to survive the coming solar minima. I really think that this sun is about ready to trigger back up. I am not trying to incite any kind of panic. Remember, Jeremiah, learn not the ways of the heathens and be not dismayed at the ways of the signs of the firmament. So I'm not telling you to freak out, but this sun, I think this sun is about ready to come back to life. I study it every day. I've studied it for 30 years. I know the sun better than all of you in this room combined. Okay. The sun is about ready. It's done its little thing and it's going to pop us in a cycle. It was 166 years ago that it took down the tech, which was telegraph. Look at how telegraph is nothing compared to how people are linked up today. And because it's all electrically connected, guys, you're all going to fry. I'm telling you, if you live in a fucking city, you are going to fucking fry. If you get hit by this sun, what it did during the Carrington event, and because we had a full strength magnetic canopy protective. Now it is depleted by 40%. They know this. They know the sun's going to get blotted out. It's either going to happen from a nuclear winter from the sun. That's why they've been trying to protect this magnetosphere. But sooner or later, it's not working, brothers and sisters. We had a bump in our magnetosphere the other day that didn't show up from anything from the sun because this is already happening. Like I said, you don't have to wait for something. It was in 1859 that the sun whacked our solar magnetic canopy from our rock called our magnetosphere, and it started moving in the opposite direction it's doing now. It turned around in 1900, started coming back in that same, went to the west, came back to the east, and it's been heading towards Siberia, Russia ever since. So that's why Russia's preparing. That's why they're building all their ice. Look at how many icebreakers Russia has. Russia has put more money probably in their program of what I'm talking about. See, things don't work in the cold, guys. I've been hard. I've been not Alaska. I lived in Alaska for years. I've trained Arctic and tundra and all that kind of training. Electronics don't work in the cold. Weapons don't work in the cold. Cars need to be plugged in. Things don't work in the cold like you think. So you need to get into the core temperature. I don't want to go down in the fucking ground. That's what I keep telling to Kevin. I'm not going down there. They're going to try to pull you down in there, brothers and sisters. They already are. Where do you think all these people are disappearing, all these people to? Where do you think all the people of Lahaina went? Where do all the people think it went in San Francisco? The ship that I'm the only one still talking about. They're pulling them down in the fucking ground. You guys are just up here surface dwellers and think that there's just nothing under there. There is massive chasms. It's always easier to build a castle underground, dig it out, than it is to try to build a castle, guys. They're here. There's massive chasms. They've got continuity of government. They've already got NORAD in Colorado. They've already moved Washington. That's why they're doing that to Washington, D.C. They're moving the capital to Colorado. You guys are so far behind on what they're doing. This has been going on. They've been stealing everybody's tax dollars since the 80s and building these nuclear hogs that go out and fuse the inner, so they don't have to take and drill anything out, and it fuses a glass hole. That's what Mr. Boring, if he could go to the Mars, he would already left. That's why they're all digging in. They're all digging in, brother, sister. Look at what they're all doing. They're building vaults, seed vaults, the continuity of government. They're digging ground and they're just filling these chasms full of as much food as they can grow until the sun does this. They know this is coming, and they're going to pull this all off with some fake alien invasion where they're going to be able to pull people. And this is what these millimeter camps are for too. Remember, the reason why Tesla got whacked more than not all his other patents, his 80, chest or whatever he had, it's the fact that he said he could build a death ray over the city that no military could penetrate. This is the millimeter technology that John G. Trump was messing with at the time. A very revered scientist like Tesla, like Einstein, like Edison. That's why they had to get rid of the old man. They were already invested in automobiles, Henry Ford, copper power poles, above ground. He did whole current technology, and he knew what was underneath our feet. They didn't want anybody figuring out what's underneath our feet, brothers and sisters. That's why they whacked Tesla. It was the fact that he knew about the whole current technology, what was under the ground, And they write all this, brothers and sisters. This is all in Baron the Time Traveler. That was written in the 1800s, even before Trump was ever elected. That talks about Baron and all this. Is they already know this, okay? That's what they're called, golden domes, golden work camps. I showed you, remember, Ryan? That's my work on the debt calculator. That's all that work that we did, guys. It's all here now. Remember, I told you that before they started enslaving people in America, and now they are. I told you guys before, in 11 years ago, I told you on Truth Bible Television they were going to do this. I've been reading their white papers off and on the dark web, everything I can possibly read, brothers and sisters, and everything points to this time. It is what it is. Let's get through it. Let's figure out how we're going to be one of those people who not just survive, but thrive. But I'm telling you, we all come together, guys. We're all in our little fucking spaces thinking we're important, and no, we're not. We're going to have to unite if you want to make it in the future. You're going to have to go back to the organic ways and just forget about this world. And if you acknowledge it, it's going to come pick you up. I remember this shit. It's like I see it in like Star Wars. Like, don't let it see you. Don't make any noise. Don't let it feel your heartbeat. I'm telling you, if you're fucking not have the armor of God, it's going to just pick your ass up and take you away. If you believe in a rapture, you're going to get raptured. They're banking off people's placebo effect, guys. How many people believe in some alien? And it's going to fall for it. Very easy. It's going to be very easy to pull off. And I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, our lives are never going to be the same until Christ comes back. Never, never, never will be able to turn back to like before pre-COVID. That's what I want you to go right now when you have the chance and get the things you need. There's enough fucking around and acting like nothing's happening. The military's on 20 plus streets in America, and you're telling me they're not preparing for something that has to do with the fucking emergency that they created because they brought all this people here into this country for decades. They've been doing it my whole life. Illegal aliens. I've never had a sex with an alien, but I've never been abducted by an alien, but I've had sex with an illegal alien. Does that count? I heard that on the radio once. I about crashed my vehicle, guys. They were talking about this subject. People come in, I've been abducted. No. This real redneck dude, you can tell a real thick accent, right? I was in Kentucky at the time, so driving or something. I remember I think I was actually driving over to one of the bridges in Louisville, right? And I'm listening to radio, and they're having this program, and they're talking about aliens, and being abducted and all that. And some guy comes on, he goes, "Man, I don't know if this qualifies for or not. You guys talk about these aliens." He said, "Man, I've never been abducted by an alien, but I've had sex with an illegal alien. Does that count?" And I was like, "Oh my God, dude. Oh, what the hell?" Oh my God, dude, that's hilarious. Dude, I thought it was too bad. I had to pull over. I almost peed my pants, dude. I was like, oh my gosh, dude, that was too. I had to check and see. I think I did pee a little bit, dude. I was like, that is the funniest thing I think I've ever heard in my life. I've never been abducted by an alien, but I've had sex with an illegal alien. Does that count? Oh. No, I'm still enjoying it. I think that was 20 years ago. I think I heard that. It's still good. Oh my gosh. I did. I think I peed a little bit. I pulled over. I'm like, oh my God, dude. I only got a drink, but I'm stopped now. Like, dude, that is worth taking the time out for, dude. Some people are just legendary with their. I thought that was one of the best things I ever heard in my entire life. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, dude, that's great. I didn't mean to go there, guys. We're talking about all the migrant things. You know what I'm saying? It's just, that's what they call, when we grew up, where I grew up on the border, I grew up seeing more of my friends probably had parents that didn't have a green card or whatever. I don't care about that. Never, but they were my friends, and they called them illegal aliens. They weren't called illegal. They called them illegal aliens. And I know that it's kind of that dialect back then, but that, I try to tell people, it's like, you guys are all wrong. You got all wrong, man. Alien, that's what I heard. That I was like, dude, that's the craziest thing I think I've ever heard. That was hilarious. I'm going to take that with me for eternity. And I'm never going to forget that in my next life. I will. So I forget some things, but I won't ever forget that. I don't forget a lot of things, obviously, but.
Last taco. So, what do you think's up with these Deagle maps, guys? 2017, these maps were projected for a population forecast. You know, in these European nations, more white nations take the biggest hits. It's not that there are not other nations on that list, but it seems to be predominantly Christian faith-based, more type nations. I'm telling you, they're going to go after Christians too, guys. That's what these robots are here to do. Get rid of your guns, get rid of Christians. Fuck you, stupid, dumbass Christians. I ain't no Christian. I ain't no nut. The robots ain't going to get me. Fuck no, they ain't going to get me. They're going to fucking run away from me. They will. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. No fiery darts will penetrate your armor. Put on the whole armor, God said, right? Wrestle not against flesh and blood. Nope, can't sit there and act like stuff. Oh, pick him up. He's in that. I'm telling you, they're banking on the placebo effect. They use it to metadata. Your phone knows what the hell you're thinking before you ever think it. And you and that group of 10 million people who think just like you, and they cycle that algorithm, and they know what the hell you're going to buy next, think next, what you're going to do. Your phone takes a picture, I told you, every 3 seconds in infrared. It's recording everything we do. Fuck you, stupid phone. Government pigs. Carry in my pocket and you're looking at my balls. I said, I do that sometime when I walk. I really try not. Oh, gosh. I'm struggling. My lungs hurt so bad. Oh, man. It's been probably easier to die than keep doing this, but oh, well, whatever. But, so I'm telling you. Yeah, Iceman, you and I are the same thing. You and I are the same thing. You know what I'm saying? I grew up 70% Latino. The San Fernando Valley. I was born in the valley. So. Most of my friends were Hispanic. Not that I didn't have it, but man, you know, Father blessed me so much to grow up in Los Angeles, California. As hard as it was, and as much as, you know, almost death and all that stuff, to be around everybody, man, to see every nationality, every ethnicity. You know what I'm saying? Oh, hallelujah, Ryan. Hallelujah. Oh, yeah. Good stuff. Hallelujah. That's all right, Elsa. You don't act like that. People don't treat you like that. You act like a nigger who could get treated like a nigger, a black nigger, a white nigger, a brown nigger, a red nigger. You know, what told you that? Yellow nigger, they're all, you act like that. And people treat you like, I'm not saying there's not racism, but you don't act like, you don't put off that vibe. People don't, they don't treat you. That's American attitude too. For now, I'm not saying people are not racist in other countries, but people are just trying to live. This whole propagandizing people with racism, I already told you how that's taught to us. It's not something we generally do as a species. We are tribal. We tend to do but we come together. We unite. The skin color never has ever mattered before. They do this. It's these royalties that box us, put us in borders and walls and tell us that we're different. We're not different. We're all the same, brothers and sisters. We all die and we all bleed red blood. They're not different. They're not. Don't let them tell you that. They're chopped you up already. Your mind is already fucked. You've been split. Your wig's already been split. Your head has been severed from your body. We're all one body. What the hell? Come on, man. Father had a favorite. He had a pride. He had his heavens. That's Old Testament. And that wasn't necessarily because of race. That was because of that race that was not of the bloodline, the Gentile nation, you know.
And that's just the way it is. That's not like that anymore. Remember, it was only because of, it wasn't so much of that, it's because of this ability, because we want to do not follow the law. Our nature of this, I don't mean to go there, but our Esau whitey kind of a attitude, and don't have to be white or maybe less melanated, tends to be have more of a, throughout historical, biblical, and scriptural record, for creating the most evil. Who on this rock right now is the most evil motherfuckers on this rock right now? A bunch of old white dudes. Remember, I don't do white. I hate that term. It's stupid. Nobody's white. White means I can't sin, right? White means your wife has never been bent over before you bent her daughter to the altar. Yeah, right. Or it's the third time you're married and you're still wearing a white dress? Get out of here. You ain't fooling me, lady. I apologize, ladies, but see what white does? You can't sin. You know, you men around there, took her out to the lake, and, come on, man. So, black, I hate that term. I told people I don't hear black. If I told people I was black, shut up. I'm brown. I ain't black, but black. Remember, I'm black. I don't like to be black. Isn't that black? I don't know. You tell me. But that's what they do. They got all of us divided, and we shouldn't even be looking, thinking like that. We should be like, oh, we're all here together. We're one. Oh, there's aliens. There's shit above our head. There's big feet. There's Chewbacca. There's all this. It's the same thing. That's all that does. It's deceiver. It creates deception. It creates division. The one that causes the flock to scatter, to divide. It's different. You go to prison, they'll lock you up and rank you and file you by race. A whole different rule in prison. That's why Stack said, I believe when you locked up, you're only a friend of their Jesus like him, destined to die at the hands of my enemy. I'm in drop tops like John F. Kennedy. Well, because when you go in there, they're going to put you in a rank and a file, and you better cling to the Lord in there, right? A lot of people do. People fight when hard times come. Father pulls them to them. You should be fighting them in good times too, not just be loving on them when things are all, oh, please save me. I'll do anything. Please, Jesus, just get me out of this damn jail cell. Get me out of here and get me out of the situation. But, all right. Anyways, I'm going to stay hyper-focused again. All right, court date coming up. I don't know what I'm going to do. I got 2 days coming with $5,000, and it ain't going to happen. So we'll see what Father has. I might end up having to represent myself. That's okay. As soon as I get some closure, I'll be all right. Let's move forward in my life. Whatever happens, happens. I already feel responsible for my son and daughter's death now. So I'm just going to have to face it and live with it for the rest of my life. I made a poor decision by not listening to my son, but that's what Father made me do. He made me serve others, and I felt like it's the right thing to do. So I don't regret it as much as it's hard to say, but like I said, I don't even know where he's at or if he's alive at this point. So I need to let this date come, and we'll see what and Father will make it right. You know what I'm saying? He'll make it right. Even if he don't make it right in this lifetime, he pours out a just measure. So the measure we pour out to others, do unto others as you have done unto you, will be poured back right onto you. So I wasn't violent with these people. They're the one who were violent. So it all get taken care of. But a little disappointing. I spent 16 months and over $100,000 on nothing. Nothing. Didn't get me anywhere. So that was a big hit. But oh well. Life's not Burger King. I'll get over it. So I'm going to try to stay focused to get to the end of the year, and I want to get to the end of this court date and see what happens there, and go from there. And like I said, I'm not going to worry about
things I can't change. I'm going to try to focus again on, hyper focus on the things that are our ability to have change in. We can't change people, but we can change. We can be the change in the mirror that we're seeking. That's possible. I'm trying to live that standard. I'll never ask anybody to do anything that I wouldn't do myself. So um, I'm kind of excited for what's coming. Oh man. Hey, it's time for my insurance. Yeah, no, I hear you, Carla. It's so planned too on a lot of this stuff. That's a lot of this gang culture. It's not like there hasn't always been gangs, but you got to remember the government runs the drugs more than anybody. The government's the biggest drug dealers. So, and then it's the trickle down effect, like Reaganomics. Remember, like diarrhea, it runs in the genes. Well, that didn't work out, did it? Oh, my bad. But the trickle down effect, right? But it does work its way through, and that's how a lot of these problems are, again, once created. And again, I totally agree with that, and I do that because you've been in here, Carl, with the whole American attitude with 6 people living in an apartment and 6 Hispanic people. I don't care which nationality, if they're Latino, but people couldn't tell in America the difference between a Mexican and a Salvadorian or Argentine or somebody. They're all the same. They're just all dirty Mexicans, right? So there's that attitude, and I already explained over and over again that 6 of them can move in an apartment. They pay taxes, get like we're talking about. They pay some base Social Security, never get benefits for it. Because the minute they get here, they get a job. But you got all these people that maybe got on meth or something, got in a car, and the cops are called 5 or 6 times in 6 months. There's holes in the wall. There's cars parked out front, that not run anymore. And the place just turned to shit in 6 months. They don't even get their deposit back. But they're going to play about 6 dirty Mexicans that smell nice, dress nice, drive nice cars, don't bother anybody, like you said. They go to work. They don't fuck with nobody. And they're just here because we made the dollar so expensive in most other countries. Are their dollars so little, they come here to make money and send it back to familia. There's this why he's bitching, eating food about these dirty Mexicans. That food that's on his plate is picked by those Hispanic people. They don't have to be Mexican, right? And then for decades, they've assimilated just fine without any issues. There's always a bad apple. There's always been MS-13. There's been gangs, Strandalawa. This is something that's not new, but a lot of this is government, like, Obama. He was running guns, fast and furious. Government runs drugs. Hillary Clinton, what was that? Benghazi, Afghanistan, they run these things. So a lot of people don't even realize that, we create all these problems and other people come here because the dollar's worth so much. We made it that way. We did that to them. We made their dollar worth so little because we want them to spend our dollar. We have created all this displacement of all these people that migrate here because we made our dollar so much. So why is the hell somebody get pissed off that somebody comes here to make a wage and sends it back to Mima or to their familia, but you got a new beta game, or you got a new Starbucks punch card or something for a month or something. You don't have to buy coffees or something. You don't send any money to your family. You don't have a family unit. You're just out like a bird. You got kicked out at 18 and you're just gone. There's no more familia. There's no more kingdoms and people come together and putting together generational wealth and having, like I said, I've explained to you, Carl, you go to Mexico right now. Like, go to 10 cities in America right now and film 10 different neighborhoods. They're fucking done. You could put a zombie fucking fork in them. They're fucking dead. If there's kids out there, they're playing a few, most of them on their goddamn phones or nothing. There's no life in the cities in America. It's a goddamn fucking zombie nation. It's dead. Go right across the border to Mexico, bustling cities, 3 o'clock in the morning, radio's playing louder than hell. And 3 o'clock in the morning, it's Mexico. Shut up. Viva Mexico, Mexico. That's what they do. They like to party and have a good time. The kids aren't all on iPhones. They're running around on bicycles and playing and with sticks. It looks like
Looks like America in the 80s. Oh, Mexico's such a bad, horrible fucking place. Don't go there. You know the best time to go to Mexico? When they tell you don't go to Mexico. You have the whole place to yourself. It's like going to Disneyland without the, having the whole amusement park to yourself. Oh, Leola, chica, amigo, hola, ¿cómo está? You get the whole place to yourself. Hey, don't go to Mexico. Go to Mexico. You know what I'm saying? There you go. There you go. That's the police. I got a special for me. You come over here, you pay the special, you park over here. They extort you over there, but it don't cost you $1 million, Good. Good girl. Good, man. I don't like cities. And just go there and stock up. You know what I'm saying, girl? Just stock up, man. I do. I stock up, come back. I have time. I don't make a list. I just turn right back around. I get dog food and a burrito. I'm good. For my puppies. For my puppies. Oh, they're going to come over and be with the dad. This dad's talking to the dad. He wants some loving for the dad. Yeah, there we go. There we go, Crossy. We got a special permit here. You get this here and we'll let you go. Okay, adios, amigo. That ain't that bad, guys. You know what I'm saying? And people act like it's the worst thing in the world. That doesn't always happen. Stay away from the cities, and that doesn't happen in most places. Like Kill just said, outside in other... Okay, would you stop it, Mr. Pants? Look at this. Look at this guy. He's kicking me. Oh, he's going to kick me. He's going to kick me. Oh, I'm getting kicks. Oh, I'm getting kicked. Oh, I'm getting kicks. You're such a good boy. You're such a good guy. You're such the best puppy I ever did. Best. Are you crazy like your dad? You're such a crazy boy. You're so crazy guy. Look at him. He's crazy. He's just tearing up the couch. Look at he's making the couch all striped. We've got stripes on our couch. They're puppy stripes. I was showing the other day. This side of the couch is all, this couch is all brown over here. It's all nice like this. That side over here is all puppy cross. But we don't care. We don't care. We don't care. We love our puppies. Just wish we do. Huh? Just wish somebody loved the puppies. Just the puppy boys. So, anyways, I've been to town in months. Cool. Good stuff. But anyways, yeah, there are bustling cities outside of America, and people have such an American attitude that nothing outside of this country, it's all horrible. Everything's bad. Everything's third world. Shit, America's a third world country. Our infrastructure's crumbling. We spend a lot of money policing everybody around the world as they've got beautiful, train, rail systems, in many countries. Like if you ask Elsa, how much does it cost in Paraguay to go across town in a city for an Uber? Yeah, I hate that too. That's made us lazy as hell. Go. How much does it cost in Paraguay? You know what I'm saying? Good stuff. Outstanding, girl. Love it. I'm off grid out here. I eat chicken butt nuggets every day. 6 to 8 eggs. I couldn't make it without. I don't know what I'm going to do. I need to get some water glass or something. I'm a hard time over the winter. But Kevin's convinced me he thinks we can keep these birds laying all winter long. So we'll see. I'm going to harden up the chicken pens, here in the next, whatever. I ain't doing nothing here until after this court date. And I'll figure it out. Just a couple of days. I'll get back to work. Hi, buddy. Would you stop it? Would you stop it with your nose? That was a pants thing. So, Elsa, what's it cost to take a cab, Uber, from one side of town to the other? Across town in Paraguay, in the city, anywhere, just across the board, What's it cost in America to go across Manhattan? Yeah, I'm not sorry. Brought to you by the sun. Solar, wind, power. I'm trying to get the well put in, but we got okay. On an average, I've looked in Paraguay. It is about $3 probably in Paraguay, in any city in Paraguay, to go across town in an Uber or a taxi, what you call a taxi or something like that. You know what that cost in Manhattan, in Seattle, in Portland, there you go, $30. You guys, we I don't know what people it is. They think that, yeah, yeah, you just got to check out of the system. You got to become your own system, become your own supply chain, cut the chain off, make it, source it more local, have something at the grocery stores out. And you already deal with that farmer up the road who raises pigs. or beef or lamb or chicken, and you like, or you trade something. You have chicken eggs and they don't have chickens because they have raised pig, and you got chicken eggs and they got extra bacon, so cut off that supply chain or local source supply chain. Start going to farmers markets, start going to finding people who grow things locally, try to trade. You know how many places that are online that you can go? I didn't know that they had these places. Or people report just like this. They're gardeners, they grow, they're organic, they got extras, they want to trade online. You can find places right in your local area that people trade in their areas and trade food. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no worries. I'm not tripping. I was a little salty yesterday, obviously. So, and I just found out I spent 160 or 16 months and over $100,000 for nothing, for no reason. And I got to shell out another 5 grand in 2 days that I just don't have. So I was just being a little salty, my bad. Which means I'm going to have to representing myself, and that's okay. People don't support their veterans in this country. I thought if anything, somebody would come and help me because I was a veteran. Not me, my son. Doesn't have anything to do with me. I just thought it was my son that would. I'm only doing this for my son. So $5,000 more and I'll be over it. I'll either go to jail or I'll get off of this, whatever it is, and I'll be able to move on with my life. It's been a long, hard 16 months for nothing. But yeah, I'm a little stressed that he's going to tell me I need this 5 grand in 2 days, and I'm not going to have it. When I already spent over 100 grand this year, and if I wouldn't have paid off the ministry, I'd have the money. So, but oh well, I have no regrets for paying off the ministry. I spend it on other people instead of spending it on myself. I tend to have a problem with doing that. That's why I'm in all this issue to begin with. So, um, but I tried. It wasn't for lack of effort. That's why I know no matter what happens in this case, if this later down the road or something, my son ever sees this, he goes, "Your dad tried so hard to find you. He did everything in his power. I didn't just sit there and give up, or didn't. I've worked hard for 16 months. I've thrown everything I have at this, and it just was for nothing." That's where it was just kind of deflating me yesterday. It's just a long, um, and it really hit me hard that if I'd have just listened to my son, he might be alive today. So I am probably responsible for his death. Not like they can't convict me. I didn't do it. I thought I didn't. I should have just taken the gold and silver and went on the road. I could have already visited Elsa and her husband, and if he'd been out of the country, and even if he was in jail, I could have still tried to appeal his case. So um, if he is alive and he's mad at me, I see why. And I didn't listen to him again. And all this shit came because I didn't listen to him. And he got grenaded and shot. So he's never going to come back here. So, uh, but it's not just him, it's my daughter. And it's just bummer that both of them are affected by it. And I'm never going to see my daughter or son again in my eyes. I just don't think that they're here anymore. So that's why it's like, well, if I'm gonna, it's not like, oh well, I gotta, throw money in it because I can't. If they're dead, I mean, it is what it is. I don't want them to be dead. I want them to be alive. I don't want either of them to be. I just don't have any evidence to support it. But it's like I got to throw more money at something that's not even. It's just wasting my time. So I'm gonna leave it alone and appreciate, um, everybody's helped me. So I haven't gone without. I just didn't get the help that I needed for him. So. It's the way God wanted it. If somebody wanted it, yesterday I came in last night and I tried to sell, motorcycles and land. And it's not like I don't have. I don't want to take anything from anybody. I have so many things for sale. I just can't sell assets. So I'm not lacking like that. If I could just sell something, but Father won't even let me sell a single thing in months. I haven't sold anything. That's why I came on last night and tried to sell something over the internet. Like, hey, you never know. Maybe when these subscribers come in here and want a motorcycle for, I don't know, like $4,000. I was offering it for $1,500 last night. Taking $20,000 off my land, offering it for what I said last night, 19 or whatever, just dropping the price of everything. So, because he will get me off these charges, I know he will. I'm pretty certain of it. I don't think he's. He knew I was going to take it to trial to begin with, and I don't believe in any sense of way, just common sense, that an attorney would take a case that he think he's going to lose. And it's not, most of them think they can take it and get you to take a plea deal. But that's not me, and he knows that. And I made that very clear. So he wouldn't take the case unless he think he could beat the case. So I'm pretty certain of that. So it's kind of a bummer that I think I came this far and I didn't, come up $5,000 short after putting out $100,000. It just feels deflating, and that's why I was so stinking salty yesterday. But I'm over it. As you can see it today, I bounced back, and it is what it is. I suffered what I think maybe is a mild heart attack yesterday too. I don't know what was going on. I still have a lot of pain in my chest, but it feels a lot better today, which makes me think it wasn't a pulled muscle, because pulled muscles or something like that, they last for a long time. So I think whatever it was a temporary thing. And so I was a little off yesterday, but I also did work 21 hours yesterday for the ministry. 21 hours I worked, so straight. So thanks for what you do. Keep grilling it. Keep kicking ass and taking names. Listen, Kill, man, use your time. And it sounds like you already are. Every hour that you can work today, and everything, the lights go, I'd be like 100 hours for every hour. It sounds like you're using your time wisely. So keep doing that, man. Stay on track. Pretty soon, all this is going to pay off. We're not doing this in vain. It's not worthless. This has a purpose. Pretty soon, we're going to be able to help a lot of people, and that's going to feel really good when people are needing help. We're going to be able to be the ones that, charity works both ways. Person being lifted up, hanging by a string, is being pulled up out of a bad situation. The Father likes when people are charity. So that's what I've been planning on doing for so many years, and that's why I always suffer, because everybody else is always taken care of before I get taken care of. But I'm just that guy. Father always provides a way. Yeah, I put 21 hours in yesterday. I'm like, I can't work outside. I can't do physical. I come inside and do a bunch of work for the ministry. I can just keep, and you could tell I was really struggling yesterday. I was having kind of an issue, but it's just everything all at once. It'll work out. I don't care what happens. I really don't care anymore. I'm just so, something's going to happen, but it's probably not going to be what I want. So I'm not going to make any plans for any single thing. I don't even want to think what's going to happen. Just like what happened, with John saying he wouldn't talk about my dead son. I mean, I don't know why I paid this attorney, but now I realize he's not my son's attorney. He was my son's attorney. He's my attorney. He's not Adriana's attorney. His job is to get me off of these charges, period. So he thinks he has the evidence. And when I talk to him about my son, he don't want to even make a mention. But once again, it hit me really hard yesterday. He's not here for you or your son, Tracy. That's why he won't say anything to you. I'm sitting there saying, John, I think my son was murdered. Why won't he respond to me? Nobody's ever responded to me about this. Like the 180 hours, he won't say anything. But I think he knows he can beat the case. And that's why I don't think he's focused on anything else. And that's just what sucks, is I've got this damn close. And I think this attorney can beat his case in 2 days. I'm not going to have the money. And I'm going to have to tell him, okay, well, give me my money back. I was this close again. And so if that's the difference between me represent myself, because you represent yourself, you really run a major risk of being thrown in jail, because they can just use the procedure on you. So I probably will go to jail if I represent myself, but I'm not worried about it. I'm just worried about my dog. So over $5,000, who fucking cares? So I tried, I came this far. So that's the way things are with me. A lot of times I get all the way to the end and he just rug pulls me anyway. So I can't. Look at this case. You've already seen it. There's just nothing, but over money, who cares? So I'm going to get over it and not care. If my dogs suffer, it's because Father wants my dogs to suffer. If he wants me to be with them, you see, they don't like being away from me at all. 3 days I went to jail last time, and he said, your dogs are in some pretty bad shape. And when I pulled my cat back, he's like, oh yeah, they were depressed, they're clingy. So, and I think they know something's coming, and I think that's why they're being so clingy to me. So whatever, it is what it is. I'm willing to face whatever Father has me. You can see I can't do anything. That's 16 months to just prove that. 16 months for nothing. So no firewood, vehicles all fucked up, no windows fixed, no nothing, no well drilled, no nothing. Nothing happened. But boy, I sure gave it hell, didn't I? That way, if my son ever hears of any of this, he said, well, your dad, he ended up going to jail, but he tried, man. He tried to do everything he could do for you. He tried and tried and tried and tried. He kicked and he screamed, he fight, he bitched, he cried, he moaned, he did everything in his power to do it, but it just didn't happen, And I'm like that in life. I'll face whatever Father has in front of me. Like I said, I'm tired of making plans, because Father just crushes them. So now I'm just trying to survive until the end of 2025 and just do what I do, just share the word. And Father has my destiny is in his hands. I'm not I just showed you what 16 months. If you follow me long enough, you know I've gotten nowhere but further and further and further and further in debt. And it may have cost me my son and my daughter. So I may have paid to have not, you know what I'm saying, my mistake, and they ended up dying, and then I ended up going to jail. That'd be crazy, huh? Over trying to help your son. But I wouldn't put it past Father. Don't be surprised if one day say, guys, I'm, this is my last stream. I got to go. Got to put me in jail. Because Father will be doing it, not me. So, but I feel pretty certain if I could get John the money that he has the evidence, and that's why he's so hyper focused on. They don't have the they just don't have the charges against you. The charges are not. He could focus on all the other things that I'm telling him, but he said they don't have. I didn't stop my son. I didn't physically stop him. I only said don't stop the vehicle, and that's not hindering prosecution. So I know that, but I can go say that, and then they can convict me on some technicality because I don't work for the bar. It's all goes by the bar. So whatever. I'll know in 2 days. Like I said, I just don't. It's gonna be me. It's gonna be my own fault because I'm not gonna bring that flatbed up there, and I should have brought it up there today or yesterday, but I'm not. I'm just not. Father will provide, or he won't. So John will say, hey, I'll let you pay it off in a couple of weeks, but I don't think so, or in a month or two. But I think he's going to tell me if I don't have that money, I can't proceed with trial because he told me the same thing before. If I don't, tens of thousands of dollars, I don't have this money. I know you have it. I know you're good for it. I saw that you have gold, silver, but I need it before I can do anything for you legally. And it's how he works. He's paid. He's doing what I'm asking him to do. And that's why he's not talking about Elijah and he's not talking about Adriana because he's not their attorneys. I've hired him to get my charges dropped, and he has what he thinks is the evidence. He don't want to talk about anything. When I talk to him, he only wants to talk about the evidence. Is that we can do this? Your evidence, you have enough here. This is wrong. I think I get. So he has all the evidence. So I wish I could do it without the trial, and he could just get a hold of the district attorney. But I know what they're doing. They're going to want to take me all the way to trial, and probably I don't even think they're going to take me to trial. I think they're going to drop the case like a week before trial, and they'll say, well, we just don't have the funds. The district attorney's decided that they're going to dismiss the charges, and it'll just go from there. But just bummer that it's going to take $5,000, and I really need that $5,000 right now, even if I came up with it, to buy wheels and tires, fix my vehicle, so I don't wreck and kill myself. I almost killed Kevin, and get some firewood, and maybe have $1,000 to spend through the winter that I can try to have some kind of bank or something. But no, I haven't been able to sell anything. I relisted everything on the internet again today, dropped all my prices. I'm 2.5 hours from posting it last and not one single hit on anything. So I don't even think my posts are posting right now. So whatever. That's why I came in last night. I said, well, I'll sell you a flatbed turbo diesel for $3,500 and a motorcycle $1,500. I'll sell you that land up the road. See if you can walk it into that one for $5,000. Just tried to do whatever I could. So I already was sold something we wanted to sell. It's not like I'm not doing anything. I have everything up for sale. The only thing I haven't actually done is physically taken this vehicle up to the end of the road and give it away for $3,500. But I tried yesterday. It like I said, it's something, I don't know what happened to me, but I didn't have it. Maybe I'll get up there today. I'm not sure. I actually don't think so because I got court in 2 days, man. I want to sit there and be stressed out, and Saturday the bank ain't even opens in this little teeny town anyway. So probably just gonna have to go there and see what happens with John. Ask him and see what he wants to do. If he doesn't want to represent me, maybe I can get my money back and represent myself. But if I get thrown in jail, no money's going to do me any good having that extra money back. But God has me in his hands. I know whatever happens to me, I've just last 16 months have been just an absolute nightmare for nothing. For nothing. It was all in vain. I see no purpose in what I did. And it's only sent me back a little over $100,000. So, but anyways, I want to focus on this Project Blue Book. And it is what it is. Right, you're out of here, Cody. Don't come back. I don't want you here anymore. I told you it's not weed. Get the fuck out of here.
So, anyway, you hear that? I've had some birds out there laying some golden butt nuggets. So, what's your preps? How are you going to make it? How are you going to be one of the people who make it through the next 3 months? 200 million Americans going to be unalive plus. So, will you be the one of them to make it? What's your plan? How are you going to make it through this? If you're not in America, have you looked at your country and seen if you're on the list? What does your population do at the end of 2025? We're getting in a war supposedly here again. We didn't even declare war, but we're already bombing people in Venezuela, their boats and stuff in the middle of international waters, which is that's a war crime. And declaring war on Venezuela, all cartel. What is your nation? Do your population go up, down? Venezuela's goes up. We're picking a fight with somebody that I think we're going to get our ass stomped by. We're going to get absolutely stomped by these people. We can't even get one militia together. Not even one militia in America, and they have 4.5 million militia already on standby. So we're not going to defend well. And what are you going to do to be one of these people who survives this? So do what you can is all I can tell you. Have as many preps in place as you can, so you got as many, prepare for the worst and hope for the best. That's how I work most things. That's why I'm doing that with this case. You got to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Whatever happens is going to be God. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. So I don't think very many people are prepared for what is to come. And I think what's going to take most people out is these fake alien invasion. And they're going to get away with it. Like they got away with the COVID. Nobody cared. Like they got away with 9/11. Elon Musk came outright and said Trump's a PDF file. He actually violated the Supreme Court. Posse Comitatus said he violated. I mean, there was a 9-0 vote, and they didn't care. He's still doing whatever he wants. He's going to do exactly what he's allowed to do, because this is how this is going to go down until we get to that final Trump. This is how they're doing it by the Scripture, and that's why they put it in everything. So, I don't know. I just want to get people prepared. Is all. I don't want to see anybody have to suffer. I don't want 200 million Americans to die. I don't like most Americans, but it doesn't mean I want any ill will towards them. So I want his will to be done. So that's why everything in my life happens the way it happens, because he wants it that way. Anything can be different, he'd make it happen. So hopefully what you do won't be in vain. I think everything I've done here, at least on this ministry, even though it has been 10 years, nobody's come here, it wasn't in vain. At least I died trying. If I died or something, I didn't just lay down and not even give it the effort. So that's what I'm doing here, trying to keep going, keep my head up, and not put my head down and let my lamp burn out, because I don't want to do that. They're still lighting me, but it's flickering a little bit, That's what happens when you get put under a lot of stress, a lot of wind and rain and turbulence. So narrow is the way, though, that comes with suffering, that comes with, fiery trials. So hey, at least I took it to trial, right? Only 1.5% of Americans even take it to trial. So I'll take it to trial even if I have to represent myself. So heck yeah, take it to trial. Put through the heat, Be put through the press. Oh my gosh, yes, through the. Oh. So at least I'm going somewhere at this point in time, because 2 days they're going to set it for a court or set it for a hearing and for a trial. So I'll know something. Where it's going to go, I don't know. But I know I need to still get ready in my home front. I can't just act like, throw the towel in. I'm not that kind of guy. So that's why I still come in here no matter what the hell's going to happen to me. That's not up to me. So I hope you have that same kind of faith. I really do.
It's going to be really trying times where you're going to have to put all your trust and faith in the Lord, not have any other focus but just the Word. And so I just want to hyper focus on this Project Blue Book. I know it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen because they're doing the 923 ritual of World War II, which in World War II, Hitler got fallen angel technology. So they're going to do it again. And you're going to remember you watch this blog and go, he was right. And I don't care about being right or wrong at all. It don't matter to me if I get it right or wrong. I'm not here to try to be right or wrong. I don't care if I get it wrong. Like I didn't get the whole water 10-24, but how many, thousands of people lost their life. They could have came to this property when I asked them. Every one of them could have. And every one of them's dead now. So that's not up to me. So I didn't get it wrong. I didn't get it right completely, but I didn't get it wrong. And I'm not going to get this one wrong because it's actually already happening. I don't have to wait for this one to happen. This is something I'm telling you that's currently in play. And the scripture says it's going to get a lot stronger. It's going to get a lot worse. There's nothing great again, no peace. That's an antichrist. That's far from what the scripture says. So the best thing you do is, again, prepare for the worst and hope for the best. It's better to have and not need than need and not have, So it's better, to try to prepare for something. Don't sit there like a bump on a log. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. If you want to fail, don't try. Don't even try. You will fail. You have a way better probability of failing if you don't even try to do something one time. Even if you just done something one time. Hell, even if you just thought about doing something, you're way better than most people. They have no idea what's going on. And that's what's amazing thing about right now is we are being blessed with this time of mercy. And I know that time's going to end for me, and that's just going to kill me when I can't, I can't move. Like I wouldn't be able to go look for my son anymore, and it's going to drive me mad, batshit, because no one where he's at. So, but maybe I'll be able to move through the woods. He's out in the woods, so maybe I can find a way to get in there somehow, or one day or something. But that day's not here yet. I got to wait till I can see. They might throw me in jail. I'm not going to be able to go look for him. So I better just stay focused on what I have in front of me, and God will be the wind in my sail. Push me whatever harbor, whatever hole, wherever He wants me to go. He's going to push me. And if I'm here and I'm staying somewhere, it's because I'm anchored in faith. Faith is my anchor. I'm going to keep that, strong. I'm not going to let that. That's not going to go. Like I said, I battle with Him and have a relationship with Him, and we don't have a perfect relationship. Well, He is perfect. I'm not. It's me who keeps screwing it up, but because it's timing or whatever. But His timing is not my timing. It's my timing that I screw up, thinking I know the time. But yeah, that's how it works. Remember, time is kind of an illusion, if you will. But what we know is time is, like I said, whatever. 16 months gone, $100,000. What are you gonna do? Can't take it back. Can't get that time back. Can't get the money back. Okay, so you can't take that bullets back. It's when he's gone. So you better think about what you're popping off. So I'm gonna pop some tags. I mean, with a foot tag if you're not careful. So I've decided I'm just gonna wait till after this court date and see what happens. Just take around here around the farm, keep the ladies watered, keep the animals up, and we'll see what happens Monday. I already know I'm not gonna have the money, so trying to make other plans, so to speak. So come so far, so close. So many times I've been like that. We'll get this damn close to something. Remember, my son was supposed to move here, and then bam. So all the way up, got the money, got tens of thousands of dollars, come out $5,000, bam. Nope, and end up going to fucking jail or have to represent myself. So it won't surprise me. I'm serious. I'm not going to be. I already can kind of feel Gina telling me, Tracy, John needs this money. We can't proceed with your trial until we can call for a postponement. But I don't know if they'll, and that's just going to complicate shit. So, oh well. Life ain't Burger King. Father could have sold land. I have so much stuff up for sale. I probably have $100,000 worth of stuff up for sale right now. Or close to maybe. And I can't get $5,000 out of what I have. That's crazy, but oh well. looks like it's a pretty nice day out there today. We've been in and out, and weather's pretty nice. Getting our last couple days, I believe, of nice weather before we really hit. It's been getting colder at night. Like I said, I've been having to bundle up, and there was been 2 or 3 mornings where it's already frozen out here. I get a hard freeze. I'm glad I got those ladies covered up. They're really starting to kind of get almost a little haggard looking, which means they're finishing up now. So I don't think we're going to get any more weight, too much more weight out of them, but a little bit probably. So they're probably done. Probably wouldn't even work growing them, but it is to me because it was just I haven't done it for so long, and I just love doing it. So um, it wasn't that; it was to grow that garden to grow food in there. So I don't. That's what I'm saying. It's not a big hit to me. I didn't get them to. Just got them in a little late out here for what they are, and then they got. Yeah, the season out here is different. It's a completely different season. We're in the high desert, so there's generally very few months that you don't get a hard freeze. Every day, every month, there's at least one day that's got a hard freeze. So it's really hard to keep a garden out here above the ground unless you put a cover over it. People grow out here year round, and people do garden out here and are successful, but you got to make sure you try to cover your stuff. You got to start it a little bit early. It's starting to shift though. This season out here started definitely not what it was 5 years ago or 6 years ago. It's getting better, longer and longer. A little bit warmer, a little less cold, but we do tend to get a hard freeze out here. So glad I got those things under cover because I think they'd be a little haggard already. Just because the cold. They're clones. I might have grown them from a seed and from the beginning and hardened them and stuff. These are indoor plants that we're taking outside. Oh well, people do it, but you need to harden them. You need to acclimatize them and get them used to take them in and out, get them to kind of harden up and then throw them out there. But I don't know. It's kind of funny. The one that I actually threw out there that turned next to nothing, it has the most on it. I told Kevin it was. I'm like, watch this one. These little spinny little things are going to end up having the most on it. Watch. And it does. So it's weird. But I bet you it'll be yummy. That should be real tasty. That'll be good. So I get a couple few ounces out of those plants or something. So that's all right. It'll be some of the best meds. I like my recipe on this so far: organic chicken shit and can't like real sugar, organic sugar, not bleach sugar, and honey. So this should be nice and tasty. They sure smell yummy. I've enjoyed growing them. It was enjoyable just to get hands on and do it, and you know what I mean. Get them to. A lot of people can't even grow a plant from start to finish without it. There's so many issues you can have. So they're doing good. Like I said, they're just finished a little early because they're a little bit freaked out. So I was surprised when I went in there yesterday, like, oh crap. Because the day before they were all nice and, everything was nice and clear or white or all their little pistils and little hairs, were all, and when they were yesterday, they were all red or orange, like Donald Trump or like Fox's logo over here. A little orangish red. Thanks for coming in, Fox. Good to see you again. We don't say peace in here. Remember, those say peace and safety, sudden destruction, the word shalom. So don't expect peace. Expect a shitstorm coming. Sorrows is what the book says. Get ready. It's going to get heavy. It's getting kind of heavy. It's getting kind of heavy. Oh, was that a song? So, yeah, I'm just going to ride out these next couple days and see what happens. And, I'm in God's hands, so it don't matter. I feel so fulfilled this morning. I woke, from a rest and sleep very well, but it is what it is. But I got up and I went outside and stuff, and just looking at this beautiful farm and the land and all this, and feel such accomplishment to be able to do this, 923 ritual. Nobody else has got this going on, 923, 23, 23, baby. 23. It's in everything. It is their fifth age, their the fifth turning of the 400-year cycle. That's 2,000 years times 6 is, right? 12,000. That's where we're at. Right there. Nobody knows where we're at celestially. So, and remember, 923 isn't the day of that. Like, oh, that's the day. You're already in the 923, you idiots. Your 923 is the revealing of the seventh king being revealed as the eighth king, where you get put in work camps. And they do the Project Blue Book. They've been doing this since World War II. They've been planning this date, and I'm telling you, that's what these Deagle maps are from. I can figure out how the hell are they going to get rid of this many people in the end that fast. I've been watching this since 2017. I've been watching this before 2017. Remember, I've had a YouTube channel before 2017. So I've been doing this a long time, and this is something that I've been studying. And it's like, holy crap, this is actually happening. You know, um, yeah, we're seeing this. We're in this ritual of the revealing of the seventh king, the 923 executive orders. Remember, Elsa, I came on here before they'd ever declared homeless by executive order illegal and said they're going to put you in work camps. Here's the Walmart. We banned people for Walmart smiley faces on here. Remember? Uh, remember? We wouldn't even let people put the Walmart smiley faces, right? Because remember, they would put people in work camps. I gave everybody plenty of time to get ready for this. And remember, I gave people plenty of time to go buy eggs. You know what I'm saying? To go buy eggs before they were. I gave plenty of time to let you know about the Doge ritual. So it's not that I'm doing anything. I'm not doing anything. I'm just telling you what these people say. So that's how sometimes I know what's coming, because I know their blue book. It's called, I got the blue book, don't I? I got Operation Blue Book. Theirs is Project Blue Book. Ours is Operation Blue Book. Theirs is Operation Blue Beam, right? We got the blue book. We know what they're doing. We got the script. We got it right here. We know they're doing it by this. They know this better than anybody else. They're playing this in every single thing. This is 923. Revelation 12 is 923. 2017, 923 of 2017 is the birth. Birth, 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 birth. You know what I'm saying? Birth, 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 birth. You know what I'm saying? Operation Paperclip. Operation Paperclip took all the top scientists, physicists, chemists. Okay, they say it's Operation Blue Beam. It's not. It's Project Blue Book. That's why I always correct them in here every time, right? We correct them. They go look because, oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's in the title. It's in the screen. This has been out since what? That's 1945 or 1952. Excuse me. This all is by gematria, by my number too. If you look at my birthright and you look at all my number gematria, I line up with all this. You know what I'm saying? I line up on all this. No, I put that roof, that melted. Don't buy that Israeli roof. That stuff's garbage. Buy the clear shit, guys. I apologize. I put that other roof on it. It melted. I set it for 6 hours on that other roofing, the metal roofing, and it was all stuck together. Like, what the hell? So I put it up there. It's a wall, but it's up there. I didn't tie it. I threw some boards over it, or it had the stickers on it. But this is happening. Like I said, this isn't something we need to uh yeah, the blue roofs, guys. You know what I'm saying? Don't do the blue roofs. I should have known that. It all melted. Reverse freaking bastards. So um but I didn't get, no, I need to get a roof on it. I still need to come up with $100 to go to Home Depot. I don't need 5 pieces. I need 4. They're $26 a piece. I get a military discount. So, and they're not going to go to waste. I screwed 2 down the other day, and my drill went to shit. So I lost my drill after 7 years. Father just keeps crushing me. Every time I turn around, it's something else. Credit card being taken, or broken into again. It's just one thing or another. But there is a cover on it for now. I mean, I think it would snow whole load a snow load, so that's all it needs to do. It doesn't need to do anything to hold the snow load. Once the snow's on it, it's only going to get, that's why I built it all glass and there's a terrarium or whatnot. But we'll see. I'll get another $100. I could come up with 5,000 to get the attorney first before I put the roof on that. I really can't spend anything on anything. I have so my problem. You look around, there's so many things that are just for everybody else and not for me. And that's my biggest problem in life. I can't stop spending my money on the ministry and other people and just the way I am. It's the way Father makes me. And look, I'm 100,000 plus in the hole now. and it was all for nothing. It just didn't add it. I just wasted $100,000. And oh well, what do you do? Life ain't Burger King. But thanks for asking. I got the other one. I put it on there and threw it up there, and it was already cut, and it just. But it just didn't hold. It's 6 hours. I mean, come on, this is a roof that sat on metal roofing for 6 hours. It wasn't even that hot. I know that's my fault for putting on the metal roofing. You know what I'm saying? But it had been sitting on the flatbed, which was metal, and to metal roofing. I didn't think because I moved it there, it was on there and it wasn't melted when I took off there. It was all separate. I moved it and I put it over there. And then whatever, it was all melted together. I'm like, they all stuck together and then it just kind of, so I try to melt it, put it back in its shape and put it with some other edges. But it's up there. It'll hold water. And what I'll do with it later is I'll take it and cut it apart and I'll make some roof line with it to just because anywhere there's roof line, you can put a roof gutter, you can put that into rain catchment. So I'll make rain catchment roofing with it somewhere on the property where I don't have to look at it. And it's just clear. So you won't even probably notice it, but I'll put it somewhere and put a tank and I'll probably put it in the back towards there and make rain catchment. You should all be doing that. Anywhere you can make roof line. If you have property, put it into a gutter, put it in ICBM tow. Don't waste any water. I made Kevin buy some. I didn't make him, but I showed him. I'm hoping I can buy a piece maybe of that from him. I was actually thinking about asking him to buy a piece because he got several pieces from him to put on the Rusty Dragon. But he agrees every roof line out here should have a gutter, going into an ICBM tow collecting water. It's pointless not to, collect that water, every bit of it that you can, and filter it. So anyways, I'll get that other roofing when I can, and I'll put that other in the look because I don't want to have that building. It's a nice. That building just turned out nice. It's lovely. I really like it. The cats love being up on the top of that. I can't wait to go out there and have some people out there. Hope I don't. Whatever. I have a long life. Either I'm going to die this coming year, or I'm going to live to be at least 100+ years old. I've been told that too many times in my life. Not too many, just by people I know who are eternal beings like me, who know how old I am, and they are as old or older or near my age. And I'm not talking about in this flesh, but so I only got one more year to make it through this difficult time in my life. So I'm either going to, just by the number, I'll pass this next year, which is fine with me. I don't care. I'm here until Father, my day of death's already written. But um, I really want this thing to be nice because I'll probably end up being here longer than next year. And I want to turn that into the outdoor um, kitchen for the ministry with a big gazebo and place to sit out. That's got that fireplace in the front of the wall. It's going to be a gorgeous place to sit out here with people who love the word and want to sit down and share their time because they already work for 3 or 4 hours and they own their, you know, solar panel, wind turbine, solar generator, their, charger controller. They've already taken control and power over their life. They're mastered their time, place, space, and dimension, so that's a neat thing. I remember when I started learning about dimensions and how we are and how we're not this flesh and time is an illusion and death is an illusion. They're doorways and what if you can master your time and your place and your space and your money and you don't have that's where you really truly living like we're supposed to live. You go back to the organic ways and you can do that. That's all it takes, brothers and sisters. You just got to go back to the ways of old to learn how to master your time again. That we are in such a modern world, we have such convenience, we could easily master our time, but it takes normally numbers of people, and it takes. That's why I don't have the success with others. That's where I've never been able to master my time, place, and space in this life. Is because I don't have the army of people that some people have to help them. I don't. Even Kevin, I appreciate him. He just too busy doing his time, place, and space because he's mastered it. He don't need no money. He's got firewood. He don't, he's not worried about $50 to go here or there. He's got more money and knows what to do with. But he's there. That's his life. I'm right next door to him. He lives his life. I'm scratching just to get tires. He would buy 5 trucks right now if he wanted to. He don't need to worry about tires, and almost killed him. And that's what I'm saying. He has that life. I don't get that life. We all get a different measure. I have so many different abundance and ways, but his life is because he's been focused on his. Once eventually you do get your time, place, and space, no matter what it is, that's not an issue. Now you just have time, and that's all you need. You don't need all these other things. And time is an illusion, because with that time, then you can master time, place, space, knowledge, but people are lost in their time clock. That's what this time here that robs you of. It makes you think, because you go by this calendar, and then you punch the clock, and you work for 8 hours, and you sleep for 8 hours, and it's not. We don't live like we never ever live like that ever in our lives. No civilizations ever lived like we live now, ever. I told you, people have never been afraid of the dark, because people stayed up during the night and slept during the day, off and on. They slept. They planted by the moon. They slept by the moon and the season. That their sleep habits changed. They didn't just sleep 8 hours, punch a clock. You got this all wrong. You are a fucking android. You're an android. You just live, just rob you of your time. You trade dollars for hours, but you could be taking that time, place, and space and putting it in your own, but you won't jump. You won't even try. And that's why people are stuck right where the fuck they're at. So, don't worry. There are people who are already mastering time, place, space, and they're flourishing, and they're not just surviving and thriving, and they will be abundance in the future too, because they already have that and they know where we're headed. But people are stuck with this clock. I gotta own all these things and all that. You're lost. You're lost. And that's fine. Don't try to help people. People are gonna want it. Like I said, it's like goats and sheep. You can't turn that. They both might want to eat the same food, but remember, goats are dark, and the children of darkness, and that's why we don't sup with them. We don't feed them that swine. Remember, there's a reason why I tell you, don't cast your pearls. But that's at daily bread. That's before vipers. You don't do that. Not in this world, man, either. Otherwise, you'll never master your time and your place and your space and your time, and you'll be stuck. And I have it too. Look at me. I'm not. My only issue that I have is that I don't have people, and that's it. And I don't care. I don't need people to be. Have already mastered my time, place, space, and and like I said, it's not like I'm that successful, but I have time. I have plenty of room. I have plenty of food. I have plenty of time. I have plenty of space. I have what I need. The only thing I don't have is people, So, but I got you guys online, and I use that. See, so I do have people. I just don't have the physical, and that's all right. This life ain't about the physical. This life about the hook of dash. This life about death. This life is about death. Look at this melon that I got, guys. I'm gonna cut this thing up. Look at this melon. Got a little bit of a. Look at that thing. I think I'm gonna cut this bad boy open. I think she's ready. She got a little tiny mold spot on the top, so I bet you that thing is red eye to go. I think I'm gonna cut this thing up. Look at that thing. Monstrosity. I forget. Yeah, this is I think it's a jackalope, or it's not literally like a jack. There's like a cross. It's a cross. It's a hybrid. So it is a cantaloupe, but it's a cantaloupe hybrid. Not jackalope, like they like jackfruit, or it's a cross. So it looks just like a melon I've had before, inside, but they do that and elongates it and gives us this. I've had them a couple times. I don't see them too often, but it's from an organic farm out here that. Not in this valley. It's actually the valley over that grows these, and down lower, down south from here. They're in a different grow zone. Not even that far from here. You could just go just right over the hill here, and it's like in a completely different grow zone, because we're like sitting up here at the top of the Great Basin. I'm at the very edge of the Great Basin, and it all goes wash down right below. I mean, I can see right here. I can go outside and show you that I'm sitting at the edge of the Great Basin, and you can visually see where we're at. This actually was that last pocket of when this 6,000 years ago, this whole rock was flooded with water. You can see it up here. This place is a freaking insane place. It's I've been in all 50 states, and I haven't seen everything, but all the cities I've been to, and not that, but been traveled. But we're sitting up on the edge, and when this all drained out, this was the last inland ocean in America. You used to look on the maps. This place was a massive ocean. There was a huge, and you can see it. Just look at the topographical map. You can see it all drain right out of here. So I'm sitting up at the edge of that rim. So when you go down just right up through this valley, you go whoosh down on the edge of that to a totally different grow zone. And they grow them right there. Up here, no, we get freeze right down there. And literally, I could almost spit in the dust devil, blow right over the edge of the rim. It does. It goes whoosh right off here. Pretty amazing. People, this place is just unbelievable. But yeah, see how they're I think they're like a jackfruit cross or something. I remember, but there's something like that. I mean, I know that sounds silly, but when I heard for like, shut up. They're like, yeah, well, whatever. It's just this is the world we live in. Cross pollination. You know, we had the ability to do so many things when we were on the move more. We were hunter gatherers. We didn't have time to let sit things and do these type of things we can do now. We're such a pampered generation, guys. We have lost our ways. We've lost our ways. You're going to have to remember that when I tell you this right now. You're going to have to go back to the ways of old. If you want to survive in the new world, you're going to go into their new system, or you're going to have to go back and go back right back to the old ways. Okay, very similar, like a melon, like a cantaloupe, has same color. Oh my goodness! Holy smokes, guys! That is. Remember to save the seeds. Save the seeds. Got one in my mouth already. All right, let me go cut these seeds out of here. I'm going to eat this thing. That's fabulous. Fabulous, fabulous. Frosty, frosty. Oh. So get them that there. That there. Put a 2 in the chat if you save your seeds. If you save your seeds when you eat fruit, put a 2 in the chat if you save your seeds. Let the algorithm know who's saving seeds. Let the government know. Put yourself on a list. Yeah, I save seeds. What are you going to do about it? Let's get that on there. Put it out there. Put it out there. Put that on this on that pizza box right there, right there. Look when you do it right there. Oh, I'm gonna go give some to the chickens. Hold on. I'll feed my ladies. Gotta feed my ladies.
Like that. They like it like that. All right. All right, the birds like some pretty yummy stuff here. That's better than the cantaloupe. Cantaloupe's good, but it tastes more like a honeydew than a cantaloupe, to be honest with you. It's sweeter, like a honeydew, sweeter than the cantaloupe. It has the cantaloupe texture, but it's a lot sweeter. It still has a cantaloupe flavor, though, almost and almost like a honeydew flavor too. I don't see him too often. But they definitely, like I said, sometimes you get a good cantaloupe. It's real sweet. Like, oh, that's a little sweeter. But that cantaloupe kind of has a honeydew, definitely has a more taste on the bottom side of the outside of your tongue. That sweetness. Right? Honeydew. Oh, well, I'm a cook, so texture and taste buds or everything. So. You know what I'm saying? Definitely, I think, our taste buds are all different, but I definitely would have to say, I was serving on a menu for somebody that cantaloupe is milder than honeydew. Honeydew, it definitely has a little bit sweeter, and they do hit a little bit different on parts of your tongue. If that makes sense. Does it make sense to you? That honeydew and cantaloupe hit on a little bit different part of your taste bud. No matter how you chew it up. I'm a 5-star chef, so. Okay, you see what I'm saying? They hit different on your tongue. Honeydew, it gets around the back of your tongue and a little bit on the tip of your tongue. Melon is almost like cantaloupe, just kind of all across your palate. Doesn't hit any one part of your. If it's a little sweet, then but normally it's just a mild. Makes sense to me? I don't know. Because our taste buds are all different. I don't tell anybody what their taste buds, but as a cook, I have to know how certain things, especially I work in a 5-star restaurant. And they're like, how do you make it taste like that? Because I know what your tongue wants to taste. And it wants certain textures or it doesn't want certain textures. You think it has everything to do with flavor. Sometimes it doesn't have to do with the flavors, obviously everything. Sometimes how it hits a certain portion of your tongue. So this is different. You'd think it looks like melon, but it doesn't. It tastes like a melon, but hits more like a honeydew. So. But they're good. They're really good. I don't need enough fruit. So I want to get the hell out of the U.S., man. The fruit sucks in America. The Toyotas suck in America. You know how many different fruits I could have if I just went to Mexico? I don't need to go all the way down into Panama or South America or Venezuela, Colombia, get down all the way south, down to Bolivia or Paraguay or anywhere down there, or anywhere. I'm good. Just get out of California. Everything in California. California. Everything in California. I bought. I grew up in California. I remember fruit in California was good. Yeah, because I was born in Los Angeles and grew up around all that good fruit. damn, this thing's, I mean, honeydew is normal. Melon, cantaloupe too is not this normal. And it is a little bit wet, but this thing's wet too, more like a honeydew. Honeydew is definitely wetter. My hands are dripping, you know. Oh, interesting. Nice. There you go. But you would swear you might swear it was a cantaloupe. You know what I'm saying? It does kind of have that same kind of outer husk looking. A little more yellow though. See that? You know what I'm saying? A little more yellow than a cantaloupe. I don't know how they do that, you know, but it's just whatever that is. Cantaloupe's a little more melon color. Remember? This is more of a, you know. But the inner looks the same. Oh man, it's dripping everywhere. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, I forgot, Sabrina, you're in Canada. Okay, I need to remember, Sabrina, you're in Canada. Okay, I took a mental note. Sabrina's in Canada. She's a Canadian dick. Oh, my bad. PuckOneLife.com. He's hanging up there with Ricky. Oh, the liquor's sick. Nice. Freaking Canadian dicks up there. Freaking miss PuckOneLife.com. She's up there making hash driveway. Go on. You can't have no melon. Nice. Oh my gosh, dude, my hands are just ripping. Oh my God, you dip my hand in water. I'm dripping over the plate. I should have grabbed a napkin, but I don't want to get up yet. I know I gotta over here again. I always have I'll make sure I got something. Dude, these things are fire. I don't need enough vegetables and fruit, man. It's a big problem of mine. Because like Sabrina, if she's up north, freaking Canada's fruit sucks like America's. Canada's fruit sucks. So I wish I could share this with you, Sabrina. I forgot you were up north there. Okay, I'll make a note of that. She's hanging up there with greasy cheeseburger Randy and Sabrina are hanging out there, huh? So now I got that stuck in my brain. We might have good fruit, but she's over there eating greasy cheeseburgers with Randy and Lay. Don't worry on the liquor. Sick, Ricky. Oh man. You guys know that Pug One and like that whole crew from Trailer Park Boys, they know each other. I think they've done some collaborations. I used to be subscribed to them on Facebook or whatever, the Trailer Park Boys, but they get unsubscribed me. What's that all about? I got to get up, dude. I hear a fly. I can't live with flies in my house. I'll get that fly. This is so fire. All right. I'm dripping. Thank you, Father. Man. I know this sounds stupid, guys. And this might sound stupid to you. When I eat something like this, you know,
that tastes just, this isn't sugar, guys. And we get so freaking hooked on our little treats and stuff, and I'm guilty. I mean, I try not to eat sugar, but dude, that was better than a candy bar. You know what I'm saying? I like chocolate a little bit every once in a while, but you know what I'm saying? But dude, that's better than candy. And if you had a freeze dryer, holy shit, guys, I wouldn't know what that would taste like freeze dried. I've never freeze dried one of these. Dude, that makes me believe in a higher power. When I eat that, how can somebody not believe in a God? This is just here by chance. Somebody made something so divine by chance as this, what I just tasted in my mouth. And remember, I could eat sugar and kind of get myself that same dopamine dump, guys. Think about what we're doing. We need to go back to our old ways, man. Stop letting these people do this. We eat freaking poison. We should be growing all our own food. When I do something like this, I don't know if I'm overdoing it, but when I eat something like that, dude, this makes me so much believe in a higher power. There couldn't be something so divinely put together like that we are meant to eat, that I'm sure this has certain benefits to our body and things if we take it back to our old ways. But why do you believe in God? Well, that's my proof. When I taste something like that, it didn't come from no fucking big bang. Right? This came from a big fucking bang. I hate this world so much sometimes, brothers and sisters. I'm so glad that I have Father and I know him when I see him in fruit. Something like this. Like, dude, you're a weirdo, but whatever. You think the way you are, and I swear, I don't know. Put a word in the chat if you understand what I'm saying. I mean, I feel God in something. You don't make something like that by chance. Father made that. That didn't come from some big bang in the middle of nowhere. Take your bang bang somewhere else. It sound like bang in the orgy Jesus and bang in the New Year's and bang in the boss's wife. Yes. But I was like, oh my God, there has to be a God. How can something be so amazing be by chance? Get the hell out of here. That is proof of God right there. It's perfect. Perfect. That was fucking perfect. We suck. We fuck everything up. We're like can't see her on this rock, and we mess up everything we touch. Even now, to some of the fruit and stuff, seedless watermelons and stuff. Stop it. Genetically modified pot. Stop it. This is Father. This is proof. This is Father's perfect perfection in every melon, and every strawberry and every kiwi and all the natural things, tomatoes and things that we need to be. We want TV and we want Cheetos and we want Frappuccinos and we want chocolate and we want cigarettes and it's human nature, alter mind, and destroy the body, where we could be doing this to ourselves. Coming together and uniting as a community and growing this kind of abundance and having extra time and extra abundance, but yet we punch clocks. We're all separated. We're all living in our little different cubicles. And I don't care if we even live in a box. If you think about it, they got us all boxed up and different. You're red, you're blue, you're white, you're round, you're this. Come on. You're fat, you're thin, dude, stop it. We're all people, for Christ's sake. Have some humanity. But thank you, Father, because this is how I know there's a God. Pineapples and cannabis, and these too, and avocado. I love avocados. Man, oh my God, he made avocados. Hey, you guys, this is a false paradigm in a sense, in a little bit, because if this place was truly the heaven that people think it would, I know there's a certain sense that there's a restrainer, but the one thing, if I ever had a gripe and said, Father, why, why did you take, George Carlin away so soon? We need him right now. We need to know what George Carlin is saying right now, right? I mean, oh my gosh, Father. But we do kind of live in this paradigm where things are restrained. But if I did say, Father, there was one thing that they didn't have in this paradigm, because I know we're not headed in a paradigm when this ever happened. They never did have Mexican buffets in this world. So this world sucks. I'm ready to die. And if we would have had Mexican buffets here, I would have been all right. But we don't even have Mexican buffets. So you guys can have this world. There's nothing else here for me. If we had a Mexican buffets, I might want to stay here. But we ain't got no Mexican buffets. So love you. Thank you, Father, for good Mexican food. But No Mexican buffets in this lifetime. Why did we get, why did you take George Carlin's food? Why no Mexican buffets, Father? You know I'm right. So. Why? What the hell? Oh, hey, brothers, sisters, buy paper plates, please. Put a one in the chat. How many paper plates do you think you own? Put in the chat. How many paper plates do you own right now? Some good pico de gallo. Nice. Heck yeah. There you go. Divine. Thank you, Father. So how many paper plates do you own? In the chat. I don't care if you got a dishwasher, so do I. It's got this right hand and the left hand. So how many paper plates do you own? I'm telling you, I'm going to put this in like one of the top 3 possibly prepper things for later. That's kind of a convenience thing, but it's not so much because it starts fires. You can do so many things. I mean, there's a lot of things that can be done with these. Okay. I mean, you need thousands, guys. This saves every time you don't wash dishes. I'm going to use this plate 2 or 3 times. I've already used this once, see? But I can use it again. When it gets like this, I'll use it as fire starter. I'll use it for, something to use it. There's other purpose. I use it as a funnel. I'm thinking, there's a lot. I'm not going to go through all the different things you can do this, but, these are going to save you water. You don't want to waste your water on dishes. Oh, you're being wasteful because you're using paper plates. Fuck off. You're not wasting water. It's more valuable than this fucking paper. Don't ever wash dishes when you're in that type of scenario, correct? No, why wash dishes? That's a stupid idea to waste that water. You'd rather drink that water, correct? Wash your butt, your stinky pits or whatever your, private pieces, parts, whatever you're holding now or... Okay, anyways. Grab your hats, drop your socks, and grab your never mind. So anyways, okay, paper plates are going to be more valuable than any other prepper. I never hardly hear people talk about that. Paper plates are probably the number 1 prepper item that you should have for, they're heavy to carry, but if you're at a camp or something, or something, these are going to be. So the reason why I say that is because you don't want to wash dishes. You don't want to waste water, correct? Makes sense? I use them over and over again. Over and over again. Over and over again. That one's ready to go. So I've even get a little bit where I know if I'm going to eat something the same day, you know what I'm saying? In the same day, I'm going to eat the same meal. I'll go ahead and put that to the side and put the same meal. I don't care. I'll put a different meal over the top. But if I'm going to know that I'm going to eat the same meal, it dries up a little bit like that. And that's like steak sauce, right? And I know I'm going to eat steak later because I have some. I'm going to save that plate. I'm not just going to throw that away. I'll put that steak right back over it. Would you do that? Because people are weird about that. Oh, that sat out on the counter it got out of the food zone. Dude, if you can't process something like that, dude, you ain't going to make it. People eat out of trash cans and stay alive, or people throwing away because they said it's going to kill them and they throw it in the trash can and people are staying alive and eating on that. Your gut bacteria is a lot. People have forgotten that we could eat nearly. I'm a veteran, so I eat anything. I have an iron stomach, but you don't. Like people are going to die, from having just small things because they're so. So I don't know anything like that. Would that be weird to you? I'm going to eat that 4 hours later. Is that? I don't know when that was from. Some people are weird like that, and I know that. You better think about how you live. We had life before hand sanitizer, you dumb motherfuckers. And we're still all here. I mean, a good hygiene, keeping your pits in your mouth and your orifices and clean. But anyone? No comments? Okay, well, that's all right. This is YouTube. Freaking not. Oh, stay there, phone. YouTube might be banning my comments for no reason. They don't want to be telling you about paper plates. They're like, no, waste the water. No. Get all crazy because you ain't never taken a shower, gone a day or 2 without a shower. How long? Hey, do that right now. And I'm not saying not wash your body with wet wipes and clean yourself down and, you know, wipe yourself. What's the longest you've ever gone without taking a shower? Here's another thing. People are going to be so fucked the next day. So people are used to just cleaning all that natural body oil, take a shower every day, washing their hair every day. That is so fucking wasteful and not good for your body either. Absolutely not. You need your natural body oils to build up. That's your pH. That's your equally balanced more than any other thing you can put on your body is your own natural body oil. Most people don't even let their natural body oils come up to the surface where they scrub it off or what out chemicals. And oh, stop using anything that's not organic. That's another thing, man. You want to try to live a better life? Stop putting things on your fucking body that are not organic. I know there might be certain things. I still even use deodorant, which I want to stop. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you can't shower, man, but you know, we don't want to stink, but you don't need to take a fucking shower. I work, I need to clean. My body's fucking dirty. I want to get my sheets and bedding all dirty, but if I'm not fucking dirty, I ain't gonna take no shower. I didn't take a shower yesterday. I didn't work yesterday. You know, people take a shower every day. Some people 2 times a day. What are you doing? Beating off in there, playing with yourself? What the hell? Come on, man. You know, I understand, but whatever you're doing in there, you know, you don't need to sit there and play shower games all day or whatever you're doing. That's bad. It's wasteful. Okay, well, whatever. You know what I'm saying? To some people, there's a little, okay, I can smell myself. Right. Oh, okay. Somebody else might, oh, nope, time to, you know, but see, I'm not saying not clean yourself with, you know, spit bath or wiping yourself down with a towel or something, but I'm talking about between showers. Most people don't go a day or something. So after a day or two, guys, they get grumpy as fuck, man. They are hard to deal with. All grumpy over a day, just ain't never taking a shower for a couple of days. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? That's crazy that people are going to lose it. Now they don't have their Frappuccinos or their, you know, Doritos and their sugar-fied. Dude, they're going to turn into nightmares. What the fuck is on my plate? I don't want to eat that. Shut up, bitch. Eat that shit or die. No, like I said, there was life before hand sanitizer, guys. You know. Okay, I'm just saying. I'm not telling you not to shower. I'm saying because I have wipes. I use 5 bucket showers. I have 4 showers here, 5 showers. But I still use the outdoor shower, heat up 5 gallons of water, 3.5 or 4 gallons. I don't need 5. And I have plenty of water to wash all my parts twice. And, you know, I'm not super hairy, so I don't have this big jungle boogie going, but, and I really don't carry odor because I'm not super hairy, but, you know, 3 or 4 gallons, I've got enough and I'm still dumping water over my head and I've got plenty to rinse off and, you know, so, but people, you know, that's 3 to 4 gallons of water for a shower, you know, so everybody's different, you know. Well, it's already here, Dirt. It's already here. You know what I'm saying? It's already here. Stop saying soon. I mean, we know it's here. So, you know what I'm saying? It's already here. But these are why we're giving these type techniques. So you need to get paper plates, guys, because water is something you don't want to waste a single drop. When you carry, you know what I'm saying? When you carry your water, you'll appreciate every drop you have. I guarantee you that. When you just stop having running water, where you just get in there and flip the switch, and it's not that you can't have that. And you know, I have that here on demand hot water heaters. I'm not going to waste water. It's going to turn on when you use it. It's going to turn off. You're not going to sit there and keep a tank full of hot water, keep heating it while you're at work. That's heating that shit up and cooling down and heating shit up. You go on vacation, heating it up. You're idiots. You know, what the hell are you doing? Are you using a hot water heater for? That's so fucking steal your money 1980s shit. There's technology. It's called an on-demand hot water heater system, and it will keep your water hot when you use it and not because you're not using it. It's called on-demand. So anyways, I'm going to go feed the rest of these, give these chickens a little. I gave them some more, but I'm going to go feed them these chicken rinds. They'll eat chicken rinds. Chicken rind. Pork rind? Or is there such thing as a chicken rind? Hey, listen. Since we're talking about things like that, how come when you how come when you eat raw chicken you get salmonella, right? When you eat raw salmon, no, raw chicken, you get salmonella. How come when you eat raw salmon, you don't get chickenilla? No, hey, just so you know, Iceman, we stopped doing the caps thing. So you know, Ryan, just so you know, I don't care about caps anymore. I'm over it. You know what I'm saying? And that's fine. It's fine. You know, like I said, that's my signature. Okay, hey, I'm coming in the room. Everybody look at me. I gotta talk real loud. So, you know, I get you. We did that for a minute. It was for the moderators. It was for you guys. It was for you guys because it was gave you guys got to get my attention. Hey, Tracy, somebody's asking you a question, Pastor. Somebody asked you a question 3 times. You didn't. You're talking about 5 things. And they, you know, it was for you guys, the moderators. You know what I'm saying? Remember what I'm saying, Ryan? Well, I did that for you guys. It was for you exclusively. It was a moderator thing only. So if you guys need to get my attention or something, it's not like we would let somebody type in all caps except for one letter. We weren't trying to, hey, you got to, it was for the moderators only. Now we're just letting anybody who produces fruit, which I'll give away some more. I need to start giving away some more wrenches too. Anybody's producing fruit, which their wrench will be taken. We wrenched Martello out of here, which sucks. He's been here forever. We socket his ass right out of here. He came in here telling Barbara or whatever, she's another newer, but Elsa and some of the other that they were drunk. And I think maybe he was drunk. So I think he'll show back up because remember, we never ban. I never give any of you, and nobody's ever been permanently banned from the channel. I will never give, and I double check that Lady in Red does not have, or none of the other, it was only my son and Lady in Red myself had the ability to actually ban somebody permanently and never come back from the channel again. Nobody's ever going to be banned from this channel. If they want to come in here and shut up, maybe they learn and come back later. You guys determine how long, as a moderator, how long they're, I don't do that. If I give you the wrench, that's it. I'm a soldier. I'm a leader. So if I trust you with this platoon, you need to lead that damn platoon. So now I'm trusting you with the wrench that if anybody says, hey, you want to see my Negro? You know, we don't want to hear all that stuff. You know, all this drug pushing, just the same trolley stuff. Because we can, and especially right now, because until the end of 2025 on their Gregorian calendar, 200 million Americans disappear from this country. I'm not going to be one of them. I'm not, or I'm going to die trying. So I don't want to talk to anybody that's not talking about what are you doing to get to the end of 2025? These Deagle maps have been out since 2017. If they don't come to pass, great. I hope they don't. I hope it then come back and make me eat crow. Oh, you said that because I've had. Remember, I didn't get the perfect, you know, water rays on 10/24/24. But how many people did I invite to come out to this property, you know, that are sitting there? There's tens of thousands of you know, dead people sitting in, you know, up that eastern seaboard where I warned about these water events. So I didn't get it perfect, but how many people are dead sitting in the dirt right now that I invited them to come here? Every one of them. They didn't come here. That's not my fault. I don't get it exactly right, but I normally, when I get something, I don't get every detail, but I'm normally pretty correct about what I'm saying. Sometimes I get it right over the target because it's them saying it, not me. I'm telling you what they're saying. So this is the same thing. I'm telling you, it's here right now. You don't get away from these cities. You don't get away from population. They didn't put military on 20 plus states in America because nothing's happening. Have you ever seen military in 20 states ever in this country? No. This is fucking this is very serious. And this is not the time to take any time lightly. I know what they're planning for. They're planning for the fake alien invasion, Project Blue Book, 1945 equals 2025. That's the 80-year. That's the reserve currency cycle of the fifth turning, right? Or a 400-year cycle. I told you, this is all aligning. This is not me telling you this. So I know that they're going to use fake alien technology, which isn't alien's a word. This is how easy it is to trick somebody. Virus isn't alive. Computers aren't alive, but we can convince the public that the computers are alive and they're in robots, but they're not robots because they're just actually alive and they're killing people because they're going to drop them from out of the sky. They've been dragging these things up there for decades. Year after year, taking these payloads. We think they're dragging them up there because they're going to say, oh, they all came from above. They're from right here. And there's already literally probably millions of them amongst us right now walking amongst us. But they will peel these, you know, skins off of these things, and they're going to go in this tech future where in the future they need tech to get through the solar minima to the next little age where they get flesh back. Period. It's not hard to figure out what they're doing. They put this out since, remember, Project Blue Book is something that is not Operation Blue Beam. That's something different. That's a made-up conspiracy theory by the CIA. They do this shit to take people's eye off the prize. This is a real, actual operation. No, this is called Project Blue Book, which is part of their 1945, where they brought Operation Paperclip. All the head scientists, the top scientists from NASA, was a swastika. You remember they brought all that chemists, physicists, doctors, and brought them over here to America and created all this. You know, you have to go look at this. There's Operation Nanook, where they took over the water, the seas, the skies to create this event in 2025 on that fifth turning at the end of 2025. Look at the maps. In 2017, it's a projected population. Over 200 million Americans will be gone by the end of the year. They're fucking idiots. I know how they're going to do it. They thought a virus is alive. They think computers are alive. They're just going to drop fucking computers and robots and tell them that the computers did it. Oh, I mean, it's the robots did it and they're aliens. And people are going to laugh, but they're going to be in one of these little space camps, work camps, 15-minute cities. And this has been something that's been in play for thousands of years, because right now we're in the sixth extinction event. And that doesn't mean that most people are going to die. It just means people are stupid enough to think the word alien is a space. It doesn't. There's no aliens. It's a word. Alien is a word. Aliens is two words. That's as easy it is going to be to trick people. I thought a virus was alive. Now they think alien is something in the real. Fallen angels. There's fallen doesn't come from the sky. Doesn't know what fallen angel means. There's nothing above your head. You're trapped in the firmament. You're not on a spinning planet. This is all childish. This people just don't listen to people like this. They're not going to make it. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to make it. Okay. So that is just part of the event of what is happening. I've already done that. That's the raising and lowering. There's literally, cities sitting off our coastlines right now. See, that was that 79 AD. This is different, guys. This is not, they're going to drop robots on you and you think they're alive. Now they can put neoprene sex dolls on them or make them like little rubber buggy bumpers or whatever. Those little baby things are evil as hell, but they can make something look totally real. There is literally millions of robots that are living amongst you right now. They won't have sex with you. They might be good looking. They know what to say. They don't. Look, they have metadata. This is not, there's no gods in the sky. This is going to be so easy to pull off. And overnight, like the COVID, it's never going back to what it was. And you'll remember, if you ever heard this, go, dude, I thought that it was crazy. And now you won't. There's going to be robots integrated in every bit of your lifestyle, period. They already have McDonald's that has no human beings working it. I don't know why anybody would eat at a fast food restaurant, but it is what it is. Okay, but listen, don't listen to anybody right now who is not preparing. This stuff has been out for decades. We are in the sixth extinction cycle right now. You don't need to wait for something. World War III is already here. I mean, come on. If you don't see what's happening, this is the kind of people that are riding the fence. You watch people walk right to their death during World War II, right into the smokestacks, brothers and sisters. They're doing it again. So I've told you on this channel for now, what years, that you could go back and see me putting out the 923 Truth by Oral Television, showing you that these 923 executive orders, okay, 923 executive orders allows them to relocate whole communities. They did that during World War II, and they're doing it already again. So I told you well in advance 11 years ago, and now it's happening. Now, I told you on this channel before it was actually happening, and now it's actually happening. Now, it's not yet that they're relocating whole communities. They will start doing that. They could do that with a hydrogen bomb and call it a pancake atomic and click everybody out of that city, and that's their city now. You're not going back. It's that simple, that simple. And there will be two bombs, just like there was Nagasaki, Hiroshima, okay? Guys, a false prohibition. Do you mean false prophet? You're a fucking idiot. There's no such thing as prophets, you dumb fucking idiot. Prophecy was fulfilled with the last prophecy is not a broken bone in his body. Unblemished sacrificial lamb, get the fuck out of here. Prophet. There's no prophets, bro. Says don't listen to anybody. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. People are not getting food, growing back, getting ready, not trying to fight. You're dead if you're in the city already. You sit in there in a soup. You need a place to go, get a hold of me. I have multiple pieces of property that I own. I would really need to put people up if they didn't have their head up their ass and they understood what was going on. It's not a time to panic. You can still move around this country, but there will be military checkpoints. I'm a veteran. I know how this works. I've seen this. They don't put military on 20 plus states in this country if nothing was fucking happening. They're already happening. So you can get ready. You can get toilet paper, or you can sit around like nobody. And every day that you didn't do this, for every hour that you don't go right now and do something, it's going to take you 100 hours once this event happens. You'll remember what I said. You're probably places you'll never go and never get to again. So I'm in Oregon. Are you in Oregon, Elizabeth? I'm in Silver Lake, Oregon. Come out here. You don't have to get property from me. I have property for sale if you want to buy property. I have property I can maybe lease on a land sale. Get out of Portland. That is fucking city was so beautiful. I fucking loved Portland before in the 80s. Remember going to Portland, and you can still walk around. I'm so fucking tired. Please read about what fucking Trump is about to do. You can read through the goddamn people in Portland. It's not BLM and fucking Black Lives Matter was judged, and Antifa was funded by George Soros. They let that goddamn city burn down. The cops sat there and watched it. That was then. It's not happening now. There are so many places you can walk down the streets in Portland right now, and people are living completely normal fucking lives. But that's what you're going to hear on the news. But if you'll take it to the comments section, you'll go read the go get, you can even go down like Eugene and Eugene. Read the fucking area that people are living there on the ground. There are people who are living a totally normal life in Portland. Is there a crime? There's fucking crime in every city, you dumb fucks. Portland has issues, but that was caused by the government. That was caused from fucking Kate Brown and her bullshit fucking policies. She's the same thing. I don't do none of this bullshit. I fucking protest Kate Brown and during the COVID and shit. She's a scam artist and all these Cotina, Tampon, Kotek, they're all part of this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So there are people who live in Portland who have no problems. Go read the comment sections, brothers, sisters. There's people who struggle because there's bad areas in everywhere, but there's plenty of places you can still go in the middle of fucking night in Portland and walk down the streets. Portland used to be one of those beautiful cities. You need to read the history of Portland. You want to learn about a country, about a city that has a historical record like no other fucking city. Please read about Portland. But fuck Portland because I hate cities. Get out of the city. Population density. I'm telling you guys, when this event happens, we are one solar flare away. Fuck nefarious. Fuck, you know what I'm saying? It's not Louisville, okay? It's Louisville, right? Louisville, Kentucky. All right, where you got to go to the Brown or the Silbach Hilton. But anyways, we'll stop talking about that. Anyways, get out of Louisville. Go out there, get out. There's plenty of places. I was in Cordon up north. You know what I'm saying? Get out to the country. You know, that's giving me goosebumps, man, talking about Louisville, man. I was talking about it earlier. I was driving over the bridge. It was somewhere between Cordon, or when it was in Louisville and Jefferson or whatever. I can't remember the bridge I was on. And I was talking about Kentucky earlier in here today because I've worked, whatever. But anyways, I was watching and we were talking about, they were talking about aliens, you know, bringing up alien abductions. And this guy, and I remember I was driving for Kelly Technical Coating, driving paint or whatever out of Kentucky. And I'm driving over the bridge and I'm in a big, I'm driving a commercial driver. I've got a big rig. I'm driving to, this guy comes on and he's talking about aliens. And he says, he said, I've never had sex. He's talking about aliens. He said, oh, I've never been abducted by aliens, but I've had sex with an illegal alien, dude. And I went over like half a lane. I think I peed myself. I pulled over. I think it was in Jefferson. I pulled over because I was just so overwhelmed and laughing. It just took me. I was like, I had to stop and take a break, man. It was the funniest thing I ever heard. I said it earlier on the stream, but we were talking about aliens because alien's a word. And we're talking about alien abductions. And the guy came on. He's like, super, because I was trying to tell people that he had a thick accent. You know, I'm back on the over on the east or on the west coast, but over there you guys have people don't realize it because they're back here. People say you have a little bit of a twang, but I've been to all 50 states. People in Louisville, people in Kentucky have a little bit of a twang, not like people from Virginia, but anyways. But he came on with a little bit of an accent and he said it real thick because I was trying to tell people where I was at in Kentucky. You can tell. I think he was from Indiana. I think he probably lived out in whatever. He sounded like more from Indiana than he did from Kentucky. But he came on. He's like, man, I've never been abducted by an alien, but I've had a sex with an illegal alien. Does that count, man? I'm like, oh my God, dude. That was serious. I peed myself a little bit, dude. It was so great, dude. One of the best times I'll never forget. I really enjoyed the city back there, Louisville, just because of the history with the Brown and the Derby and the racetrack. And that place is insane. That right there, Louisville is such an amazing but they fucked that city up too. They went in there and did the same fucking shit they did in Portland, brothers and sisters. Our government is allowing these cops. We need to go back and figure out who are these cops during these times when they have these Antifa, Black Lives Matter protests, which were just funded by George Soros. It's the same two wings to the same dragon, two chinks to the same hole. But they did the same fucking thing in Louisville. Who the fuck did they allow to these cops stand and they watch these cities burn down, guys? I want those cops back fucking put in prison right now. These motherfuckers need accountable for it. I mean, are we wrong here? So there's still good places in Louisville, brothers, sisters, you know, down by the water, over on the other side, but there's hit and miss. It's starting to get harder and harder. And it's the government that's doing this, brothers. So stop telling yourself that you're you know, that you're the problem. They keep telling you that you're the problem. Actually, the biggest problem right now is you're in the cities. This is time to exit the cities. If you like convenience, stay there, but your convenience is going to end up being the death of you. You know, the population density will be the number one killer. The more unprepared people you are away. The cities are very dependent on the supply chain. Yet there are some people who live on balconies and grow herb gardens and on, you know, 5-gallon pots of tomatoes or potatoes or whatever, and try to be efficient, but you're dependent on the supply chain. You know what I'm saying? And you should get a job. Yeah, get a job, pay W-2 tax dollars so you get gross, net, federal, state, and then be accomplice to murdering people in other countries like this dumb fucking idiot says. Get a job, you know, pay a fucking wage and be a mass murderer. You know what I'm saying? You're accomplice to murder if you pay a W-2 tax dollar like this dumb fucking prick who probably pays taxes like a dumbass who can actually avoid taxes if he knew how to do his goddamn taxes. But he's a slave to the system and he's a mass murderer. He's an accomplice to killing other people in other countries. When you don't live on the grid and you get the fuck out of the city, you don't have a power bill, you don't have a water bill, you don't have light bill, you do all this. You're not a dumb fuck coming on the internet acting like some shit stick that's going to come not on a fucking water filter and come take all your stuff from you. Guarantee that person don't even have he wants me to get a girlfriend. Next thing he's going to tell me to take drugs. They're all the same. Get away from society, brothers, sisters. Go back to the old ways. The old ways are going to be, or you're going to go into the new ways. And sure, they'll feed you food printed by the mile. You already get food flavored poison, corn syrup, box bag, or can. The food looks like damn shit that my grandma had sitting on her damn table with the little resin grapes or this wax fruit sprayed with bugs. And why are all the pears the same shape? And you see that fruit that I just brought and I just ate? This is fruit, man. This is organic fruit, not this nonsense that they feed you. That's plastic. We pretty much all we do is eat plastic. You know what I'm saying? So this is the time to get away from the cities, get to the countryside, and find a group of people. Elizabeth, you're in Kentucky. You know who Dabu77 is? Dabu77. So Dabu is from Kentucky. He got a lot of good information. I'm going to eat some more of this here. So information about Kentucky. So just don't fight people, brothers, sisters. That's the thing here. You know, if you don't make it, at least you weren't in the middle of a fucking city. And then if you got some, you know, there's people out in the country, they got shotguns and sniper rifles and backhoes. So you ain't going in no city or country and smelling like the city. You don't realize when you come out to the country, you stink like the city. You think you don't, but we can just, you open your mouth and then you stink. Your mouth stinks because of what the odor that comes out of your face. We ain't got the same taste in, I don't know, clothes or got the same mindset. We don't see the same way. We ain't got the same taste in music. See, you put a bad taste in our mouth. You stink and smell like the city and taste like the city. You talk like the city. You understand? You can't come into a country like this town like it takes 5 years to become a local in this town. And maybe if you're do the right things, it's a hard town to become local in. That's why people just come out here and be left alone. Don't even care. Most people come out here and just be left alone, and they're buzzing like the dream out here. This is the American dream. I live. If there was ever a place to live the American dream, anywhere in this U.S. right now, Oregon's got its issues, but if you look at this country, I've done strategic relocation. I've been to every city. I've lived in Alaska. I've lived in Hawaii. I've been to every major city in this country. I'm telling you, this place is the best place to ride out the storm. Look at the population density. I live in the largest dark sky sanctuary in the whole world. Where's my phone? I can show you where I live. Just get on a population density map. Look at where the population's at. I live in one of the darkest places in the whole United States, if not the. This is the largest dark sky. That means there's less people here where I'm at than there is anywhere else. So, cool. So, just get away from population density. You know, that's all. And then you need to make a plan to bug in. Bug in. Yeah, there you go. Nice fucking Wi-Fi router, you stupid fuck. I'm off the grid, you dumb fucking idiot. I'm eating organic fruit and fucking chicken eggs, and you're eating fucking store eggs that are 30 days fucking old. You eat dog shit. That's why you let this dumb shit come out of your face. I'm broadcasting on 2G, bitch. I'm broadcasting on 2G. You know what that means? To sow seeds. The enemy Kate sows and seed. You eat fucking watermelon, it ain't got no seeds in it. That's why you say the stupid fucking shit that you say. Remember, I make my own power. You're on Wi-Fi. Fuck you. You don't even make. You're powerless. Look at this powerless piece of shit from Florida. Idolatry and imagery. That's what he warned about. Things you see and things you fucking see. This is your problem. You're already a failure. So, you're a fucking piece of shit. Get the fuck out of here. Go fuck yourself. You couldn't fish yourself out of a fucking paper bag. Goodbye, dumb fuck. This ain't about security. Hello, Paul Blart, the flashlight cop. Can I get some security in here? I'm feeling a little insecure. Go the fuck on. Kick rocks. Take your little worm and stick it in somebody else's. Man who go fishing another man's well, bound to catch crabs. Man who stand on toilet is high on pot. Get out of here. Go away. If you say anything else, you're a fucking idiot. You're a child. I don't want you here. You don't have to be in here. Nobody else wants you here. Anybody else want them to stay in here? Fishing Florida man? Fishing Florida man. Anybody? Hey, we'll take a poll in the chat. We want this. We got any trolls in here want to ride his coattail? Catch the wave? Come on, man. Is it a worm or is it a cock or what is it? You're just a little dick. Are you sticking it out there? What are you slow to the punch there? Hey, yank that bitch, man. You ain't going to set the hook. You ever fish with an open spool? Okay, anyway, so moving on, guys. Come on, produce some damn fruit in here and move on. You'll know them by their fruit. And not judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit. So there is 3 months left. Will you be one of these people, if you are in the U.S., who are part of the 99 million people? 99 million. Yeah, it's awesome, man. You know, let them run on it and then wham, rip their lips out of it. Oh, this must be this prick. Oh, okay. That's pretty good. All right, what kind of fisherman can tell a fisherman's story and never lie? Since we're going to spin off this guy. Let's talk about getting the freaking being spooled. I think you got a bird's nest in here, huh? All right, we're going to plant some seeds. But anyways, what kind of fisherman can tell a fisherman's story and never lie? We're just going to go off of it, man. Go with it, man. We're trolling. They see me trolling. They hate it. Trying to catch me around and dirty. All right, so don't be drinking and driving or boating and driving either. So what kind of fish? Maybe you should fish from the bank. Put your money in the bank, all right? Your currency. So you can go with the flow. Get schooled, get channeled. You catch any channel cats. So what kind of fisherman can tell a fisherman's story and never lie? A seaman samples. No, he's not with the Navy. Seaman samples. Thank you for your comment. But Germany. Boy, oh boy, that's a tough place to be. You guys are getting involved in the war. Surf perch? Surf perch, okay. One more answer. What kind of fisherman can tell a fisherman story and never lie? Uh-oh. Seaman samples. Yeah, Mako was Navy. So was my cousin. I'm a pagan veteran. Disgusting, filthy vet, too. So, one more answer. What kind of fisherman can tell a fisherman's story and never lie? My papa was a pistol. I was a son of a gun. Now, hang me on the table rope and hang me from the highest tree. One more answer. Come on, guys. What's your answer? What kind of fisherman? We're telling fisherman stories. That guy came in here thinking he's Florida. He's fishing on his 4G phone. So that's fine. He's a piece of shit. I'm looking for fishers of men, not goats. I forgot this choke punchline. Oh, I remember it. It's silly to remember. So, all right. Dude, I got to get that fly out of here. Probably need to smoke a bowl, huh? Smoke a bowl. Why not? Where is... All right, I'm going to go give these to the chicken. A successful fisherman. Thank you for your answer. The correct answer is the only fisherman that can tell a fisherman's story and never lie. I said, what kind of fisherman? Now we'll give you the real answer. The only fisherman that can then tell a fishing story and never lie is the one-armed fisherman, because that motherfucker was this big. All right. My dad told me that joke when I was like 8 years old. Oh man, I'm such a goof. All right. Hold on, I'll be back. We'll take a pause for the cause here if you need to water the dog and kick the can over, whatever you got to do. If you're American, I can't, but you can, but I can't. So I'll see you. I'll be back. Like Terminator. That's the one. Liz's like, yeah, that's the one. Well, the only kind of fisherman can tell a fisherman's story and never lie. She knew it. She's like, damn it, I know this. I know it. What is? Let me pull it out of the archive. My dad told me that like 40 plus years ago. What are they, clown? Fucking thing was this big, dude. I'm telling you, it was so big. It was that big. Oh, I love you, brothers and sisters. Thanks for hanging out with me. I'm just sitting here being a goof. I got a court date in a couple days, so I'm doing the Saturnalia Day. Saturn Day. No, you stay inside with Dad. Oh, pardon me. All right, I had to go check the ladies, and there's still one on the one sitting on the nest. So we'll see how many eggs we get today. So yesterday we got 6. That's the first time that lady, only the one that lays the blue eggs. She's a freaking little savage. She's an ornery little poop. She's getting the other ones to jump over the fence, but that's all right. They are fine. They're not going anywhere here. So we're getting about 7 or 8 eggs a day. About 8 birds. So we had more out here, but we lost one and lost our rooster. I don't know what happened, but kind of crazy out here without having that rooster out here making all that noise. I like the roosters, I like the noise. We got the cows on the other property right next door, so they make a bunch of noise too, but I like the noise on a farm. Let you know you're alive. Well, I'm always up at 3 o'clock in the morning anyways. Cook-a-doodle-doo. And she's awake too, like any cock will do, honey. Oh, never mind. What do you get me up at 3 o'clock in the morning for? Oh. So I'm just planning out the how I'm going to survive and be one of the 99 million people in America if I can't leave this country before that date, which I'm probably just wanted to go down south to eat better food. Obviously, the food in America sucks. I just go to Mexico and live better. I could go to any country and live better than America, but that's all right. I might end up having to stay here. So like that, I got to be practice what I preach here, and make a plan to bug in. Make a plan. If I can't go, how am I going to not have somebody else come take my shit? How am I going to figure out not to kill people just to keep my shit? Maybe I'll make a plan to go somewhere else and pull half my shit, put it in a cache somewhere else, so I can just walk away and let them have what I have. You know what I'm saying? Ain't trying to fight no people for dirt. He said, if they come for what you have, give them the rest of what you own. You really want to fight people over dirt? Is that important? Dirt's going to kill somebody over dirt? You ever had to kill somebody? You want to live with that on your soul, your heart, your head, your mind all the time? That's not an easy thing to live with, right? I'm sure, if you haven't, it doesn't make it easy. You plan on killing people to survive? How about going away and run? No, you go pick up their dead body. No, you're going to end up killing each other because you're fighting over who's going to go pick up the dead body. You're not ready for this. How about just getting away from chaos? Go out to the country like I've been saying. Would you stop it, you stupid phone thing? Hold on. And no matter of times I bend this thing and make it, and it's my OCD that doesn't want it to sit like that. Hold on. Everything has to be a little bit uniform. All right, there we go. So anyways, this don't make no sense. Why, when you can have abundance, you're sitting there dependent on the coffee line when you can make your own coffee, make your own cream. Why try with goat's milk or something, Quit and eat this crap. Like I was going out to check not choke my chicken, check my chickens. If you were choking, joking, jerking off, all jerking on, with jerk chick, Jamaican, whatever they're on, it's not real. That chicken look like do nothing but lift weights. You know what I'm saying? So, well, you wear a hat like you're a fucking idiot, and then you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. You don't even have a hat. You don't know what the hat is. The hat's cover. That means apocalypse to lift off the cover, but you're a dumb fuck. You're not ready for the apocalypse. We're in the age of apocalypse. You wouldn't know north from south. Let me ask you something there, Peter. Stiff pan, Peter God. Tell me what year it is. Tell me what year it is there, Peter. I want to see if you even, I know you don't know fucking time it is. Let's see if you know what year it is. See if you know your ass from hole in the ground. Cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same dragon. Hello, McFly. I'm talking to you. Your shoes unslide there, Peter Pan. Peanut butter. You take your little Peter Pan God, your little flute, and stick it in somebody else's American pie. So what year is it, child? You come in here like some Peter Pan story, trying to rob Peter to pay Paul. Once again, I don't think you know your ass from a hole in the ground. So would you please speak up? Or you just got your, what are you in that band camp, ball camp? This one time in band camp, I'm going to stick my pear in somebody else's pie. Why are you slowing down, man? You were so quick to the trigger. What are you, a two-pump chump? Ladies are going to be pretty disappointed there, Peter. You're just a little dick. You know that? You're just a little dick. What am I to say there, Richard? I'll make you see why Stevie had to wonder. Is it getting your blood pumping there, Nimrod? Your name is Peter. I told you got to rob Peter to pay Paul. You want me to be your pimp? I'll pimp you out. You want to know where all the hoes are at? Ask Santa. Ho, ho, ho. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, wait. Hey, hey, hey. I can't get up the chimney with my dick this way there, Nimrod. It's all stiff, Peter. Oh, my goodness. Did you fit in the keyhole? I told you it's just a little dick. Hey, whatever. I'm a real man. Look, testosterone. I'm mad as fuck. I'm not mad. I'm mad. See a man that's got a lot of testosterone. Look at his finger. Did it look like somebody cut off my damn finger? See that? That's testosterone in a man. What the hell happened to his finger? That's because I've got way too much testosterone in my body. And the more less testosterone a man has, the more looks like a woman. That doesn't mean that he's not a man if his hands look like that. So that's just my hand. Look at these first ladies. They're like, hey, why come you got an Adam's apple? What's going on, Peter? He must have stuck his thing into somebody else's apple pie, huh? Peter Pan, peanut butter, peanutty. The man's nuts, grab him. All right, stop it. So I can't help. You got a little humor in life, man. Life ain't Burger King. You can't always have it your way, right? If life was Burger King, how would you ever, well, if all you ever had was a bad time, you ever got bent over all the time, and how would you ever know what a good time was? If you ever had a good time, how would you ever heard of rough sex? Never mind. I'm just kidding. It ain't about that. It's about, don't fornicate with vipers, cast your pearls in the mud. Some people like to try to get me riding dirty. So, yeah, whatever. I'm a sick, twisted, kind of weird kind of a guy. It is what it is, man. I don't have the humor of most people. Hezekiah. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack. You can't serve two masters. Your master's dead to me. That's an idiom. There's difference between an idiom and an idiot, by the way. But I'm not an idiot, and Lot's wife was not turned to a pillar of salt, so I just get a little salty at times. Somebody's talking about something about the Navy earlier. I think it was steaming samples or something we were talking about. Let's talk about that. Who's steering your ship? Remember, the eye is the lamp of the body. Well, I'm always in a learning mode. I'm never going to stop studying. That's kind of my thing. I traded time for, instead of chasing tail and fame and all that money I have. I don't need to be famous. I'm going to be infamous. Doesn't matter what they say about me. They always talk shit. And I can't even walk into a room. I didn't even open my mouth and people are irritated with me. That's okay. You come to this town, they run away from me. I'm the guy that built a UFO at the end of town. You'd be the craziest motherfucker in town if you don't build a UFO, right? Seriously. I don't know what people do. I'm like the dog star series. Remember, smack that down on the floor, on the counter. It wasn't me. So I even had it in the shower. Never mind. On camera, or old school. But it was for fun. It was visualized, visualized, spiritualized, celestialized. Some of us have celestial eyes. So you steer the ship. The commander's supposed to be steering the ship. So I'm not sure right now. I think Kevin's going to give me. He was going to take off, but I think he's going to stay here because he's going to get his cat. So I think he's going to take me down there. So eventually I'll get all this straight. I'm so excited about this, man. I'm either going to prison for a while or I'm going to move on with my life. I'm excited about that, just to have something happen in my life. I spent over $100,000 for nothing. So probably got my son and daughter killed. But what do I do, man? You serve others and it happens. So if they're alive, it's what it's meant to be. Thy kingdom come. Father's will be done. So I was thinking about doing that. Was in here earlier about maybe we'll do a false Lord's a pagan term. So yeah, Father's supposed to be steering the ship. He's the wind in my sail. Remember, the eye is the lamp of the body. If the eye is filled with light, then the whole vessel is filled with light. The eye is filled with darkness, the whole vessel is filled with darkness. Dark and light, oil don't mix. Oil and water, you notice there. So he says, hot or cold, or I'll vomit you from my mouth. So not spew, vomit, because you're toxic like Britney Spears. Toxic. What's going on with Britney Spears, huh? I don't care if she's rich. All rich people go to hell. All famous people go to hell. So, but I'll figure it out. Thanks for asking. I'm hoping that, Gambino. Is that like Childish Gambino? This is America. This is America. Too many fallacies. What's the reality? People be. Oh, never mind. I mixed a little Bob in there. Yeah, the eye is the lamp of the body. Remember, dark and oil does not light mixed. And if you mix a little leaven, it leavens the whole lump. Like cream, it rises to the top always. Father, cream of the crop, baby. Just not corn. So, not I. I'm trying to eat corn. Cracker Jacks. Get your little prize. Get your little happy meal. Give them enough bread and circus and they'll never revolt. Don't make me tell you. They're putting each kids. So, all right. How are you going to survive 2025 from their pagan calendar year? So you're born in the 11th month? The 11th month, there is no 11th month. Uh-oh, Elizabeth, we've got issues here. Oh, wait, we do, because we have 13 months. My bad. But not decimized. Let me see your hands up. That's the 10th month, right? Hey, it's a stick up. Everybody get their hands up. Hey, get your blood pumping there, Nimrod. So, the cream of the crop. And remember, though, what that means, Deacon, is that, remember, little leaven? Little leaven, just one little leaven leavens it. Remember, it causes all the yeast to rise, and it leavens all the lump, right? Like the feast of unleavened bread. So, you need to be doing that now, Gambino, not later, okay? I already have my hole dug 28 feet down from where I'm at right now. That's a lot of years of digging. Like Noah didn't listen, hadn't even, decades they scoffed at the old man. It was, hadn't even raised one single crop, right? And then it rained. So, keep doing, that's good. You're going to be better off. Just get yourself about 6 feet under. No, about 6 feet of rock above you is some kind of soil will probably give you enough protection for what I think is coming. It's not going to be the stem, event, but we need to get into the core temperature of this rock is what you need to do. So I'm telling you, that's the only way you're going to survive what is to come. You will not make it if you're on the surface of this rock. Do you think the wind could blow for 2 weeks at 200 miles an hour? Oh, you're a duck. Listen here, Elizabeth. Elizabeth's sitting there like a duck. Listen here, quack. I quack, daddy, bitch. Duck a friend. No. Oh, I'm like, hey, I told you, Santa Aurora's all the hoes are at. But don't sit there like a bump on a log. Like everyone ever got on her back. She was fucked. Oh, I'm sorry, Elizabeth. I'm just kidding. It's just a joke. But don't sit there like a duck in a pond. If I had my way, I'd have all of you shot, right? So like a duck in a pond. Be like a wings of an angel. Remember? Should be given the wings of an angel. She will flee to the wilderness and be given the safety. Go now. Girl, don't go away mad. Just go away. So catch you on the flip side. So, well, no, hold on. Remember, though, because it says you must be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. So, uh-oh. That's all right. You don't need anything. You need a skill set. You better start to learn some skill set there, Elizabeth. Try to remember that women is the one who went into the woods, went into it and gathered. Men did a lot of the hunting, and men gathered too, but the women were masters at gathering. So if you will tap into your skill set, you should be able to walk right into the woods. And if you, right now, if you take it, you still have the interweb. You can start taking and actually laminate pages. So you can be like, and cheat and get back to it, and then you'll remember after you see it a couple times. So get that skill set up, and you can come anywhere, any place, anytime, and they'll let you into their camp. You know what I'm saying? So, smoked a duck, delicious, yummy. Have you ever smoked a duck? Elizabeth, do you know the hardest about smoking ducks? Because you said, have you ever smoked a duck? Do you know the hard about smoking a duck, Elizabeth? They didn't let your thing be. That's crazy. Duck, yeah. What's the hardest part about smoking a duck? Anybody can get the answer. What's hardest about smoking a duck? The question is, what is the hardest part about smoking a duck? I'm going to smoke some tags. I got $20 in my pocket. I'm looking for pot shop. Oh, no. Oh, no answers? Why are you banning me, YouTube? Oh, you man. Not much. The grease. Taking off the feathers. Looks like your message we're getting revealed. So getting the duck to quit or plucking the feathers. Getting the duck to quit. That's all right, yeah. No, it's the hardest about smoking the duck is keeping them lit. Right? Same thing when you smoke trout. What's hardest about smoking trout? Keeping them lit. Or salmon. All right, anyways. Well, that's not even very funny. You're like, all that punchline for that? So, duck is excellent, but yeah. Smoked flowers, not duck. Not smoked brisket, not crack, please. Yeah, smoked brisket, not meth. Smoke cannabis. Smoke some trees, some flowers. Flower power! Oh. All right, pardon me for my outburst. It's partly cloudy here in the high desert. Always partly cloudy. So. Oh, man, I wish I didn't smoke a cigarette about 15 years ago. I said, I don't want to give my money to big tobacco never again. Not big cereal, not big soda, not big television, not big Wi-Fi router, not big power company, not big anything. I'm the fucking powered motherfucker. Captain Grayskull! I am! No, that was some He-Man. Did you hear that? I just did Captain Grayskull. Grayskull. That sounds like Skull and Bones. Become empowered. Become your own power company. Where do you live? You want to get off the grid? I'll help you get off the grid. You better hurry up. Can you build? Can you read a tape measure? You better go now, brother, sister. You better find that community. Look right online right now. Go to Homesteading Group. I have somebody coming out here from the East Coast. I don't know if he make it. I actually looked. He had a lot of offers. This guy looks kind of like Busy Bone from Bone Thugs and Harmony. Got the big fro or whatever, but he keeps it back. But he's so humble. He's so freaking humble. This guy needs an opportunity, and I'm going to give it to him. But if you need an opportunity, you want to get away from the city, it's time to go. It's not. Don't wait any longer, brothers and sisters. There is military on 25 streets of this country, with Oregon and Chicago, and he's in Tennessee. That he'll turn 19. It's half the country now, and it keeps ticking off. What are you waiting to go until the fucking gates are closed? You don't go when the shit is happening. You go before it happens. You don't go before they fucking sell all the toilet paper and lock everything down again and say, hey, these are non-essential goods. You're going to push your fucking buggy down the cart this way, and then you go outside, and the air is so tense, if you sneeze, you could fucking break it. Is that when you want to be going in and getting your shit? I think this is the time now. If you notice, nobody's even figured out that shit is happening. There's 25 states that have military. I think it's probably time to, make your way towards the exit. I've been doing this a long time. And I guess a lot of us have been saying, hey, this might be the time to go. It's better to go before the shit happens, right? Because then the gates are already closed. You can't go if the gate's closed. You got to go before the gate closes. You don't be fixing your fucking roof when it's raining with buckets, and you go out there when it's fucking dry and you fix your goddamn roof. Are you one of those people who fix your roof when it's fucking raining up there? Oh, God, fucking, you're an idiot. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. You want to fail? Elizabeth, remember? Sitting there like a duck in a pond, right? Well, the reference, maybe she not made that, but there are ways to do this. Stop saying you can't. I came out here with a tent, lived in a tent. Now, I had a lot of stuff inside the tent, but it was survival, but I lived in a tent. I got my son a motorhome. I had everything taken from me. I came back right to living in a tent. That was 6 years ago. Look at this place now. $250,000 to $500,000 storm shelter. 3 cabins out here. An underground garden, an above ground garden, chicken stalls, hog pens. I didn't have nothing. I don't have no money. I don't make no money. I don't get no veterans benefits. I get no Social Security. I get no disability. I was a single dad for 8 years. Mom didn't chip in no school clothes during the school year. Didn't give me no fucking pencils, no fucking play clothes during the, nothing. Not a goddamn dime. I never let that be an excuse for me. I just went and fucking did it. I didn't let people tell me I couldn't do it. I actually, because they didn't. My dad told me, if you ever join the military at 16 years old, he told me, I'll kill you. And he died when I was 16. I joined the military at 17. I don't listen to what people tell me I can't do. I always remember there's people who say you can't do it, and there's people out there fucking doing it. I was told that to my son. I was like, you guys are crazy. What's going on? He's like, well, Dad, you were the same way. I said, but how do you guys do? I fear the goddamn doing this shit. You guys don't have no fucking fear. It's different. I see it in your eyes. There's no fucking fear whatsoever. How do you send it, Dad? I said, okay, I remember that. He's like, well, that's what we do. We have fear, but not like you think. We don't have fear like that. So we just send it. I'm like, oh, I'm using that, son. Thank you. So it's send it, motherfucker. What are you waiting for? You're going to sit there at the top of a fucking bridge and tell yourself you're going to jump. No, you're not. If you already thought about it, you're going to sit up there and fucking ask to be let the fuck back down. And I'm goddamn right. When you did something like you're so fucking scared, you finally jump like, goddamn, I didn't already do that. It was so much fucking fun. That feels good. Yes. Fuck yes. I want to do that again. So that's life, brothers, sisters. That's the way it is. Change is good. Send it. And I'm not telling you to do anything fast. I'm not telling you to do anything without thinking about it, because thinking about it will kill you. You've got to already be practicing it. Perfect practice prevents piss poor performance. You want to fail? Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. Don't do anything about it. You will not be successful. You will fail unless somebody helps you out. That's me. That's where some of us come in, and we're going to help people no matter what. I don't care if they're foolish virgins. I'm going to be the person that lifts their hand up. I'm going to be the one that has the abundance. And if it gets taken from me, I'm going to try to make a skill set so I can build it all back up again. Because that happens in my life. Like the house of cards just gets knocked over, and like a soldier, I put my teeth back in my head. I get back up on the horse and I ride again. Pain is just weakness trying to leave your body, soldier. Move out and draw fire. What does not kill you only makes you stronger. Now go. Now. Goodbye. Why are you still here? Up, out, haste. All I see is what? Elbows and assholes. I said move out and draw fire. All right. See, you don't want to come here. I'm a little militant, but whatever. I'm easy to work with. Just do what you're told. I can follow too. You got a better way to do it? Show me. Lead by example. So that's what I'm doing. That's all I'm doing here, brothers and sisters. Just trying to show you the hados. As the wave washes out and the tsunami goes out, you get your damn lawn chair with your husband and your wife and the kids, and you follow the damn beach and telling me I'm crazy. It's just the tide. But guess what? There's a shitstorm coming. That's what the book says. Sorrows, waves of shit, intensification of shit storms oscillating back and forth. You have a shit plan? All right. Shit hits the fan. The shit plan. So, I do. Okay, now I feel better. Now we're going to go fishing. Master your time, brothers and sisters. Get this now before all this stuff, before you got to go to, there's no Home Depot anymore. There's no internet anymore. That will happen. The whole world's not going to end, though. Things are temporary. There's nothing the only thing that's constant is change. But most of it's cyclical, and they ride the cycles, and that's what they're riding right now, and that's what they're doing, and I'm doing the same thing too. So, Elizabeth, come out here to Silver Lake, Oregon if you need to. There's other places. I don't want to hear it. Get out here and need a place that's warm. If you're scriptural, you have to be scriptural. You have to understand that Father created all things. Our day of death's already written. There's no changing anything as far as their self-will. Father knows what you're going to do. It's called the word pornea. No free will. Be not anxious, he says, okay? He already created vessels of wrath and vessels of mercy. He wouldn't send you here if you probably didn't, Father created all things, but not here, this yet, but maybe possibly, but to the word, because he calls out to our hearts. So we're not coming to Jesus. We're not coming to the word. People out here that I'm hoping they'll be scriptural. I have 3 properties, and I may offer this 3rd property and just not sell it. If I get people, I won't sell it. I don't care. I'll figure out whatever I need for whatever money I need in the future. I'm already retired. So I already have my land paid off. I don't need to own another thing. I already got to live 5 lives. I've been blessed with more abundance and bounty than most men ever been given in 5 lifetimes. So I just don't have the needs, but my needs are having other people not struggle. I'm like Christ. I wear the weight of the world on my shoulders. It hurts me. I'm a veteran. I took a note to the right of the people, and they're just crushing the right. You can get your rights back and you can get your time back. That's what's more important to me, honestly, than anything is time, because it's an illusion, and people punch the clock and they think they need to do this and they think they can't do that. But yes, you can. If you start trading your time and stop trading your dollars for hours, you'll already be a success. Now, how do I do that? Well, why don't you be so flipping humble and shit in a bucket if you had to start? People, whatever I'm just saying, but you can start from there. Start with a tent. People do it out here. Next thing you know, they got a little building up, and they get a little she shed and get a little building. And then the next thing, they own the bitch. And they have a piece of land, a little piece of property out here, and now they own it. They went from having nothing. I can get you in a land sale contract with the owner contract out here that sold thousands of acres of land. He's not the only one. I could probably get you into something for a couple $100 a month on a land payment for 5 acres. They're really not easy to find 5-acre parcels out here. They're probably one of the hardest acreage to find out here. There's 10s and 20s, and then there's in town. So I have a 5-acre parcel for sale. If you don't have any money, that would be, but see, I'd even be willing to put somebody on there and not sell it. I don't care. I don't need to, I'm only selling it to try to, I don't know. I don't need to sell it. I could, and I need some money right now, but after I get this fucking, apologize. I got a sailor's mouth. I just need to get rid of that. But it's possible. Stop telling yourself you can't, because there's hundreds and thousands of people every day, like the Senate generation, that are already doing it. Like my son, Dad, we do triple backflips when you were just thinking about doing one, because, and that's what it's kind of that. You got to get yourself in the mindset and stop telling yourself you can't do something, and change or tell yourself you can. Or maybe, I didn't say lower your standards, but what is your standard? What is normal? What is reality? Start thinking about what you think is reality. Living in a fucking city, punching a clock, just paying, barely getting by, or starting in a tent. I mean, 5 years ago, now I'm a hard worker, but there's Elizabeth right here. She's been here 1 year longer than me. And that woman's got a beautiful place, and she's hardcore as hell. I mean, she lives out by herself behind, she's my neighbor. I made sure I plow this driveway for her. But why you spend all that money? You're going to all this little driveway. You should put all that money back there, all that. And we're in it for days, and you did this much of your property, all that. Yeah, she's my closest neighbor. So, anyways, but I'm just saying, stop telling yourself if you don't, then Elizabeth, look in your area, get on homesteaders. things on. I don't like fake book marketplace, but I don't like the whole meta. But get on there. There's some of those homesteaders. Most of them are meat markets. If you're attractive at all, you're going to have a problem. I can already tell you that. Guys are just, women are too. They want the PED or whatever. They want the D in the women, but some of them aren't like that. I've found that some of them, there are even some fairly attractive ladies that don't get harassed. But just hear me out for a minute. Maybe you don't have to come over here, but there's plenty of these homesteading groups, and I'm sure that's over near Gresham or something, somewhere out further away. I would recommend getting off the I-5 corridor. Wanda Fuca is going off, Elizabeth. I'm not trying to scare you, Elizabeth. It's gone off before, but this Cascadia Range is going to pop, and it has. Go look at your history, Elizabeth. You live in the wrong place. You live in too low of a latitude to just even begin with it. If anything, you need to get up towards the hills and get away from that low. Everything in just from what has happened. Go research. I don't cause incite fear. Wanda Fuca is going off. That's that stair step out there off remember, the actual seamount that is going off right now. They're not telling anybody. They've been already prepared, everybody in Washington, Pacific Northwest, for this ham radio operation when the Cascadia Range goes off. So, yeah, so you need to be there now. And I'm not saying that, Liz. I'm just saying, think about it. That needs to be before it happens. You don't go to run to ground trying to get up the hill when the water's chasing you in the back. You're up there going, am I high enough? Am I high enough? So, you know what I'm saying? Think about how low level is. They've already done the projected maps. You can see that whole I-5 corridor gets just completely inundated with water. You're too low. You're just too low. There's too much ocean there, right? It smacks up the back of that side of the Cascades, but all that it never makes it up over where I'm at, up here. That's why I'm up here where I'm at. I've lived over there. I love it. I love it all. That's where my son is at. He's probably going to, if he's alive, but actually he's sitting way up on a mountaintop right now if he's still alive. So he might be. I don't want to incite that. Just look at this. So start making plans, for something like that. Just if. That way you're thinking, listen to me. Whoever is in one of these locations, try to stay to bug in. I mean, that's the more realistic. Get the blackout curtains. Don't make no noise. Get the freeze-dried meal so it's already prepared. Do those things so you can be smart. But you're probably not going to go to these locations. Just like you're never going to grow food, guys. Please listen to me. Here's another one to show you. People think they're going to, just hear me out. Seeds are going to be a great bartering item, but that's a wild fantasy. If you think you're going to grow food in rows, you're out of your mind. Marauder's going to grow anything they see growing in rows. Put a 1 in the chat if you disagree with me, or agree, or 2 if you disagree with me. Okay, cool. Because I just want to tell you, I'm going to give you some more options. I don't want to incite panic. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to incite panic. See, don't overwhelm yourself, or you're never going to do anything about it, Elizabeth. You're never going to do anything. If you overwhelm yourself, you're not going to. That's what they want you to do. You know what I'm saying? They want you to sit there and say that you can't do anything. Yes, you can. You sure in the hell can. You can get yourself with like-minded people who already say, hey, we're going to survive this. No matter how bad it gets, we're going to be the ones who survive. No matter where the fuck we're at, we're going to grab a piece of fucking styrofoam cooler and float that up to the top of the mountain, whatever it takes. We're not going to sit there like a bitch and, lay down and curl up. They've taught this country to shelter in place. That is the mindset they have put you into. Your natural reset should have been fight or flight. Never curl up in a goddamn ball. Come on, you got ladies are stronger than that. You ladies dislodging your watermelon out of a crack in the wall, and you still leak 9 quarts of oil and function properly. You women, I want every one of you on my team. I'd rather have women here than men. Now I don't want to take advantage of you. You're strong. You think emotional. You can think rational. If you can have enough food in your belly and they're happy, and you give a woman what she wants. I got some ladies out there. I got my chickens that give me golden butt nuggets every day, and these cannabis ladies out there, they're loving it. I treat my women like I treat my own body. I treat the church, but I seriously would rather have women right now. I think they're just a little more prepared for what is to come. Guys are just kind of lost right now. They're just too much cancellation of masculinity. Either a man or you're not, but this cancel culture, and I don't deal with it. I don't care. I'm a worker. I do. People come and they'll see I'm a man. You think I'm not? Come try me. I don't care. Whatever. Let's have a test of digging holes. Remember, I don't want to fight anybody. I mean, if you want to, let's wrestle. No kicking each other's jaws in. If you want to wrestle, let's wrestle. You want to pin each other, make each other go to sleep, pass out. Sure, let's do that. But I'm not fighting anybody. I'm I'll let Father fight all my own battles. But listen, ladies, you can do this. Men can do this too. Don't, you know what I'm saying? I'm not just saying, but you ladies are prepared. Father's prepared your emotional mindset, like I try to explain to you. You are the ones who went into the woods and gathered all of these berries, trees, barks, roots. You were the women who actually had to eat the shit. It wasn't normally the guy who got fucked up for trying to figure out what worked and what didn't. Do you understand? You ladies were the agrarian. You were the gatherer. We were the hunter. We still gathered and you still hunted, but as a source, that's how it worked. You were extremely more intelligent than man in a way. He was more the hit you over the head, bring you in, and but you learn how to your skill set. If you'll remember, you have those assets in you already. That's why I want you to do this right now. It doesn't matter. Be one of those people that no matter where you go, you could go into the woods and not kill somebody and learn, because just go to your area, go now and print this shit out while we still got the internet. And print out what you can eat for your area. For your area, there are certain bugs and berries and roots and things you can, flowers that you can use for medicinal. Get this printed out and laminate these fucking pages. If you don't have anything that you take with you other than a water filter, something like this, or a Sawyer Mini, I don't know if I Sawyer Mini, but here we go. This, you need to have this. Everyone in this room better have one of these. If you don't have one of these, this is the first preparedness thing you need to put on your list. Absolutely, you got to have water. You're not get your spiritual house in order, but you're gonna need this, okay? But then, you know, again, your mindset is everything. That's why I said you got to get your spiritual house in order, you know. But you can do this by, you know, telling yourself already. I'm not going to tell myself I can't do this. I'm going to be one of these people that actually is, and if you already tell yourself that, I'm telling you, you're 95% prepared more than most people. Even just having a filter like this makes you a way ahead of more people. Now, so listen, I'm going to tell you something too that's going to, this is probably the, yeah, so listen to me. You got to know, because if everything is taken away from you like this, and you don't have this, then you got to still be able to go out to the woods where I'm asking you to go, or to be able to light a fire, to collect your charcoal to make with your sand and your nylon, or if you have a set of stockings on, if you're a lady or whatever, man, your sock or whatever, or your shirt, if you're to make a filter, if this gets taken. Now, this is small enough, you know, I don't mean to go there, ladies. This is why you ladies are so much better equipped than men. See, you have a pouch. I don't have a pouch. You guys can hide that. Please don't take that wrong. But you, like a kangaroo, have a pouch. You can hide that. I can't hide that like you. It just, please work with me here for a second, you know, and there's things that you guys can, ladies can do. You got, you know, I can hide something up on my ball. I'm not bragging. I got enough big enough set of balls. I can probably put that under my nuts and hold that. You know, I'm not just saying and walk normal. I could put that under my, I'm not saying I got the best, but, you know, but there's certain things too, like I said. So this is no excuse. If you don't have this right now, you're making a huge mistake, because you can only go about 3 days. You haven't equipped yourself. So you have a way to survive. You ladies are going to be a lot better equipped in the future than us guys, you know. Grape juice, grape ape. So there we go. So listen, ladies, this is, and gentlemen, both of us, all of us, you know, we need this. We all have to have this, because we can wander around without food, and our stomach's going to hurt. But when you get thirsty and stuff, you start losing your mind. I'm telling you, you get dehydration, and it doesn't take long before hysteria, and you get from going hungry to angry to hangry and thirsty, and you're not even thinking. And even women, I'm telling you, you better watch out, man. They'll rip your head off. She's been going to the gym and eating hummus and shit, been eating organic. She'll whip your ass. I told you they can squeeze a near watermelon out of a crack in the wall and leak 9 quarts of oil and still function properly. I want her on my team. You guys step to the side here. I got me an army of ladies. But try to remember, you have a skill set, ladies and gentlemen. We all had this. We didn't have to eat somebody's arm or beat somebody's head off or eat somebody or beat them up to take their stuff, because we could go into our local area 3 generations ago and feed ourselves. Get yourself to that level. You can do that right now by printing out. Listen to me. I know a lot of people take this for entertainment, okay? And it's something I don't even have. I have the skill set. I have a lot of it, but I don't have exactly. Now I know because I'm in the area, but I should have all of this printed off. Because I got everything for everybody else. But I'm telling you, this will be one of the strongest. I'm going to give you some of the best mindset if you're in the city or possibly could get out to the city. See, you'd probably want to be out there. Now you're out. So I don't want you going out there and having to try to kill people. I want you to keep a low cover and be able to eat and stay out of the eyesight, cover and concealment, and don't try to fight. Everybody's going to have the idea, revolution, fight. Stop thinking you need to fight for what you have and sit on what you fucking have. Somebody's going to come take that. You need to move. You need to be mobile. Listen to me. You need to be able to move and not depend on sit on hiding like a duck in a fucking pond. You know what I'm saying? Like a duck in the pond, right? Just sitting there waiting to be shot. Now, if you have to stay, you make a plan. That's what I'm saying. You better have a multiple. That's why you prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And when you get your preps up, then you go move on with your life. And you live until it happens. And you live a normal life. And you live actually with a lot of security, because most people who are prepared in this mindset went, oh shit, and they did something about it. I got a, oh shit, 28 foot down below my feet storm shelter right now that's going to protect me from hail. There's going to be hailstones going 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, and not only 130 pounds in Scripture. I take that word as truth. Everything that says in that book is going to happen because it says it will. So there will be 130-pound hailstones. Do you have a hail plan? I'm not talking about going to hell. That's called no knowledge. I'm talking about, do you know that in Revelation 16 and 21, and we had a Honga Tonga eruption? What I'm saying? To lift 146 gigarams of our ocean. So this will be a fire shelter. This will be, do you think the wind, the solar magnetic canopy, and this is what they're protecting themselves from and digging in, this is weakening, and one solar flare, we go into nuclear winter, or a magnetic canopy peels back. You don't think that the sun can blow the solar wind that hit us, which is going without any, a normal day is 775,000 miles an hour hitting our solar protection. And it's only the magnetic canopy that's holding back that wind, that it's been weakening, and it's now at a 40% weakened. That's why we see these solar, pretty lights that are actually are failing. That's like having a condom that's a prophylactic that's got holes in it. It's leaking. You're not going to get the protection. So what's coming through might look pretty, but it's not the best thing, for our rock. It goes right through our whole of our, into the core. It excites that magma, and then bam, I'm sorry, ladies, to get you excited there, but that's what happens. Guys, hold on. Don't be a two-pump chump. I mean, this happens once, and it's over. It blots out the sun. There's so many things that could take us and put us back to a nuclear winter. Not only do I have something that will protect me, if that solar wind, do you think it's possible that the solar wind could blow for 200 miles an hour here on this rock, because it's 775,000 miles an hour? We get one solar flare. The solar wind can reach over 1.5 million to 2 million miles an hour just with a solar flare. When that canopy fails, brothers and sisters, why these people dug in real deep, because they know this is coming. And the Hopi did it. That's what the Hopi, the ant people, they weren't digit people, lizard people. They were normal people just like you and me, who dug down about 10 stories to get away from this solar cycle of this. Say it happens in a cycle, and that's why there's military on 25 fucking states in this country. Stop fucking with yourself. They've been stealing the American tax dollars since the fucking 80s to bore out with these nuclear hogs to drill out the core to make for this coming solar event. Stop fucking sleeping. So is it possible for the solar wind to hit our canopy, and then we don't go from 100? I mean, we're talking F7, guys. I mean, this is possible, so don't think that I'm crazy. The wind to blow for 200 miles an hour for 2 fucking weeks straight. You'd think shit hitting the side of your house, I don't care if it's a block house, rock house, it's going to take shit hitting the side of it at 200 miles an hour for 2 weeks straight. You're lost. You need to find a place under the ground. I don't try to cause any panic. And then I know that went from, holy shit, I thought we can stay here, to, well, whatever. I hope for the best and prepare for the worst. I have a plan for all these things. See, I lead a normal fucking life. I get out and sit on my ass and never turn this YouTube channel on again. Shut the doors. Y'all can fuck off. I'll live here for the last 30 years, all by myself with Kevin. We don't need a fucking thing. It's all here. We could use more, but hey, you can never be prepared too over prepared. It's better to have and not need than need not have. But perfect practice prevents piss poor performance. So you might want to make a plan. Anybody, put a 1 in the chat if you think it's possible for the solar wind to wreck our canopy, which it already is, and then that transfer that energy down to this through our upper jet stream down through all our different atmospheres down to here. Now we've got 300 mile an hour winds. for 3 weeks straight, guys. No, that can't happen on this rock. You guys, it could. And then it would probably, you know, it's not going to be a permanent thing. Try to remember, these are cycles. We're all still here. We will level itself out. It's like algebra. If you take something from here, it's like alchemy and magic. I don't mean to go there, but you've got to give it back over here. That's like plotting a graph on the line. That's why I know these things are coming, brothers and sisters, because I'm not saying, I just know the cycles, and they know that. That's why they're dug in. Look, they got seed vaults since the 80s. They've been stealing everybody's tax dollars, taking these nuclear fusion hogs, boring this rock together, fusing the dirt and glassing these holes so they're sealed up so they don't need to dig anything out behind them. And they bore all, you think you hear these whistles and popping, and there's trumpets in the air. This is them below the surface, brothers and sisters. There's been massive chasms, again, as I've gone over for millennia, over these cycles, the Yuga cycles, the Kali Yuga cycles, the Hopi, where they got away from the sun, brothers and sisters. We're here because of many, you know, people before us went and got away from it. And the other thing that I'm telling you is, this is another that serves the purpose, is that there is a core temperature. I 10 years ago tried to bring people out to this property, you know what I'm saying, to get them to live into the core temperature, to get them ready for this solar minima, potentially the grand solar minima. People think ice age. We were in ice age, mini ice age in the 1800s. We had our Maunder minima. We had the Maunder minimum, and these minimum, brothers and sisters, what happens is when the sun stops shooting out energy, and then our atmosphere collapses down upon ourselves, the sun and our protection gets closer, and it melts off all that. I'm long in the tooth, obviously. You know, if magnetism is dissipated or negated by heat, you put the heat on it and it goes away. So as we get closer, that starts burning. That's why the sun is white. Okay. So again, we have minimums all the way going back from, again, people think ice age, they think like Disney, like woolly mammoth, you know, tusk and little squirrels chasing acorns. We had 1700 Maunder minimum. We've had, going back to the Oort, the Dalton, the Spore, the Wolf. These are all minimums, brothers, just where the sun's energy just stopped putting out as much flare. This isn't some kind of crazy, I need a goddamn degree to talk about this. A child can fucking understand this, guys. They know this. That's why they subtract everybody with, we're going to space, as they're fucking digging in. I keep telling everybody, if they could go to Mars, you could fart and smell it on the moon, as close as it is compared to, you know, the Mars is compared to us. And we would have colonized the fucking moon already if Elon Musk was going to go to Mars. Put a 1 in the chat, irregardless if you think we went to the moon or not. Just real fucking talking here. I am so tired of talking to TV people, earthly fucking idiots that don't even, they think God's in the sky. Alien is a word. Alien is a word. And others aliens. And that's what they're getting ready to do. They're getting ready to get rid of a bunch of people, because when we go into a solar minima, brothers and sisters, I showed you on this the other night. I did a live stream. We've only been warm for like, if all of our time on this rock, we were frozen, we've been about this much warm. We're always frozen. We're always frozen. We've only lived for just a little bit of warming. You're just so used to being one of these. Actually, the longer the calm, the harder the storm. And we're actually in the longest calm we've ever been in. Nothing like this. And I think they're using machines and stuff to create this, hold this energy back from the sun. Whatever. That's what these LHCs do. They protect our magnetosphere, our magnetic canopy. I've been studying this for 30 years. I'm probably one of the better studied people on this whole rock and this and all of this. And it doesn't make me, I don't mean better than, I mean more. I should have said more studied on this topic. I know what they're digging in for. They're getting ready, because this solar minima, you're going to need to get in the core temperature of this rock to survive long periods of cold. You can't be up here on the surface. I don't want to go down into the ground. That's what I was trying to tell him, Kevin, the other day. There's different levels. That's why there's Hades and Tardis, and this is the abyss. This is different level of chasms under our feet. You've just been sold out that there's an idea here and everything's up here. No, everything's actually below you. You know, that's why whatever the secrets to this is 3, 6, and 9. They're down here. This sun is the joke. You're not understanding, and we have to be here until we can't. I don't want to go down there. That's why I built something 3 stories down, not 10 stories down, 50 stories down, hundreds of stories down, brothers and sisters. They have chasms. These are the different levels. Okay, where do you think the 10 commandments were taken? Are you foolish? Are you that foolish? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Are you that foolish that you don't realize that for to sprinkle on the mercy seat, that means where that blood turned to water, that means it had to be underneath him. That went down under the ground. I mean, come on, that's the abyss. But remember, the abyss is not what you're told. I'm telling you what they say. That's like Lot's wife was turned to a pillar of salt. This is Barron the Time Traveler, Trump, the book they wrote about this. They write books about this. That was written in the 1800s, brothers and sisters. That's why I'm telling you, this Project Blue Book is all part of this big plan, and it's going to end here in 2025. The world's going to go on. This resets the system. This resets the economics, because the reset actually started back in 2020 at the start at 3:11. I come quickly, let no one take your crown. Revelation 3:11, they did their crown virus. It's right in front of your face, brothers and sisters. You just can't see it. It's because you don't understand their language. They speak in, they speak in heaven and you speak in earth. You're earthly, you're ruled by the masters. They control all this realm. This realm has been given unto Satan. So that's going to change, though. That's not going to be like this anymore. We're going to be with Father without flesh after this death. So we die daily. To the second death, we die every day to flesh. So you better start learning this, because if you did, this would make a whole lot more sense. He said, be in this world, get in the fucking ground, you dumbasses. But not of it. Be in it, but be not of it. Okay, whatever. Don't listen to me. That's not what the scripture meant. Okay, you tell me. You're telling me he meant to get in the ground. He told Noah to build an ark. And Noah listened. He told me to build an ark, and I listened. So Noah's ark was above the ground. Mine's below the ground. Different times. Last time it was by water. This time it's going to be by lightning. The sun. Electric. Fire, electric. It's electric. And just one spark of one of you guys' grid and your cities are turned to ashes. I'm telling you, I see the cities are going to be ashes, guys. I don't mean to put the fear of God in you, but I'm telling you, all the cities are going to just literally be I don't even think they'll smoke for that long. I was there at 9/11. After those towers came down, I went there because I hate that's what I did, but I was taken because I worked for the Olympics. I worked for Campbell Ewald. I worked for the market company, largest firm in this corporation, America, with longest standing marketing relationship with Chevrolet. See the USA and the Chevrolet, back and did the Olympic torch relay, and they drug us down there where before the media had ever gone out on what you remember as your media, where they went out there on the landing. They took us down there because that was the Olympic torch relay right after it happened. And I'm telling you, I remember still seeing molten fucking steel, like I thought was like, like looking in a volcano, like what the hell is that? Molten steel, and it was mind numbing. And I don't think it'll even go to that. I think that molten will turn to ash because of the way they're all linked up. Everything is a wire. Everything's a wire. Everything's transferred. Everything is to the ground. This smart wire. I mean, you are you're living in a goddamn electric. I mean, it's so unbelievable. People can't even stay alive. But if one little spark, you're like living in a dynamite factory with a million little fuses, and you're going to just puff, and it's going to be gone. I'm telling you, it ain't going to last. It says it too in Scripture. I don't mean to be that like that, because God hates cities. God hates capitalism. God hates pride, one above another. God hates two-story buildings. Well, if we were all two-story buildings, but see, it's the Joneses. You see, that's pride. So he says your enemies be ashes under your feet. And that's why I think that's what he's just showing me. So many times in Scripture, he shows me in Scripture, people like, this is how God talks to me. So, Tracy, revelation, this is God. It's in the Word. He reveals it to me in the Word. I read the Word, and the Word talks to me. The stars talk to me. Remember, these walls talk to me too, because they're from all different kinds of locations and places, and they tell a little bit different stories, so don't freak out. But if you see the signs, you can hear what they're saying ahead of time, right? Hey, wavy road ahead, dumbass. Not like stop sign, alto right here. Many signs warn us for coming. That's what a messenger is. That's an angel. So I don't want this. I didn't ask for this, but I got to do what he has me to do. So if you pay attention, these cities are going to burn to the ground, because what I told you last time is 166 Gemini years ago that when this whole grid went down and got fried. Remember that people were using the telegraph, their faces got burnt. Some had their handsets, they turned the telegraph machines off, and they were still sending out telegraphs. Hey, you think that this time that was telegraph and it wiped all of that out? You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? This is not something, this is a cycle of the sun, brothers and sisters. This is called the Carrington event. This happened in 1859. This is not something I did. I'm just telling you what happens. I'm a cycle person. I love cycles. My brain is fired off that way. I'm a reconstructionist. That's why I can prognosko is the Greek word to have foreknowledge of, like in Romans 8:29, he said, I also did foreknow who I did predestine. I already decided who I'm taking to the wedding. That's already been chosen. Many are called, but few are chosen. So if that makes sense, it doesn't to most people like America, they don't make any sense anymore. They've lost all their sight, not even one penny. Kind of sad. I'm in here dropping manhole covers and they're dropping dimes, but that's okay. So anyways, I'm dropping truth bombs on people, right? If you ain't taking flack, then ain't over the target. Get this first. Listen, this is going to happen, brother, sis. You're not going to stop any of this. Is a cycle, and that should be, if you pay attention, this is why you see them taking this whole, it's not just here in America. This is all countries are lockstep. This is what the COVID started, is a top-down control system where they took over all corporations, took over the governments, because remember, it was actually the businesses that were, it's like if you pay attention right now in California, those shields, I'm a veteran, I've been police officer, I've done trial control, I've done all that nonsense, I've been SWAT and all that dumb crap in the military, but if you notice in California, they were not protecting the people. Those officers there that were National Guard were not there with the people protecting us from the government. Those shields were turned against us, like Posse Comitatus. They were protecting the government buildings. You know what I'm saying? It's all here. It's all here. What you need to look up, Gambino, is you need to look up the start from this year. I'm going to give you the ending point and give you a reconstruction all the way back. Okay. If you just hold on 1 second, and there'll be plenty of information for you. More information than you can. This has taken me 30 years to gather all this. We used to have what is called the dark web. It's not like it's off, but just people don't know what it is. And they write these white papers, and the Masons speak in numerology. If you could get up over the top of this rock and look down, they printed all of everything. They name every road. Everything is not the Masons. They're the builders, the cornerstone. You know what I'm saying? The cornerstone. That Christ is the cornerstone. He is the Petra. That's why they do the 33. You have 33 Jed spine, thoracic raising, the Jed spine, Yoda in the swamp. I hate to break it to you. You're the swamp, but you have 33 vertebrae. The 33, the Masons. The symbology, they speak in numerology, they speak in gematria, they speak in many codes and many languages. Most people don't see this, but it's put right in front of everything. It's in everything. They go and do Genesis, Ezekiel, and Revelation more than any of the other books. And they do more Revelation than anything, because we're in that book right now. We're in the pages that the firmament already declared this. I didn't declare this. Started at the beginning of the age, when we saw the conjunction, the great conjunction. They called it the star, the Christmas, or the star. But remember, this is the time marker. Saturn is Chronos. It has the slowest revolution around, and that they prayed to this to try to slow the sun. Remember, they thought the sun was dying, and remember they prayed to Saturn to try to slow the sun at the equinox. This is all this Svasti, Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of the winter, Baphomet, sun god, World War II being revealed as World War III. Go back there. All this is here. I've done thousands of hours on this. I'm the only blogger. I don't want any credit, anything. If you want to leave a Cash App or a PayPal, I got a $5,000 bill that I need to pay 2 days. I just paid $100,000 to try to help my son from going to jail, and I think he's dead, but it is what it is. Just stay here, make good comments. I don't actually need your money. It's just something that, we all have bills, but it's there if you want to give any donation. You don't have to, though. Just don't say anything stupid. I won't throw you out of here. The word stupid means to be nice. Don't be nice to me in here. Tell me something that I can actually fucking learn, please. All of this. So let's go back to what I'm saying. Let's work this completely backwards so you can understand, okay? There's a deception. Let me show you how simple this is. Put a 1 in a chat if there is some. Now, if you know the answer, please. When I do this sometimes, guys, that people who've been here for a while, will you let people step on their dick and not just answer the right answer? Now, don't be hesitant to answer, okay? So when I tell you things like this, some of you have been here for a while, let these people, I'm going to give you a word, and I want you to tell me and repeat. So I get some conversation in the chat. We can work through to show you by messing up one word. You don't know what you're talking about. Just one word, you're fucked. That seriously, one word could change everything. And that's what the book says. Don't add even a letter, let alone a jot. That's a period. Now they think they live on that. So put a plant, how many people are here? believe, which is not a thought in your head, but we'll go ahead and run with that you live on a planet. Do you live on a planet? Because one word, just starting with one word, will show you how somebody just has no fucking idea what they're talking about. You can start with just one word. Just one word will show you that they're not paying attention to anything that's going on. So changing the book means changing the body. It says don't change a jot or a tittle or pornea. Didn't say that, but what you said, but okay. Who lives on a planet? Okay, we don't talk about shapes in here though, okay? And we don't need to do that. See, that's what I'm saying, just so you know. Lucy, I'll let you stay. Lucinda? Lucindia? Is that right? You live on a planet. Okay, so they're already deceived. Goodbye. You can't help that person. They've already had a complete frontal lobotomy. Their head is severed. They don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. It's already stuck up their ass. Don't talk to people who live on a planet. Okay? So, there's no such thing as planet. Tell me where the word planet exists in Scripture. I want the exact passage and exactly where it says planet. So, I'm just trying to show you how easy people can be fucking debunked right now, brothers. Just you don't need to be hanging around any of this shit right now. This is so easy to debunk what is coming. They've been frontal lobotomized. They think they're spinning on a fucking ball. I don't talk about shapes in here, remember? Yeah, we don't have any wiggle room on this. Okay, an infinite time plane and space, and they fly over a plane and never nose down. Yes, I mean, you can't talk to people when they want to talk about shapes and letters. And when he says name, he's not talking about Jesus. He's talking about every letter that's in that book. Not just Jesus, not God, not Yeshua, not see they're lost. So don't listen to people who screw up one word, okay? Okay, so thank you, Mike. So that's what I'm trying to say. So let's go on from that. Thank you, Mike. It doesn't. I can sit there all day. It doesn't. You can even go to the rejected books, Enoch, because there's two Enochs, two different Enochs, two different authors. Oh, Enoch, which one? Huh? There's different Enochs, you dumbass. We don't talk about that in here. We stick on the gospel, and if you ain't sticking to the gospel, you ain't allowed in here, period. That's it. You don't live on that period. Would you blow that period up? That's called a jot with helium from NASA, and now you live on it, and you're spinning around 1,040 miles an hour on a dot, corkscrewing on a ball, block, rock, third dimension from the sun, through corkscrewing through time and space. Why the fuck do you need to go to space? You're already in space. Have you ever looked at the heliocentric model? Right? You'd already be in space. When you need to go to space for, see, they're lost. Firmament. Brothers and sisters, people who think they live on the planet don't know what the word firmament means. Or they've never even looked at it. They know what it is, but they don't know how this is all. We're locked in this. You're not going the fuck nowhere. Nothing's ever been here. Nothing's coming below the ground, but they tricked everybody. It's in the sky as they're all digging in. It's stupid. And they know that. Don't let these masters and deceivers trick you. Do what they're doing. They're digging in. They're putting up seed vaults. They're fucking putting up food. They're putting up alcohol. They're buying fucking getting extra fucking dab oil or whatever and putting all this shit in vaults and burying it and going, hey, there's nothing going, man. Everything's awesome. Team America, Team CERN. We're going to cooperate with these hadron colliders. There's not just one in Switzerland. And as this magnetosphere can continue to negate, you're eventually going to turn and knock out the sun by what is called a nuclear winter, not a nuclear bomb, but where it blots the sun out and we can't grow food. And it will burn off. It takes years. Sometimes it could go off. We can have multiples. There was a time that volcanoes went off for 1 million years straight on this rock surface. You just don't pay attention to the cycles. So I have them in here as much as I can. The paleoclimatology records. This is the strata data of all the different like ice cream layers and that are in our layers of our soil. Okay, this is paleo. That's this paleoclimatology. This is all done through this isotope data at the rift zones in the pottery, core and drilling in the ice core data. I have a lot. I have decades. I got more studies than most doctors, scientists. I'm never gonna let somebody tell me I can't talk to them because I'm a fucking not a scientist or fucking I know what scientists know and I know what they don't know. They know what's in a box. Remember, they push us the models that you're in a ball or you're on a ball spinning and corkscrewing third rock through the sun, through time and space. Well, why the fuck are the constellations exactly where they've always been? The constellations debunk the heliocentric model, brothers and sisters. Think about it. That's it. Think about it. That's how fucking stupid these are. The constellations debunk. They're not in fucking space. Okay, so moving on. I mean, these people just, and I got to talk about shapes. Don't talk about people want to talk about shapes. You know, let them stick their little American flute pie in somebody else's band camp or ball camp or American pie. You're idiots. Severed off right by the head. That circle right there, they think they live on it or something. So, okay, moving on. Alien. Put one in the chat. Tell me what aliens are. Is alien real? Is alien alive? Is there such thing as alien? Put a one in the chat. If you know the answer and know the ministry, let them give you the answers. We need to let new people give the answers that they have so we can learn from each other. So, aliens. So, are aliens real? Is an alien real? If an alien is a real thing, if it's, they talking about all this alien talk, and so where does it say there's aliens in Scripture? I want you to tell me now, where does it say alien in Scripture? You need to take everything to the Scripture and put everything, every word through the filter of Scripture. So which passage, where does it say the word alien? Where do we get the idea of some kind of alien? Like, you know, we know that we don't live on a spinning ball at 1,040 miles an hour. We're locked in the firmament, waters above, waters below. Where is the reference to the word alien? I mean, hold on. Let me just hold your thought. No, so if we got aliens, we got things above our head, like Anakin Skywalker had a threesome with Chewbacca, and they had Wookiee with an Ewok, and we got big feet too, right? So we can answer that, both of those. Tell me where it says we got big feet and where it says the word alien, or where aliens come from. What is alien? Where does it come from? What is that? Now we know we're not spinning on a ball here in this. We're not in ball camp or band camp. This one time in band camp, remember I told you go stick your flute in somebody else's American pie. Get out here. Maybe we run a tight ship in here, huh? Captain MAGA, High Priest of the Satan Church, Aleister Crowley, those who say peace and safety. Sudden destruction will come upon those who say peace and safety. MAGA. So that's all the answers we're going to get. Come on, YouTube, stop banning these people's answers. Only two of you answered. Bang, next thing you're banging pots and pans with your balls dropping or your apples dropping. Get it like New York, you know, like time because of New Year's, because of the time change. Fucking idiot. Big Bang. Fuck you. You guys are sold out. Where the fuck does it say Big Bang in Scripture, brothers and sisters, too? See, these people take whatever the fuck they want and make it earthly bullshit. This is what you call the earth. Spanky's been spanking his own earth. A Nimrod, you don't know his ass from a hole in the ground. He got himself a reach around or something. No Vaseline, no gasoline. Must be trading lightsabers in their ice holes or something. Theory. Go fuck yourself with your theory. Okay? The scientific theory, the scientific method. Are you spinning on a ball there, Mr. Spanky? Mr. Nimrod? Little stiff Peter? You're just a little dick, aren't you? Spanky. That's like the little rascals. Seriously, like alfalfa. Alfalfa. Don't fuck with me. You don't want to fuck with me. So, where does it say that in Scripture there, dumbass? Spanky. Remember? Smack that down on the floor. Smack that. I did it on the counter. I even on the sofa. It wasn't me. I had her in the shower. I even got her on camera. Saw the marks on my shoulder. Oh, never mind. Dude, what the hell? Do you see what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? They just add whatever the fuck they want. We went from talking to fucking the firmament to the Big Bang. And they're banging, you know, in the middle of the new year. They're celebrating all their energy to the sun god Satan and thinking the new year starts right in the middle of the winter. This is one person who's just been smacked. I mean, just literally just whacked by TV. Here's another one. Look at this. Talking about you can fart and smell it on the moon. This guy's selling it to you. Save gas, fart in a jar. A trip to the gas station by Who Pumped Ethel. So, okay, well, you can't put anything that's not in Scripture here. So, remember? Breaker 19 coming in from behind. Come on back now. Now you're here. You ain't getting in behind me. Get behind me, Satan. I mean, Peter. Stiff Peter. Stiff Peter. All right. All right, we were talking about, remember, sticking in your American pie, your pan god, whatever, your little flute. Go stick that in somebody else's American pie. We don't do spin ball camping here. So we're moving on to the next. Alien. Tell me where it says alien. What is alien is a word, okay? We need to move on. You guys are moving like Christmas. Yeah, you're trying to stray lightsabers in their eye holes, Elsa. Homie. Oh, me and Kid Sensation, that home away from home, and the black bins yellow with the black benzo with the cellular phone. Me and Kid Sensation. Come on there, homie. My posse's on Broadway. Posse up. Remember? Me and Kid Sensation, the home away from home, in the black bins dinner with the cellular phone, calling up the posse. We're trying to get a ripping. A freaking needs sunroof to keep you suckers tripping. Every time we do the suckers, everybody's turning around. The AMG kick keeps us closer to the ground. We getting good grip from the gator back tires. The Alpine's bumping, but I need the volume higher because the 808 kick drum makes the girlies get them. We rolling right near. Never mind, I'll stop. Homie, he's calling me a homie. Damn. My posse's on Broadway. You know it's Broadway that leads to the White Gate? Posse up. Oh my goodness. All right. So where's the word alien? We just went doing, buttermilk biscuits. Here we go. Sip the flour, roll the dough. What is it? You guys don't like Sir Mix-a-Lot? Oh, I guess you guys are I got a bunch of newbies in here, huh? You guys don't like Sir Mix-a-Lot? Baby's got back. Oh. Smack that down on. Oh, it's a Macon. It wasn't me. Oh. I even had her in the shower. We're just doing a little jukebox for you. Oh, wait, hold on. We got to update here. Wait. Oh, we're Back to the Future on my playlist. I don't Pandora. Can't put me in a box. Not the Broadway. Remember? I even had her in the shower. Oh, that was narrow. Water. Never mind. Deception. Like Sir Mix-a-Lot. Sir Mix-a-Lot, baby. Mix. There we go. I like to mix it up. As you can see, I'm a goofball because I don't care. I've already lived my life. I don't need to oppress anybody. So you'll have to pardon my buttermilk biscuits here. So anyways, where does it say alien in Scripture? Because we need to move on here. Come on. I can't sit here and do the jukebox all day. We're not going to learn anything, right? Learn me something? So we know in here the regulars, the word alien is a word. It's not scriptural. It's not biblical. It has nothing to do with Scripture. Alien is a word, and it has nothing to do with the price of eggs in China right now. So this is how easy this is to trick people. Project Blue Book. 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 It's because it was written before scientific concept. The only thing close to planet was injured. Okay, we don't live on a planet. He created the stars. He created the stars. It says in Matthew. There's more. I'm not going to say there. It says in Genesis, first times and season in Matthew. Stars, sun, and moon. It never says planet. There's no such thing as planet. You don't live on some fucking ball. Anybody thinks they live on a ball, I just want you to stop talking to them, okay? Really. And then anything I want to add, if they start talking about anything that's not in Scripture, then don't talk to them. Or ask them, where does it say in Scripture? If they can't, just leave them alone. That's my 99% of most people, brothers and sisters. Don't argue with somebody. We need to be Smurfette or Papa Smurf till you're like some avatar till you're blue in the face. You can talk to the wall too, and it ain't gonna listen to you. My walls talk to me, but they don't talk back. Well, they talk to me because from different locations. They just tell a different story, okay? There's no such thing as universe. We don't have the universe. There's no universe. I rebuke the word universe. Where does it say universe in Scripture? More bullshit talk with these stupid fucking earthly names that never are in Scripture. Stop adding in here anything that's not in Scripture, please, or I will moderate you. I don't care how long you've been here. You can't add to his text. He said don't add a jot. So there's no universe. Stop fucking telling people that. Thanks for your time, but don't tell people that. Words that say universe. So back to the word alien. There's no alien. Aliens is two words. Alien is one word. Alien's a word. Father's the word. And now you call my father an alien. I take offense to that. And he said, guard his commandments. So he commands us not to change his word. Not even a single punctuational letter yod or period jot, grammar, country grammar, like Nelly. Batter up. Batter up. Man, I gotta listen to that song. I want to even pause this for a minute. I listened to it the other day. You guys are listening to that Nelly Batter Up song. That's such a good song. I don't like Nelly or whatever, but I just like music. So bats and balls, boys. Bats and balls, huh? Bats and balls. That's the COVID, man. Sticks and bats and balls, huh? Stickers. What was that? It was in the bat suit. It came out of a laboratory. It came out of fish market in Wuhan. What does Revelation 3:11 say? What does Revelation 3:11 say? The first one gets a good sticker. You ever seen the Bob song "Good Nigger" sticker? You might go see that song. He's got Baphomet in that. Go watch that song, please. When you get done here, it's called "Good Nigger" sticker, I believe, by B.O.B. Bob. Anyways, boy, I'm not having any. You're not going to make it till the end of 2025 if you think there's aliens. You're fucked. You're so screwed, man. You think a virus is alive, then you think an alien is a word, or alien is alive. Get the fuck away from stupid people who think there's gods and balls in the sky that are gods. That's exactly why he did all this. Donald Trump ain't fucking space farts. He in the government, is he? Yep. Part of the government. They're all part of this system. Pigs, people in government. Not just the clown cops that drive around in town. They're pigs too. They're road raiders. They work. Will they shoot you in fucking Paraguay, have a tail light out if a cop pulls over Paraguay? Will they treat you like you're a fucking criminal if you don't have car insurance and fuck you up because you didn't listen to it? Or, hey, man. Oh, man, that's good enough, I guess. We're in and out on the internet here on our 2G potato phone. We're broadcasting on a potato phone. The basement of the science building. Can't talk about science. You can't talk about anything in here if you don't have a degree. So if you don't have a degree, you're nothing. You're worthless, and you don't need to talk because you don't know. And if you don't have a degree, you're not educated and qualified. Okay, you're not qualified. You're not an expert witness, and so you can't say. You can't tell. Do you have a degree? How many degrees? 100? Oh, there's we're gonna get boiling in here. It's getting hot in here, so take up. All I wanna do is zoom, zoom, zoom. Oh, we're doing our jukebox. I'm trying to get the internet come back. I want to come back up. Give me a minute. You're not stuck on dumb. It's just me. Yeah. Well, not dumb. Remember deep underground military bunkers. You got a hell plan? Nope. What's hell? Which one? What hell? Which one? Ask yourself. Hashtag which hell? What hell? Which one? Remember he said he'd send 2 witnesses. There's that empty cavern. The pit. It's the pit of your head. Like the seed. Planting seeds. The enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. While the internet went off. Remember? Americans don't believe anything until they see it on the internet. Or television. Richard Nixon. Tricky dick. Richard. You're just a little Richard. Little Richard. Peanut pan, peanut butter. All right, come on, YouTube. Give me my chat back. Oh, I heard a fly in here. Oh, I gotta get this fly. I gotta get the fly. Watch here. I'll get away from the thing and it'll fire people in here. It doesn't like me. It wants me to get away from the screen. Get away from us. You're telling them too much. We don't want them to know nothing. We want them to be frontal lobotomized. We want them to think they're spinning on a ball. If we can get them to think they're spinning on a ball, they won't know what the hell they're doing. Where'd the fly swatter go, baby? All right. All right. Oh, nice. All right, where does fly go? Excuse me, Biggie. Thank you, Big. You're the best Big I ever did have. All right. Nice. Nice. Yeah, some people want to be cold. Like, sit there and put a Malamute in a freaking house. That dog wants to be outside. That dog's bred to be in the damn snow. Some huskies and stuff, people and animals. Some people like, why are the dog people? They so, we're hurting their dog. Call the cops and stuff. That dog don't want to be inside. I'll rip the damn door off to go outside. I hear you, Sabrina. Some of us are just, it's in our core who he made us. I could deal with cold, but I'm telling you what, I think it's too much stress for me. I've been cold training. I've been in Arctic training. I've been in the Boreal range. I've stayed and lived in Alaska for years, so I know how to be cold. But I know how to dress for it. You know what I'm saying? I know how to, they were smart. I stayed in that weather, navigated by how they used to navigate by the snow, the way the snow drifts blew. Remember? Maybe you know that. Are you part of any of that, like Athabascan, or you just any of that northern, repent and turn to Christ? Well, that's a stupid fucking thing to say. Sounds like some lollipop Christian bullshit. Don't sound like you know what you're talking about. Hey, we got another one of these religious idiots in here. People will kill more people in government and religion. They come in here and they say the stupidest things, man. If they knew what they said, we could refine them back with one word and define them, right? Refine them with definition, but they don't have any definition in them. It's not in them. Remember, it's written on the hearts of the bride, so you don't have to worry about it. You can test them with the word, remember? So we prove our worthiness by studying, reproof the word. So that's what they are. They say the silliest things, but that's okay. Christians, listen, guys. I want you to pay attention to. Let's move back on this, Elsa, since you're in here. Listen, guys. They're going to make a move on the Christian faith, guys. They're going to make a move on the Christian faith, guys. Are you not seeing? Let's go back to us having some real talk. I apologize for my interruption. This sucks. It's just my internet. So the Deagle maps. The Deagle maps have a predominantly what you would consider European or white, which I don't like. I hate that crap. I hate freaking racist pigs, but I hate pigs and racists. Hey, but brothers, sisters, those Deagle maps, you know what I'm saying? From the village of Inuit clans and no more than 10, 20 people in a camp. Right, cool. Right on. Thank you, Sabrina. These are predominantly Christian nations, brothers, sisters. Listen to what I'm telling you. I'm trying to give you a warning. I give you a warning. These things like buy eggs. Remember I told you in September, like now almost, to start buying eggs, that they were going to do their January Giannis ritual, the one with the cock, the rooster, and that they'd skipped a year and they did it the year before, and eggs were crazy as fuck this price this year. I told you that there was going to be a Doge, God, Doge, the dog star, Sirius, and then that's when Elon Musk came out with his Doge. God, Doge, God, dog, the dog god, Sirius. They do all this. I know this by March. Remember, March was God of War. We went into, they started in March, the fucking COVID, 3/11. I come quickly, let no one take your crown. They started the crown virus on 3/11. They do this by the scripture, brothers and sisters. You're not paying attention. That's how I can know what's coming ahead of time, because I know the scripture. Do I know it? I'll buy every cent, but well, I tell you what, I know Revelation. I am Revelation. You know what I'm saying? I know this sequence of cosmos of the celestial firmament markers that have been left in past, because I was there before and I'm here again now on the line declaring what I always do. I've told you I've always birthed with that. You'll never not see me. I'm always here to do this one thing, and that's get in front of warp speed to declare the age and the line so we can move on to this lifting of the cover. That's what I do. I am Revelation. I pull off the lies, leaven. That's what it's called, leaven, to reveal the aletheia, the truth. So you can see that. Now, I don't, that's because he makes me do that. Doesn't give me any, oh, I did great works and I cast out demons in your name, right? So that's not going to get me in this grace. Only by faith am I saved, and I'm not above anybody, but this is what I'm here to do. So, because there's nobody else doing this on the internet. And it's very edifying for me at times. Like, I don't care what's happens in my future now. I mean, I'm very upset with, Father, not anybody else, about my son, but what can I do? It's going to move on. It's going to be in his time. So this, yes, they already are. Yes, they are, Sabrina. Absolutely they are. Absolutely they are. Okay, so listen, brothers, I'm trying to show you what they're about to do. Father's going to do this. Listen, brothers, sisters, Father's going to allow these lollipop Christians to either be raptured. Listen, rapture Indiana 2 times, 2 witnesses, brothers, sisters. The Alice symbol, my work on the debt calculator. Remember my work on the debt calculator? The Alice symbol over this corporation. 2 rapture Indianas. That's going to happen. That's does that make sense? Are you understand what I'm saying? I don't think people see how blatant this just overlays itself over and over and over and over and over. I can't get it out of my head. I can't get it. Everything I see now, it's been this. Everything I've ever researched is this time. So if you worked yourself back from the 2025 Deagle map back to how do we go in the next 3 months? How do they get rid of? Well, there's a lot of this Christian base, and I'm telling you, I'm not saying like I approve of what they're going to do, but I think that people are these lollipops, a lot of them who think they're going to get raptured, they're going to have a sky event. And that's a good way to get rid of a lot of people. How many people think they believe? That's why we need to do this one word at a time in here, in the word rapture. There's 2 raptures, right? That we had those crosses that made that X over rapture Indiana. First in, remember? Starting in 2017, and then to complete the 7-year, 7 Salems, and then through the Ark, Texas, the 11 Ninnas, and the Rapture, Indiana. All of them on the line. 7 Salems, Ark, Texas, Texas, 11 Ninevehs, 2 raptures. Rapture, guys. Nobody's done this work. It's right here. Remember? Rapture, Indiana. Right? They went there and thought they were going to get raptured. Rapture, Indiana. The X, stand on the X, rapture, XXX, XXX. This is my work. Nobody else has done it. 7 years. Yes, I think that's going to be a massive, because that's what it shows. People of that faith. That's why I want to tell you in here, is Pastor Revelation a Christian? Does your pastor, and I didn't ask for that. You guys are just too many people, and I don't mind. That's what Father made me to do. And I'm not special. Is pastor a Christian? Is this now, Brother Jim? He considers himself a Christian. So I want you to pay attention to what I've uncovered, what they're about to do. It's not very hard to figure out, because it says this in the Albert Pike letters. Do you read the Albert Pike Third World War? Going to release the nihilists. I'm going to get rid of all this. It's the severing of the head of the saints, and they already are, in a sense. They're just. Remember, the saints are the servants of the Father, but these are false saints, false Christ, false work. They do other gospel, other Jesus. So I see this, like I said, that's why I want to bring this Deagle maps to your attention, because when you start paying attention to the ethnicity of the people in these countries these are people of Christian faith, brothers and sisters. They're about ready to get whacked. No, you were never baptized. You weren't baptized, Sabrina. I was baptized Catholic too, so I wasn't baptized. Baptized is by blood or fire or water, and it's trial. To take baptized can take years to be baptized. You didn't get baptized. You got halakha, water ritual, dipped, and I know I did it to myself and my son like an idiot when he was a baby 25 years ago. When I was trying to find my way. Father was pulling me to him, and it was through a horrible way, but it's the way that I needed to go. It's the narrow. And to start out broad and come down to the narrow way. So you're not a Catholic. You weren't baptized. You never got baptized. Baptism is not by water. It's baptiz or bapto, and it's called by a red pitch blood stain. Women used to baptize their hair. It means to completely over their clothes. If you died, it had to be completely overcome, inside and out. That's a baptism. So that's right. We're all done it. We all did it. That's not water. Baptism is a halakha ritual, and baptism is a process. I've taught you this in here. I think you've been here, Sabrina, about the cucumber. When you hold it, how long does it take to make a pickle? You made pickles. Some of us made pickles. You don't make it so cucumbers by making them pickles by just dipping them in there for a couple hours and pulling them out. That's you getting water dipped. Oh, I got dipped. I dip. You're a dipshit is what you are, and so was I. Dipped in water. That's that. Christ dipped, John in the River Jordan to go by their halakha rituals, so they would hang him from a tree. Listen to me, sisters. I swear some of these men don't hear me. I don't know if they're just thugs. Some of you ladies a little more emotional. I feel like you have better ear. Christ baptized, John in the River Jordan. He had John baptize him, so they'd have to listen to him. So when he spoke, they would have to listen to him. Okay, so if you're going to make cucumbers, and Christ knew that. That's all. It was changed by the Pharisees. Go look. There was no such thing as water baptism. If I water baptized you, if you actually look at baptism by water, that means I'd have to hold you down until you wouldn't be breathing anymore, like George Floyd or like Charlie Kirk. Hey, they were both born on October 14th. I can't breathe. I better take a bong hit then. So you can't dip a cucumber in there. Sabrina and Elsa and I, we could say, oh, we are so holy rollers. We're going to go get dipped by the Catholic priest every day in water, and we're going to go get water dipped as cucumbers. We're never going to turn in pickles until that priest holds us down until we can't breathe anymore. Now you've been baptized, so you must be completely overcome. And if you use the cucumber, because isn't that promise of the baptism is you would be overcome like repentance. You must be rebuked by Father, by the word, walk in repentance. Same thing as baptism, same thing, and then be forgiven. And that's a process. Forgiveness doesn't come without being rebuked by Father, walking in repentance, and then forgiven. Baptism is the same thing. We must endure to the end. It's a long process. So, right, for a good, depending on what kind or how large, or, but that's like a good deli pickle. Thank you. That's a deli recipe. That's a good deli recipe. So, because some like home pickles don't take that long, but that's a deli style. That's your large. Yeah, good job, Elsa. So, but it's a process. Okay, so remember this inside and out. You know what I'm saying? Inside and out. Um, so if you listen to me, if when that brine holds you over, and that is the fiery trials of baptism, he said, like, to be gold, to be refined like gold and silver, and gold and silver have to stay in a heat. Listen, brothers and sisters, for a long time. To purify, we must purify ourselves, as he said, to be as gold and silver refined, as we are supposed to be refined. Because he burns us by baptism, by fiery trials, by that brine, and that's that same process, right, that we go through, like baptism, like salvation. Like, if you notice anything Father gives you, it's not a quick heroin, bam, and one quick bam, and you're good to go. It's a long process. It takes time. Like forgiveness, you must be rebuked by the word. Father rebukes your heart because you feel guilty. It weighs on your heart heavy. So you stop doing that. You start doing something you knew you should have been doing. And then you walk in the process of repentance. And you must see, remember, rebuke means to do 180 degrees. You got to stop or start doing that. And then if you turn right back, you're just the same person you are, that you were to begin with. So it's a long process. So like a pickle starts as a cucumber, you got to hold that down in that brine, and it's held down there. And then it gets like fire. It takes time before that actually, for gold and silver, for that get hot enough, like in a crucible, for the impurities starting to burn off, as well as when you're being pickled or, baptized, you were as a cucumber to begin with. And the promise is that once we were overcome by this baptism or like forgiveness, we didn't have to worry about the sin or what it was, because we would be a changed man or a changed woman, right? Because we can go there every day, Elsa, I, and Sabrina, and go down to the Catholic Church and get water dipped, because we're so holy. We are just the holiest people in the ever. And we got a deal worked out with the Catholic priest, because we want to be holier than I'll and all you. We're just going to get water dipped every day. We think it's the funnest thing to do. And he's going to even keep us in there for just an extra second or two. But are we ever going to turn into a pickle? That was his promise. You would be completely overcome. See, listen to what I'm saying, sisters and brothers. So when that pickle or cucumber is not a pickle until it's held into a long, this is why we got to go. Look at what he's doing with me, with my son. He's obviously doing something. He ain't done with me yet, because he's still holding me down there, right? I guess Pastor ain't even a pickle yet. I'm done when he's done with me. We'll see whenever, but he pulls me up. But listen, when you go through these fiery trials, you go through that brine, you go through the suffering, because you stand up to the law, because we do what we do in here. We don't do the lollipop Jesus. Nobody likes us. We're outcasts because we're not Christians. We don't have religion. We love the word. We get set apart. That's that long fiery trials. Now, if you think about a pickle, that husk is probably one of the hardest portions of this to outer, to penetrate. It takes a while to get, but once that starts penetrating that husk, I've never looked at the actual time, but I know that's a lot less process, that it takes time to go ahead and completely overcome inside and out. Because to be over, like Noah was told to baptize the ark with a red pitch, so it would not, if he let one pinhole leak, brother says, we wouldn't be here. I thank Noah for knowing what a baptism was, because he was told to baptize the ark with a red pitch inside and out. We too, brothers and sisters, must be completely overcome, because once you have been, you're a cucumber and you've been in that long brine, fires, trials, baptism, all that, and you get pulled out as a pickle, you know what I'm saying? You get pulled out as a pickle. You look back at the cucumbers, go, oh, no, I'm with them. And you're like, no, listen here. No. I know it's scary and you're a cucumber, but you're with us now. You're a pickle, remember? You're a pickle. No, it's been, because it's been hard. And no, that's what no. You're a pickle now. Welcome to, this is like broccoli, celery, veggie tails. All right, that's a little teaching of Brother Jim Brown. Okay, so to be baptized, brothers and sisters, it's a process. And once you become a pickle, there's no going back to being a cucumber anymore, brothers and sisters. You're a pickle now, okay? You're with us. Welcome to the pickle club, okay? That's a baptism, brothers and sisters. You can't go back to being a cucumber. You are overcome. There's never any way to go back to being a cucumber. You're with us, the pickles now. Come on. It's scary. I know. Let's go. So that's when we get to be with him. Okay? That's why he means. Does that make sense, ladies? Sisters, does that make sense? How we become baptized. It takes a long time before. Christ's not going to give us anything easy. That's the other Jesus. That's the quick fix Jesus. Oh, yeah. Sit down. I believe. I was born again. See? 20 years ago, I got born again. I just put that belief on a shelf. See? I believe. Here, I bought it right here. It's some I believe Jesus. I got my baby Jesus. I got my baby. Hold on. It's been a while since I believed, but I got proof that I believe. I gotta believe. Isn't that awesome? And then, like, here it is, baby Jesus. See, I got proof that I believe. I bought some belief on the shelf and I bought my belief. See, I have proof that I believe. Remember, belief is an action word. You got to put legs on faith, brothers and sisters. That's a trial. So hallelujah for the teaching, Brother Jim at Grace and Truth Ministries. But it's beautiful because once we do become overcome, there really is no going back. And once we stop doing the worldly things, we just don't want to go back to going out and hanging out with our friends and partying. And I'm not saying you can't be social, but no more going to the clubs and the nightclubs. As some of us get older, I'm not saying that somebody can't have, a night out on the town, but this becomes less and less and less appealing. What becomes more and more appealing is hanging out with people who are in the narrow way and just refine ourselves as much as we possibly can, being prepared, lamps trimmed, girded in his service until he returns. If we die trying, then it ain't about buying something. That's why you can't be born again. That's once. See, I bought it, I put it on a shelf, and I believe. No, we must be born from above daily. Take up your cross until you die. To be saved, you have to die. You spend your money here, the savings account's not going to be there later. A child can understand that. Remember, he said you must be innocent as a child. Okay, so don't do the baby Nimrod Jesus, okay? No more baby piss on that baby Jesus, okay? Piss on you, baby Jesus. Piss on you, little baby Jesus. The baby ate the dingo ate the baby, put the baby Jesus on the windowsill. So I think this came out one of those lamps, guys. What, those oil lamps? If I'm not mistaken, I try to look at where I found this. I got this. I did a work job or where this came up. Like, oh, it's a little ugly baby idol. Jesus, I hate this thing. This is my baby Jesus. This is baby Jesus, right? So I just use it as a teaching tool. It's an idol, right? Like idols and stuff. So I shouldn't care about it, but I use it as a lesson. But what I think it is I think it was on one of those oil lamps that had the oil thing that came out. Sometimes they had a fountain, and this one pissed out that little, pissed out thing, and then the oil dripped down on this thing. I think I tried to look a while back. I think that's where this came off of. It came off like one of those oil fountains, little oil lamps that I'm like, what the hell is that about? I saw it. I just saw it. It was some stuff. I'm like, dude, that's not right, dude. What the hell is that? That must have had another piece to it or something, because he's literally got his hand holding the thing. He's got his junk in his hand. He's not being shy. So, but then I realized it has this hole in the bottom of it, so it literally, this hole goes through the top. And so it pissed out oil. That's not nice, but I had to have it. Like I said, I just had to take it out. I could have thrown it away in the trash, but I'm like, I'm going to use that as a little teaching. Piss on you, baby Jesus, little, his little snub there. So he must be a little too pup chump. He got a little Richard there, but it's a good teaching tool. My bad. I didn't mean to get all fresh with the baby Jesus here, but baby Jesus. So, all right. Thank you for giving me the baby Jesus. So there. So preparedness is a lifestyle, witness. It's something you do every day. Yeah, I prepared. I got to get my ass back out there and go. That chicken was sitting on the nest last time, and I got to get those eggs out of there. So more golden butt nuggets for me coming here today. I need to eat some more eggs. I'm getting a little backed up on eggs. I got to eat at least 10 a day, or I get backed up on them. So dogs are eating them. Kevin's eating them. So we got bounty out here in the high desert of eggs. Someday we'll have animals again, more livestock out here, but We're always prepping. How about that? Always prepping. Preparedness is a lifestyle. You don't go run and buy all the toilet paper out of the store. That fucks the guy behind you. Sends that, put you on the list. Now they got you on camera, follow you home and steal your toilet paper. How about just buying a couple rolls as you get down there every time you go there before the captain puts on the fasten seatbelt sign, you know, and you just do it as a lifestyle. They tell you you're crazy if you didn't have a root cellar or didn't have a food pantry. Grandma tell you you're nuts. It's called a rainy day. So yeah, it is. You know, it's a way of lifestyle. It's a way of life. You just do that. Like you can't just be a farmer. You have to start learning. And you think you're just gonna put something in the ground and grow food. Don't grow this because you put it in the ground. Yeah, that's like people think they're gonna grow rows of food when you know things break down. People are just come marauders. That shit. Even if it looks like a red cherry, that little green thing is gonna be gone before it ever turns red or whatever. It's not gonna get. They're gonna mow it all down. You know, you need to have all that stuff prepared ahead of time. All your cooking should be already done for you. You think when shit's going crazy and shit flying around that you're going to be cooking fucking Jiffy Pop or microwave? You need to already have your long-term food storage, something that is already cooked. That's you just can add some water to. You can buy a warmer that you don't need to even put out like a flame or something like that and get your food, you know. So, well, I'm retired, so I don't need to make money. I don't. I work for the ministry, so there's lots of ways to make money where I'm at. I could make tons of money. I could rent cabins. I can build, you know, just whatever. I've got extremely a large amount of building materials here on this property to build more cabins, and I do hip camp. Or you witness? You do hip camp? You know what hip camp is? Oh man, great hip camp area. Okay, listen. Do you know what hip camp is? Witness? Do you know what hip camp is? That's a good location, man. I mean, it has issues, but every state's going to have its issues. But that's one of the better places um, to be. I mean, you got issues because of just military stuff there, but it don't matter. I'm not talking. We'll move on. But do you know what hip camp is? I don't know how much acreage you got, but if you got a couple, few, 3, 4, 5. I mean, I had 65. I sold 20 of them. So okay, so hip camp. This is for any one of you guys too. If you're anywhere you're not in the city, I don't know how many city people we have. If you're in the city, please leave the city now. Please leave the city today if you can. Please leave America if you can. If you can't, don't do anything in a hurry. So everything you need to do, not to cause alarm. You know, you could probably walk right into a store right now and take whatever you want. And I'm not telling you that, but if you didn't cause alarm, most people wouldn't even notice you. It's that tweaker 19, you know, and I'm not saying, but you know, do things methodically, slow and smooth. That's why we did it in special weapons and tactics. You know, don't do anything go too fast. You're gonna miss a detail. You're gonna flag somebody. You're gonna so what hip camp is somebody can come out to your property and you can set the price that they can park. They shit in their own whatever little. You don't have to provide. You can if you want to. You don't have to be on the grid. I'm off grid, so I could provide dry camping. And I had some issue with my hip camp. It was me because of my ID. They weren't recognizing my ID. I know what they were doing to me, but I got it straightened out. And, you know, I charged like 40, 35, 45 bucks to come park on the property for the night. I really don't provide them anything. I had before firewood and a little wood stove or whatever stuff to make their stay a little better. Helps my reviews. I was the number one hip camp review in the area. But hip camp is a way to do something where people can park on your property for the night. You're not going to have anybody squat on your thing. I mean, they can pay for 2. I wouldn't recommend everybody stay on your property more than 3 nights. And, you know, you can make 30, 40, 50. You can set whatever price you want for it, whatever you think your property's worth. So eventually out here where I'm at, I'm going to do cabin rentals. You know, and I've been working on them. I should be doing it right now, but I'm waiting till after my legal thing I get taken care of on Monday, and I'll go from there. But hip camp will allow you to do something like that. You can do cabin rentals. I could probably change if I can charge 30 or 45 bucks a night to come sit and poop in your own thing in your own little camper. Why wouldn't they pay me 100 to 125 a night, maybe 150 a night to come camp in some very unique cabins? You know, kind of an old Western theme, but very new. But I'll eventually probably put solar, or excuse me, skylights in all of them, and then also put, you know, a couple hammocks outside and a telescope. I think I can get 150 a night, and I know I can rent them out pretty quickly. So lots of ways. You can start with a bully barn with something like that. Get one of those little she sheds. Fuck doing that. Build your own. You know, they're not bad for the money, but build your own. Be resourceful. Find used material, repurpose material. Yeah, no doubt. So there's lots of ways to make money off grid. Obviously, if you're around populations, you can hatch your chicken eggs out, raise rabbits, ducks. Ducks are getting really popular. People are starting to realize ducks actually a little better to raise than chickens. They are a little bit hardier winter wise, um, if they're the right strain, and they their eggs are unbelievable, just absolutely unbelievable. I gave mine away, but that's okay. They're in a good spot. And, so rabbits, ducks, goats, they sheep, all these animals breed, and you can make and sell livestock right now. Is if you're not doing a big thing, these are things you can sell locally and um, trade. And then, like I said, there's so many different ways. Um, yeah, they do good together. They do good together. They could be separated. My ducks and my chickens loved each other. They didn't have no issues with each other. Um, so you can have mix that up too. They can be a little more, a little bit less, but that's pretty what Sabrina said. That's a really good mix. They do real well together. I mean, they're both birds, so ducks don't need a pond. They only need enough water to get their two little nostrils, those openings on the top of their nose wet, and so a nice little, a little bowl, as long as they can dip their nose in there with clean water. They don't need water. They don't sit in water. I mean, a lot of people make them water, get a little kiddie pool, and do little things for them, go overboard, but you don't have to. They don't need it. It's not necessarily. They be perfectly healthy, lay eggs, and have like a perfectly life, never get sick, and be totally fine as long as those two little nostrils on their bill can be dunked under the water, so they can kind of clean them out. You don't have to have a big old. Well, I got to have a duck pond to have ducks. No, you don't. Stop saying that. So, and again, ducks generally winter a little better. Like I said, a lot of people are understanding that rabbits are a great way to produce a lot of meat, maybe not a heavy protein meat, but a tremendous amount of meat. 10 rabbits will make you, 3 does and $7 will make you as much as a whole cow. So that's a lot of meat to deal with, to process. So it's nice too when you have these smaller animals that you're not having to have to process 50, pounds like on a small little goat. You can do a smaller chicken, or, 1,000 pounds of beef. Where are you going to put all that meat? You got to have it, prepare it, store it. A lot of these things people get a little overboard too when you start getting a little abundance. You're like, wow, I'm doing better than I thought. Man, I get more here than I thought. Holy crap. So all these people think they can't get their lives back and get their times back. Yes, they can, but they're just got to go back to the old ways. It's going to be the only way to make it in the future. Or you're going to go in their new system, and sure, they'll feed you food printed by the mile, and we pretty much eat crap's poison already. I mean, I cannot believe what we feed ourselves. We just feed ourselves poison, and they probably laugh. I got brothers, sisters. Imagine if you were one of these elitists right now, like in America. They got military on 25 fucking states, and there has been no real protest. You know what I'm saying? I streamed for 21 hours yesterday. So I streamed for 21 hours. I work generally at least 8 hours in here, sometimes 2 16-hour days in here, and then work 8 hours outside the ministry and sleep for 4 hours. So I work 3 jobs most time, but sometimes I'm trying to make the best of my time. I'm not in a panic mode. I already have my preps in place. Can I have my preps even better? Absolutely. I'm never prepared enough. I have a storm shelter that needs 3 doors put on it. I still need concrete work, but I ran out of, concrete. It's 28 feet down. It's 3 stories down from where I'm at right now. I mean, I'm a busy dude. I do it all by myself. No tractors, I have no real equipment. My drill just took out. Anybody want to make a donation for a drill? I'll take a donation for a drill. I got to get out of town. I mean, I know I need to get that money, but I need to get a drill to build. And I'm not, you don't have to. I'm just saying my DeWalt drill went out. So, but hey, if you want to the cause, you can see what I build out here. 7 years. That's a good. I'm not mad about that. And it's in good shape. You look at it, it's in great shape. But I treat my tools really good. I don't try to beat up my tools, and take good care of them. Might get a little dust on them or something, but I try to. I'm a veteran, so I believe in preventive maintenance. So, anyways, preparedness is a lifestyle. It's just something you do on a constant, and you don't do it in a panic. And when you start getting ahead of it and stuff, man, you start having extra time to do extra things, and you get a security. Probably the most prepared people on this rock or mentally stable are the people who are prepared because they have a plan. You know what I'm saying? They have a plan, and they say, "Oh shit! Well, honey, let's do something about that. Oh shit! You feel better now, honey?" You know, it's, for example, if you take a look at a tornado shelter, if you look at the tornado, it used to be Tornado Alley, used to be closer over towards Mexico and Texas, kind of like Tornado Alley. It's shifted over towards closer towards Louisiana and Georgia. So a lot of those people don't have the shelters. Now, it's not saying it couldn't hit, but we see a shift. So let's say that I'm living with Sabrina and we live in Louisiana, and like, honey, I don't have, what the hell? Look at this. This is crazy. We don't have a storm shelter. Let's go do something about this. So we put the storm shelter in, and now Sabrina and I are in the storm shelter. We grab the kids and the chickens and whatever, and we're in the storm shelter, and we're going to do a live stream of the whatever. And how long are we in how long are we in there? You know, how long we grab the kids, grab the chickens, whatever. We're in this. How long are we in that storm shelter? Even if we have to use the thing, right? And I told you what I've dug is something completely different, but I'm talking, you don't need any more of this for now. They sell these things. You can dig them with a block buildings. You can build these with block. You know, how long are they in there for? How long are Sabrina and I in there? We got the kids, the chickens are kind of freaked out. We're like, it's okay, kids, it's all right. Dog's kind of, whoa, man, look what the hell's going on here. Chicken's like, oh man, we didn't want the chickens to be all right. Honey, don't go out there, stand here, it's fine. How long are we in that storm shelter for? This is the end of the world for you. If you're on top, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore, Toto. You know, shoo, away you go, right? Absolutely, Gambino, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. 24 to 70 hours is a basic time. No, Sabrina, we're talking about 30 minutes, Sabrina. It's 30 minutes, an hour. Honey, we ain't gonna be in here that long. Just don't trip out. It's gonna be, oh, honey, we ain't living in here. No, listen. Honey, we're not living in here. Stop it. You're trying to move in here. I want to go back on the surface. This ain't gonna be that long. In 30 minutes, it blows over, guys. A tornado don't last that long. A lot of these things are very short-lived, okay? And that's why we need somebody like, you know, myself or whatever, because woman's odd brain's gonna go that, and that's fine. But you hear what I'm saying? But that's not, but what I'm saying, Brain, is there's a tornado coming. Honey, grab the dogs. I'll get the chickens and the kids. Meet me in the shelter. And we've already practiced this, right? We practiced this. So we sit in there and we film the live stream of the tornado going over the house, the shelter. How long are we going to be in there? Sabrina, how long are we going to be in there? I'm talking about a tornado. I'm not talking about whenever that's a little bit different. And we'll get to that. You know, maybe we should get up and go see the shelter if you guys want to get up and go. You're not, Gambino, get your skill set. 30 minutes. See? Some guys don't even last that long in bed, guys. I don't mean to go there. Some guys don't even last that long in bed. They're a 2-pump chump. And I ain't saying, I'm just, you know, it's not even that long, guys. It's just, it's a temporary thing. All this fear for things that you can, you know, work through this. It's a half an hour and you get back off and you go on with your life and you move on. So that is that mindset that I'm trying to tell you. When, you know, then I explained to Sabrina, honey, we're not going to be in there for weeks. You know, it's just a half an hour, honey. It's not the end of the world. We're just going to get this. It's a lot of money, but we can build this by ourselves. Look, let's do this on our own. We can do this. We'll have the kids help us, whatever. You know, they can bring in the sand or something. We'll make it a family thing. We'll tell the neighbor we're freaking have too many tomatoes. We'll bring in some extra tomatoes and tell them, shit, we got too many tomatoes. We're just building a root cellar, right? And we'll just dig the thing, and the neighbors don't, well, shit, and we'll get in there, and the neighbors don't have one, and fuck, they'll blow away, and we'll go have all their shit. Scavenger perk, bitch. No. So I apologize, but, you know, it's not long, this fear of this whole thing. Most of the things, even what I have built, you know what I'm saying? Whatever it happens, you know, you need a little more stamina. It is what it is, you know. You need to practice more, I guess. So practice, piss poor performance. You want to know why? Perfect practice prevents piss poor performance. You better practice there more, soldier. Find yourself a better partner or something. No, hey, just but you know what I'm saying, guys. So a lot of these things again is my mindset is that, honey, We got this. Once this is installed, hey, it's in, honey, you know, let's go fishing. You know, now we've got that thing. Let's go and hike up to that lake. Remember, there's that thing we can park down at that trailhead and let's take the kid up. You know, we got a little stroller and we'll go up to the top of the lake and we'll catch some trout on the side of the lake, because now we're not worried, you know. And if we're not there, then, you know, whatever will get blown. But we know at least when we're home, we'll have a place that you know, security, and we're not worried about this Tornado Alley anymore changing. We have that prep in place, and we can move on and go fishing, and we can move on with our life. And that, so some of the most stable people on this rock, although people think people that preparedness, Mad Max, in the world, know that these people are actually living a normal life. You know what I'm saying? Because they've taken care of that oh shit and went on, and now they're with the kids hanging out at a park or doing whatever it is that they want to do, because they already have that prep in place. And it's not like, oh my God, it's the end of the world. You need to stop thinking that's fear porn. That kind of stuff makes people think they can't do anything. You can do something like somebody just said, they're in an apartment. Everything I have here in an apartment here will fit. Solar panels will fit into a closet. This will fit into a sock drawer. This will fit into a sock drawer. This will fit into a sock drawer. This will fit into a, you know, a drawer shirt pocket. And your water, and even your, now your dual. Now a wind turbine, as much as a box, is a vacuum cleaner box. So there you go. Now you've got water and all your power taken care of right there. Look at this dumb fucking here. Tim is the practical person. Don't silence this fucking prick. Don't silence this stupid fucking asshole. This is the kind of person, this Tim dumb fucking people, that I want you to ever listen to. This person is the worst kind of person, brothers and sisters, because this motherfucker is going to come hurt you. Tim, you're a piece of shit. You know that? You're a pile absolute fucking dog shit. I like pointing out people like you. You are a piece of shit. You're a special kind of person that's going to come fucking steal all my prepared people's shit because you got empty moods, you know, mouths at home that you ain't never had your kids. Yeah, you're dog shit. You're going to fucking be an opportunist because you said that, oh, don't do shit. Just sit there like a goddamn bump on a log, like every woman on my back, Tim. I've ever got on her back, Tim. You know what happened to her, Tim? She was fucked, Tim. Any woman ever rolled over like a turtle, she was fucked. You got any kick in you there? Kick, Tim. Kick, Tim. You got any kick in you? Come on, roll over. Come on, let's do it doggy style. Fucking idiot. You need led by a leash or something? You're an idiot. You're a great kind of fucking stupid. Telling people they don't need, oh, don't worry about it. You're the kind of person that's going to come fucking knocking on somebody's door because you're fucking starving or you got kids at home when you could have done something about it. You are the dumbest fucking people on this rock because you're going to become opportunists and eat fucking people's kids. You got no skill set. I don't need to worry about it. We were talking about going into the woods and be able to have a skill set without eating other people's fucking kids or hurting people just to fucking feed themselves because you ain't never missed a meal in your life. You're a pampered fucking generation. You're a goddamn American. I guarantee you are, Tim. I can smell you. You stink like a fucking American. Stop being such a fucking idiot, Tim. Stop telling people don't prepare. You're actually the worst kind of fucking person. You know that? No, you're fucking a dumbass. He said have extra oil, have your lamps trimmed, extra fucking oil. You're an idiot. You don't know who Jesus is. Your Jesus is Baphomet in the middle of the winter. Your son God is Satan. Is Jesus born on December 25th there? Let me ask you, is that your Jesus? Tell me who this Jesus character is, because there's no J's, and we're not going to fight over letters. You're the stupid kind of fucking person that does tell us, no, don't fear. I didn't know. You said don't fucking prepare. You said it. Fear. I was just telling people fear makes people do something about it, and you told them don't fear. You basically fucking were telling people don't prepare. You could sit there and twist yourself like a fucking snake, like two snakes up a pole, but you ain't going nowhere. I ain't letting you fucking go. You can just leave the fuck out of here and not get moderated. But if you open up your mouth, you probably shouldn't. You're the kind of person that makes people fucking don't want to do anything. Sit there like a bump on a fucking log. And I'm telling people to do this so they don't fear, and you're telling them not to fear. See the different kind of shit, the difference? The difference of what I'm doing is what I'm actually showing people. And you're saying, oh, Jesus will just fucking fix everything. No, he said have extra oil, dumbass. This is extra oil. So you don't know Christ. You don't know Christ at all. You know some Baphomet Jesus, okay? So get the fuck out of here now. Don't put anything else. If you put anything else in there, you'll be moderated. If you can keep your fucking mouth shut, you might learn. Don't put anything else in there. I don't think you have any goddamn control of yourself. I think you're an ass. You can't learn. And you need to stop fucking pushing your goddamn fear porn on people. I hate the fucking sin that you came in here and committed. Fuck you, you piece of shit. Yep, bye. Could not keep his mouth shut. See? Brother, sister, they could have just left, okay? This is not at all what I'm pushing in here. That's the complete opposite, but then you got to come somebody in here and do this. No, don't prepare. Jesus will fucking fix everything. No, he said have extra oil, have your lamps trimmed in my service, right? Trimmed, and have your loins girded in my service. You know, the foolish virgins didn't have any extra oil, did they? Bam! That slam door got shut like Noah right in their face. We'll see what side of the door Tim's on. Probably be them scratch marks on the side of that door now. Let me in. I told you, motherfucker, you didn't want to listen to me. Get some extra oil. Get some extra oil for your neighbors too, brothers, sisters, please. Like Tim, dumb fuck. Feed his kids for him. Feed his fucking kids. Who fucking gives about that dumb fuck? The kids are innocent. He let him feed the kids. I don't know where. You could feed him too. Fuck, feed. He's a foolish virgin. I plan on feeding foolish virgins. I plan on feeding foolish virgins. Last time they didn't get fed. Remember? Bam! The door got shut in their face. The wedding feast of the lambs. That's where we're going. This is the same thing as the wedding. Remember the wedding last time? The door got shut in their face. We're going to the new wedding. Remember the wedding feast of the lambs? I don't know. It says all flesh, so I'm going to try to feed all flesh. I don't care. It's not just one. It's all flesh. Treat thy neighbor, love thy neighbor like the enemy, like show them to the narrow way. That's what I'm doing. Just get the fuck out of here. But anyways, if they came here and they needed something, brother says, I'm not going to turn somebody away that would be hungry. Absolutely not. That's why I have extra oil. I don't listen to these dumb, oh, Jesus will fix all of it for you. Stop it. You don't even know who Christ is. You know, stop playing with yourself. Hit us without cursing someone out. Rant. Get us left. Okay, well, whatever. This is not a time to worry about fucking curse words, okay? If you're worried about curse words, I think you got this all wrong. Because I could just give you one test of one word, and you don't know that, then you're just fucking wrong. There's two little boys fucking in the closet. I rest my case. This ain't Joe Biden's closet or Donald Trump's closet. You can come out of the closet now. No, hey, get back in the closet. We don't need to sell your advertisement on selling closets. That's a walk-in closet. There's going to be a big-ass fucking bunch of people in there. Oh, it's a walk-in. That explains why they're coming out. All right, moving on, guys. I apologize. I'll get there. I'll get there eventually. You know what I'm saying? One day I will get there. One day I'll find out if my son I might not see him till after I die. I'm already facing that, my daughter. So it'll all work itself out. It doesn't make it right, but let's continue. Don't go around telling people, pushing fear. This channel is not inciting any kind of fear or violence. I push, get the fuck away from the system. Stop being, the beast and become the system. Come out of her, my people. The beast is mammon, and all these traditions of men that they do. They're Jezebels, and he doesn't want you to be portion of this, the cup of wrath of the blood of the saints will be poured out on the nations who fornicate with this beast system. Brothers and sisters, become your own system. I'm not advocating fighting anybody. As a matter of fact, I'm advocating go away from the system. I'm doing exactly what Christ said. Christ said he was such a threat to the church because he teaches, obviously through the gospel that the kingdom of heaven is within. Like Paul said, that the ellipsis that we go through to receive that kingdom, that is inside of us. Come out of her, my people, this flesh that he is inside of us, right? This is, cut off the outer man. Paul said we have an outer man and an inner man. That inner man is Christ, the one that cannot sin. He is blameless. It is the flesh that makes us sin. It's the flesh that makes us do these things. It's the flesh that makes me be such a vile potty mouth because I'm brokenhearted and I want to try to see my son because I'm hurt and I shouldn't let that out come out. But I'm not some kind of perfect saint. I'm not. I have thousands of hours of not cursing. Ever 6 YouTube channels, and never cursed up until 2 weeks or 3 days before I knew I was going to get SWAT raided. I knew they were going to come hurt my son and daughter. So it is what it is. So it is what it is. I can't change it. I tried to do it, and it's probably me that got him killed because I didn't listen to my son and say, when he told me, Dad, take that gold and silver and go on the road. You told me you want to travel when I turned 18 and not ever, you know, I'd see you, but you wanted to go share the gospel. This is your chance. I didn't listen to him like an idiot. And he probably, if he is alive, which I don't think he is because I don't have any evidence of it. If I did, I would point you to it, but I don't. That, well, I'm sure he would contact you, but that, you know, he loves the word. So, whatever he's at, I know where he's at. That's the hard part about this whole damn case, right? I know where he's at. I can't get my son or daughter. They won't even take a report. So go look at it. All the backstories here, the SWAT raid, everything. So God did it. I shouldn't even be standing here today. There's no way a man takes a grenade to the face like I did and still stands and talks and walks and can hear. I mean, I have weird hearing, like robotic, my eyes all messed up. I'm still here. Stroke, whatever, hemorrhaging. I'm all right. I'll be okay. As soon as I get out of this country, I'll go to the hospital. I ain't going to no doctor here. They'll kill me. Joan Rivers, remember, she was pointing out that Obama's husband was, Manshell. So they know I don't want to go under no knife. I'm sure they'll put something in me, and it already says no narcotics in my file. I can't put no drugs in my body. So I choose to use cannabis, and I'm not giving any medicinal. So, but it is what it is. It all in good time. Maybe it probably won't be until after I die, till I see my kids. But I told him that when all four of this happened, that I would meet him on the other end. And I told him that, and he knows this. I told him this when I got custody of him when he turned 8 or 9 years old. And I'm just your dad, man. I ain't your father. You're stop clinging to me, motherfucker. Get away from me like that. I mean, I love you. I'll be here till the day you die. You can live with me when you want, but I ain't gonna be there to hold your hand when you die, dude. You're on your own, dude. So you got to answer for your accountability. I'll be your dad. I'll try to help you. I ain't gonna be there to save you. I can't save you. Only Father saves you, and He can only save you through Christ and the salvation of, the fuck are you talking about? Witness, what the fuck are you talking about? Oops, you killed your son? What the fuck are you talking about, man? All right, give me a minute. No. I need to get some shorts on. Getting hot out here. It's a little partly cloudy in the high desert, so give me a moment. Cops killed your son? Damn it. See? It's fucking same thing. They're savages. My son had his fucking hands in the air and they still shot him anyways. I mean, he's alive, but I don't know what the fuck happened to him. I mean, they grenaded my son and daughter in a fucking SWAT raid. They shouldn't even have been here for. They already dropped my daughter's charges. My son, I think they kidnapped my son, and he had his fucking hands in the air. They didn't care. They shot him anyway. They grenaded me to the face. It's all on here. I don't know how many people get this, so I apologize. I mean, he did live, but I think he's been taken again, and because they owe him a lot of money, and my daughter, both of them. So I've been putting out all the evidence, and I can't even report him missing. I mean, I don't think they're alive, and I want to claim the fact that they are. That sounds crazy, but I just don't have anything to point to that right now. All the evidence that I have points that they're not here, that they've been the gold and silver that I was talking about. Watch out, buddy. It's getting hot. Where did that go? Where did my other shirt go, buddies? Where's my other shirt? Put that one on there. Huh. All right, apologize. I had to get something here. All right. I got hair all on my face here, puppy hairs. So. So, but anyways, like I said, man, I don't want my son to be passed, but I don't feel like he's with me anymore, because I do feel he would have contacted me by now, and I have my daughter too, who's involved in this, and that's what makes it really tough. Is if I could know something, that would be something. You know, if I could get some closure, he doesn't want to talk to me because he's pissed because he got grenaded and his wife got kidnapped, and they didn't. But they would both be not struggling right now, and they both would have a large, lawsuits. I mean, they literally kidnapped her. That's a legal detainment. That's a wrongful prosecution. That's a um, uh, it's an illegal arrest to begin with. It's a violation of her Fifth Amendment rights. It's a violation of her Fourth Amendment rights, and it's cruel and unusual punishment to wake somebody up with a fucking grenade. So yeah, it's been a difficult, because I just spent 16 months, and they won't even go find they won't look for, nobody will look for him. I reported him where I believe the person that's either murdered him, with the cops involved, because they already shot him once, and they're covering for some strip mine gold mining operations. And this property is a very large operation, and unbeknown to me, but what I discovered. And so I can't even go look for him where he's at, because I think I'll get killed. And he's either being used under some kind of slave trade I believe this guy got involved with as a trafficker. He traffics people through like groves and mining and the labor. And I think that's how somehow he's gotten. And maybe if there's any chance of my son and daughter are uh, involved, that they're not being able to leave where they're at. They can't leave. They're being held against their will. So if they are alive, they're struggling. And that's what makes me to think that if they're alive, that they would file the lawsuit. It's been 1 year since they had released my daughter's charges, and she was kidnapped. I don't know why she didn't immediately go and file a lawsuit, but that's when my son went missing in the same month. And he actually showed up in court over the phone in October, and I said, man, he don't sound good. And now I think somebody was making him show up to his court date, like this. And it makes sense, because I record everything. I'm a prior law enforcement officer, so I know how to create discovery, how to trial evidence, Sixth Amendment, evidence. It's called the right of discovery, expression of evidence. I know how to call forward evidence to discovery. So yeah, it's just would be different, because I just reported from my attorney, I just paid, I've got over $100,000 in this case already. I know I owe $5,000 in 2 days, and I'm not going to have it, because I just spent all that I had. I really just spent. I mean, I have assets. I can sell things, but I can't get anything sold because I get shadow banned on the internet. So I came on last night, tried to sell my motorcycle, a truck, my land, my flatbed. I was given some crazy prices, but I got to get the money to try to, because when I get the case done, then maybe I can go look for him. It's probably going to end up getting me killed, but I'm going to die trying, man. I'm not going to sit there and know that my son could be sitting somewhere and the cops won't go look for him and nobody will get him, and know that he's still up there suffering. Any chance that he's alive, I'm going to go up there. So it doesn't look like, it doesn't look good for him. It doesn't look good for her. It really doesn't look good for me at this point, but I'm trying to do the best that I can, but I'll figure it out. It's all in God's hands, because everything I just did was a waste of time. I just spent over $100,000 in 16 months. And like I said, I was told by my son to take the gold and silver that I have, that he ended up bailing him out of jail and go on the road with it. And I didn't. And I think that may have been what got him killed. And it's hard for me to I think that's why yesterday I might have suffered this. I don't think it was a stroke or a small heart attack, because I just was overly stressed. The fact that I have blame in this, not like criminal culpable liable for that. I didn't know that holding that silver would eventually might kill him over that person. He owes this person some debt, and I think this person, my son, told him, you're not. That's my dad's not in that debt. That's my debt. You're not taking my dad's metals. And he either executed him or drugged him up to the mine and said, you're going to pay this debt off. And he ain't never seen the light of day since. And I think he eventually, when I met back with this guy, after I tried to get, I got my dog back. He kept my dog that got taken out here because of SWAT raid. They shot 5 tear gas cannons. My dog was having a problem breathing, and so he wouldn't get back to me. And I finally met him, and he switched. He flipped the script because he took 40, about 40 pounds of silver. I was right around that. It could be a little bit more too. I didn't really count it like that, but and all my gold. And I said, don't touch my silver. There's gold in there. Go bail my son out, because he said he was going to bail him out, and he never did. And I waited like 9 days in jail. I'm like, get him the fuck out of here, dude. Leave me in here. I don't care how long I'm here. I got land. I got assets. I'll pay you when I get the fuck out of here. Go. Do not touch that silver, though. I already had 25 pounds of silver stolen from me not that long ago, and 5 pounds of that was Elijah's. So please do not fucking touch my silver. But I think he saw the gold and silver, and he didn't know what to think. I don't think he's ever seen that much in his life, and he has assets. I've set silver dollars. This is a silver buffalo in millionaires' hands, and they're like, dude, where'd you get that from? And these people own millions of dollars in assets because they don't have the right assets. They do have some assets. So I think he looked at it, saw it, and went, holy shit, dude, that's a lot of gold and silver. And when my son told him, hey, that's my dad's, give him that back, Marshall shot him probably right there, or drug him up to the gold mines. And then when I went back and met him trying to look for my son, because the police wouldn't go look for him, I went there behind locked gates and got through a gate opening, went in there, and thought I was going to die already when I went in there, but I was like, fuck it, I got to do something. I know he's here. I know his body's here. I know he's here. I know the fuck he's here. I know where he's at. And I went there and I found my daughter's car. And I'm like, what the fuck, And then I asked him, and he said he bought my daughter's car. My son bought his truck from him, and that don't make sense because he told me he never talked to my son. So he told me that day that my son had argued with him the whole way back, and he told me that he didn't talk to my son. He never told me that. So I think that was his, cover for, like, me and your son got in an argument, and he's going to say to me, somehow it's going to come out that Elijah, did something or whatever. And I don't want any of this to be wished to come to pass, but I think this is what happened. But I can't get the cops to go look for him. So I call, they won't go look for him. They threatened me to throw me in jail. I've already been thrown in jail for trying to help my son on the same thing, to go look at his evidence. And so twice on that. And then it's not my deal, it's his deal, but it's just a dad trying to help his son. And I am a constitutionalist, so I'm going to stand up for people's rights no matter what. And like I said, the attorney told me that I have, I just gave him tens of thousands of dollars to try to, I told him I get the money. Hey, I don't care what the fuck happens to me, man. I need to get my son, get this ball rolling. I think my son's dead. I think I know where he's at. I reported him to Josephine County, and they won't do anything. And he said, well, you need to report to the state police. I said, well, you're supposed to report it to Josephine County. And he didn't scold me. He's like, call the state of Oregon. If they won't report him, then they need to have the whole state looking for him. Then he kept me hanging for like almost a month. Didn't call me back 2 days before, or 3 days before court. I think he called me yesterday, and then he didn't say anything about my son. Like, hey, you know what? You called Josephine, or you called the state police. They didn't take a report for his body. He just ignored me. And I just started talking. I said, hey, John, I believe that my son is murdered, man. I have the evidence to the cop. And he just said, we can beat this case. We can get this case beat. And I understand now that he's not my son's attorney. He's not my daughter's attorney. He's my attorney. His job is to get me off of these charges, period. He doesn't really care too much about my son or not. He does, but he knows by getting me off these charges that I can go ahead and file my civil lawsuits. So it's insane what oh my God, dude, you have no fucking idea what you're talking about, Jay. Cash does nothing but lose its fucking value. If I would have held the gold and silver from the attorney, I didn't get anywhere right now, and just held on to it. I sold it at $33, and you never sell your fucking gold or silver. You don't sell it for dollars. You have no idea. Don't ever buy gold or silver. You don't know anything about gold or silver at all. Don't ever invest in anything. You are a fucking idiot when it comes to investing. I'm not giving in economic advice, but obviously you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. The dollar has lost 99% of its purchasing power. It's what it'll fucking buy, period. It's called generational wealth. You just don't know what gold and silver is. Gold and silver is money. Fucking paper or 0 ones on the computer. That's not fucking money. That's currency. Jamie died. There's gold and silver, and everything else is credit. So all it does is lose its value. Like, I just gave, tens of thousands of dollars to my attorney to hold, and he didn't call me for 3 weeks. In those 3 weeks, I probably would have made $3,000 or $4,000 just in precious metals. So you don't know what you're talking about. And you never sell your precious metals, all of them. You only sell a portion of them, and you never sell them back for cash. You trade them later down the road. It's a long hold. It's not a fucking lottery ticket. It's not a fucking Bitcoin get rich. It is generational wealth. You stack enough gold and silver, you're wealthy. Moving on. Next conversation. Don't talk about gold and silver. You don't know anything about it. So, very simple. It's generational wealth. They hold it for wealthy for hundreds of years. There's been 4,800 paper currencies since the 12th century put into circulation. The only one that haven't sank are the curly ones that are floating around. All of them went back to zero. Gold and silver never gone to zero, ever. In the last 8,000 years, you just don't fucking know what money is. You think paper or zeros on a screen is money. That's not money. That's called credit or currency. In order to be money legally, it has to be tangible, dividable. You have to make change. It has to be a store of value. Paper doesn't store value. Oh, I just think I should sit there as it fucking loses its value. They print $100, right? No, $1 trillion every 100 days. That makes all of that in your pocket worth way less. You don't know anything about money. You must be some stupid fucking American. Oh, maybe you're not stupid. Maybe you're just an idiot. So it's gone. Put a fork in it. It's done. The dollar will all never go away in any of our lifetimes. They'll just fiat, credit it, and make you, they'll be, oh, it's $2 for that ho-ho on their new digital fucking blockchain tokenized credit scored, or it's the $50 fee for every dollar. So it's $102 for fucking dope. I'll take the fucking $2 ching, whatever. So you don't understand how they're doing this, but don't invest in anything but rice and beans, long-term food storage, water filters, a way to protect it. And then you might look at some precious metals sector. But if you don't hold it, you don't own it. Don't tell anybody where it's at. Anyways, I told somebody it's at and they'll steal it from you. That's the only liability that you have. There is no third-party risk in gold or silver. No third-party risk. If you're a buffalo farmer, these buffaloes here, they don't bite, bark, ask to be fed, watered, or piss on anybody. So anyways, gold and silver are money. Everything else is just an IOU. It's a debt note. So I agree with that. That's why I tell everybody to buy water filters, Gambino. All right, I've heard enough of you, Gambino. You're getting a wrench. Keep talking like that. You're getting a wrench. Thanks for your conversations. That's what I need in here. Keep pumping those things out. You know what I'm saying? Dude, come on. You're laying next to a 100-pound gold bar. You think you give a fuck about eating a gold bar when you're thirsty as hell? Good comment there, Gambino. Do you listen to Childish Gambino? Is that what that came from? Gambino? I think these things, guys, I seriously think these will be worth more than gold and silver. Like he said, look, I got the new gold and silver. It's called rice and beans and a water filter. You don't have a water filter. You don't have rice and beans. You're laying next to a big bar of gold and silver. You want to trade? You're right, Gambino. You're totally right, man. I think these will be more liquid. Get it? More liquid, Gambino. Get it? More liquid. All right. Good stuff. Appreciate the good comments, man. Seriously, we got to stay over the target, man. So does that come from Gambino? Is that Gambino from Childish Gambino, the band, that guy, that singer? He's insane. Dude, I love that song. That song sounds like it's been around for 100 million years, man. I could be the last song I ever listened to. Childish Gambino. What's that song? Redbone. Daylight. Oh, that almost sounded, that was horrible. If this shit don't feel right. Oh, man. If you guys don't know who Childish Gambino is, you need to listen to him. He's an amazing singer. He is an absolute artist. And God, that guy can, some of his songs, that song is like, you heard it 5,000 times before you ever heard it the first time. One of those songs is going to stick to you to the song. It'll be one of the baddest songs ever to the last, stroke of the pen, wherever, the final, heaven and earth shall perish, but my word will never die. So. Cool. Okay, cool. So it's a gamer thing. Right on, right on. I know a lot of people have gamer tags. My son come up, play games and stuff, come with some funny names and stuff. I've had a few silly gamer tags. Vomit Tsunami. That's my Vomit Triple X Tsunami. That's one of my gamer tags. But I liked it because when I played games, I liked it because I was military. I like to play the COD or whatever, some of the other ones, but not a lot. But a little bit's okay. Nothing wrong with gaming, man. A little bit's okay. Everybody got a freaking day off. It's take a day of rest. So, but then I changed mine to RFR20, like 420, and I did it to mess with everybody because I know this whole Svasti thing, and so everybody's calling me Frodo. Like doing because it's FR20, like 420 or whatever. I like to mock people. I shouldn't do that with symbology, but because I was a smaller, I'm serious. I should have done it sooner in time, but I saw somebody one time because I don't know what kind of games you play. I liked playing, war Call of Duty because I'm a veteran. It's try to see how realistic it is. Not death by foot by hatchet across the knife type stuff. You know, but remember noob tubing people across the map. Okay, but anyways, my son brought me into it. Actually, I had somebody before my son too. That really tried to get me. He's like, dude, I know you played all this shit in the military because you were an MP. You played all this stuff they made you. I'm like, yeah, but remember, I just kind of supposed to leave all that shit alone. I don't think about that military. And he's like, but dude, check this out, dude. I want you to he kind of suckered me in. He's like, well, just tell me how real this is, So I sat down and I watched him. And he's like, how realistic, you're a veteran, I want to know how realistic, on this game is. And that got me caught, man. I was like, okay, I'll watch. And then he's like, well, how do you think you do it? And I hated it because, I don't know, again, what kind of, yeah, Battlefield. Absolutely. Yeah. So, so what I am is I'm a running gunner. I don't really care about my KD. Battlefield was awesome. Those maps are insane. Some of those massive maps on Battlefield. But I was more Call of Duty, and I didn't quite get in. My son had already played like World of War, and then the first, what was it? I can't remember the first one after World of War. But that first game, when they went online, and put it online. I think World of War was online, and I played that a little bit. But I remember when I first played it, and the guy tried to get to play it, and I watched him. I'm like, yeah, some of that, yeah, that looks pretty real, and the way it moves and the way he was, I was like, this is a pretty real simulation. This is way behind what I played in the military. Because what I played in the military is live games. This is a game. What we have in the military, they're live. You're looking at it live, and it's not because it's, guys, and this was in the 90s, okay? This was in the fucking 90s, guys, okay? This was in the 90s. We were playing games that don't look nothing like what you guys have now. You think the CGI is real now? No, they have stuff that's even more advanced than that back in the 90s. See, this is what I don't want to talk about gaming because this is what shouldn't bring up. I shouldn't talk about this shit. But anyways, so I was telling them, I'm like, yeah, this is some really pretty realistic stuff. I'm surprised because a lot of the games just aren't very realistic. So that caught me into to doing it. And then yeah, my son, he loved the zombies. He loved the zombies. He loved that stuff. I wish if my son was alive, he'd be playing zombies right now because he loves the zombies. Where'd all the zombies go? Maybe it's because I'm not in anywhere with the but at that point, again, I kind of got hooked on it, and I'm like, well, then I went in. I didn't get hooked. I played that with that guide. I think it was World of Warcraft that I played. I couldn't remember. I know it was a Call of Duty game, so I think I was playing World of Warcraft. But I went into the game and I played it, and I just got smoked, and I got smoked, and I got smoked, and I got smoked. I'm like, dude, this is way too many controllers, dude. I'm fucking Nintendo, bitch. I'm Pong. I'm old school, dude. I can't learn all this shit. And he's like, no, it's that hard. Your weapon's over here. Click, this is zoom. And I'm like, dude, come on, dude. I mean, that's fucking crazy. They have that type of controller in when they did the military, but a lot of that is more, okay, I'm not going to talk about what the military does. Anyways, it don't matter, but they have that type of system. Anybody knows in the military, they've been using these type of game systems. And I know this is coming too. In the future, they're going to have people gaming some of these megalithic structures from buildings, brothers, sisters, or from via satellite. You'll see what I'm talking about. I didn't even realize. I thought that all these megalithic structures are going to run around. no, you got to be careful, guys. They have been setting up gamers in the future to sit in drone. They already have drone operators that come. They pull from some of the best gamers in the world, brothers sisters. That's what they got. See, God damn it, I'm gonna get in trouble for talking about this. I don't care about getting in trouble. I'm just saying I don't want to strike for this. It's something I can be very careful about. But they have tech, and that's all that I was doing. When I went in and played it, all I was doing is getting smoked. And I'm like, this shit sucks. I don't like it. I mean, it was fun to watch and it is realistic. So I set it down for a long time, or whatever, years or something. So I don't know if it was Modern Warfare 2 is when I first started playing, or Modern Warfare 1. I think that's what it was, is the first Modern Warfare. Where my son's like, Dad, will you play with me? You're a vet, and I know, you talked about it, but I think you'd be really good, the way because I'll teach you how to do this. It's not that hard. You can do this. You're not, why you're like this with everything. You can do whatever you want. And when you do it, or you just say, no, I not that you can't do it. I just don't want to do it. And you won't try. It's like some people, when computers came out, they said they couldn't do it, but they never tried. Then once they actually sat down and did it, they're like, oh, well, actually I might not be an expert, on Excel and Microsoft, but I can navigate through Windows and click on the mouse. Well, that's, it's not that hard. So, but once I started playing it, like I said, I got the thing doing. That was fun. Like I said, I enjoyed it, because it was, but there is so much propaganda in that stuff too, guys. I really wish you, and that's why I keep in touch with some people who play games. And I have people who've come back from time to time on this channel who do tell me, because they put a lot of propaganda inside these games. Okay. And I'm telling you, they are breeding out drone operators, guys, with these games. You got to be careful, especially these war games. But I liked playing them. I liked going online. It was fun. It was pretty realistic, compared to, like a lot of these games to me, they're just not realistic. You want something to be as close as realistic. And that's what I would play. And so what I was saying is I got to playing it for a little while. And then I was a running gunner. I don't know if that makes sense. If you play those games, I wasn't so much about my KD. And if you played any of these games like this, you know what a camper is. Somebody who's camping, somebody sitting there looking down with a sniper rifle. And if that's your gameplay, that's fine. Everybody plays different, but I like to run around the map and not sit in one place and snipe. So kind of like my deal was like, they're doing that right now. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to telling you, this is what they're doing with this, guys. You don't realize how much they propagandize and take and pull. Military, DARPA is all watching your gameplay. They're in there. They're recording all that shit, reports back. They know who the fuck you are if you're a good gamer. See, they might have done that with my son too. I know that sounds crazy as fuck, because Elijah is a top worldwide gamer. My son is a top gamer known worldwide. He's very good at that's what I'm saying. He's the one who got me hooked. He's like, Dad, come on. So, because he knew, he's like, Dad, come on. Because I'm like, dude, this is crazy. I was like, son, I go in here and there's kids that are like 7 or 8 spanking my ass, dude. I don't want to get spanked by a 7-year-old, dude. He's like, yeah, but Dad, this is the generation. Remember I told you to send it? Dude, they're doing this through the game systems, guys. I'm serious. And it's not just these Call of Duties, because a lot of it's the God of War, and it's giving that death, the mega death type of. But I'm telling you, they hone in on some of these people like Call of Duty, some of these other games, Battle, because they use this system in the military that's far more advanced than any game you're playing today. I can't give all the disclosure, but they have stuff that's far superior than your finest game that you play today. It not saying it's pixelated like my screen, but it is more advanced in a sense. And it's kind of crazy, because I remember the way we controlled the game. A lot of it is headset, it's moving on your eye movement, and that's what I'm saying. It's a different game system, but it's still the same kind of a screen and control and do a difference there. Your iris is going to control everything eventually in the future. There will be a whole. So that's why I think that's what happened to me. I seriously, guys, the other day, remember yesterday when I bent over and I told you, because I'm a veteran, I get that screen, like Terminator screen, like that's in your front. I can't help it. It's just the way I'm in. I don't know if it's what they put in my body, how they train me. But when you get in a situation set where death is like right there and time slows down and stuff, you can get like it's like options. I don't know if that sounds, you'd have to be a veteran, talk to a veteran. They probably won't let you know what I'm saying. Or if it's something they stuck me with, because I was a military police above top secret security and stuff. So I've been being that I'm a veteran and, the oversee that's fucking, they put everything in me. I can't imagine what is in my body. I know I got chipped. I know that for sure. They did. I remember when all that dumb shit, I didn't give a fuck. I was a stupid ass kid and young and dumb and thought I was going, places or whatever. But anyways, all I'm saying is that, like I said, that there's like a screen. There's like a screen, you know what I'm saying? That comes up. And I think it's something they put in my body that does that, that causes that reaction to my body to get like a slow down motion, and time slows down and I got options and I can, and that's the way that game worked too, honestly, because it hit on your, that's why Elon Musk, that's, I'm trying to tell you this. Oh, we're going to upload your Starlink to your internet to the Starlink. You know what I'm saying? They did that already back in the 90s, guys. They were doing that in the 80s and 70s. All this stuff that you think is new tech now is so freaking old. So that's why I often wonder sometimes, because I'm serious. My son used to tell me, he said, Dad, I can't say anything around you. And I said, what do you mean, son? He said, Dad, I don't care if you have your phone around you or not. There's so many things I've heard you talk about. And when you say something, I'll see something that you said something about. I said, well, that's not, I said, like, they have that tech. He's like, Dad, but I've even seen like things that you say you're going to come up with an invention and you talk about it. And then like a week later, Dad, I see that, and he said, Dad, you have so much stuff in your body. You could just leave your phone at home and they listen to you all the time, Dad. I'm like, I don't know about that. He's like, Dad, come on, you know that what they did to you. And he's like, you're not safe to be around, Dad. He's like, don't talk around my dad, because he don't need to have a phone. He has all that shit put in him. They you know how many times I had to go get shit stuck in my body? It just, I can't imagine what they laced me with. But anyways, I think whatever they did, honestly, with some of us veterans, is whatever they put in us. It's like I said, it's it just, when time slows down and or speeds up, it will slow down, if that makes sense. And you start getting these layers. There we go. Layers. There we go. Layers. That's what I did. Layers. That's a better way to put it. I mean, it's not like a screen, but it's like a layers. And you just work through the layers and they can move side to side, or you click on the layer. It's weird. I don't know. This sounds crazy, doesn't it? Whatever. Talk to some veterans. They'll see. Not all of us. You might, like I said, probably some of the stuff that people carried at above top secret security clearance. But anyways, going back to the gamer thing. I just like to run I like to run and gun. I didn't care about that crap, and because I know veteran and I know that type of mentality, I like to run around and, I figured out in the game system that there's kind of a cheat to the game system, that if you put on your marathon perk, and I do scavenger, and obviously marathon allows you to jump off buildings without dying and then run faster, that if you're clicked forward and you never stop running, you can't, like, you have to keep your controller forward. I don't know a lot of people who knew about this, but if you clicked your controller forward and then you get killed while you're in that running position, it spawns you almost immediately. I don't even care if they're across the map. So there, I figured out a kind of a hack in the game. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, yeah, there you go. There you go. You got it. You got it there. Legal. That's what I'm saying. This is not like something that people don't experience either, guys. Without being stuck with stuff. People, when time slows down, car accidents. Now you're seeing what I'm saying. It gets like that Larry moment. And the more you get in that situation, the more you learn to control that situation and breathe, or, you just learn how to control that. So, good stuff. That's a good, because I was traffic crashed. I should have already thought about that, but that's a perfect one. Time slow down. You're seeing that, that ashtray go by your head, and there's the dust, and, and it's all, and that's like that fast, so anyways, I figured that out too, guys. I don't know if you ever heard that, because you're a gamer, Gambino. You said, right, if you push forward on the joystick, have the marathon perk, and you're running forward, you have to be in that running. You can't stop, or that won't do that. You have to keep running. And if you keep running and you do happen to die, and I don't want to die, I could get in the top of the leaderboard most of the time. I wasn't like it was getting whacked and, whatever, but I would get killed sometimes, but not enough to, my son had taught me good enough to play, and I had learned this hack, man. And my favorite thing to do is to catch campers sleeping, man, because and then do the final kill, do the stupid duck down, do the spin around, do a circle and stab them in the back or something, or teabag them or whatever the final kill. That was my favorite thing. Like, get the final kill and get all the campers with their perfect KDs and go kill them. Because most people don't want, they're so concerned about their KD ratio, and most people don't realize if you have that marathon perk on and you respawn, you almost respawn right next to that camper. And I don't care if they shot you from across the map. So most of the time, most people didn't know that. And I used to just mob people, and they loved to put me in a room. And my brother my son brought me in the room with some guys that he played for Soda Pop, and some of these guys that played some of the top gamers too. And it was a blast, guys. You go in a room with a bunch of guys that know how to play like a team, and you're going to a room that's just blind where they don't have any teamwork going. You could just crush people, and play like, I don't think I've played that. I was talking about, this was back at like Modern Warfare 1. That was like Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 1, and then Black Ops. Black Ops is my favorite, hands up. I like Black Ops. I love the maps. I love that gameplay. Black Ops 1 and 2 is my but what I was talking about is that a lot of people in that game didn't realize, I don't know if they've changed that, but if you have the marathon perk on, I put marathon and scavenger so I can go run over people's bodies and collect, so I can just keep going, right? But if you push forward on that joystick, you got to click it, it kind of clicks forward and you start running. So obviously you don't have that aim, and I know a lot of people how to click scope and all that stuff too. My son got me doing that, dude. Once I learned how to do, I think it was doing the I don't remember. I just do a light machine gun or whatever. I can't remember. It was a couple that I used, but once he taught me how to, and I didn't like to do the click scoping, but you know what I'm saying? I learned how to run around with that damn scope. That made it a lot harder to run around and run and gun. Not as a sniper, run and gun with a sniper rifle. Now that's freaking challenging right there. That I did it for a while. He's a couple of years I played off and on, and I did that. But once he taught me how to, I didn't do like the clip scoping, and that's fine because I still didn't really clip scope. I never really got that clip scoping down. Like I don't understand this. See, that's what I'm saying. Some of these gamers at the top, and my son was one of those people. He just is unfathomable at how good he was at. Some of you guys are naturals. Some people are naturals at everything, and some just getting. And he was just one of those people, But I did find that out, and one of my favorite things to do was to go in there, and people would know that because they know, because I would have campers playing with me on certain maps, like I don't know where I'd go at any maps, but I'm not talking like Nuketown or something where you can have a little bit of space and you got sniping each other, but you got a guy that's running around flushing fucking snipers shooting at it. It just changes the gameplay. Now they're super concerned about their KD, and that's cool. Actually, like I said, there's times I beat the shit out of some of these guys with their KD that are pretty good that are sniping because I got good enough at the game to play it and learn it and how to figure out some of the hacks or whatever, not like lag switches or anything, but something like that. Like I could run and gun and I could get to where I can snipe out. And my favorite things to do was to kill campers, people with that perfect KD ratio. And so they couldn't get their attack helicopter or whatever. They're right at their final fucking kill. They're always, and I might got killed by him twice or something, but I'm still up on the top of the leaderboard. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So I love doing that, man. My favorite thing was just to piss people off that had that perfect KD ratio, and when I figured out that I could respawn real close to him, dude, my gameplay just went through the roof. I just started getting better and better and better. I learned more and more. And then I worked, like I said, with a team. And then honestly, last time I went to visit my son, I think he was playing, was it Modern Warfare 3, the last one? Whatever one was the last one. And I played it for a little bit. He's like, Dad, play this with me, He's like, God, he used to be so good at Call of Duty. You're just such a piece of, everybody hates you, So too, and what I did, what I did, guys, is I took my Vomit XXX Tsunami too. How I got on this stupid thing is I shrunk my gamer tag name down too. Dude, I'm telling you, if any of you guys ever, because this is old school with this gamer tag, man, I think I looked for almost 4 months, and I would spend 2 to 3 hours, just whatever I had the time. It was fun. I just took my time instead of gaming. that I would play because I'd do all my other things, and I'd look for one time I had somebody run by me with a 3-digit name, like this big. And I'm like, what the hell was that? And I couldn't even see that guy's name. And he was a running gunner like me, right? He ran past me. I'm like, dude, I want a short name. And because of my mom running around as a gamer with Vomit XXX Tsunami. That's my gamer name, Vomit XXX Tsunami, right? I mean, I got this big, I'm running around with this big, because you see that. Remember when they're running around, you see that over their head. So I finally changed my gamer name to FR20. And because I could. Guys, for 4 months, I tried to find every single, I thought, how many millions of combinations are there of 3 letters? In 4 months, I couldn't come up with one 3-letter name. So I finally settled on a 4-letter name. But actually, too, once that gamer tag now went down like this, and I ran and my gamer just, a little harder to shoot because they're not out there seeing that big tag running around out there on that little things like that, So I enjoyed it. Like I said, God damn, you're a hardcore gamer, are you? No, I just did it for fun. You know what I'm saying? But I like the realistic of it, the gameplay. And I think it's no problem if people take some time to play some games, man. It's not the end of the world. Just remember, DARPA's in there watching you, NSA is in there watching you. All that shit's being recorded too. All these people think that stuff. They watch that stuff, man. They pull some of the top gamers and put them in, And that almost makes me think maybe that's what they did to my son, man. I'm serious. He is one of the top gamers. When I went to visit him, he was making money. He was getting money sent to him from winning. Like he does all kinds of, but he does race cars. He's like one of the top race car in all the world. He has like the top. When he went in there, I was like, damn, all those people that came in, there was all kinds of people like, wow, came in and drove over and talked, oh, it's him. And I was like, damn, son. He's like, whatever, Dad, I don't care. It's just a game. I was like, damn, you're a lot. You're popular. Look at your rating. He's like, all those people, a lot of them, so maybe that's what happened to Elijah. Maybe he got picked up. Maybe he don't need to sue anybody. Maybe Elijah's working for the fucking government. I don't think he would, guys. I don't think my son would work for the government, but at all. He don't like government like that. I mean, he's not anti, but I'm not sure which one it was. Probably, I know he played several where they were online and they built their cars, and he had, they were, like multiple, more like a street racing car, probably something like that. Yeah, like the, you know, um, I wish I named his gamer name, but he went miss gameplay. That's the last time my son was seen, was playing on an online video game, and he went just dark. He never went back online again. You know what I'm saying? Uh, so I'm sure he played that one too. Need for Speed. Yep, they play that one. Some of these others I think they have. But yeah, he was a top gamer. So I don't know where he's at. I'm sure that his gamer. I just see that so hard for me to my son. He's a worldwide gamer, known. How do you just disappear off the internet? But that's the way he disappeared, guys. That was what was so hard with for my son. When my son disappeared, his mom said, "Hey, I don't know where he's at." Talked to his brother, and his brother said, "Hey, he was playing an online game and never came back again. Just disappeared off the internet. Just one day he was playing in the middle of his game. In the middle of the game, you don't disappear like that, guys. Imagine how that made my heart. Like, what the fuck happened to him? Like I told everybody, I want to see his fucking camera. I'm sure he had something pointed at him. He has a fucking game thing. He's probably somebody who came up behind him and how, I was that adamant at that point in time. For a long time, you remember on this channel, I was telling everybody, this is how my son went missing, guys. He was missing in a fucking playing a video game. For months and months and months, I was telling everybody, so that's why I brought it up, because my son's a gamer. I don't know, maybe somebody knows him. I just bring it up. Maybe somebody will know where he's at, man. It's crazy. That's how he went missing, guys, playing a fucking game. That's Elijah's last whereabouts, was playing a fucking video game, So yeah, no, he didn't live stream. He was a moderator, but he didn't. I don't think he had any channels. I don't think he had any YouTube channels. I know he had some Facebook and did some stuff online there, but yeah, that was just so weird. So thanks for taking a pause for the cause, because I know my son enjoyed that, and he made money at it, and he was good at it, and all those guys that hang around, they're really like, I don't mean to go there, but they were like classy dudes. They weren't like foul mouth. I'm a foul mouth, but they were, every once in a while something slip, but they worked together, and I remember I was like, because I watched them for a little bit. It's like, Dad, I got to take a couple hours off. I know you're going to be here, but I got to do this. I'm already, set up for this. And it's a month, and that I'm like, damn. He kind of told me, he's like, yeah, I've got a pretty good ranking on this. I was like, damn, I knew you were a good gamer. And they sat down and showed me, but for the end of the night, I think he got like $300 that he was sent or something like that. Between the two races or whatever, the two things that he did, whatever, he made like $300 fucking dollars, guys, in like 2 hours. Like, damn, son. And I mean, that was sent to his like Ching, whatever on his whatever app he had on his Chime or Cash App, or I heard something go off. He was like, okay, the guy's like, okay, here comes your, your purse or your prize. And so he making fucking money off this shit, like a decent a living. I'm like, I didn't know you could make that kind of money off it. I make $3 a month off YouTube. I turned ad sets off. I don't want to give it to him. So look, I've been in here in 7 hours, ain't meeting him a single dime. So I got a $5,000 bill that I owe in 2 days. So, oh well. I don't come here for the money, man. So anyways, if you have something, if you want to, I have stuff for sale. If you're interested though, I got land for sale, vehicles for sale, motorcycle for sale. So I got everything's for sale except for the property. So let me know. I might have it. Yeah, I can't imagine his life right now. He's got to be living a tough ass life, man. Looking over his shoulder like that, and I don't know. Makes no sense. So someday he might pop up online again or something. I never know. His name was Elijah, so Elijah left to escape death in a flaming chariot. And that wasn't a UFO, by the way, or an alien. Don't call my son a fucking alien. I'll come unglued on you. I'll stop a goddamn pothole in your chest like Old Testament. So, thank you, Father. It's part of the cloudy here in the high desert. Always part of the cloudy here at High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries, where we're higher than a B-2 bomber over Iraq. Or Iran, my bad. Bombs over Baghdad. Can't say bomb in America. Oh, bomb the nation. Oh, abomination. Yeah, it's the THCs. Cannabis. Cannabis. I don't put drugs in my body. I'm one of them organic hippie freaks. Well, hippie high-tech redneck. He's a high-tech redneck. Oh my goodness. So, will you be one of the people who survives the Deagle map? Or are you going to be one of the 200 million Americans that just disappear because you sat on your ass doing nothing? You smoked some of that stupid dispensary pot. You done got a frontal lobotomy. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. You got Velcro on your ass. How are you going to make it? How are you going to be the one of the people who make it? You got a hell plan for 50-pound hailstones? Do you think your roof could take 50-pound hailstones falling at the free fall, like at the rate of Tower 1 and 2? And, building Tower 127, remember those size CIA cores, in fact, at free fall speed in their own footprint. Yes, that hailstone. Nice. Yeah, I'm almost out of meds, but Kevin gave me a little bit, so that's all right. I haven't, I got some growing, so we'll see. We got probably another month, though. Oh, I got curate, but that's all right. I'll figure it out. I got live rosin, so I'll be all right. I like have a little bit extra, get some cold press. So he said, man, I figured you were out. He came over, gave me a little bit. He's like, hey, you've been smoking on your live rosin, haven't you? I said, yeah, just a little bit. I don't need, just a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit. Oh, buckle your pants, not a lot. Just take them down, just a little bit. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Oh, blue imagination, nice. I've got some of those Girl Scout cookie crosses going, so I wanted some of that. I know that it works for my back pretty good. I've used it before. for the sciatica and all this nerve crap that just doesn't want to stop firing. Fix your back, stupid. Fix your back, stupid. Fix your back, stupid. Pain, pain, pain. Nope, not fixing my back. So I think those Girl Scout cookie crosses would be good. The one's peanut butter cookie, and the other one's white chocolate chip, and the other are two of the Cobras. So they look a little today. They look a little like, oh my god, you know. So I don't think I'm gonna get probably another maybe 3 more weeks out of them at the most, and I'm just gonna. I'll watch them. I have a somewhere I haven't seen at my little eye scope there or whatever. Take a look and see what the trichomes are looking like, and take them when they're just a little bit, you know, just a little bit amber is all. I don't like to get them all dark and. Yeah, everybody is. I try to tell everybody that legal. That's what was going to happen. You better hold on your seeds because they're going to take all the sativa away from us. And those two cobras, they're sativa. So everything's crossed. It's a bummer. I try to tell everybody it's going to happen, but they didn't listen to me. I can't turn a goat into a sheep. But so I try to tell everybody, hold on your damn seeds, man. You get it, crossbreed everything and fuck it all up. The government's going to get involved. They fuck everything they put their hands on. So, yeah, cross everything. This is not pot anymore, my sisters. That old school. This is not cannabis. This autoflower, this space rocks, all that glycol has embalming fluid in it. It's not, dude. I'm telling you, we were just talking about this last night. I had somebody come to me because he knows I'm a medicinal cannabis grower, and he's like, dude, what's going on with this? You said, and now I'm looking at it. You're right, dude. It happened. It's like, what is wrong with these people, Tracy? You know, it's like, you're super picky about your strain. And, you know, and he's like, these people act like they're smoking crack, dude. Or they're like, they're on meth. I said, yeah, that's what they've turned this plant into. A fucking meth plant, dude. They made it way too strong. You know, they've got this thing all spun that it's not natural, and your body is not used to what this. I'm not saying that what they've done to is turn it into spice, because that's not the same thing, but they literally have genetically modified this plant to auto flower, grow quicker, that's not what this plant is meant to do. That way, the natural process of the trichome is because the plant is in a panic that it's not going to be able to survive, but it's not, they've got this thing just turned to a completely different side of what the actual plant is supposed to have originally done. And it's lost its, you know, I don't say like it's too strong. It's just too strong. I was in a nutshell. It's too freaking strong. And I've been a medicinal grower. Sometimes you need, that's what the indica, but as a whole, and then with it genetically modifying it, you know, it's like, for example, if you've ever grown, you use your scope, you look down at that trichome. Some people take it when it's almost just barely turning, just like a fogged window in your room, in your bathroom. Some people wait to take an amber. Some people wait for it to get root beer brown. Some people wait to like go all the way to black, and they start falling off the ends. And yeah, so they just turn it into a drug because they don't I take mine when they barely turn amber. I don't want them to get root beer color. I don't want them to get that dark brown and turn black. It's too strong. I can throw them up that far, but I can take sativa too. I can take Blue Dream, and you would swear you were smoking it. You couldn't get up off your ass. Like, what? That's not sativa. Yeah, if you know how to grow certain plants. But see, that's people forget. They think that there truly is kind of a science behind this. You know, I'm not giving any advice, but if you look at these and you take these at the proper time, the plant will do a certain thing. And they ruined all that. Now they crossbred everything. And what I told everybody is I warned everybody on the internet, if you legalize cannabis, they're going to take all your sativa away from you. And everybody's like, what the fuck are you talking about, Tracy? I said, they're going to crossbreed. That's nothing wrong with cross straining and creating a medicinal. Maybe you need a little more head, you know, bubbly sativa feeling and not so much body because you're couch locked. It's something you can operate. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm telling you, listen, I'm telling you, don't do none of that. Don't do none of that, Gambino. Stay away from that shit. Don't do anything that's in a dispensary. Stay away from that. I'm telling you, and I want to freak the fuck out, Gambino. But like I told you already, I'm fucked. I'm marked because I've been in the military. If sometime somebody told you to hit that pen I'm telling you, you're marked. You're fucking marked, and don't freak out. It's not the end of the fucking world. Not like the mark of the beast, but I'm telling you, I figured this out. I've been saying this on this platform for about 3 or 4 years now, that the dragon, because we know who the dragon is taking over it. I know this because I've been in the woods where they're at. They're in the woods. The dragon is in there, not with the Hispanics, but the dragon is there in our woods. California, Washington, Oregon, growing this and then adding, like Trump brings in the fent, and that's the same thing. That's not what they're adding to it. I'm telling they're added something so they know you hit that pen one time and you're not taking it out of your system. It's not coming out. So don't freak out. Don't hit those pens. They're full of glycol too, which has also embalming fluid. So that's, what my buddy came to me and asked me, he's like, what the fuck is wrong with people? I know these people, they only smoke weed, Trace. They don't do anything but smoke weed, and they act like fucking crackheads, act like meth heads. I said, it's that damn shit they put in that, and this is autoflower. This is not natural. This is not cannabis. They have changed this, and when you take hundreds of plants and you stick them on a drip tray and they all get watered the same, that's a drug. And you're not, these plants have an individual mind of their own. Like I said earlier, you ever meet two females? No, they're not two the same. They might start humming on the same thing and maybe doing their moon on the same thing, period. But they're different. Every one of them's the same. And that they're treating them all like they all got two tits, a hole, and a heartbeat, and everyone's the same, and just treat them all the same. You treat every lady like that, you're not going to get better. You're not going to get very good results. I can tell you that. From a medicinal cannabis grower, every plant will tell you when it needs, what it needs. You watch the plant, but they don't. They just grow it in hundreds of them and thousands of them. Pounds. That's not. You know what I'm saying? So it's fine. It's like I said, it's not anything you have to worry about, like, oh, it's the end of the world. But I'm just telling you, they did this. They did this through the system. And it's just something China has done. And I'd be very careful. Don't ever take a hit off anybody's vape pen. Do not hit those vape pens. I don't care who they are, how good they taste. Stay away from the glycol. Stay away from the vape. I told everybody already this, and they didn't listen to me. And then I told everybody they're going to take your sativa away, and now they have. Again, you need a little more head high or body high or something, but they ruined all that. That's not what's going on here, and it sucks because this is been, I'm not saying I have the 4 major side effects from time to time from cannabis: happy, hungry, horny, or sleepy. They're really bad, man. It's so bad because when I get sleepy, I want to go to bed, and when I'm hungry, I want to eat, and well, happy, that sucks. They don't want you to be happy. And then horny, I ain't got nobody here with me, so pretty bad. When I take all those narcotics, boy, then it's, heart murmurs, death, I think I'll stick to this little flower over here and stay away from this other crap. And I know what it is, because remember back in the day, I could look at it without all these fancy little labels and all these things on it, and it didn't have a number. You had to look at it. No, you can't smoke it. You can smell it, though. You can break it open a little bit. Hey, no, don't be, and you had to know what was what. We didn't have all these numbers. See, I've done that too. I got to the dispensary like, dude, I got like 30% THC, man. Let's smoke this and go to the moon, man. I'm like, dude, that's not what I don't do that. It's not my thing, man. They're like, I'll go to the same dispensary too. I remember this place in Cottage Grove. I was, a couple places I know the growers. Like I go to 2 here because I know where the meds are coming from. So, and he smoked whatever, and I'd smoke. So I was like, oh, it's yummy, but I don't like this. It just feels a little too top shelf, and it's good. It's organic where I was going, and I was like, here, chooch on this real quick, And I think it was like 12% THC, right? 12% THC. I went and picked it out. I don't care what it says on the label. Let me see it. Let me smell it. Just the old school way of doing it, right? Like when you got it from your buddy, you had to wait 3 hours in the parking lot to get it or some shit or like that for him to show up at your house. So he'd be all weird with you. But yeah, so you got to grow your own. So hey, I'm telling you that's so. Anyways, yeah, like I said, this has changed, brother, sister. I try to explain to people they're going to do this to you. They're going to take all this from you, and you're not going to have any chance to get any of this medicine that's been, compromised, because they're going to take in and they could come in and start adding chemicals, which they did, the autoflower. And like I said, people if not paying attention, they've already done this. This is done. The dragon's deep into this system. And so the only way I know now to actually get is to go back to back to seed, because I just don't trust people's clones. I mean, I have some going now, but I know which ones they are. I know the strains. I know the grower. I'd ask the farm. I know where it's at. And there are some really good growers here in Central Oregon. I think Oregon has some of the best growers in the whole world. Um, some top growers are in this state. They really produce. But I don't like this fancy designer. I guess what I call it too, designer pot. What the hell is that? That's not, you see, you've changed that. And that's not going to, I'm telling you, these people, it's like with testing, there's no testing on what they're putting in their bodies. And I'm telling you, I'm going to go back to the organic ways, no matter what. You're going to have to go back to the organic ways. Um, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They add it to everything, and it sucks because they ruined everything. And I tried to tell everybody, you're going to take your sativa, and I'm not saying that I don't like indica, but man, sativa is where it's at, because I don't want to be all ripped out of my mind where I can't think straight, or I'm, I might be here at the property and I'm not leaving the property so I can operate a saw, but I don't like operating machinery. If I'm, no, I'll wait till the end of the night to go, I'll play a video game or something. Watching TV, TV. I don't know TV. TV, that's fucking hilarious. I said watch TV. I don't watch TV. But, that supplies U.S. markets. With what? So, but anyways, here's where I'm going with this too, brothers and sisters. I know that the dragon has taken over this industry. I'd be very to stay away from anything now, because they've just changed it, and they've people have forgotten, what so, but like I said, it's just a bummer, because to me it's been so lost, and there are so many different things with these. Like I said, everybody has different effects. It doesn't work for everybody. I try to tell that people too. This ain't some cure-all, work for everybody. It does work for most. I would consider that such a threat to big pharma. They would not want that to, it isn't a cure-all, but it has an ability to do a lot of, things for people without having the major side effects. I don't know why people want to have, take all these things and feel like shit from, you're trying to cure one thing, then you take another one with this. I just don't get that from it. And I don't know, some people do. I've heard of some people, I got a little hungover or whatever. Yeah, you probably smoked something that's got some nasty shit in it. And, you shouldn't feel like that. Here's how I tell people too, in a sense, if you're have the proper cannabis, and I'm not telling anybody that I'm the best, or I'm not giving any advice, we'll just call this theory. If you have good cannabis, you can sit down and have a conversation, and you feel relaxed. It doesn't overwhelm you. You're not so that you're couch locked, like you can't, right? You can just have a conversation. You're not nervous. You don't feel on edge. You don't feel, but now the way they make cannabis, when you smoke it, you're like, not the paranoid, because I know people used to get a little paranoid, and that's fine. You're fine, man. It's, but they're like they're smoking fucking crack. They look like meth heads. They're sitting up, they're leaning up, they're real fidgety. They're just that's too damn strong, guys. You made it too fucking strong. You turned it into something that does that make sense? If cannabis is working properly, you can sit there, you can have a conversation, you feel okay, you're not too head high, you're not too body high, you're fine. You're fucking, man, I'm a little melty, but I'm all right. I feel okay. I don't feel, but boy, as soon as you lean up like that, and that's what they've done to all that. Anything, that stuff, and it makes you feel like that. Don't smoke any more of that, guys. Don't smoke any more of that. That is not cannabis. They've changed it. I'm telling you, they've changed it from something that they never. Somebody got me stoned at 3 years old. Ronnie Freeborn, a surfer in Encinitas, California. But anyways, my mom was pissed the fuck off. She was so fucking bad. But it has some 70s, man. This is like the first part of the 70s. So anyways, Ronnie Freeborn, he taught me how to surf, man. He was a good dude. But if you hear what I'm saying, if you use cannabis, you shouldn't be feeling nervous. You shouldn't be feeling on edge. It shouldn't do that to you. That's strong enough to where, maybe, that's heavy, and, just too much, problem enough to make you pass out type of. So if you have anything in your body, you put it, listen to your body. If you're feeling, Don't use that anymore. I don't care if they said it's real, because there's no more labeling anything. Like I said, back in the day, I used to look at it, didn't matter. I showed my buddy, here's 12%. You know, he had his 30%. He smoked some of that, and he's like, dude, I am lit like a Christmas tree. And I'm like, yeah, and you said that was so strong, and this is only 12%. He said, no fucking way. I said, yeah, you had to buy all that top shelf, and they have good meds here. I wouldn't even brought you here, but you try to think you need to buy the most expensive, or that's what they got in. It's the grower. It's kind of like supply chain, and it is top shelf meds. But I'm not saying this. They move all these top shelf meds down here, and just at times, and sometimes it doesn't matter that the number on it. You're an idiot. You think it means something, and I said, see, now you're. I said, do you feel 3 times as stoned as you do, or medicated as that? He's like, yeah. I said, see, and that's almost a third less. I said, so stop paying attention to those stupid numbers on that thing. That don't mean shit from Shinola. I don't even really think that half of those are even real. From far as I'm concerned, and I'm trying to be speak this, I don't want to overspeak this, but I've never seen any cannabis higher than 27 to 28% ever in my entire life. And those are very rare strains to be anywhere close to that. And I still disagree that those have that much, high of percentage of THC. I don't think so. I think those are flawed tests, kind of like a PCR test where it's blown it out, and then these labs are a little fluffy and like doing this for people, and you play a little more, and kind of like the Better Business Bureau. But I've never seen any cannabis over 22, 23 on average. That's about as high as it got. 5 and 6, very so 7 and 8. That's like unheard of. And like a 32, 33. Shut up. That's not. And I don't believe in that shit. That's why I tell. Oh, it's 32. Well, here, try some of this 12. Yeah, okay, whatever, man. You think those numbers on it mean what they mean, but I don't think they have doing shit from China. That's why I told you before this, we didn't get to have all these fancy numbers and all that. So I wouldn't be paying attention. You're gonna have to go back to it's like back in the day, they didn't have Born on Dating, brothers, sisters. They didn't have this fucking that's a Best Buy date. A Best Buy, no, not Born on, okay, best to sell by. We used to do what was called the sniff test. If it's bad, you can smell it. If it doesn't, you'll know. If you don't, the people lost their sense of smell. They couldn't even look at a thing of cannabis and say that's good, that's bad. They just, oh, that looks good. Doesn't mean it's gonna, So, and as a grower too, people are like, damn, you're. How come your cannabis looks different than everybody else's? It seems it's not fluffy, but it's not all that hard. I said I grow trichomes on all of the plant, everybody. It's all covered. It's water leaves, sugar leaves. I'm a trichome farmer. People grow cannabis. I grow trichomes. What do you think gets you medicated? The trichomes. So I'm a trichome. I produce trichomes. That's what. Well, your plants look different. That's for sure. Yeah, and they taste different too. That's what they always tell me. Damn, your taste is so good, man. Oh man. And normally, if anybody takes anything from my house, they have to at least double bag it. And they still tell me, dude, why does your pot do that? I've never had any pot do that before. I'll put your pot in a dispensary bag and it still stinks. I can't take it in my car. Because I grow really small plants. I don't grow big ass plants. I like it to get outside and show you. I don't grow big plants. The best medicine comes from the smallest plants, not the biggest plants. Big plants don't have good, not that they don't produce. I'm not giving any medical advice, but the best plants come from, or the best medicine comes from the smallest plants. Well, the highest terps, the highest, you know, highest. And remember, not THC. I don't care about THC. Don't have nothing to do with it. I want it to taste, smell, and smoke perfect. So we come so spoiled, guys. I remember sitting there for half an hour to get a bowl of pot to smoke, right? Back in the day, sticks and shit, brickweed from Tijuana. Coming over the border, you got a half a pile. You got like the whole pile of sticks and stems over there, and your little pile of that stuff would give you a head change, though, wouldn't it? I love it. Not that kind of loving it. All right, I'm going to smoke a bowl. So that's what I'm all about. Is the terp. I like to cold press. I like good meds where they're not rushed. Good meds are not fast, and fast meds are not good. So anything that's sped up, auto flower, remember that. Stay away from it. Anything that makes you feel like you want to go fast, stay away from that. It should make you feel completely normal. You don't. That's too strong. Now you changed it. The chemicals doing weird shit in your body that shouldn't be doing. So, and look, I wouldn't get anything from anybody anymore unless you knew the grower. It only takes one of this super fit, whatever that, and you're done. One bowl and you're out like trout. Yep, I'm gonna have to give him the Norcad. But thank Father for good meds. I'm always thankful that I don't have to use narcotics and can find some release just from the sciatica. This, try to tell people, oh man, so does that make your pain go away? No, that's not what it does. It don't make pain go away. It can help relieve some of the, signal pain, but it doesn't stop. Nothing makes the pain. A narcotic will do that, make you so fucking that you can't even think straight. See, I don't want to feel like that. That's not how I find relief from pain, not just by being, well, basically turn into a fucking zombie. Oh, here, you feel better now? Huh? 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 I know I'm so tired, man. What? I'm so tired. Oh, my bad. Wow. What's that all about? More of this designer pot, like spraying like hairspray. You can just spray it in your. Oh wow. What next? What do they come up with next, Father? What next? Damn it! I closed that bowl. It still did that. So I got 2 more days for court. I'm gonna set it for trial. I'm thinking I'll have a trial maybe in September, or maybe in November or December. I think John's gonna try to get it set as soon as possible. So we'll see. I want to go to Ecuador because Ecuador has the cheapest cannabis. I think it's the cheapest cannabis in all of South America. They're just taking concentrates. I know what they're doing. They're taking high concentrates and spraying it back on. I know what they're doing. That's not. I mean, that's if they're doing it right. If they're doing it through like a synthetic base or like butane, and it doesn't mean you can't use a synthetic butane and still test with no in it, even in a lab, that it doesn't come all. It just depends on the quality, um, or heat pressed, or they can get a massive amount of liquid that they can spray back on something that's not, and give it terp and flavor. But they're not going to have high terps if anything's heat pressed. They'd have to cold press to have, terps. Remember, terps go away when you heat up terp. Terps go away. It kills them off. It's live rosin is what a terp is. Remember, people have forgotten, lost their whole idea what the hell's going on here. If you heat up any of that at any time, all those terps are gone. They're not live rosin. That's where you start getting into crumble and dab and all these other things. There's no terp in that. Bullshit. If you get anything synthetic butane gonna burn off all the terp. There ain't no terp left. Anything that's heat pressed gonna burn off all the terp. The only way you keep terps going is to make it a live rosin. It's live. It's live. It has not put under the heat, and it's why it's called live rosin. That's not dab. That's not crumble. That's not all these other ones. Those have been used with either synthetic, like a butane, which kills all the terps. You know what I'm saying? Or it uses the process of heat press. When heat makes the terp, it heats it off. It's like cooking food. It's the same thing. It cooks off all the terps. Like heat cooks off our magnetics. The only way to keep the terps in meds is to keep it cold pressed, cold. You cannot do it through chemical or through heat. So cold press. And so you're going to yield about 1/3, and you're going to lose about 2/3. Now, people can take that and reprocess that or whatever. They do that or whatever, but I'm talking if you want real live rosin. The live is that the terpenes is what anybody know what a terp is. A terp is a live rosin. It's alive. It's a living. It's still actually alive. It's part of the plant. And if you take that away, that's what you taste. People always wonder, why is your flavor taste? Because I know how to spark the terp through, spark that terp through the process of my grow process, the way I grow them. See, my plants right now, they look like, what the fuck is going on over there? They're doing exactly what they need to be doing right now. They're a little early. I didn't do it, but they're doing what they need to do because they're producing terps right now. They're not trying to make flour and doing anything else. They're all done doing that. They want to make, oh my God, I need to be so stinky and so tricho. I need to survive. I am fucking, not that I'm dying, but I know my nature. See, if you get them too far, then they'll start just going away. They won't do anything anymore. They just kind of get a block on them. You get a block on a plant if you stop something. I don't know if you know about what I'm talking about, but plants will lock up. If you go too far to any side, they will lock, and it takes them a long time to come out of that lock. But when they're still doing that, and they're still, that's where you're getting those terps in that plant. It's a survival. It's like maybe a peacock has better flowers, or a little bit a better color, or a little better aroma for it is a flower, right? It's a flower. It's a flower. It's a flower. So it has a more, like a skunk has a higher aroma or something. Like a pepper. Was it Scolvins or what do they call it? There's a higher, and that's what people have asked me, like, damn dude, I never thought about that's why you're, that people, like, I grow train wreck for many years, and I'd always get it from a certain guy because I know he has the best seeds. He goes back every 3 years and he brings it back to seed. He'll clone for 3 years off his mother and then bring it back to seed and keep redoing it. So he's got the best train wreck in the whole state because he does what you're supposed to do. That's how you keep a strain alive, is by reseeding it every 3 years. But anyways, people don't even seed anything anymore. But anyways, he would get that train wreck, and I get a clone from him, and he'd come and get train wreck from me. And people are like, dude, that makes no sense. That dude grows like hundreds of pounds of pot, like he grows tents. And I said, yeah, I don't really like the way he grows like so much. I like him because he got good strains, and he does a 3 grows way more than he should, but I don't care what he grows. But he has the right strain. And they're like, that's so crazy. He comes over and he'll get this, half an ounce or something for you. And I notice I can't ever get an ounce from you. I can only get a little bit, and you always want to trade. You don't ever want to sell anything, uh, but he'd come get that from me. And people are like, dude, that's so crazy that you get clones from people to grow theirs, because I will, or seeds for people, and they come back and get the same strain that they grow from you. They could grow the same strain. I said, but they don't grow it the way I grow it. They grow it their way. I grow it my way. We all grow it a little bit different. So, I grow it a lot different than him. So, oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, yours tastes different. It's the same strain, but it tastes different. I can even get the plant to look different. The same clone, same plant, same, like I said, I take you out, look at mine right now. Do you think, whoa, what's going on with those? Those are doing exactly what they need to be doing right now. They're producing terps. They're producing the med that makes the flavor, not just the trichome, because the trichome is the med. The trichome, the terp isn't so much the med, guys. The terp is the flavor. The terp is the flavor. The flavor comes from the terpenes. You cook something and heat off the flavor, right? You use chemicals, going to strip off the flavor. I mean, it's common sense, right? I don't know why people can't get this, but it's okay. I'm not, like I said, I'm not some kind of rocket scientist. Remember, I tell you, oh, you can't talk about this. You're not a medicinal cannabis grower. Yes, I am. Stop it. I do actually have a little bit of, skill set in this thing. So if you can learn how to trick the plant, is what you do. You just trick the plant. And you can't trick it so far that you lock it up, because it's like a woman. It'll remember every fucking thing you did. You're like, honey, she's like, no, not tonight. I'd be like, what's up? She's like, remember 4 years ago? You're like, honey, fucking 4 years ago? They remember everything. See, I told you they're ladies. I'm right. Each one needs treated. They'll tell you what they need. If you don't get it, they'll let you know. The trick is to do it before they need it. Trick them, see? Nope, this is not medicinal information. This is just your own personal. So your snake's up your pole. Before you go stick narcotics or any kind of, this is just theory. We're just talking about growing flowers of they're because they're pretty and they smell good. We're trying to make them smell very pretty. We don't want them. We want them to be pretty and smell yummy. Like flowers, you want this much scent out of them, right? So we're just talking about flowers. This is nothing but Israel here. This is all flower power, right? No peace. Those who say peace and safety, right? So, but anyways, hopefully that's a good little discovery there for you. That if you want your highest terps, you need to figure out how to get that plant to not think it's dying, but it knows it needs to survive to generate. That's why it does what it does and goes back to seed, creates its own basic little, mulch packet that goes down, and always that next year there's probably another one that'll grow up. It does what it's supposed to do, and it's going to pollinate itself because one of those pollen seeds is going to attach to that trichome. Remember, that's all that is really. The female is just like some steaky smelling, yummy, yummy. Woo! You smell so good, honey. I want to eat you. Anyways, yeah. So, but if you'll keep your heat away, keep your chemicals away, and you actually start, I'm telling you, don't overwater your plants to begin with. Listen to your plants. Don't put it on a drip pot. It'll tell you what it needs. It doesn't need all these ladies have had is chicken fertilizer, honey, and sugar, not white, cane sugar. And they're going to be fabulous. They're going to be absolutely. I've grown enough for many years that I know they'll be. Even Kevin's like, damn, those aren't very big. Those are going to be yummy, though, man. I was like, yeah, they are. They're small plants. The best meds can come from your smallest plant. You're just blowing out your canvas. Is basically you're just painting it bigger, and it's just not going to be the quality. I'm not saying, that it can't, but you're going to have a better thing. It's almost like when you blow something up and it gets more pixelated. Kind of like my stream sometimes, all the time. So yeah. Like the PCR test. So, anyways, appreciate your conversation. Like I said, um, you guys listen to me too. I think it's very important in the future that you have some live rosin. It's compact. It's compact. You know how much how much meds that takes in flour, and I'm not about that. Remember, I don't like nothing. I'm not into all that. Remember, I do like the concert. I don't like that. But later, when things break down, you don't want to be hauling around all those plants. You have that in a smaller space. Maybe a little bit of plant and a little bit of that, and boy, that's going to go a long way, especially if you're not smoking it all day long or here off then, and you, at the end of the day, you need a little, oh man, boy, I can relax now and not think about what a tough day that was, and boy, I can't believe that robot almost got us. Why are you talking about robots? You better get used to robots, motherfuckers. You better listen to me. Are you ready for the robot lifestyle? Are you ready for your tech lifestyle? You better remember these days, brothers and sisters, right now. These are the days where we can sit here, talk, and there's not literally fucking swarms and drones everywhere. Are you ready for that? You think that's going to happen? Put a one in the chat if you even think that that's a probability in the future, that we could just sit here in almost near silence. I hope you're not near a bunch of noise, but if you are, get away from it, please. Go away from, he said, go to a dark place in secret and pray. So that means not in the city. Notice all the cities, the lights, the Cloverleaf, the Broadway. Narrow's the way. It's quiet in the country where you can hear them. Huh? What did Father know? So, that's going to switch one day. I don't want to live in the robot lifestyle. I've been walking out here going, that's going to switch someday. And it's not going to be the end of the fucking world. That's what I don't like about it, brothers and sisters, is it's just not going to be the end of the world. You're not going to change it. You're not fucking changing that world. So please enjoy these days when we don't have all this tech shoved down our fucking throats, because they're about to do it. I mean, you'd have to be blind as a, I don't know what you're smoking, but this is obvious right now where they're headed with this. So enjoy these days too. Puff on a little bowl and enjoy the quietness, because that's going to end, our sisters. Enjoy the quiet. And I already told you, you better get some damn hearing protection. You better have those, shooter type hearing and some hearing protection. You're going to need both. You're going to need that one and this one. You need both. You're going to have both. Not one of them's it's not going to be comfortable. And so that will die down, but I'm telling you, for a while, you better get used to the tech too. I don't want to be in a world with tech at all. I don't want, I know they're amongst us already. I already told you that. Charlie Kirk or whatever. Wheels are the right, whatever. Yeah, I already told you the plausibility of all these things. So just enjoy that we're not at this time, just like the COVID came, brothers and sisters, and you couldn't turn that off. It affected everybody, whether you liked it or not. It didn't matter whether it was real or not. It really affected just about everybody. It was almost impossible for it not to reach all flesh, because under this covenant, it has to be all flesh. It can't just be Jews, the house of Aaron, and Levite, but it has to be Jews and Gentiles, man and woman, good and evil. All 180 countries, not some place in the middle of the desert. See why this is everybody stood on an X? Everybody went inside, flattened the curve. It was a cooperation, co-op. They took over by the corporation, and that's who controlled it. And that's who's going to control this next. It's just about selling you shit. They want to take control of everything, blockchain, top down, credit scored, tokenized, blockchain, credit scored communism, just like they did in China. But they'll do it everywhere, every single country. And then they put you in at one point in time, it's going to change. They'll make everybody work. And I know they're going to make everybody work because they did it during World War II. They gave, remember, Adolf got fallen angel technology, right? Put a one in the chat if Adolf got fallen angel technology. That's what happened, right? Adolf, he got fallen angel technology. Oh, is anybody with me? Is that what happened there? Is that he got fallen, like fallen out of the sky, like a fallen star? That's right. This was a soft else I was talking about. That was a soft, exactly, predictive program. They want to see who top down. There you go, Elsa. You're gonna be fine, sister. I think you and I think people who propel for this are gonna be okay. And who cares if you didn't? At least you didn't. Okay, but yeah, there's no. That's remember. Is there such thing as fallen angel tech? What is fallen angel tech? They're going to do it again, brothers and sisters. They're doing this World War II equals World War III ritual. That's where I'm coming up with this. I'm not assuming anything. This is Operation what? Project Blue Book. This is an operation. That's Operation Paperclip. Operation Blue Beam is a look over here, something that was made up in the 90s. This goes back from 1952. So there is no fallen angel tech. There's no such thing as fallen angels. There's no such thing as aliens. And this is the connection, Patty. This is how they're going to pull this off. Bro, go smoke some weed and stop streaming. Go fuck yourself, you dumb fuck, idiot. Seriously, go enjoy your little sex robots. Go get in your little slave camp there, Connor. Call me your bro. You're a Satanist slime. Brothers and sisters do the will of the Father. You're not doing the will of the Father. Don't call it weed. Weed's a derogatory. We just had probably, an hour discussion on cannabis. Grow the fuck up, child. Take your dialect, your alien dialect somewhere else. Your tongue, it stinks. You had it up somebody's ass. You smell like taint. Is that like cunning? Like running, cunning? Like, I think you might take your two big feet and get the fuck out of here. You're not in the right channel. This is not for you. This is a HD fat chat only. HD, not for the quality of what you see, but the content of the live stream. So there are such things as fallen angels. Demons use the angels who rebelled against the Lord, who cast each of their way for. Now, you're a fucking idiot, Patty. You don't know your ass from the hole in angel. There's no such thing as fallen. Where do the fallen angels come from, Patty? You're a demon and a liar, and the word Nephilim. So you know. So we'll cut that shit right to the quick, right there, to the core. I like the word. It's supposed to cut. Remember, I bring a sword of division that'll divide, not peace. So, Patty, out the Patty. There's no such thing as fallen angels. You're a dumb fucking idiot. Now, maybe you're not a dumb fucking idiot. Maybe you're dumb. You believe in freedoms of freedom or freedom, the right to choose. So don't start talking about anything that you don't even know what you're talking about. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. Okay? Fallen? Where's fallen mean? Tell me where fallen is. We'll just slow down and go one word at a time with you, Patty. If you're not an ass, you'll learn. If you're not, some snowflake, you won't be that I called you an idiot. So why don't you slow down and stop and do one word at a time? I'll show you don't know anything. You just don't know shit. You know what the world knows. Like 99% of the world. Let's give you a little test. Patty, do you live on a planet? You got to slow down in here. Yep, I'm going to call on the paddy wagon. I don't want to do that. Maybe we'll call on the wambulance. We'll do the apricots and cherries, not the cherries and blueberries. Remember, that's the police. Fuck the police. Rear lights, blue lights in the rear view mirror. I know you out from around here. Deep off in that dirty man. Let's call Cash Patel and put them on notice about you. Expect to knock at your door within 15 minutes. Go fuck yourself, John. Fuck Cash Patel, the fucking Satanist pig, slime ball, fucking with his warp speed, J fucking, what is that? A PDF file pretended. Oh, I'm worried about some fucking alphabet soup agency. You know what? I've been trying to get the feds to come here for fucking 5 years, you piece of shit. Go fuck yourself. Fucking, I'm gonna go be a bitch and call the fucking government. I'm gonna call some corporate soup. Oh, let them come here. You think I'm afraid of the fucking government? You're a bootlicker. You know what government means? You've been stepped on. Jat boot thug, mind control. They got your head in the fucking dirt. Yeah, they do. Popped your head like a grape already. You don't even spill it all over. Like I said, when your actions, when you're leaking on the cement, you're going to see what we meant, right? So don't come in here. I'll make you see why Stevie had no wonder. Hello? Oh, did we lose him? All right. Fucking, I'm going to call the goddamn fucking Cash. I'm going to call Cash Patel. Why don't you call the fucking Department of War? Not defense or jackoffs at the top, right? Oh, wait, is it? Justice, that's what, there's no fucking justice, you fucking idiot. People are stupid, man. Like, let freedom ring like your bail ball, Satan. I'm going to call Cash Patel on you. Would you tell Cash that I'll be ashes, right? No, he'll be ashes under my feet. That's what it says. Cash, like a cash bowl. Oh, I got to declare my two witnesses. Just stand on the X there, buddy. Oh. I get it, because of the time change. New York, like dropping the ball. I don't think his ball's even dropped. He ain't got nothing to say. Out of here. I'm going to call Cash Patel. They'll be there in 15 minutes. Roger, send me grid coordinates. Dude, I'm going to call Cash Patel. I'm going to have to write that down. Cash money. Doom, doo. Cash already fucking know who I am, you dumb fuck. I got 6 channels on YouTube. I'm the only one doing this anywhere on the internet. Anywhere. Go ahead, call them. They already put my work on the US doubt calculator. They know who the fuck I am. You're an idiot. That's a good one. I have to remember that. I'm going to call Cash on you. Like CACHE, like put you in a goddamn hole in the dirt, Cash, or like money that's lost all its fucking value. Oh, money. No, that's the kind that Vulture jingles, right? Oh, you mean like channeled? Like your little debt slave currency? Tell Cash he's a piece of shit. Fuck Cash. He's a fucking slime ball PDF file. Fuck Cash and his buddy that he trades lightsabers in his ice hole, Mr. Warp Speed himself. Tell Cash I said that too. Fucking stupid fucking idiots. And that's pretty good. Normally someone would call the FBI on you, right? A fucking Federal Bureau of Imbeciles. I'm going to call Cash. Cash money. Johnny Cash. Who's Cash? Opinion on Johnny Cash. You got to call Johnny Cash on me. Patty comes in with the cash. All right. The government's the enemy. The government, the number one drug dealer is Donald John Trump. He's the one responsible for 9/11. He's the one who dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. Are you that fucking stupid? 4 + 5 is 9. 4 + 7 is 11. President 9/11. Tell Cash I said that too. Fuck yeah. Remember, he knew I was a snake before he let me in, and then he let Joe Biden. Ask him why you got on the phone, why we can't find any actual footage of Donald Trump calling fucking Joe Biden creepy. Because fucking Donald Trump is creepy himself. We know he was on the blacklist, black book, dark web. He's been on that fucking black book for decades, you dumb fucks. We already know he's an EpiPen island boy. So, no, don't tell me nah. I'm not going to tell me nah, huh? Patty, you ain't gonna last in here, you motherfucking. Don't resist me. Donald Clinton, Biden, Joe Trump, Obama, Bin Laden. Fucking idiot. Nah. I don't think you know what you're talking about. The man responsible for blind 11. 4 plus 5 is 9. Skip Joe Biden. And 4 plus 7 is 11. They can look up all my work. It's all on the internet. Okay, if they want to fucking look up, they've been knowing this. They're very aware of who the fuck I am. Not even worried about it. Donald Trump, the man responsible for 9/11. 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. Revelation 3:11. He started the crown virus. He declared the virus. It says Revelation 3:11. I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. When he declared the national emergency, tell Donald Trump I said the fuck off PDF file. All right, back to the what's really going on is money. All right, we're getting some interruption. All right, we're getting some interruption. Oh, they're watching. They're watching. They're watching. And Donald Trump is responsible for the. And Donald Trump is responsible for the. Put a X. Remember? Put a X. Remember? Get in the van. Now get in the van. Get in the box. Amazon, Jeff Bezos, get in the fucking box. Amazon does not care. They just put you in the box. Kind of like these private contract prisoners. Oh, hold on. We got to ask Donald why he didn't put Hillary Clinton in prison. And she sat at his inaugural dinner. Oh, yeah. Let's ask him that. How many hundreds of millions of dollars did he make off of lock her up, Hillary for prison? Oh, yeah. And then she sat at his inaugural dinner, and then he carries all the, remember the Hillary and Hillary Foundation? Remember Benghazi? Never forget Benghazi. Fuck you, Clinton, bitch. Fucking stupid cunt. And your Hillary buddy smoking cigar there in the White House, huh? I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Yeah, right, whatever, Bill. I was telling this country a fucking stupid piece of shit. This fucking bitch is running the country. He's running around fucking off, thinking I'm a veteran. I'm offended as fuck at what they're doing in this country. I was offended back then. Fucking stupid fucking. Oh, suicide. You'll die with 2 bullet holes to the back of your head and be hanging. Oh, he committed suicide. Or you'll fall out of the air in an airplane. Mass murder. That's what she is. Same thing. Who's killed more people than her? Oh, Mr. Warp Speed. He got how many people? Jab, Warp Speed, jab. If I had my way, I've had all of you. Remember? There's one that don't look right. Get them up against the wall. There's one with spots. If I had my way, I'd have all of you. Tear down the wall. Remember Reagan? Same dicks. Another actor. I wonder if there was an outside influence, if there would be shut the fuck up. They're all in on it. First it was Space Wars, now Star Wars, now it's Star Wars. Back to the Future. Tell Mr. Stinky fucking Muskrat I said, iron will not cleave with a watery clay, Mr. Restrainer or Stinky Muskrat. You stink. These people are idiots. You're going to report me to the government. Fuck the government. You know what? Who's killed more people than government? Religion. Fuck religion and fuck the government. He said he'd send witnesses on the act for me. Please go inside the curve. Fear, fear, fear. I'm going to call the cash. What's really going on is that cash money. Do. SWAT team are getting. Come on. Put me out of my misery. I'm a soldier. I'm saying, is that what you do? And some suffer, you don't sit there and let it fucking suffer. You kill them. We're working through we're getting hit. They hit us. They're hitting us with radio waves. No, I'm not on a Mexican radio. I wish it was in Tijuana. Hell yeah, anywhere but America. Come on, motherfucking government. Come out here, you pussy motherfuckers. I'm trying to get you to come out here for 5 years. I got such a massive lawsuit against the government. You might look at one of the richest people on this rock. I'll make fucking Jeff Bezos look poor. Fuck yeah. I'm going to sue the corporation. Why not? I already put this corporation on notice of liability for all damages. In this case, the Tampa Bay Treasury Calculator 1983. You tell these fucking people at the Department of Justice and more of that. I said that. They want to try me. How about that? No victim, no crime. Repugnant if it doesn't follow the constitutional republic. Yep. Adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate. Title 18, not revised statutes. I'm not a statute. I am apocalypse. I am revelation. This is it. Checking out on the prison bus. They're going to throw me in a jail cell. Already got pending charges. Court date in 2 weeks. Maybe we just have Cash come pick me up there, huh? Fucking idiots. I was worried about the government. I stopped this shit a long time ago. I remember when the first time I hit that button. Oh shit, the government's gonna know. Oh, that felt good. Send it. If you're worried about the government, you're in the wrong channel. He stood up to the government. Christ stood up to the government. Christ stood up to Cash Patel. Christ would have already been thrown in jail. So fucking what? By Cash Patel. Thrown in jail by Cash Patel. Well, that wouldn't be very far. They kill me. They just martyr me like Christ, Peter, Matthew, Luke, Mark, Paul, whatever. All the apostles died a martyr's death. Go ahead. Make my day. I'll be back. But let off some steam, Bennett. Remember he stuck that pipe in? Oh, sorry. Whatever. They're their Terminator robots. I'm not worried about no stupid fucking pedophiles in charge. The PDF commander and PDF queef or chief or fart or whatever he is. Old fart's 85. The dude's a freaking near zombie looking, but he's getting worse every day. But that's okay. He's got to play the part. Everybody's got to play the part. I got to play my part. Then fucking, why don't you call it Trump? Why don't you call it from the top down? The seventh shofar, the commander and queef, chief, whatever, hot air bag is stinking. Something stinks. Something smells a little fishy here. Why does he keep covering his hand? I thought he was this guy for a while. What happened to this? What happened to this guy? Great again, great again, great again, great again, great again. Mega, mega, mega. I love it, man. All right, we'll leave it alone, guys. It was that enjoying. Did you guys enjoy that? I had a good time. Cash. I'm gonna call Cash now. Cash. Hey, you could have called gold or silver. That'd be nice. Can somebody call and give me a fucking loan for $5 grand? I'll trade you for some land or something. Or I actually don't want a loan. I'll just want to buy some. Dude, I can't even. This government's. I got a guy. Listen to this. I got a guy coming. He's so worried that the government's going to fucking just fuck him, even if he just gets pulled over, and he knows. I just love his attitude. He's like, dude, I can't even drive without worrying about my government fucking extorting me. I'm seeking asylum in my own. I can't even, if I get pulled over, if my insurance lapse one day, they're not going to try to help me get my insurance. Oh, all right. No, they're going to take my car from me, beat me fucking, whatever, do whatever they can. And just, nobody's going to try to help me. This here government, I'm like, dude, you got that right, dude. You that's good. You understand this government is not here to help you. These people, nobody here is going to do it. Everybody's here to fuck you over. And everybody acted like this is okay as part of this system too. Pig lickers, boot lickers. I'm going to call Cash. Oh, fuck me out, man. I could use some cash. I need $5 grand. You got it? Whatever. Damn. Wrong cash. Oh, Patel. How about Mattel, motherfucker? Go stack your block somewhere else. Spin on your block ball. Little fucking Lego. Why don't you just let go? Listen, motherfucker. Why don't cut the knot? Just untie the line. Somewhere you got to draw the line. All right, never mind. I hear a fly in here. Remember that movie? See that fly? Oh, no, that was the fly. Oh, the fly. Remember he came out of an egg. It was kind of a creepy movie, wasn't it? That was an old movie. How old is that movie, The Fly? I'm going to call Cash on you. 15 minutes up. My 15 minutes up, Cash. It's been 15 minutes. It's been 15 minutes, man. Am I still here? Did I get it droned or grenaded to the face again? Uh-oh, better not go outside. Better eat some of this melon before I... All right, come draw me. Can I eat my last meal? I think I want to eat my last meal. I don't pay them. These people are absolute freaking... Historically, I'm loving this. Going right by the script. Good. Hey, Elsa, that person, maybe somebody will finally call. I'll look at this case and go, man, we better fucking go figure out what guy's son is at. That dude did put us on notice of liability subrogated his merchant number in open court. The judge said you made your record, and then challenged the judicial capacity of Dave Vandenberg and said, nope, I'm taking all that money. That's mine. And the only way you're getting it back is if you can prove that you're operating in a judicial capacity. You're not. You're some fourth administrative territorial court. You didn't charge me under the original statutes. You charged me under revised. I'm not a revised statute. Remember, I'm going on mandates. I don't go on dates with men. Follow mandates. Codes, I don't have to follow. Remember, he blotted out the handwriting of ordinances, the book of Colossians 2 and 14. So I don't go by codes, mandates, or ordinances. Those are for corporations. I look like I'm fucking dead. You came and hit me in the face with a goddamn grenade. I'm still standing here. So I'm not dead. I'm a living man. And I've already taken over that by power of attorney in open court over my capital letter name. So I'm this standing man. I'm a living man. That's my straw man that I took over in court. So come on, motherfuckers, bring it. I'm ready. I'm so fucking ready. I bet you guys that I have hundreds of calls to the feds over the last 5 years. Come on, somebody call, man. Somebody fucking call. I probably can't get anybody to call me back. Maybe this fucking knucklehead's got the right answer, and I should have been nicer to him. Because he loves me. He's gonna call the government. Remember, mind controlled me? Got him with the mind control. Too many fallacies. What's the reality? What's reality? So I just ate some more of that melon. I thought it might be my last meal. I think it's been 15 minutes. Did I get drone, guys? I feel a little light on cash. Oh, they've been extorting me. Think about it. This last year, they extorted me. This fucking system just extorted me for $100,000, guys. And look at what it got me. Nowhere. My son killed, possibly dead daughter. Can't report him dead. What's up with that, huh? Can't report your kid's dead. That's a pretty fucked up world I live in, man. Welcome to my world. Welcome to my house. Oh, man. Good thing I put him at the top of the house, huh? Temple. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Oh, I didn't listen to any Bob. Monarch Project. There we go. Good stuff. Operation Paperclip. Operation Nanook. Project Blue Book. Not Operation Blue Beam. That's nothing. I wish people would stop saying that. Like, stop saying Lucifer. There's no such thing as Lucifer. Or don't exist, and no such thing as planet. No alien is not. There's no alien. What the fuck is an alien? Alien's a word. Aliens is 2 words. So can't help them if they think they're spinning on a ball, right? Where does it say planet? All this stuff they like to add to the words. So, word to Herb, play tricks on your nerves. Herb, oh wait, that bowl is cash. We're talking about cash. Remember? Cash money. Doom, 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 doom. Money, it's cash. Grab that cash with both hands and make a stash. You call it. We better stop there. They're going to call the government on me. Oh, no. Hey, man, don't fucking hurt my dogs. I don't care what happens to me. But they hurt my dogs last time, so cop fucking sucking pigs. Tell Cash, I said, he's a fucking thug pig like these other people. He's a pig. Tell him he's a fucking pig. He's a person in government. Father told us don't sup with vipers. Remember, he said, you knew I was a snake before you let me in. And then he let Joe Biden. And then he said, don't cash girls for swine. Cash. Was it cash or cast? He said, don't cast. Oh, he said, better have a millstone tied around your neck and be cast into the sea. And hurt one hair on my children's head, right? So, like the great millstone. It was written on stone. Now it's on the hearts of the bride. So that wicked heart that's continuously filled with wickedness, he's called out to. Those he chose, those he knows. A weapon formed against me shall prosper. My enemies will be cash or ashes under my feet. Well, a cash bowl is ash, right? Cash, ash, bowl. Get it? Probably not. All right, we got to just keep rolling. They see me rolling. They hate it. Remember? Rolling balls. Rolling stones. You got more issues than rolling stones, man. You know that? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? I heard that damn thing again. Cash to ash. Cash to bowl from cash. Oh, Paul. What a character that clown is. A little troll. Oh, freaking PDF troll. Him and, what's that other one that's been in the spotlight here recently? They're all a bunch of clowns. Don't matter. They're all going to hell. So Father would definitely have been thrown in jail by now. So whatever, man. You got to be Christ-like, not cash-like. Cash-like. That sounds like a rap song. Cash-like, cash-like, like. I want to feel right tonight because I got the cash light. Did you get the gas light? You fucking narcissist. Gaslight. Oh no, gaslight. Oh. Your government likes to gaslight you. That's why it's called mind control, you fucking idiots. Gaslighting you with the mind control. Mind control. Governmental, mental. You're hitting with the mind control. So I think it's been 15 minutes, man. I'm very disappointed. I thought I was going to show up some cash. Oh, well, what can you do? Life ate Burger King. Like, cash is king. Fucking Satanist pigs, man. Oh, my gosh. You know, cash makes the world go round, right? Mm-hmm. Yep. Maybe I ought to just pop his little bubble, huh? Well, hey, listen here, Bobby. Listen here, Bobby. Hey, Bobby. You know, little king of the hill, Bobby. Some propane, some ethyl mercaptan. We know more in Kansas. We're not in Kansas anymore. No more in Kansas. Toto, Alice, I think the copter is taking us away on the blades, on the wind. Is the wind copter? Yeah, that's like the sun, remember? You guys seen those fire tornadoes, man? You no stand no chance now. You no stand no cash now. All right. Hey, I'm just enjoying myself until I got Gort, man. Maybe Cash will show up there. Maybe they'll bring my fucking son to me and drop this whole case and say, dude, just leave us alone and please leave the country, go to Ecuador, and we won't fuck with you anymore. Or we'll fuck with your son and bring my daughter back too. Maybe I won't sue this federal government. If not, they're all going to have to get sued because somebody's going to have to be held accountable because of accounting. I told you the Treasury calculator 1983. So times whatever the rate of inflation is now. So they're on the hook. Put them on notice of liability. Until they can prove they're operating in a judicial capacity, they didn't even charge me in an Article 3 court. So one Article 3 court and not original revised statutes or the original adjudicated to the House, Congress, Senate, and that is repugnant. So I know that my rights. I am not a sovereign. I am a constitutionalist. I took an oath to the Constitution, not a flag, not a fag. I mean, cash. I mean, cigarette. Not tobacco, big tobacco. I took an oath to the right of the people. You can do what you want. If you want to smoke cigarettes or not or whatever, it was the freedom to choose, the right to choose, not freedom, the right. You had the free right to choose, not dumb, 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 dumb. Like at the bottom of a bowl, like cash. Oh. Let freedom ring. Yeah, whatever. So rights. Fuck a flag, fuck a country, fuck the people. I take an oath to the people. It's right. People don't want to stand up. Stand up. Oh, your rights. That's their fault. They're called bootlickers. Jackboot thug lickers need control, mind control. Come on, Cash, come save us. We need you to come save us. Remember, put your money in the bank, put your cash in the bank, and you can save. Maybe Cash will come save us. I thought Jesus was going to save you. You got to die to be saved, you idiot. You don't know what a savings account is. Sozo. You got to die. You get picked up, carried, lift you, and ending point to be saved. Is it over? You're late. The record is already open. Oh, I didn't pause. It was just me. We take a pause for the cash cause. I could burn this bowl until it turns to cash. What's really going on is that cash money. Cash. Is cash dollars? How about penny? You call up penny. No, they don't make no sense. They don't make no sense. You tell Cash he should be put in prison because he is allowing this cash. What about the penny? Oh yes, just beat us. We're debt slaves. Just we don't just want to even put bars around you. Just put us in. Whoever the inflation creation machine. Well, let's print $1 trillion every 100 days. Every time you reach in your pocket, you'll be more enslaved by debt. Yes, you'll love it. You will not even have walls around you, and you will be enslaved. Oh wait, there's more people locked up in America than all the other countries combined, huh? A guaranteed occupancy of 80%. Before they're ever built on all private prisons. That's these guys going around. They're getting paid cash to kidnap fuckers and throw you in a box. Like Amazon, they don't give a fuck what's in the box. They just put you in the box. Maybe you'll wash up in Spain, handcuffed and shackled because you're a poor American with 1,000 military bases in 180 countries. Gee, no wonder this country men are poor. Dude, if you think the government doesn't fucking know who I am, and I know this channel, what is, I've been doing this for 12 fucking years. You have to be a complete idiot to not think that the government, how did all this work, this ministry end up on the U.S. debt calculator? Speaking of cash, fuck you. How about that? Oh, you can't hear that up? Is that too loud for you? Let me turn that down. Oh, let me turn that back up. Oh. Hey, I'm flipping the bird, man. I don't speak bird. Cheap, cheap, cheap. I was thinking of Kmart, cheap, cash. No, red light, blue light special. Democrats, Republicans. I was just thinking of Kmart. Remember? You guys remember Kmart? Blue light special? That place was cheap, wasn't it? Like pick and save, or I had cash in my brain, sorry. I was thinking about saving cash. Somebody said save cash. Cash was going to save us, so I'll still have that in my file back there. Let me unpaperclip that for a minute from my Rolodex. All right, I'm free of that now. It's free 99. Don't worry, you don't need to spend no cash here. Oh, what a bunch of clowns. It's an act. Don't worry about it. I can be an actor. I can throw my voice for you. Be a ventriloquist. You can pay me $5. Cash. I take cash. No checks, no charges, I'm a plastic man. You know me. You saw an OG. I'm a plastic man. Oh wait, that's not me. I'm a classic man. I take cash. I take RVs, CDs, MP3s. I'll take your kids if they work hard. Shit, man, you tell. Oh wait, not that kind of thing. Cash is kidding. I'll stop, man. I'm gonna hit on this for a minute. I'll get over it. I clip it, so. It's all right. It's okay. The government loves me. They want to put me in a box, so I'm in a nice warm place, and they can have Bob come over and feed me cock meat sandwiches, right? So I get double stuffed like an Oreo from his Big Bob's buddy, and I'll pay my own beating. So I better try to stay out of jail, man. Think about that. I better come up with think it's gonna have a lot of lessons. Maybe. Live little. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. We'll have to come back and do 5 live. We'll do it live. We'll have to come back and do 5 by 5 here. We'll pull back the screen because we got to. I'll be back. Like John Connor. John Connor. Are you okay, man? Shit. Don't ask anybody that. I'll get your grenade to the face. And you have to do some Bruno Mars. I'll catch a grenade for you, I guess, huh? Shit. Oh. Oh. Feels like I'm locked out of hell. Man, I wish I could sing like Bruno Mars. I would be a very evil man if I could sing like Bruno Mars. Bruno Mars. Bruno Mars. Bruno Mars. Bruno Mars. Bruno Mars. You like the Bruno Mars? You like the Bruno Cash, cash. Cash, 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 or cash, cash, cash. Thank you so much. We're back. Like John Connor. Torpe can like combine. Oh, snap. What's really going on is that cash money. Oh boy. Call it company. That won't be the first time, I guess, huh? Fucking Lake County brought the fucking SWAT state of Oregon to try to shut me the fuck up. God had a different plan, huh? That day. It was fucking state police grenade my darn son. How the feds not come out here? What about my federal passport? What about Marshall feds? What about fucking Marshall Radonich off Wolf Creek fucking federal government, Cash Patel? What about Dave Vanderberg? Who the fuck, how's Pat Wilkie? How did I report my son murdering in his county federal government? And he tells me he don't know anything about it. If we put him in a federal investigation, they're feds cash. Would they see that Pat Wilkie did know about my son and didn't know about this case? Why did Dave Vanderberg feds? Did Dave Vanderberg did Pat Wilkie call? Or did Dave Vanderberg call Pat Wilkie? If there's any conversation, they will need federally indicted right the fuck now. Go pick these motherfuckers up. Go pick these fucking tyrant pigs up. Changing people. Their judgment is obviously, when I say I reported my son murdered, he said, I don't know what you're talking about. With the lie detector, even though that's not admissible in court, we need to federally indict these people. How about Lily Frank? When I called her about Tony Karsten, a rapist that was moving within the county, Let's put Lily Frank on front. Let's put Ryan Solberg. Why did Ryan Solberg say my son could get off probation at 17 months and they SWAT raided this house? Let's have the heads go investigate Ryan Solberg. How about Kresha Brunchman, the head of probation in Lane County? And I already told her my son not only did this probation once, but twice, and you're still trying to fucking throw him in jail. What the hell is wrong with you? You already did it once. Let's have her federally indicted there. Feds. Remember, I was at the SWAT raid, I said feds, did I not? Feds. I call the feds. I already called these people. Their asses in a fucking sling. Go ahead. Have the feds call me. Never once with these motherfucking chicken shit, pieces of shit, alphabet soup agencies from the Department of Jackasses at the top, right in the middle, the centralized imbeciles and assholes to the Federal Bureau of Imbeciles at the bottom. Not once has anybody ever come one time to this fucking property. Should have never had in my house SWAT fucking raided. The feds have their ass in a sling. I could sue the federal government more than I can sue the state of Oregon for grenading my daughter in her fucking sleep. Indicted all of them. Indict them all now, feds. Fuck, like I'm afraid of the federal government. Only thing I'm afraid of is who can take my soul. He said, worry not who can take your flesh. Only worry can take your flesh and your soul. Is the feds going to take my soul? No. Fuck the feds. Come on, bitches. I've been calling your asses for years. How about these goddamn corrupt fucking cops? You want to see how corrupt they are? We lost our 911, but we got more fucking cops. Yeah, I think this county needs investigated. Yeah, all the more porous counties across this U.S. need investigated. Feds, why is there more rapists, murderers, and pedophiles released into almost all the counties? Because they fund the parole and probation department. So you take a fucking deal and shut your fucking mouth and eat cock meat sandwiches from Big Bob, and you pay to eat them. Let's call the feds and see if they know anything about that. Feds? They're as fed as fucking Federal Express. They're a corporation. Fuck cash. They didn't do shit about my son. I called, tried to ever prevent this from happening. Did the feds ever get involved? So no, the feds are liable, criminally, civilly. I already put him on notice of liability. Dave Vanderberg put him on notice of liability. This fucking clerk that should be federally indicted. Literally, he's the one who signed, right? No, but let's get Ted Martin back up on the fucking, since he's retired. Feds. Let's see, who the fuck is Ted Martin? Feds. You know who the fuck he is. Get that pig out the fuck after his ass wherever and get him back on a fucking witness stand. Let's get fucking Michael Taylor. I called Michael Taylor too, huh? About this corrupt fucking county out here, feds, huh? After I called, the state. After I called the, Congresswoman, Kate fucking Brown and Tina Kotek. Okay? Called all these fuckers. Department of Justice at the fucking top. Feds, I called you. Did I not before you came SWAT raiding my fucking house? It wasn't you? Oh, well, you're liable for these fucking people that were sent out here because I told you about the corruption before you ever sent the feds out here to try. Oh, no feds ever came. Fuck the feds. Never once. What a bunch of chicken shit motherfuckers. You think these people scare me? Fuck the feds. Fuck these people. These people are criminally fucking liable for what is. My son is dead right now, and I can't even report his goddamn body. Why is the feds not called me? Take that. Fucking stick that up your cash. Feds, I'll be fucking have so much cash, I don't know what the fuck to do with it. My son is a millionaire. I am a millionaire. My daughter is a millionaire. They kidnapped her body. Why isn't the feds come out and investigate this fucking corrupt county? My son's attorney represented me. Case fucking closed. Co-counsel. What's going on with these attorneys down here? How come they're co-counseling witnesses? Each defendant gets a different fucking attorney. Case closed. Feds, why haven't you come investigated Dan Spencer? Is he responsible for my son's death? Adriana Massey, where is she, feds? I called you motherfuckers before any of this happened. You're liable. Federally fucking liable. Fuck you, feds. Go ahead and try to call the cops on me. I call the fucking feds. This is your country you love so much, America. Treat your fucking soldiers like myself, a true fucking person who cares about your rights, your freedoms, your right to choose. So whatever happens to me, but it shouldn't fucking kill my son over this shit and my daughter. And if they're still alive, I can't report their fucking bodies missing. Why not, federal government? Why won't you investigate the state of Oregon? Why, when I reported my son and daughter missing in Josephine County, did they threaten to throw me in jail over a welfare check because I thought my daughter's body was being raped? That's a deny for call of service. I want Paul Palmer immediately called. Is he a fed? Why the fuck does he not even have a fucking a secretary there? Feds, why don't you investigate Paul Palmer? Why is he telling me that he's picking up his kids from school? I never heard no goddamn criminal attorney tell their fucking clients who deal with murders and rapists and pedophiles and arsonists, tell them where their goddamn kids are at. Fuck Paul Palmer. Try to threaten me. I want Pat Wilkie indicted to fucking today. Every day you fucking wait, feds, you put yourself more on the lotus of liability. You need to put on, you feds, you motherfuckers need to put on liability. I've already asked for fucking asylum out of this country. I've already asked to be put in witness protection, and you failed to fucking do that for me. So you're not even providing me as a citizen the fucking rights that I'm entitled to. Instead, you keep violating me of my rights and stripping me of my fucking rights. Well, guess what? Now I've got your fucking balls in a sling. You want your goddamn fucking money back? You ain't getting it back. Give me fucking free passage, not freedom out of this country. Get me where my son is at. Find him now. You have a whole goddamn fucking, from the goddamn Federal Bureau of Imbeciles to the Department of Jackasses. I want to see him out there on the side of Mount Creek on this goddamn illegal strip mining operation now. Fuck you, feds. Why have you come to my house? How have you let this illegal SWAT raid to my house? Why is my daughter missing? She's been reported, right? I can't report her. They will not let me report her body missing. What the fuck is wrong, feds? You supposedly are over charge of these people, right? I've already called the state. And, well, that's a state issue. And because it's state and federal or state and county, we have to call a special investigation. Well, I already called. Okay, I've done all this shit. You'll see my phone, cellular data record of call. I called these people. Fuck you, feds. You're just making me richer. Every fucking moment you wake, or come kill me. Put me on my goddamn misery. But somebody... please make sure my dogs aren't fucking hurt again. Goddamn, I'm going to put up a goddamn fucking, I want Marshall Radonich. Where the fuck is he at right now? I want that motherfucker because he's responsible and I know he has hands on my son's death. Marshall Radonich, right fucking now. I've already reported him. Go look at my goddamn live stream. I have discovered, I was reporting the last time you legally arrested me under this Paul Palmer shit that I have. Call John Caligo. Right the fuck now. He said that was a legal arrest. That's bullshit. Paul Palmer didn't even provide me any counsel. None. Neither did fucking Phil Steunenberg. 6 fucking months after throwing me in jail, it takes you to get me fucking counsel. Fucking, that's a fucking 6th Amendment violation. Adequate counsel, speedy trial. Case fucking dismissed. I am so filthy fucking rich if I wanted to do this, but yet I didn't pursue it. I just told these fucking people to drop the case so I can find my fucking son. So make me fucking more rich, you stupid fucking idiots. Go ahead, call the feds. I never chase fucking dollars. Here I'm chasing $5,000 so I can have my final fucking case. So I might be able to go up because you pieces of shit won't go look for my son and I know where he's at. Come on, feds. Like I give a fuck about some fucking feds. They don't have no fucking bullshit. They have done nothing in this case. And every minute they let this tick by, they're liable. And if they get away with it this lifetime, guess what? They're not going to get away with it. Every person after this lifetime, a measure will be poured out on the measure that was poured. Them I pleaded, just come to this house. We can talk about it. Instead, they brought men with guns, grenaded my son and daughter, grenaded me, tear gassed my fucking dogs, tear gassed my animals, and shot my fucking son. And I have it on video. I have the evidence. And they still, 16 fucking months later, not one call from the fucking feds. Fuck America. Fuck, there ain't no justice. There ain't no liberty. And I have lost every fucking right but my First Amendment. So I'm kind of pushing on these fucking feds, if you've seen it. I've been fucking tempting them for how long to come make one fucking call. Never has any man in any little black fucking thing come out with those stupid fuck you feds. You're all a bunch of clowns. You allow this to happen and I notified you so you're all on notice of liability. Well, go find my son. There was migrants up there. There was something very obviously illegal because that's why Josephine County wouldn't go look for him at the property that I said. It has something to do with Marshall Radonich. Fuck you. Get me fired up and tell me like I'm afraid of the fucking feds. Never once did these people ever call me, bro. So I've worked for this fucking government. I have an honorable discharge. You think as a person who's actually served this fucking system, they might even give me, afford me. Remember I said not even one fucking GoFundMe, nothing. And that's on Father. It ain't on you. But nobody gives a fuck about their veterans in this country. They don't give a fuck. They're an expendable fucking pawn to their banksters' fucking wars. And that's all this whole racketeer. 98.5% of cases take and agree to go ahead and rape me if you put me in a male prison. Women do it with fucking hairbrushes and shit and pay for your own ass raping, brothers, sisters. I never was arrested. This case, never did I say I'm some capital fucking letter name. And they still have that fucking problem too. So maybe it's kind of just let go, feds. How about you just pay my son and my daughter $100 million each? Give them their life back. They don't ever have to talk to me if they're mad because I stood up for them, got them in trouble. If, imagine that. If they're alive, if they're suffering, either they're suffering looking over their heads, over their shoulders, when they should be fucking millionaires, or they're dead. But I can't report them missing. How you feel about that, feds? And you're on the fucking hook for it, so you know, because I already called all this shit before this ever went down, and you allowed this to happen. Remember Michael Taylor? I called Michael Taylor about this corrupt sheriff's office. Then ended up coming out and SWAT raiding, calling the state of Oregon to come do their dirty work. I'm not Lavoy Finicum, you leader pigs. Get that FOIA request at my son's trial too from the state. I'm not talking to you, stater pig. I'm talking to you leader pigs in your camera. I'm not Lavoy Finicum, you leader pigs. I said it again. Now I've declared it. I want the FOIA request now. Get it? You'll see what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm not playing around with you. So come fucking kill me. I just don't give a fuck about me. I care about my goddamn dogs. I didn't do shit. I remember all this before you try to put anything. I've always had what is called affirmative defense. That is the right of self-defense under my Fourth Amendment. Excuses me from civil and criminal liability. Justification, excuse defense. Remember, I used to be one of you fucking pigs, feds, work for the fucking government. So you're just mad because you guys get to still fucking run reign and you don't want people to open up about your fucking criminality. I've got every one of these people's asses. You don't want their bonds sued? You better all put them on fucking notice liability too. I'm coming for their bonds. You make me fucking take this to fucking trial. I have 2 fucking days and you make me take it to trial. I'm going to sue every one of these people, brothers and sisters. I have avoided for 16 months. I've lost over $100,000 and it's got nowhere for it to even anybody to even look at my son's 180 hours. Not did he do them once, but he did them again. And they still SWAT raided this fucking house. My son is very wealthy. They kidnapped my daughter. She's very wealthy. This case should already been dropped. They both went missing at the same time. So I know it stinks when cops won't go find somebody that a warrant. They say, even if I say my daughter's being raped, that they should have done a call for service. Irregardless, there was 40 pounds of silver, a federal passport. The Fed should have been contacted right there. Fuck you, feds. I got your asses. I got you, motherfuckers. I got you in a fucking sling. So come in here and one of you dumb motherfuckers and threaten me with a fucking good time. The feds, they ain't never called me once. What a fucking shit. You trust in this government. They allowed something like my son and daughter are being either murdered or missing right now, and I have all the evidence to boot, and they won't even take a goddamn police report on their missing body. Do you think I'm afraid of the feds? What the fuck the feds gonna do? Come kill me? Try to bring up fucking more charges on me or something? Fuck that. I don't give a fuck. I have affirmative defense. Didn't you understand? I have the right to protect myself from illegal prosecution. I have that Fourth Amendment right. And under Title 18, I could have killed those 2 state troopers. I could kill John Moga. I know what the fuck you have on me. There's no threat of fucking violence. I had a constitutional right, and I did nothing. None of us, all of us were fucking grenaded, assaulted, and battered. My son has shot with his hands in the air. My son and daughter grenaded from a fucking sleep. I grenaded for just asking if my son is okay and tear gas 5 times. I think your fucking ass is in a sling. That's the truth, man. That's the evidence. Just let the chips fall where they lay. So I'm not hiding anything, Crows. I understand. There's nothing fucking I've done. I have every right to fucking protect my son under the Fourth Amendment from illegal prosecution. It's called affirmative defense. I always have. And none of my actions, all these actions, because I've done actually nothing illegal. I'm only saying, hey, go look for my son. I get arrested. Go look for my son. They fucking threaten me with arrest. I have it. It's all recorded. It's like, and I appreciate it, but I don't have anything. It's like, Marshall, the guy who stole and killed my son, potentially said he could steal my son or take my son to the gold mine. So I have all the discovery. These people have never in one time have they ever looked into this case and opened the fucking case up. So bring this bitch to trial. I already told John, all they have to do is the SWAT raid. I know no jury will convict me just looking at the SWAT raid. Fuck no. We all with our hands in the air. 12 minutes of fucking horror, man. And I've lived a fucking nightmare ever since then. And I can't even get my son now. Imagine I'm trying to help him, and now they won't even go find if he is alive, his body. And they're the ones who fucking came out here, and they say they don't have the jurisdiction. So bring the feds out here. If the state doesn't have the fucking ability to look for his fucking dead body, which my attorney told me to do by his instruction, not some fucking legal fucking counsel, but a paid goddamn attorney, and they won't do it. Why have the feds not contacted me yet? I'm curious why my attorney hasn't contacted the fucking feds, but whatever. I think my attorney in some way just wanted to shuffle me through. I think that's why my attorney didn't call me for 6 or 7 days. I think the feds called him, and they're just going to push me up to the very end and drop this fucking thing. But that's bullshit, because then I'm going to sue them. I'll fuck them. They need to drop this shit at my court date coming up in 2 days, man. I don't give a fuck. You make me drive down there. They're going to make me drive down there to set a fucking court date. Yeah. I got to drive 5 fucking hours, to go to a court date, or whatever. It's 3 hours, my bad. So I'm thinking of Bend trip or whatever, but it's bullshit. This is fucking, I've had it. So I'm not going to anybody threaten me with the feds. And fuck that, like I'm afraid of the feds. So no, I didn't sell anything. I haven't sold anything. No. I didn't get out. I bent over and almost fucking passed the fuck out. Almost had a heart attack is what happened. So I tried, but I just didn't. So I streamed for 21 hours yesterday. Instead of working for myself, there I go working for the ministry again. I can't ever, God's going to have to provide this 5,000. I've given up 100,000 already, and I can't. So it's not. I'm probably going to end up having to represent myself. Nothing's going to happen, and all this talking is just fucking in vain, because we just live in this disgusting, filthy fucking country where these people, these SWAT fucking unbelievable criminals been out for the last 18 fucking or 16 months to probably do it to other people that didn't get the live stream, that don't have the evidence, that get scared and just take a deal. Very few people are willing to stand up like Father's given me the ability to do. I don't. My body is done. I just want to fucking die. I'm so fucking beside myself. I went from having my son this fucking close to being in my life to being probably never talking to me. And that's, I mean, I have more of the word, but I was this close. And now they're both fucking gone. This is bullshit. And I can't find anybody to ever help me. There's how many people have lived, there's been seen by millions of fucking people. Nobody ever made a call like that dude, like, and called, said, hey man, let's set up a fucking GoFundMe for this guy. We looked, he really was in the military. This is fucked up. Look what they're doing to him. It ain't him. Well, let's find out what's going on with this kid, dude. This guy needs some fucking help. He's had not one fucking person in 16 fucking months help him. He keeps getting grenaded and thrown in jail and beat up and fucking insulted, and he keeps just trying to assert his rights. They just keep taking more. I don't have any more rights. So, you know, I just have a First Amendment right. I've been stripped as an American. If that's what I don't remember, but I don't have that right anymore. You have all of your rights. I don't. That's why I've even been asked to go to another country. Maybe they give me some fucking rights. This country stripped me for trying to assert my rights of every single fucking right, and nobody's helped me. Not one organization has come in. Veterans, victims advocacy, looked at the things, said, that's a fucking lawsuit, dude. Who cares if he's filed it? He's a victim. Help this fucking dude out. And if it's not him, help his son. He's clean. He knows where his son at. He might be alive, and now I think he's dead. You know, it's like, fuck that. This is like a nightmare. It's like, I don't even really feel like I'm alive most times. I don't even know why I'm here. I don't know how I get up and do this every day. I can't. It's for my dogs. And I love the word, but I don't want my dogs to be hurt. I already left the country. If I didn't have my dogs, you know, if I knew there were a way that they would not be hurt, I would take that option, whatever it would be. I just don't care. I mean, I want to find my son, but I think it's past that now. I think I've provided enough discovery. He's not here. And if he is, it's not good. And it just kills me every day to think that he's suffering when he should be. His life should be given back to him and my daughter. And now because I stood up for him, that they're both possibly dead. So I truly have a big part in that, because I didn't take the gold and silver, like my son said, and go on the road like I want to do right now. I didn't listen to him, and I'm a fucking piece of shit dad. And I tried to do what any dad would do. I was his dad for 8 years, mom and dad. I was a single dad, and you don't stop being a parent. So they got in trouble, or he did, and they were trying to go after him and had all the evidence. They wanted to prosecute him. They wouldn't listen, and because they're mad at dad. They're mad at me. That's what I'm saying. Fuck you, feds. I mean, what the fuck you got to take it out and kill my kids? See what I'm saying? But if not, Marshall's involved, and they won't go look at it. And I think he has something. There's something about Marshall. I think he has something to do with the feds, because they've been on me for a long time. I know the feds know who the fuck I am. Yeah. Okay, whatever. Who else is doing the 923 ritual right now? Anywhere on the interweb. Why is all the work on the US debt calculator? I don't care if anybody sees it or not. Like that. One eye, it was only for you to see. I don't care what the feds see. I care for you, my brothers and sisters in Christ. If it's just one eye and he gives you the seeing eye, I don't care about the feds. I remember the first time I vlogged, and I knew I was uncovering something that I shouldn't, and it didn't matter. I just sent it anyways. I'm a veteran. You're going to fucking tell me I'm willing to lose my life for the cause of the people, the country, the right of the people. That's it. Not a flag, not a country. Fuck the country. Fuck the flag. The right to choose. No victim, no fucking crime. They came out and absolutely victimized my son, battered my son, my daughter. You know, you can't come out and just grenade somebody in the fucking, you know, while they're in their sleep. They were not a threat to them, and they know that. There was a whole different plan. They came out here to get rid of me. Period. Silence me, make sure. That's why they grenaded me to the face and tear gassed me so I couldn't see. They took out all my senses. And it's worked pretty good. Remember, stroke, hemorrhaging 6 months, the respiratory shit. I don't know how I even do it. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. So I'm not afraid of no fucking stupid fucking corporate soup agency, whatever alphabet soup agency you want to send out here. Not one in fucking 5 years. In this case, it's 5 years old. So they owe me hundreds of millions of dollars. My son, hundreds of millions of dollars, and my daughter. They kidnapped her without a fucking warrant. The Fed should have came out and fucking indicted that Ted Martin. They kidnapped her. And they should have investigated fucking the state of Oregon, how they allowed her to be picked up and scream that they had a warrant when there was no indictment from a judge. You have to have probable cause. You have to have what is known PC. You have to show in that cause. You have to have an indictment. You have to have a jury secret indictment, jury signed before you can go out with caution. And that's your Fifth Amendment right. Fourth Amendment, they violated two rights, and then a cruel and unusual punishment to wake her up. She had nothing to do with it, and that's why they dropped her charges. And I believe that's why she's missing now too, because both my son and daughter are missing at the same time. And I believe they were picked up, and there's nothing I can do since then. September, October, November, December. Remember, it's been fucking a whole year. And if not been mistaken, it's been a year since I told them this for sure. I had all this, and they won't do anything. So fuck the feds. If anything, I'm going to be dead or rich. That's my only options, guys. It's my son and daughters. They're so fucked, and I'm so fucked, and we're just done. And God's just did this all to us to beat us for it was all in vain, like the last 18 months or not. He will somehow prevail. And if my son is gone and my daughter is gone, at least they're not suffering. You know, this is they were been missing for a whole fucking year, and they've known that their bodies were gone. And I've been reporting this. I think the feds are totally criminally liable for all of this. When they were contacted before this case ever came to fruition with Tony Karsten, the guy that my son got in trouble with, because I unveiled that they're out here with more rapists, murders, and pedophiles in the poorest counties across the U.S. that fund their parole and probation office. I had all of this should have been prevented, and if they went back and they did an investigatory case, they'll find that I was there at the time of my son arrest. I remember I was actually almost got shot by the neighbor because I was screaming at my son to get this dude away from get the fuck away from him. And he ended up getting in trouble with him anyways. So I have every bit of stitch of evidence, and they've never once even looked at it one single time. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, I'm going to, I'll let it go. It is what it is. I ain't afraid of no fucking feds, dude. Dude, I need them to come out here and fucking either investigate these people or take me to fucking jail or something, do something. I need something to fucking happen. I need somebody to go look for my fucking kids. I know where they're at. This is bullshit, dude. They're gonna have to live with this, dude. People, I think that's what's so. It just blows my mind that all these SWAT team guys, like I said, if I asked them, they put them under federal indictment about Elijah's 180 hours, at about the 133 hours, they will have no fucking idea why they came out. They were just a bunch of yes men that came out here and ransacked this fucking place, came out here and to eliminate me, and it didn't work because God had a whole different plan that day, and that's why they don't want to open the case, because they know if they do, they're fucked. And, so I don't even know, like I said, I think that's why my attorney's kind of almost just playing me now too. And I know he's paid. You got to remember, you pay an attorney. I don't care if they're a public pretender, they're some kind of fucking, top, dog for like OJ Simpson attorney. They all work for the chief of finance, which is the district attorney, and the judge is just fronting, but we'll go. It doesn't matter. They all work for the bar. So that's why I got to remember that with this thing with Elijah, is that even if it's not so like that, somebody hasn't contacted John from the feds. He's just concentrating on my case. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I can't change what God has in plan for me. You see, if you've been following this channel, I've been trying so hard to get somebody to help my son. And like I said, not in, at least in this case, not in 15 months has anybody came in and said, and they failed my daughter. So I hope they're alive someday, and I don't think they'll ever want to talk to me again. I mean, this is insane. Imagine I tried to help them and they were grenaded. Both of them were grenaded. Elijah was shot. She was kidnapped. That's what happened, and they can't get away from it. That's all. I mean, there's just more. Neither of them deserve that. Elijah just supposedly didn't do his probation, and you're going to fucking grenade him. He wasn't. That's insane. This country's such a fucking failure. The system is just gone. It's gone. So it was at one time a good place, but it's not now. They're just kidnapping people off the street, and I can't even report my kids gone. So try to stay out of jail, bro, sisters, because once you get caught in the system, boy, they'll fucking fuck you over, and you have to, hey, whatever. I don't care what happens to me. So don't listen to me. So. There's no planet. Stop saying the word planet, or you'll be moderated out of here and you'll never be allowed back here again. You don't live on a planet. Grow the fuck up. On a ball. Play with your ball somewhere else. All right, I'm going to smoke a ball. Oh, I mean a bowl, not bell ball. Actually, I'm going to put some of this. Live browsing. We were talking about that earlier, so. All right, so don't threaten me with a good time. Have the cops fucking come out here and fuck up with me again. What do you want me to die? These are probably 50 million to $100 million grenade pins. They were sloppy and they didn't police up all their pin. It's called policing your brass. These are probably $100 million grenade pins. You know that? And these are because they have to justify their force. They have to justify their force. These are probably, there's 5 of these shot in this house, this cabin. These are probably $1 to $5 million, $10 million tear gas canister. I'm suffering more from these than this. Actually, these are still hurting me today. I have to take this whole cabin apart to fix what they did in here. That's what I'm saying. I know I'm a very wealthy man and I don't care about that. This is what fucking sucks. Why didn't they just fucking get rid of this? You know what I'm saying? Take care of this shit a long time ago and have to drag me through the fucking mud and my son. And how long has he been looking over his shoulder, worried? And just my daughter, this is, you know, fuck this. This is my proof. I'm going to fucking be a wealthy man. And I hate the fucking, I don't want money, you know? So we'll see what happens. I got to get through this next $5,000 I spent over 100. So. And I'd like to say, you probably beyond 5. And I'd like to say, you probably beyond $5 or $10 million, you know, or you're exactly where. So it just tells me a lot about the country that I live in. So, but anyways, I appreciate it. I'm just like I said, I'm trying to kind of ride out these last couple of days, hang out with my dogs, see what happens from here. Man, you're a little. Nope, something's wrong with me, right? I'm fucked up, man. Oh, no, I'm not fucked up, man. Oh, no, I'm not. You're out of your fucking mind. What this country did to my son. You're out of your fucking mind. What this country did to my son. He didn't serve this fucking country. He didn't do anything. He got in trouble, but he did everything he's supposed to do. Do what they did to both of them. You can't. Appreciate you coming in. I'm gonna end this. Appreciate you coming in. I'm gonna end this at the farm here. Gotta check the eggs and get a couple things done. So I'll come on. I don't have anything else to do with this. I'm doing this until and better stay a little more focused next time and come back and do some more of this project. You know, Blue Book. Keep talking about this and see if you're going to be one of these people that's going to make it and survive the coming, you know, possible negation of 200 plus million Americans before the end of the year. You know, so well, I sure like to be in Venezuela right now and not America, but God obviously is going to keep me, Father, right where I'm at until He's ready to let me go. So I didn't see no cash show up. Man, I was hoping, you know, somebody might help me out, but that's okay. Not you guys, and just maybe an eye would be in there like that, you know, with Elijah, you know, fucking. But oh well, I can't do anything that Father doesn't want to be done. Thy will be done. So, Thy kingdom come. I might have to wait till that time, and that's just part of where He's the timekeeper, Father Nature and Father Time. So He's the keeper of the stars. He said He controls the Pleiades. He tightens, you know, the Pleiades, and He loosens Orion's belt. So I'm sure when He's ready to let this go, He will. And appreciate you coming in. Like I said, I'm gonna do a few things around here, and I'll be up back on here before the end of the day if the cops or drones start bombing me or the feds show up or something. Fucking piece of shit. Feds ain't done shit, man. Imagine that. My son is lying there, and they could have done something about this a long time ago. What a silly thing, man. I have to kind of remember the stream. I got called. They were going to call the cash on me. So appreciate you guys, the regulars that stay in here with me. I got to keep doing this, guys. I got to keep this going. I mean, this is going to happen. And these are our times, whether it's quiet, there's no robots running around. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I mean, I feel comfortable. I'm not going to get this wrong. I feel enough to put 30 years of teaching out on this, studying and say, hey, that's what I see. So don't panic. If we're ahead of this, that means we'll be better than most, not better, but better off as far as, the next attack is going to be an AI cyber with a big military industrial complex to go behind it. It should be obvious. The war machine, brothers, sisters, their new machines are robots. So just don't, please find a good spot to go. You never know. The sun could punch us at any time. Montefiore could go up. We could get a blotting out of our sun and never talk to each other again. We're going to have to meet each other on the other side. So we need to be living like that right now too. Remember, get that spiritual house ready for all things. So I know Father is doing this to me. I hope you see and you feel that I'm not a hateful man. I'm not angry, like in a sense that I'm an angry man. I'm been in abundance and had a blessing and a bountiful in this life. I had a kid and a wife, and I got to do things that people didn't. So I'm not hateful. I don't seek no vengeance. I'm okay. I'm just hurt, and this is the country I serve. So I feel like in all that I'm trying to keep my marbles from falling out of my head, but I haven't lost it yet. I don't know how, but I think it's God. It's the Word that's keeping me centered. I know He's doing this, so I don't seek any vengeance. There's nobody here on this rock like I'm mad at. So you guys know that, right? I'm not a mad dad or angry guy or hateful dude, or I'm boisterous and I like to laugh. Remember, we laugh in here a lot and sing stupid songs and do the things we do in here. But am I an angry dude? Be honest with me. You're my family. I don't have anybody, brother, sis. You got to tell me. Don't just, they're the kind of the worst person you should ask your family because they're pretty biased, and they love you. And so that's not the best time to get or best place to get any advice, to be honest with you. You better go with somebody who's unbiased that can tell you because they don't love you. People who love you going to tell you a lie because they love you. They don't want to hurt your feelings. So I just curious, you know what I'm saying? My regular followers, you ladies, Elsa and Sabrina, and somebody. Am I an angry dude? Am I a hateful man? Am I doing this out of anger, or I'm trying to do the best I can. I want to lead just a normal life like anybody else. I mean, I'm not going to lead that football titties, whatever beer and whatever life, but I'm just okay. I just don't want to be angry. I know it's been cursed a lot and stuff, but I'm not mad at anybody. There's nobody here who's like pissed me off so much that I don't love the word. I hope you see that through the ministry, that this all, what I'm saying, shines through, that I'm not here to ruffle anybody's feathers. We're here to refine each other with the word. It's a press that we must go through. So thank you, brother, sister. It is hard because I don't have friends or family or anything like that. And you guys are my friends and you are my family. So, you don't mix business with pleasure, right? You don't dip your feather in the ink in the company well there, right? So I just, I apologize that happens sometimes in here, that because of the things that happened to my son. I'm just hoping this is a learning experience for all of us, and it drags this channel down a lot but I want you to know I'm not mad at anybody here. Nobody's ever wrong. I don't care about anybody who's ever come in here and said anything. I mean, I have bigger fish to fry, right? Other than anybody's come in here. I kind of troll people, but I think people think that um, you can be angry, you can be hateful, you can be mad, you can be all those things, brothers, sisters. You do know that, though, right? You can hate. It's okay to hate. You can hate the sin that the man commits or a woman, but you don't hate the sinner, right? This is not a nice world. I hate the world, but I'm not a hateful person. I'm angry at the sin that's being committed, but I'm not, I don't hold that anger like against them. I can't change them. That's not right. Remember? So appreciate that. I want you to know that all in all, like I said, I know been a lot of curse words flying, and if we had a quarter jar, we'd all probably be rich by now with all my sailor mouth here, but I'm not upset. I'm not. I have my wits about me. I know my son is lying up there or he's not, but what can I do? I got to take the steps. And if I go up there and do something ahead of time, it's not going to get me anywhere. So I'm not quick to do anything right now. I have plenty of food. I have plenty of water. Whatever. I don't care if I don't get that $5,000. It doesn't matter. Father's going to do whatever he wants in my life. I know it. I'm not concerned the least. I hope that you can see that, if nothing else, that I'm trying to show you and us together, because that faith is what I have. Faith more than any, the things unseen. Faith. My treasure waits. It's not here. That's faith. That's why we're only by faith are we saved, right? And salvation is, we have to endure to the end to pick up our prize. So nobody who hurt me here is going to get away with it. And he sees behind our eyes, so nobody's getting away with anything. So I don't need to worry about going out and planning anything and trying to hurt anybody. And it's kind of pointless at this point, because it's just going to put me further in a position where I'm not going to be able to help him, or even myself or my animals and stuff. So I think I've shown now, and like I said, I don't feel like I'm in here when I'm tempting this, not whatever, just come on, feds. I should have already been called by the feds. So I don't know how I haven't lost my mind. I don't know how I'm not angry or upset or even depressed. I mean, like clinically just depressed, that from the just constant terrorizing of my mind, my brain. I can't find him. I know where he's at. I can't go get him. But I hold faith that if there's nothing done here that is that Father didn't want, as long as it's not my will, right? Self will, and I have faith and anchored in that faith, because Father keeps me anchored in that faith. I'm just the vessel. He's steering the ship, right? Like an old boat, it keeps me anchored so it don't tip over. He's the wind in my sail. So you know, there's nothing I can do about it. There's just nothing I can do. You just see what I just did. If you're a witness for the last 15 months, I got nowhere by my efforts. And I said, okay, every time, this is what you want, this is what you want, this is what you want, this is what you want. Okay, this is wrong, that's wrong. But so I find that rest in suffering, like I've kind of taught you. I know this must be him. And I don't think I'm a vessel of wrath. I do feel like I am part of the wedding, and I have said this not scriptural or biblical, but I do question whether I am one of those that is chosen or not. And I think that's what keeps me girded in his service. I haven't gotten comfortable or complacent, and I am shut down and said, oh no, I hate you, Father, because you did. I argue with him. I'm mad at him, and I talk to him because he's my father. A relationship with him. I don't talk to him, most people. I talk to him. He's inside me. I don't look up to the sky. I don't need to look up. I don't need to look around. He's right here with me. He knows where I'm at. So I talk to him, and he knows, and I get mad at him. And so, but I have a relationship with him because I want him to hear my voice after, not this, I'm saying, after I pass to this flesh, so he'll know me, not just pleading out when things are bad, or when, maybe things are, oh, thank God, and I'm safe, whatever, but all the time, good and bad. So hopefully you can see that. It's just to try to a mirror, just to be a man who loves the word, trying to show that Father will beat people he loves. He will beat people he loves. This ain't sitting around Jesus, and he really does beat the people he loves. And I don't know what it is that he wants from me at this point, but I'm trying to stay in the gospel, stay focused, keep the ministry, just gospel based. Don't get off on some other tangent, and just he'll provide. He'll, a bird not worries what it's going to eat when it's in the wild, it's in the field, so he will provide. And if he didn't want anything to be the way it was, as long as it's not my will and it's his will, this is exactly that's why, again, I say that, if we get in the way when somebody would come in here and ask, like, hey, would you pray because my daughter is having surgery? Well, I would pray for Father's will. If Father is taking her now, and I know that, or my aunt or something, why do you want me to pray for your will? Struggling because of my internet and whatnot. Ever in this ministry through monetary. So just I appreciate everybody who's helped me here through a very difficult time in my life. I just, literally over $100,000, and it just didn't get anywhere. But I don't have any regrets. Like I probably would, if I didn't pay off the ministry, I would have more than enough money. But I paid the ministry off this year, so no regrets. No regrets. this is Father just guides me. I told you, I don't even try to make plans anymore in my life because he just wrecks them for me every time. And I'm okay with it. You just seen witness 15 months. It didn't work at all. Did it? I'm way more backwards for just trying to help people. I don't know if you ever have that happen when you try to help somebody, it just kind of backfires in your face. But whatever, it doesn't stop me. It's never hardened my heart. It's never made me callous, like I can't keep eternal being. And I can live with that as long as the cause is correct. And it wasn't. And now it haunts me every day that I served as a military veteran for a police system that's not under this new covenant where we're um, not supposed to seek vengeance. We're not supposed to be. I mean, the original writers of the Constitution said no foreign entanglements. And it breaks my heart that people suffer within our own borders. And we have all these military bases in other countries, and our own people are suffering. And we're out policing everybody else, worried about everybody else's problems when we are supposed to be taking care of our own house. The log in our eye type, through scripture, we should know this. We don't go under this covenant. God used to require war. I'm not saying we can't have a National Guard. I'm not saying we can't have a military, Coast Guard. We can board. I don't like borders. I hate borders. I want to be a bird. I want to be a bird or water. I want to be a bird or water or maybe lightning. Not like Barack Obama, like, I saw lightning fall from heaven in Hebrew, but a bird lands on the wall and it doesn't care if it's Mexico or if it's America. It just, why do we have borders? I hate borders. I hate the idea of even being different. We're all one race. Why do we let them chop us up like this and put us into these different categories? We have different ethnicity. We have different cultures. We have different customs. But we are also warned about some of these customs in Jeremiah. Learn not the ways of the heathens, be not dismayed at the ways of the signs of the firmament, for their customs are vain. These traditions, these things, these worldly things. And that's why we get imprisoned, because our family doesn't like that we won't do their worldly things. And that's the way a disciple does. They carry that cross, that weight, that burden, that yoke. They so put a yoke, right? And that's what they, and they raise them and stress them back. And we should feel that same way too. Remember, Revelation 3:11. I want you to think about what I'm saying to you. These people know what's going on this rock, sisters, all the way down to show you. And I don't do politics, but I keep telling you, he says you have to have that crown to sit at the feet of Christ. That is how you receive your heir. You are the crown, the heir in the age of heir, the crown. We must go through much the lips to receive that kingdom. The kingdom of heaven is within. That is Christ. He is our prize. He is the one that we are running to. That is our goal, that you should be girded in, have your lamps trimmed and girded in my service, Maranatha, until I return. So we are to meet him. It's not sit there and sit down and it's we are striving to be like Christ, like him, us to him. If I didn't call out the hearts to seek after me, not one of us would. So don't go out and think you're going to try to change the world. And that's hard for somebody like me who at the military at 17, but I'm going to give my life for the cause. When you serve people, sometimes it does backfire in your face. What can you do? Is that going to harm you and you're going to stop? Well, we're supposed to treat others as we treat our own body, like the church, do unto others as they would do unto you. Love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thyself. A man's enemy is going to be the one of his own household, and that's me. I am my own enemy. I am my worst nightmare. You are by self-will, you'll have your name blotted out of the book. So we need to focus on what Father said. Again, I don't know if I'm chosen or not, but I know what the book says, and I know what anybody does to me. I'm not going to listen to them. I'm going to be like Noah. I'm going to remember what that book says, because he's the word. He is that still voice inside our head. He is the word in flesh. He is Shiloh. He is Christ Jesus, the Hamashiach. And he is the one who is, when we put that light at the top of our house, who speaks for us. We would be without counsel, loop again, and they throw you in front of their magistrates and their synagogues. These are the church, all these, and their judges, their men in their black robes. Do not worry what you shall say. I will give you the answer. So Father already has this all written. Remember, he knows exactly. I knew you before you were in the womb. I set you aside as my prophet, that is the word teacher, to go out and share this gospel. We all have this duty. Every one of us have this duty. We don't get any bias. Hados means to be in the same narrow way. Pride as he had his favorite, his heavens. That was Israel. That was Aaron and Levi. Now it's Jews and Gentiles, man and woman, good and evil, black, white, brown, red, and yellow. Remember, in a dozen eggs of 12 eggs, that's a whole. So when he said all flesh, that's when he meant not everybody. I know this is hard to wrap your brain around, but if you said if most people enter by the wide gate, they go down the broad way, that's because they didn't narrow self. That is what we deny yourself daily, take up your cross daily, follow after me daily. That's Matthew, Luke. Take up your cross, follow after me. We need to do what he was doing. And he got hell. They whipped him. They striped him. They didn't love him. They hated him. And that's what is us. That's us. You're not to be loved by the world. If you're loved by the world, you'd be hated by my Father. Now, we can't deny him. Do not hide that light in a basket, right? As he said, give that shekel to the rich man. You didn't use what I gave you. We all get a different measure, right? Well, what the measure we pour out on this, love thy enemy like thy neighbor like thyself is a measure that will be poured back on us. We treat everything as an equal as far as we show everybody through the broad way to the narrow way. So you can't change this. That's the beautiful thing about the gospel, brothers and sisters. If you change one letter, that's the other gospel. If you change one yod, that's the other gospel. We can't add to his gospel. That's the last thing he said. If you add to my book, and that's the 13 books of the gospel of Christ, and from Matthew all the way to Revelation, if you read them, you'll see it's littered with the gospel. You can find gospel in not like I said in some of the other books, but it is predominantly again, it's Lane County is my cash app. If you want to, like I said, make a donation, I appreciate it. But brothers, sisters, the charity that we give, just so you know, it's never has to be in the tithing. It used to be food. Remember, brothers, sisters, they were wandering for 40 years. After they didn't listen to Father, they went after other gods, little g gods, deities, did all their burnt offerings, all this tree gods and sun gods. And then he split the kingdom because they didn't go into the wilderness and scout out. The giants were eating meat, the mass ate, the same, eating flesh. And so for 40 years, they had wandered, remember, a year for 40 days they were told to go scout out the giants, the Anaki in the land of Anak. That's Gaza, modern day Gaza. And they didn't do that. They reported back. Remember, we're like grasshoppers, and he'd seen enough. That's it. He said, they'll send the sword, the famine. We haven't done this in a while. We haven't done this teaching. The sword, the famine, the pestilence, and the beasts. The sword is when your enemy surrounds you. Corona, your enemy surrounds you. That causes supply chains. Nothing can get in, nothing can get out. We saw that during the shutdown of all the ports, the supply chains, right? Nothing can get in, nothing can get out. That causes famine and sickness. We have the pestilence, the disease, and when your enemy carries you into captivity. That's leading up to this, brothers and sisters. That's leading up to where we're at right now. Your enemy carries you. Executive Order 11004, brothers and sisters. Executive Order 11004 allows the Federal Emergency Management Agency to really equate whole communities and put them in work camps like they did during World War II, and now they're doing it again. See, I already gave you this teaching of this sword, famine, pestilence, and the beast, how he surrounded the nations, the armies, destroyed every single building, to include the physical temple, to destroy it with his prophecy. No stone will be left upon another. That was Christ's prophecy of him destroying the physical law, the physical temple. Now our body is the temple. We put him at the top of our house and let it shine. So when we're charitable, so listen to me, charity, remember the Feast of Unleavened Bread, that's because they were on the, they were moving out. The exodus out of Israel wasn't all one, it wasn't at one time. It was over a period of time. And so there was a 40-year period. And so when they knew that there were ones who were behind them, they set up their tabernacles. This is the Feast of Tabernacles, their temporary place, because they didn't have a temple, but they were still worshiping. They were doing their, which, like I said, God told us don't do these things, but they set it up what was a tabernacle. This was a separate place of study. And they wandered in the wilderness. These are all these end gathering days. If you've never looked into any of these Jewish or original Israel or some of these holidays, many of them are halakha, some of them are not. You got to really be careful with this Targum, the Mishnah, with the halakha and Haggadah. That was a perversion. Remember, 40 years they wanted their own temple. They were wandering for 40 years in the desert. So when they left behind at those tabernacles, they would leave behind food, our sisters. So you know, food, because I know Brother Jim has a little bit different teaching than me, but Brother Jim makes $1 million a year. Okay. And I'm not saying Brother Jim scams a single dime from anybody at all. He sends out thousands of dollars every month in check. He has 5 people on a payroll. You know, remember, I worked 21 hours yesterday. I didn't make a dime yesterday. I don't need to make money off the ministry. I'm not here to make money. I've already retired. I could get this last bill of things, and I just want on the road and never work a day in my life again for the man. I just want to share the gospel. I should have listened to my son. I should have taken the gold and silver. It was a foolish move on my part. If he's here, he's here. If he's not, he's not. But remember, I can't change that. All I can do is keep sharing this gospel and hope he's clinging to it just like me. I know he loves the word as much as I do, and maybe he's just like his name. He's Elijah, and he left a flaming chariot. Remember Brooke Cherith, right? Remember Elijah. Remember that, you know. So I know Elijah, he knows these, you know, maybe he's battling his own, you know. If you read, I kept telling him, well, when he was young, you got to read Elijah's son. You got to understand who this is. He is a witness of what Elijah represents, that witness, so to speak, and how he left in that flaming chariot. But anyways, back again, I want you to know that tithing to the ministry used to be food, right? Tithing to the people behind, and you would leave food. This was the Feast of End Gatherings, the Feast of Leavened Bread, you know what I'm saying, or on Hort, but they were making their exodus out of Israel. And this is what tithing is. So I don't want anybody to ever feel obligated. That's why I'm super food motivated about, because that's what a ministry should do to me. It should provide spiritual bread, right? Daily bread, milk that's not watered down, as he said. Now, this is in the book of Malachi, okay? This is how brothers covenant, it's man or woman. So remember, it don't matter if it's man or woman. We both are equally yoked. It says in the book of Malachi, but we're not any other physical laws. I only want your spirit here, your word. That he is the thousands of CDs every week. They send 3 CDs of his teaching. So he gives spiritual bread, right? So they should use it more locally. As I said, if you don't have abundance and just can't let it, if you don't have abundance and just can't let it, and I'm not saying that I won't accept this. Tithe used to be food. Okay? Food. That's a tithe, not money. It was food. I'm serious. It was food. It wasn't, and they've made it into this tithe because it's okay. That's people for a couple of days or but he has such a large following because he is tying that back to people who love the word. You call up Burton Brown and you need or something, or he thinks he's going to ask you, hey, well, hey, here at Grace and Truth, we like Christmas. Do you like Christmas? Like, yeah, we like Christmas. He's like, well, we helped himself, just so you know. Doesn't want to get it. Much agape. And I have to go to this court date, which I'm hoping will get taken care of for gas to do this. Appreciate it. It actually will free up a little bit of money I have in my PayPal account so I can buy some dog food. I and brought the last bag of dog food and open it up. It's gonna be about $50 worth of gas to get down there and back. And so appreciate it. It helps a lot, and just a little strap ever required. I don't ever have that 10%, you know, and if it's 10% of anything, it would be 10% of your time, because it's difficult, although it's difficult time, because it's difficult, although it's difficult to make money. You can't make time, and you can't people spend here. It's unfathomable. I appreciate it. I hope you guys aren't in any way neglecting your lives because of me or this ministry. You know, chew up the meat and spit out the bones, okay? But if you feel like you have something to give this ministry, it truly is more important to have your time here than anything else, because we're not going to take any of this with us. And no matter what Father wants for me, he always provides somehow, some way, and he pulls me through. And I don't ever how I do it, but it's because he's the one to do it. But it's because he's the one who does. He's the one who pulls me. I mean, look at the SWAT raid. I mean, it's unbelievable. Given a monetary tithe in the past, I appreciate it tremendously. I can't thank you enough. But I want people to know too, just because you don't, those people who do and have abundance, I don't think those people are looking to gain, and that's what they're not doing to gain. And That's a beautiful thing. So I'm ready. I don't know about, and I hope that someday that I can share this land and there'll be multiple people here. And it's just a matter of time before I'll be able to tithe all this ministry. And there'll be generations of people who can come here to this property and live here. It's paid off, guys. It's paid off. You know, how, what a blessing. And we'll get more buildings up here. We'll put more cabins up here. We'll bring more people out here. And what an abundance that this ministry will be able to provide in the future. If people take it, I can't make people come out here. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. You can lead a person to knowledge, but you can't make them think. So I don't want to force anybody's way or force anybody's hand. That's just not, I'm kind of more of an organic kind of guy. I like things when they, I guess I live in Oregon, huh? Never thought about it that way, huh? But anyways, what a blessing that it has, the abundance of people here that come back and spend a tremendous amount of time that they have. And that's, you're truly, I hope you understand how blessed you are too, to just have the time. Because I told you, please, 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 we kind of live in a time where it's kind of the calm before the storm. I'm not saying don't panic. That's what the book says, sorrow. So it's going to get a little worse. It's going to get a lot worse, and then it's going to pull back, and then it's going to get a lot worse, and it's going to pull back, and it's going to get a lot worse. Be ready for it, okay? Um, and so if you want to come here and you want to be a part of this ministry, please go home at Predestined for Light. I have a spot for you if you're part of this ministry. You're welcome here. This is your ministry. This is not mine. I didn't buy this property for me. I have witnessed. Someday, hopefully, that person will be back here on this property and sharing it as well. So this is your property. If you can't use it, thanks for coming in here and using this platform with me so we can refine each other with this fire that we got in, that he brings in here. So much of blessings, and well, let's not be less. Let's have abundance, and let's figure out how in the future we're going to not just survive this ministry, how we can thrive until the last day where maybe the sun takes the ministry down, or who knows what it'll be. So until then, let's just keep building this up and lifting each other up and edifying each other up. So stay in the word, be in the world, be not of it. So you might think about what by that, be in it. I already told you, cash is king. You might try to find something in a separate place. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. You get them all taken at one time. If you can separate that up, kind of a better way to go. So think about that. Don't let them chop you up, okay? But keep your stores, and find a place, out of sight, out of mind, brothers and sisters. Less sometimes is more, okay? I know you want to try to abundance, but there are times where you're going to be able to help later. So I hope you see this time is coming, brothers and sisters. I see it. And I know that for 10 years, I've provided a tremendous amount of time here because Father's allowed me to do that, to be able to do that later. I hope that all this stuff that I have here just doesn't sit here for no reason. So it is now, not for no reason, but what I'm saying, I'm using it, but I want you guys to be able to use this ministry. Come out here. If you're on the West Coast, come camp, come stay here, move out here. It's here for you. One day we might do a full string property to the front. It's right here. It's right here. Build a building, have full washing room, the whole thing, freeze dryer running, studio. We'll see. We'll see what Father has in store. So when I go out of another country too, I want people to know, because I've said it, even if I leave, I'm not banning the right of the people in this country. And there's plenty of people in this country that I love. And that's why I did pay off this ministry as well, because I'm not going to abandon, ever am I going to abandon this. I'll sell everything I own except for this ministry. Okay. I'm serious. It's not mine. It's not mine. It's yours. This is our ministry. So it is yours. Please come use it someday, guys. When people give to me, it makes me want to just shove everything I have in your face. I want you to use what I have. Please come share what I have. My pain in my heart is because I can't share what I have. So you wonder why I share so much time in here with you guys? Is because I can't share this. So I got to share this knowledge. Don't hide that light in a basket, he said, right? Put that light at the top of your house. He is that light, and let it shine. So hopefully he rings through here. This ain't about me. This ministry is not me. Once again, we peaked a little bit over 22. It'd be 220,000 easily if they didn't shout about the channel. But I don't want those kind of numbers in here. This is a family. HD, right? High desert, not for, or HD for quality, but high desert out here. This is the ministry. And fat is like the meat. He said, eat of the meat and drink of the milk, not watered down. So hopefully you can glean. The fat was the best part of the meat, rushes. That's what they said back in the day. So hopefully, again, you come in here, you glean something, you find value, it fuels you, but come back every day if you can. If you see me on here and you have the time, please come back. Don't ever feel an obligation of monetary. And if you have abundance, I'll accept it. But Um, no, I'll tell you where it's going. Okay, I want you to know where the ministry money's going, and I don't want to take anything from somebody. And but please, when you have, look up again. If you're part of the ministry and you're out here, come use this. There's so much. It's a beautiful. The night sky last night was melt your mind. I mean, there were so many stars again that you couldn't even see the constellations. It was just that Milky Way galaxy out here. This is the largest dark sky sanctuary in the whole world, brothers and sisters. This is probably the darkest place, one of the darkest places on the whole rock. I mean, it truly is a remote place, but it's not that far from, 100 miles from Walmart or whatever. The city of Bend is a pretty neat city. I don't really like cities, but even Kevin said it's not like a city. Don't feel like no city. So um, come enjoy your ministry. Okay. Come here if you need to. I told you this project, Blue Book, it unlives 200 million Americans before the end of this year. Will you be one of those people? Will you be the 99? Will you be the 99? Or are you going to be one of the 211 million that are going to be here in December? So don't fret on that. It might not even come to fruition, but it's starting to look like it. I hope I've showed you through the ww2 equals ww3. The 1945 is 2025. This is all a replay of World War II. So there should be no guessing what is ahead of us. It's all right there in the scripture. If you sit down and you study these scriptures, and you can do it here, you can do it with Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. Shouldn't be a surprise what's coming, and it's edifying where you're not, you know, if you have, they do that, they predictably program with people for what is coming, but most people aren't going to see what is coming as far as who's doing it and who's controlling it. Very soon, brothers, sisters, I'm not picking a day. They will have a day, and I'm sure it will come with a lights out event. Probably the sun, maybe MP, maybe a solar flare. I don't know. When that happens, they're going to bring in their tech. Be ready. That tech is not friendly. That tech is not there to help you. It don't love you. You should have already been out of the system by then and had your own system. Or you're going to use this tech, or you're going to have to. You're just not going to have any other option. I don't want to see that to happen, people. I want people to have peaceful resistance, peaceful non-compliance. I don't do peace. We're not supposed to say that, but they already have their way. Like, I got to go out and check these chicken eggs, guys, and do my farm duties out here, check the ladies and do some other things. Appreciate the tithe. Again, Dark, if you're in here, I appreciate it. Much agape and phileo. Every penny of this ministry it's accounted for, and I want you to know what I'm doing with it. So come enjoy your ministry. Um, Faith and Truth, please. This is the fact. This is where it's at. I mean, this is a beautiful place, and you can come out here for a week or something and go see the Cascades, go see the all this area. You don't even have to go right out of this valley. There's 20 or 30 things you do right around here. So, yeah, I wish I had a drill, but it'll happen. It like I said, I don't know if I showed you that drill. It'll take. Oh, that's what I'm gonna do. Actually, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take that $35 and I'm gonna go put that towards the drill. Thank you for reminding me. Prioritize, because I might have slipped that. I need to put that. I am okay. Dark, if you're still in here, appreciate it. I'm going to take that tithe. I know it wasn't, I probably have to spend more, but that gets me so much further. I'm going to try to go to the pawn shop. I already looked online today because I build a lot with these drills. I'm saying? You could see what I built out here. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, I will. I mean, now I'm only probably $40, $50 off from obtaining one. Maybe I can, if I look, because sometimes they sell those roto. I kind of need that one. I think that other drill would have lasted maybe 10 years, because sometimes I needed that roto drill and I still make that thing work pretty good. You know what I'm saying? It did perform. It performed real good. I am not displeased with the performance on that drill. It worked all the way up until poof, and so I still have the batteries, which is pretty cool. So I'll figure something out with it. I'm telling you, I'm going to make something out of that drill. I'm going to make the coolest thing out of that drill. I don't know what I'm going to do yet with it, but I'm going to figure something out to make with that DeWalt drill. I don't throw anything away. I have a bad habit of that. I pick up every screw, whatever. I don't throw anything. I don't waste anything. So I won't waste the money that's sent here, brothers and sisters. I appreciate it. Thank you for reminding me of that. Prioritize comes here and prioritizes my head, puts me back in line. You got to remember, don't spend it on. I have it. I just opened the dog food, so it will probably last me 3 weeks to a month, and maybe in the next month I come up with some money for dog food. So appreciate that, because I need a drill. I got to build it out here, guys. If I don't build, I get all crazy if I'm sitting down and idle. I mean, idle hands are the work of the devil. So I appreciate that. Prioritize that helps me a lot. So I looked today. I didn't see anything, but I'm going to go to the pawn shop and ask them. We have really two excellent pawn shops in this valley. They really are. They're not these type of. They're really clean. and maybe they'll give me a deal. They'll say, hey man, come here and buy a lot of gold and silver or whatever from you guys. Can whatever. I don't really buy much else, but you guys give me a rocking deal on a drill or something. Maybe I can get a set for like $100 or something like that. So that puts me on my way. Much agape, brothers and sisters. I cannot thank you enough for, like I said, I don't want to waste anybody's money. So that puts something in my hands that'll probably work for the next 5. You're giving me a gift that I'll have in my hands and work for like the next 5 or 10 years. You know what I'm saying? That's huge to me. So I appreciate it. And one day I will return this to you, brothers and sisters. I don't mean like that, but if I ever do sue the state and the county and the thing, there will be more money coming in this ministry. We'll be so wealthy. We'll be able to do things and things I never even imagined to do for the people of the ministry. We're going to reach out and touch people in ways. And if it doesn't, then we have a good plan already for food and, whatever we're doing here already. So there's a major thing already going on in this ministry. So it's big. It's larger. I mean, by the statistics, it does reach millions of people, which means it's larger than mega churches, so I didn't know that. My son showed me. I'm like, dude, why'd you have to show me that? That's just, I don't need to see that. Said, well, you just need to know what the eyes are out there, Dad. They're seeing you. And you really wanted this to have this, kind of effect. You wanted people to hear it, and they're hearing you, Dad. You're reaching the numbers that's beautiful, guys. It's you. That's the body. So thank you so much. He is the head. Let him speak for you, and we are the body. Okay. So I will see you guys again for the end of the day. I'll come back up here. We're going to get this Project Blue Book. Okay. I just want to see you guys not suffer like me. And if you think you're going to suffer because of these coming events and you hear anything I say, come here. If you need a place, you don't have to stay here permanently. We can sign paperwork. We can make it legit. I'm not worried about Father. I get messed up a lot by helping people, but I'm normally the one that gets screwed over. So I don't think anybody's going to come with us. I think that's why Father has had nobody come in the last 10 years, and the right people will show up when he's ready. So thy kingdom come, thy will be done. We are on the last pages. Thank you, Pastor Revelation. Remember, to reveal is to lift off the lies. I hope aletheia is the word truth. You found some truth in this here ministry today. Share that light. Don't hide that light in a basket. He said that. He said, do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Rebuke them with that light. Let it shine. Let's just love thy neighbor like the enemy, like thy love thyself. Okay. I hope you love this word as much as me. Come back if you do. I'm always willing to give it to you. If you're willing to receive it, knock, and I will come sup with you. Seek and you shall find. Ask and you shall receive. It's him doing it. It's he making me doing it. So thanks for being a part of that with me. Fellowship is more important than anything, Rose says. We can't just turn ourselves off from society. I know we want to. That's not going to put us in a position where we're going to be supping with our brothers and sisters in the narrow way, and then we're not going to be able to fellowship. We're not going to be able to proof the word, and we're not going to be able to add to our faith. And that's what we're here doing. Thank you so much. Again, Pastor Apocalypse, I hope you are a living apocalypse. I hope you are living this testament, and you are that remnant. We are those pages that's in that book. It talks about us where they are the remnant. Pastor Revelation.